Chapter 321 Land of the Dead, Reborn Village. This incident was originally a friction between the Elder Guild and the clan chief. As the Hegemony Guild grew bigger and more formal, the percentage of all of the Hegemony Guild's proceeds amongst the Lee family last year had even reached 1 in 1,000. Don't underestimate this 1 in 10 million. It's equivalent to 7 or 8 large mines. For the Lee family, this is simply a small piece of treasure. But now, this treasure is in the hands of Batian. If Batian were to hand over all of this wealth to the Patriarch, undoubtedly, it would give the Patriarch even more power. Thus, the Elder Corps wanted to take advantage of the opening of this Heaven's Mandate, and selected a few existences from the Elder Corps that seemed to be relatively darker, paying a certain price to send them into the Hegemony Heaven Guild, so that they would be able to take advantage of the situation. But in the end, this group of people, as if they had cerebral palsy, were wrong in every decision. How long had it been to be thrown out? The first granduncle couldn't help but kick again, cursing the waste. The second granduncle did the same, kicking fiercely and cursing the waste twice. Third granduncle. In order to send them into the Hegemony Guild, the Elder Corps had paid for a mineral stewardship position this time. But now, it was all a basket case. Bah! Useless trash. However, this also caused a brand new idea to surface in the Elder Corps. Since it was impossible to take over the nest, then how about starting your own family? It was only these 4 wastes that couldn't be used. For this matter, it wouldn't be something that Hegemony cared about. For a guild, if it couldn't establish a firm foothold in the pre-opening phase of the service, then if it subsequently wanted to join, the manpower and material resources it would pay would not be able to accomplish it with a little bit of effort. Kill. Hegemony's strategy was very rough, but effective. Those outside the Hegemony Guild who created rumors and fanned the flames. Kill. Annihilation watched as the 4 clan elders of the Hegemony Guild beside him were forced out of the game. And he also instantly understood Hegemony Heaven was using a big move, face kill. Who could stand up to this? Thus, this time, Annihilation had once again lost the plan. As for whether Hegemony's reputation stank, who cares? Let Batian casually raise a cat, take a few photos, hire a few water army. It won't take long to clear his name. Game. Where is the memory of it? Twice now, Batian's heart is holding fire. However, Batian still did not move. Either not moving, or in a flash to cripple the Annihilation Guild. This was the truth that Hegemony believed in. Phoenix Guild? It had already been crippled. Only that it seemed to have all gathered again now, and was still mixing it up. In the area 500 miles away from Tianyang Town. It was a small mountain pass, and a new village that Phoenix had re-established with the help of the 80-level Death General. The name of the village was Simple Rebirth Village. The entire construction of the village relied on the members of the Phoenix Guild. During this period of time, the members of the Phoenix Guild did not go upgrading. All of them were building the Reborn Village. This was the Phoenix's order that they had to follow. After all, everyone's lives were still in the hands of the Phoenix. As for the dropped levels, Phoenix said that there were ways to help them make up for it. Many people have great strength. In the light of 3 days, the Rebirth Village had already taken on a rough scale. In the central area of the Rebirth Village, the statue of the God of Death, which was also a Death Transformation Stone, was placed by the 80th level Death General. The function of this statue was very simple. That is, to allow normal human players to be transformed into soldiers of the God of Death. Under the Phoenix's persuasion, the Phoenix Guild's 30,000 players were all transformed into Death God Spirit soldiers, and all became factions of the ancient gods. Ding! You have successfully chosen a camp. Ding! You have become a Death God's camp, and will not be able to enter Tianyang Town in the future. Death Mage, Death Warrior, Death Knight, Death Gun Warrior, Death Gunner, Death Thief, Death Apothecary, Death Summoner, Death Tailor, Death. For a time, this place became a place of death. Only the side professions were more disadvantageous, such as the Death Blacksmith, which was a complete waste profession, because the God of Death couldn't possibly hand over the right to forge. The Death Blacksmith simply couldn't forge equipment. Buzzing, a black barrier appeared, condensing into the air as the first barrier of the Reborn Village. Within the Reborn Village, the sounds were very noisy at the moment. Crap, this profession of mine. Upgrading doesn't even require experience value, but rather, it requires beheading the living beings of the human race. This is comfortable. For every person you behead, you can get 1 point of death value. Gather 100 points of death value, and you can upgrade 1 level. This is a big change. Won't this make it even easier for us to upgrade in the future? For Phoenix Guild players, killing powerful bosses and terrifying monsters, they might be a little weaker. But killing players, isn't this simple? Every point of death value can form a point of death power in the body. And every 10 points of death power can coalesce into any 4-dimensional attribute *1. What a terrifying profession. This really gets stronger the more you kill. I like it. The belligerent partisans among the Phoenix Guild expressed their joy. But there were also some different voices. Are we going to make enemies of the entire Tianong town? No. The entire Heaven's Destiny? There was still a sane person in the Phoenix Guild. And then, namely, he was signaled by the Phoenix to give him a severe beating. Not within the game, but within reality. So that he would learn a long lesson. There are some things that cannot be said. Chairman, what about the equipment we need? Potions, skills, what about these things? Because of the success of the transfer. So now everyone wears the equipment. The use of potions and so on. All become waste. Cannot be used. In this regard, Phoenix could not have thought of it. Ding. The death shop has been opened in the Rebirth Village. Within the death shop, everything could be purchased. But only if it required a death value. Simply put, kill someone and you get everything. Chairman, you set a time. Let's go do a big job. Right. President. We'll all listen to you. President. You set the time. The 30,000 players of the Phoenix Guild were all forced to get on this big death ship of the Phoenix. Don't be in a hurry. The God of Death still has rewards. The Phoenix God mysteriously opened his mouth. And then the voice of the God of Death resounded within the Rebirth Village. Congratulations to all of you for becoming under the banner of my God of Death. And again, with my heartfelt blessings, each of my death soldiers can be resurrected in place after death for 10 seconds of battle. This is similar to a small resurrection skill. After death, resurrect in place and wait for 10 seconds, i.e., die again. Similar to an undead's big move. In the next second, the level 80 Death General took out a dark stone. And tada! The stone shattered and merged into the body of every player in the Phoenix Guild, forming this special skill. This passive skill. It's considered godly. Crap. Isn't this a farce? Who is this or my opponent? This move is about surprise. Don't take it too seriously. Thank you, President. Thank you, God of Death. We sincerely honor the God of Death. Under Phoenix's guidance, the Phoenix Guild players began to kneel and worship the God of Death. Chapter 322 Godly Death Quest, Destroying Tianyang Towns. Kneeling at the statue of the God of Death, Phoenix couldn't help but think back to his days in the Palace of Death. A frenzied color emerging above his cheeks, as if he had been completely brainwashed. The Palace of the God of Death. Pitch black. Unable to reach out, the Phoenix was kneeling on the ground alone, waiting for the God of Death's summons. The Phoenix also wanted to stand up, but the terrifying pressure around it like seawater made the Phoenix unable to stand up at all. It was a lie to say that it was not nervous. After all, this was a deity. The deities in the game also possessed the ability to pass through the heavens and the earth, which was equivalent to a program. If you pissed off a deity, you would be lightly blocked, or you would be put in a small black room. This could all be learnt from the past. The air of the Death Palace did not have the putrid odor that the Phoenix thought it had, but instead carried a refreshing scent. The surrounding area also did not have the sound of monsters grinding their teeth and saliva dripping down. On the contrary, one could hear the immortal music curling up, intoxicating people. Buzz? A voice came out from the darkness. Are you the Phoenix? The Phoenix was instantly refreshed and raised its head, trying to see the appearance of the God of Death. In the endless darkness, the Phoenix was vaguely able to see a huge black shadow in the firmament, as if it was a huge statue. But it was impossible to see its face. Yes. Subordinate, that is. Phoenix. The Phoenix was very good at judging the situation. In this situation, it was definitely better to bow down, as the first human race to defect to our ancient gods in millions of years. You are very good. I am optimistic about you. These words instantly dissolved the emotions in the Phoenix's heart that had been pitted by Qin Fang. At first, the Phoenix's hatred towards Player Me was unspeakable. But now, he was kinda thankful for Player Me. The Divine Spirit Camp will definitely be able to return to the Heaven's mandate and set the world in order. The Phoenix began to pat the horse's arse continuously. I, the god of death, will not treat you poorly. 8 streaks of light fell from the sky and merged into the Phoenix's body. This is the 8 pieces of death. A growable equipment. If you cultivate it properly, it can become a divine weapon. This is my first reward for you. The Phoenix's breath hitched, rushing to check the set of equipment. It was directly a level 35 Death Essence gold grade equipment, sparing the Phoenix from having to go through the upgrading process again. After looking at it, the Phoenix was overwhelmed with excitement. This equipment, it was stronger than the one forged by Playersion. Finally free from the control of Playersion's equipment, Phoenix expressed comfort in his heart. This is my second reward for you, the Death Badge. Death Badge, the more human beings you behead, the more amplitude you get. For every 5 beheadings, you can increase your attribute value by 1 point at will. This, moreover, was an extreme artifact. It wasn't an equipment, but it was considered the strongest equipment. This is the third reward for you. In the firmament, an appointment edict descended. You have 3 months. After 3 months, how many henchmen you are able to recruit, you will be the position. Fill it in yourself. This, for the Phoenix, this was the greatest reward. It was important to know that the divisions of ranks of divine soldiers were very strict, and one had to make meritorious achievements in order to be promoted. From a small soldier, to a captain, to a 10th captain, a 100th captain, a 1,000th captain, a 10,000th captain, and even the final army chief. Do you know how much effort is required? How many veterans, after struggling for their entire lives, are still soldiers? This was Phoenix's chance. Phoenix wanted to become the head of the army in 3 months. It was no exaggeration to say that the god of death had given him all that he could. This is a reward for you. You can slow down on the jokes, but I'm also going to set you up for a tough task. Ding. The god of death is issuing you a divine level death mission. Destroy the town of Tianyang. Mission time limit, within 3 years. Mission reward, auxiliary death artifact. Crown of death. Crown of death can be revived 100 times a day after being killed. Mission failure penalty, minus 100,000 for each of the 4-dimensional attributes. If the mission really failed, reducing the attributes by 100,000, the Phoenix would be considered a waste. This mission reward is simply generous to the extreme. But the punishment for mission failure is also very scary. The Phoenix was in a state of hesitation as he weighed whether or not to take on this mission. Ding. You have successfully taken on this quest. Phoenix pondered for only a second before deciding to take on this god-level quest. A god-level quest. Which one wasn't difficult? But with this opportunity placed in front of one's eyes, who could refuse it? Thus, the Phoenix listed destroying the Heavenly Sun Town as its first objective. The 8th Vice Legion Chief will assist you in this mission. After saying these words, the gigantic statue of the god of death disappeared, and the terrifying pressure that filled the air also vanished without a trace in an instant. Under the god of death's arrangement, the Phoenix returned. At this moment, the residents of Tianyang Town were still unaware that the Phoenix's ambition was surprisingly so great. Within the Rebirth Village, Phoenix led all the members of this guild to end their worship of the god of death. Within the distant Palace of Death, the god of death instantly obtained this brand new wave of faith, and couldn't help but feel soothed through his body, and even his seal, followed by sending a few points. This was the god of death's reckoning. The more subordinates the Phoenix coalesced, the stronger the god of death was, and the shorter the time until he got out of his trap, the shorter it was. As a soldier of the god of death, the 8 o'clock morning class every morning is mandatory. Morning was tantamount to worship, helping the god of death gather faith. Boss, tell me, what do we do now? All the members of the Phoenix Guild sharpened their swords, itching to kill out right now. After all, they were now getting stronger the more they killed. And death? It didn't drop attributes either. The members of the Phoenix Guild were gradually transforming towards the Coyote Guild. Our first target is annihilation. Phoenix's words immediately caused the players within the reborn village to frown. Somewhat puzzled, the Phoenix wanted to target hegemony, and wanted to target Playersion. Everyone could understand that. But target annihilation? The crowd did not understand. Phoenix had his intentions in mind. With the current crippled strength of the Phoenix Guild, it was impossible to fight against the Hegemony Guild. After all, Everyone was now newly converted, with incomplete skills, equipment, and whatnot, so they simply couldn't fight. As for targeting players me? Looking for abuse? The strength of player me. Phoenix had really learned about it. Although Phoenix was wearing a set of dark equipment, he still didn't have any chance of winning. Right now, Phoenix wanted to sulk. As for why he chose the Annihilation Guild, that was because Phoenix was clear in his mind. With Bastard's tactics, if it doesn't make a sound, it's a shocking sound. Annihilation Guild's good days are coming to an end. It's better to beat the dog than to go hard with Bastard. Listen to me. Everyone go get ready. Phoenix didn't give them an explanation. Within the town of Tianyang, within the City Lord's mansion, the City Lord stood on top of the city wall like a sword, sharp and incomparable, looking at the direction where the Rebirth Village was located. An aura of solemnity and murder filled the air. Earlier, he had sensed that the aura of death in this area was growing rapidly, and thought that a large number of warriors must have switched to the death profession. The killing aura condensed and converged, and the City Lord shook his head helplessly. A troublesome autumn. The matter of the Divine Spirit Springs has not yet subsided. But such a thing has happened again. Chapter 323 Legendary Great Quest. The Divine Spirit Spring I involved almost 80% of Tianyang Town's troops. The remaining 20% was still needed to maintain order in Tianyang Town. Otherwise, Tianyang Town was in chaos. This world was not as safe as one might think. Countless reptiles and poisonous creatures were hiding in the shadows, ready to deal a fatal blow to Tianyang Town at any moment. The best way to break the situation now was to extinguish the Divine Spirit Spring in the fastest possible time, and then turn around and wipe out the village of rebirth created by the God of Death in one fell swoop. However, the Divine Spirit Spring was not that easy to annihilate, not to mention the fact that the God of Heavenly Sun had already awakened and escaped from his trap, and at some point, he would be able to break out from underneath the Heavenly Sun Town. The Divine Spirit Spring at this moment, was still a small fight. But the City Lord knew that the moment the Heavenly Sun God Spirit appeared, it would be a huge disaster for the Heavenly Sun Town. The only reason why the Heavenly Sun City Lord could not leave the Heavenly Sun Town was because underneath the ground, the God of Heavenly Sun was sealed. He needed to suppress it at all times, lest this deity completely break out of its trap. The God of Heavenly Sun had already awakened, and the Heavenly Sun City Lord had sensed it the moment the Divine Spirit Spring appeared. This was also something that had been worrying the Heavenly Sun City Lord all these days. With this thought, the City Lord looked towards Qin Fang's figure within the 10,000 Empty Alley supermarket, and was pondering something in his mind. Being able to break the Villa of Grievances, being able to remove the threat of the Death Warrior Palace. This meant that Qin Fang was still considered capable. What if? What would happen if the heavy responsibility of destroying the Village of Rebirth was placed on Qin Fang's shoulders? The City Lord had to think carefully. After a long time, the City Lord's heart still had a decision. This task, with Qin Fang alone, could not be completed, so it would be better to... Ding! Tianyang Town Lord has issued a legendary grade quest, destroy the reborn village. Quest reward, legendary grade suit, any profession of your choice. Ding! All warriors under the jurisdiction of Tianyang Town can receive and complete this quest, with the destruction of the Village of Rebirth's God of Death statue as the standard of destruction. Such a system tone rang out, instantly causing the entire Tianyang Town to explode. This was the decision of the Heavenly Sun Town City Lord, gathering the most powerful force within the Heavenly Sun Town, the warriors. Rebirth Village. What kind of place is this? How come I'd never heard of it before? Most of the players in Tianyang Town were still a little unsure. After all, this village was only successfully constructed today. Right. Rebirth Village? Is it hard to be able to revive us again after we die? Hee hee. I seem to have some impression. This seems to be something that Phoenix drummed up. When I passed by a few days ago, they were building it. The Phoenix even dares to come back? It's still really bold. The players' reactions varied. Some were filled with righteous indignation. Some were eyed with anticipation, and some expressed indifference. Ding! The honor shop is open. For every beheading of a warrior of the God of Death, 1 point of honor will be gained, which will allow you to enter the honor shop and purchase goods. Ding! Congratulations to all the players of Tianyang Town for obtaining the blessing of the gods. For every beheading of a player of the Reborn Village *10, you can obtain +1 attribute point of any 4 dimensions. with a maximum of 1,000 points being added. This system beep rang out, instantly causing countless players to go crazy, such as the players of the Phoenix Guild. Ding! For every player who captures a reborn village alive, a reward of 1,000 copper. This system tone, moreover, made this group of wolf cubs wail. Grass, where is the reborn village? Please tell me quickly. I want to go to the raw attribute points. This quest, it's really bold. It's even giving the players attribute boosts. Go, go, go. Hurry up and form a team. Form a team. What do you guys say? What if I contact the members of Phoenix and brush attribute points with me? Uh-huh. What a great idea. The players got excited, their blood boiling, and immediately rushed out to fight the people of the reborn village to the death. Tianyang City Lord, sure enough, there will be reckless people under heavy reward. The members of the Hegemony Guild, who also received this information at the same time, rubbed their fists and wanted to storm the reborn village. Fight for a wave to take it down for them. It's just a small village. One wave at a time. Calm down. I've got news that there are level 80 death generals within the reborn village. How can we fight them? It's simply impossible to fight. Batian was still capable, and managed to plant his manpower into the middle of Tianyang town, and got this piece of news. Crap. This is a big pit. The members of Hegemony Guild immediately caved in. If they rushed over there, wouldn't they just be sending them to their deaths? Boss, do you think we should still go? Sword of the Sky inquired. Go. How can we not go? The entire Tianyang town's players have gone. Can we not go? The players of the Hegemony Guild felt that the president was a little back and forth. In a short 10 minutes, the streets of Tianyang town were empty, and all of them were approaching the rebirth village. The Phoenix was also the first to know about what happened in Tianyang town. After all, the Phoenix wasn't a fool. Could it really not leave a few eyes in Tianyang town? This move, in the Phoenix's opinion, was a red-hot young plot that had no solution. How much the players of the Phoenix Guild were boiling. How much the players of Tianyang town were boiling right now. Thus, Phoenix traveled to seek help from the level 80 death general. Right now, it wasn't the moment to get tough with the entire Tianyang town. My lord, please also help me. Facing such a palatial neck, the death general was very satisfied in his heart as he knelt down on the ground with the Phoenix. No matter. I will naturally help you. Saying that, the death general handed the Phoenix the core of the dark boundary. The Phoenix took it in his hand, and with only one glance, he nearly vomited blood. Death boundary core injected with copper coins. It can support the boundary to be solid. In one simple sentence, burning money. Phoenix invisibly blanked the death general. I'm asking for your help. And the result? Is this it? The death general turned into nothingness and disappeared. Unable to do anything, Phoenix could only choose to use this death boundary core, which was also considered to be breaking the bank. Now, the outside world is unable to understand the situation within the village of rebirth. This is his bottom card. Ding. Please inject 1 million copper coins, which will ensure that the rebirth village's boundary is invincible and cannot be breached for 30 minutes. Phoenix, this? 1 million copper coins for 30 minutes of peace. Damn it. Phoenix wanted to rush out and die with this group of people. Endured. I endured. Ding. You have spent 1 million copper coins. The boundary of death suddenly became even deeper, enveloping everything within the reborn village. From the outside, it was no longer possible to detect the situation inside. Outside, countless players in Tianyang town could not help but fret when they saw this boundary. Grass. Phoenix has become a shrunken turtle. Fuck. The boundary has its limits. We'll definitely be able to hack it open for him. Right. Brothers. Attack. When the boundary breaks, we'll be on our own. Thus, countless attacks turned into rain that descended from the firmament, bombarding the death boundary. The sea waves of players, although many, perhaps because no one was there to manage them, seemed very disorganized, making it hard to know how one should fight. Members of the major guilds arrived and joined the battle, attacking without stopping. A slight gap appeared in the boundary, and at the same time, a system beep sounded in Phoenix's ears. Ding. Please add copper coins as soon as possible to repair the boundary. Pfft. A mouthful of old blood spurted out of the Phoenix. What the hell? Are you playing with me? Chapter 324 The Terror of a Legendary Death Warrior. Phoenix, Didn't you say you'd be invincible for half an hour? This is invincibility? Ding. Everything has its limits. For example, if Qin Fang dared to go in front of the gods and pretend to be invincible with the invincibility equipment in his hands, the gods would probably just immunize him from invincibility and decapitate him, letting him know the wrath of the gods. Not to mention, nearly 1 million players attacking together. The might that this brought. How terrifying it was. Which guild could withstand it? This time, Phoenix was considered an unprecedented first. Ding. You have injected 1 million copper coins. The boundary has been repaired and extended for 10 minutes. Phoenix only felt irritated all over. A breath. On and off. Grass. Does the Phoenix live in a turtle shell? Surprisingly, it's so sturdy. Crooked day. This? Too sturdy. Shouldn't be according to reason then. We are so many people. Surely we have to break open for him Brothers are working harder. I'm hurrying to break it open for him soon. 1 hour at most. The players cheered each other on, and continued to hold on. Bastard asked the carpet scouts hidden within the Phoenix Guild, wanting to know the exact situation. However, the Phoenix Guild stalls were also unaware of this, and could not give Batian a reply. The only useful information was that the Phoenix was very distressed, and was currently in a rage. The thing that could make the Phoenix's heart ache and freak out? Can it be that it's a copper coin? Hegemony's Sky saw through it at a glance. Hegemony belongs to increase the attack. Brothers in the front row. If you are tired, we, Hegemony Heaven, can take the top. As soon as Hegemony said this, the foolish ones gave up their positions. But the more refined players kept leaning forward. This group of people understood in their hearts that since Bastard Sky had said this, he must be certain. And since that was the case, they might as well attack even harder. Thus, in the midst of the Phoenix's physical pain, this group of players persisted in attacking for 2 hours. For 2 hours, the Phoenix had spent a full 8 million copper coins. This value, for Bastard may not be anything, but for the Phoenix mob group above the ground, this money, it was already a lot. Grass? What a turtle shell. Brothers, I have to go pick up the girl from school. You guys play. I'm not waiting either. This is a turtle shell. How can it not work? You guys go on. When you breach it, remember to tell me, so I can come and get some light too. After 2 hours of not breaching this layer of turtle shell, some of the players gave up at once. What else could they do? What else could one do? Here, it was simply a waste of time. With only a sparse number of players leaving, Bastard Heaven and the other guilds arrived at the front row and once again began their frantic attack. Hegemony has long informed the many guild presidents that this boundary, the Phoenix spends copper coins. Since this is the case, today must let him well out of the blood. With the Hegemony Guild gully aghast of the various guilds. Must be agreed on. Even the Elf God Guild pulled in a few artillery pieces. This is to fight head-on. Seeing that the major guilds played the first battle, the players who originally wanted to leave were not in a hurry to leave, and watched, attacking from time to time. What if these guilds players were able to break through? Another 3 hours of constant attacks. Phoenix's face completely changed. 15 million copper coins once again turned into a splash. Disappeared. Angry. Phoenix was truly angry. President. Fight. That's right. We can't let them take advantage of us even if we die. Chairman. Let us out. I'm going to give the Phoenix Guild a proper name. Right. Chairman. Fight. Fight. All the members of the Phoenix Guild were suffocated enough, as if they were volcanoes that had been building up for a long time. And they hated that they couldn't erupt instantly. Although these guild members were trying to share the burden for Phoenix. Phoenix was gloomy, and did not say a word. Right now, it wasn't the best time to fight 30,000 people from the Phoenix Guild? In front of millions of people. It couldn't even set off any splashes, and could only become sustenance for their attribute points. Unable to do anything else, Phoenix could only turn to the Death General for help once again. This time, Phoenix was also barefaced. Either you give me a solution, either I will give up this place. You have to remember that you were sent by the great god of death to assist me. The Phoenix's tone was cold, and the relationship between the two sides froze for the first time. For the first time, the 80-level Death General received a threat from a mole, and he was very upset, as endless pressure descended down. and a pair of large hands ruthlessly pinched the Phoenix's neck, wanting to make it die. In response, President Phoenix still had a generous expression of death. "I'll go. You're good." For those with clear eyes, it was not difficult to see that the 80-level Death General was furious. This was something that could not be helped for the Phoenix. After all, the entire copper coins of the Phoenix Guild could not be used to maintain the boundary. Right? The Death General took one step and condensed into a huge phallic figure that descended over the boundary. This was an 80-level Death Warrior. The coalescence of such a huge phallic phase immediately caused the players present to be terrified, especially because of the strong sense of oppression, which caused people's teeth to chatter and made them somewhat unable to take a step. Run. These words, I don't know who was the first to say it. It was like a decree. The players present immediately reacted and flew away. The scene was chaotic and extraordinary for a while. And there was even a stampede. Grass. The Rebirth Village would so hide such a terrifying big brother. Tianyang Town is trying to get us to die. Or is the information not equal? I told you. A legendary level quest. How could it be so simple? You guys say? Can this thing be killed? Before Batian could finish his sentence, he was killed by the terrifying Black Sword Chi, sending him back to Tianyang Town for free. This was the terror of an 80th level Death Warrior. The Death Warrior stepped forward and swung his sword again, still killing a large number of players. At this point, the major guilds no longer dared to think about killing this level 80 Death General. Being able to stay alive was already considered good. In response, the members of the Phoenix Guild did not suppress themselves and rushed out. How much they had suffocated earlier. How berserk they were now. The members of the Phoenix Guild appeared and began to pick up the pieces. Not to mention, under the terrifying oppression of the 80th level Death General, the besieging players only knew how to flee, not bothering at all about the Phoenix Guild players at the back. And they really did kill quite a few of them. This farce lasted for a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour was enough for the crowd present to escape the clutches of the Death Warriors. To be honest, the level 80 Death General didn't dare to chase after them too much. After all, this was still Tianyang Town. Perhaps, by the time he ran past 100 miles, he would be wrapped up and never be able to return. Within the village of Rebirth, he could rely on the statue of the God of Death to amplify his strength to the extreme. But once he was 100 miles away, it wouldn't work. When Batian and the others returned, they immediately released a post on the possibility of killing an 80th level Death Warrior. Everyone is welcome to speak out. Chapter 325 Lu Long's Return. Batian wanted to kill a legendary level Death General. This matter, Batian wasn't just talking about it, but he really wanted to kill it. 80 levels, that is legendary level. 90 levels, that is demigods. And 100 levels, true deities. A legendary level existence was already considered not low. Even under the God of Death, there were only a few hundred in the area, decapitating a legendary ranked existence. You, Batian, really do dare to think about it. Isn't this a joke? How could it be done? 80 levels, we're only less than 40 now. And when an attack falls on the body of a Death Warrior, maybe 90% of it is a miss. And even if it's not a miss, it's only a little bit of damage. God knows how thick the Death General's blood is. But when I played the Death copy, every Death Soldier's blood is very thick. How can I kill it? It's simply impossible to kill it. Under this article, countless players left messages. Only, none of them agreed. Instead, thinking that Batian was dreaming. Grass. How is it impossible to kill? Gods, we can also pile him to death. That's right. A small Death Warrior can still bounce around for a few days. Agreed. Batian. As long as you pull the head, we will definitely help you. Kill. Definitely kill. I can't think of a specific plan. But I agree. These were all messages sent privately to Batian by the presidents of the big guilds. And between the lines, all of them agreed with Batian's request. Hegemony fell into deep thought, deliberating with Sword of Ling Tian, Broken Shield, and the others. How to kill? This is a big problem. Even if we have invincible equipment and a true damage potion, it won't help. Sword of Ling Tian didn't want to kill. After all, it wasn't a small matter. Earlier, the Hegemony Guild went to kill the Essence Gold level Death Warrior that was so hard to kill. And it took almost a day to kill it. And now, you're asking everyone to go and kill this legendary level Death Warrior? Can't kill it. Can't kill it at all. For the time being, we definitely have no way. After some discussion, all the members of the Bastard Guild poured cold water on Bastard Sky. With no choice. Hegemony Heaven could only pause the matter and stop discussing it. What is Qin Fang doing right now? The Prophet God, who was busy with his official duties, suddenly had a whim and couldn't help but ask so. In the face of the Prophet God's inquiry, everyone cast their eyes on divine craftsman Lu Long, who, after all, had only returned from Tianyang Town. Qin Fang has advanced to the ranks of blacksmiths of the Essence Gold level with the ordinary method, and the follow-up is considered wasted. Divine General Lu Long sighed and informed the crowd that the Prophet God, the blacksmith divine bit that had coalesced in Qin Fang's body, had been melted and turned into nothingness, nourishing the divine bit platform in his body. And even if his natural talent was as strong as it was, it would be impossible for him to advance to the divine smith, unless Qin Fang was able to find another way to take another path. But obviously, he gave up on this opportunity. The Prophet God nodded silently before giving Qin Fang a divination. The hexagram showed mediocre luck, a mediocre life, but a hidden tendency to rush to the heavens. It was really the first time that the Prophet God had encountered such a strange trigram. Pay close attention to Qin Fang, but do not interfere. This was the Prophet God's attitude towards Qin Fang. Divine craftsman Lu Long returned to Tianyang Town once again to observe Qin Fang from a close distance, forging a few divine artifacts in the process. This time, divine craftsman Lu Long returned to Mount Qixia. That is, to collect divine grade materials. The return of divine craftsman Lu Long instantly gave the heart of the Tianyang Town City Lord a backbone. The Tianyang Town City Lord hurriedly visited, wanting divine craftsman Lu Long to deal with the matter of the divine spirit springs, and incidentally, to deal with the matter of the reborn village. After all, divine artisan Lu Long was a deity, and those who could do more could do more. In the face of the city lord's sudden visit, divine craftsman Lu Long still had to meet him. After all, he was on someone else's territory. Senior divine craftsman, I still ask you to help Tianyang Town get through this calamity. As soon as they met, the Tianyang Town City Lord was about to kneel down for divine craftsman Lu Long. The lord of a town, with a strength of 89 levels, was only one step away from being promoted to the demigod level. However, the Tianyang Town City Lord knew in his own heart that the difficulty of this step was simply impossible to cross with his natural talent. For the sake of the people of this town, he willingly knelt down and requested divine craftsman Lu Long to take action. Divine artisan Lu Long, who could not bear such a great gift, hurriedly assisted him, asking about the situation in Tianyang Town. When divine artisan Lu Long left, the divine spirit springs had already erupted. But this matter, he had already told the city lord that there was no need to worry about it, and that it would be dealt with by the human sages. But what was this farce? Senior Godsmith, you don't know, but the god of death has also interfered, pressing a nail next to the heavenly sun town. The Tianyang Town City Lord added to the conversation. The meaning of the words was obvious. You have to step in, behead him, destroy him. Divine craftsman Lu Long immediately agreed. It was a small matter. City Lord, wait for my news. This will go and get rid of this hidden danger. Godsmith Lu Long was very bold. Against the divine spirit fountain, he was not strong enough to deal with it, but to deal with just a legendary level death warrior, wasn't it a piece of cake? Thus, Godsmith Lu Long gathered all his aura and strolled outside of Tianyang Town. At this moment, the players were all unaware that the Heavenly Sun Town City Lord had chosen to let divine artisan Lu Long take action. Ding! Is it contacting player me? Before divine artisan Lu Long returned to Tianyang Town, the Prophet God had been alone with him and handed him an item to give to Qin Fang. Ding! Divine Spirit Lu Long requests communication. Ding! Communication has been picked up. This was where the deity's incomprehensibility was. Even if Qin Fang had turned on not accepting any communication, divine artist Lu Long was able to contact him, forcibly contacting him. Ding! 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 The sound of iron striking came from the opposite side, with a certain rhythm, yet slightly deadpan. This kind of forging method was not the emotional forging method of divine artisan Li Xie, nor was it divine artisan Lu Long's Qingchuan forging method, but was the most ordinary forging method, without any skills. by virtue of brute force, rawly quenching out the impurities within. Divine artisan Lu Long sighed once again. As Qin Fong was forging, divine craftsman Lu Long did not disturb him, but quietly watched. Yes, what Godsmith Lu Long had switched on was not yet a voice call, but a video screen call. As Godsmith Lu Long watched, he became more and more irritated. Where was the seemingly good beauty of this Qin Fong's forging? Where was the slightest bit of aura to speak of? The godly artisan Lu Long could conclude that this forging was bound to fail. Ding. Dong. Ding. You have failed to forge. As expected, Qin Fong's forging had failed. Only why was it that when godly artisan Lu Long looked at him, not only was he not sad, but he had a smile at the corner of his mouth? The child is unteachable. Divine artisan Lu Long shook his head, completely giving up on Qin Fong. At this moment, Qin Fong was completely reduced to mediocrity. Although this matter had their reasons in it, what godly craftsman Lu Long was even more angry about was Qin Fong's lack of motivation. Hey, senior, you're calling the communication. Is there something going on? Qin Fong inquired as he dealt with the residue. The matter of the forging failure was completely out of mind. Wait for me to finish handling the matter at hand and talk to you. Divine artisan Lu Long hung up the communication in a furious rage. Right now, he was in the wrong mood, and was no longer fit to chat with Qin Fong. Chapter 326 Death Yuan Shadow vs. Divine Craftsman Lu Long. As half of Qin Fong's teacher, this feeling of watching a once supreme seedling degenerate made Godsmith Lu Long's mood extremely depressing and very irritated. Godly artisan Lu Long descended to the Death Reborn village, carrying a full of anger. Quickly, open the Death Boundary. The Death General's voice carried great urgency, as it rang beside the Phoenix's ears. In the next instant, he even appeared from the void and descended beside the Phoenix, looking beyond the Death Boundary, as if he were an enemy. Seeing such a stance, the Phoenix did not dare to hesitate, and panically offered millions of copper coins, injecting them into the core of the Death Boundary. At the same time, he pondered in his mind which big brother had descended. Surprisingly, he was able to scare a legendary level death warrior like this. Before he could ponder for a moment, a system beep sounded. Ding. The Death Boundary has suffered unprecedented damage. Please inject 10 million copper coins to repair it. At this moment, Phoenix calmed down, no longer going to fill up his money, letting the existence of the outside world break the boundary. After all, he was out of money. Really out of money. Seeing such a scene, the Death Warrior immediately took out 10 million copper coins from his backpack and repaired the boundary. He was able to perceive the toughness of the visitor from the outside world. It was simply not something he could carry with force. Perhaps he would have to die here today. The Death Warrior's eyes looked towards Phoenix with a shadowy look, wanting him to take out the copper coins. But Phoenix was holding his head with both hands, looking his eyes elsewhere. A picture of not caring about anything. You brat. If old me dies, is it hard for you to live? The Death Warrior was furious. Yes, I'm able to resurrect. If you want money, you don't have any. But you need a life. Phoenix such remarks thoroughly enraged the Death Warrior. He immediately viciously strangled Phoenix. Let him feel the painful feeling of death plus body. However, the Phoenix had no feeling for this. And in the next instant, he was resurrected under the statue of the God of Death, and looked at the Death Warrior with a cold face. In his eyes, the Death Warrior was already a dead man. The members of the Phoenix Guild continuously stood up, their eyes spitting fire, wanting to kill the legendary level Death Warrior. It was true that he was the patron saint of the Phoenix Guild, but not if you were to show off internally. The Death Warrior, though, was sent by the God of Death to allow him to assist himself. But who doesn't know? It's responsible for monitoring itself. This thing is a time bomb. For the Phoenix, is this thing useful? The answer was yes. It was, but it was small. Was it hard to believe that he, a legend-ranked Death Warrior, would be able to single-handedly take on Tianyang Town? This was definitely impossible, since he couldn't take it on solo? And a ticking time bomb, who also disobeyed his own restraints and wanted to strangle himself at the drop of a hat. Then what's the point of keeping him? Wanting to overthrow Tianyang Town. Phoenix's mind already had a plan. One more Death Warrior was not much, and one less him was not less. Since someone from the outside world had come, to be able to make the Death Warrior so scared, It must be a very powerful existence. So it would be better to lend him a hand. Decapitate the Death Warrior. And destroy this one eye of the God of Death. No one would want to have an eye that constantly stayed by their side. Faced with such a phoenix, the Death Warrior had no choice. It could only turn back and return to the sculpture, contacting the God of Death and asking for a solution. This aura was definitely that of a god. In the outside world, a colorful black spear appeared in the hands of Godsmith Lu Long, lightly bombarding this boundary. Originally, Divine Craftsman Lu Long thought that he would easily be able to shatter it. But then, this strike merely caused countless cracks that looked like they were about to shatter. But they did not. Buzz, this death boundary. Not only did it not shatter, but on the contrary, it also recovered in an instant. Divine Craftsman Lu Long was slightly different. And once again, a blow blasted down. Dong. The entire death boundary instantly became a spider's web. But it still did not break. On the third strike, Divine Craftsman Lu Long got serious and straightened his back slightly. Dang. The fierce shot turned into a ferocious swimming dragon, as if it was going to devour everything. Instantly the death boundary was destroyed. The first thing the Godsmith Lu Long saw was the sculpture of the God of Death within the Rebirth Village. This thing was the root of the scourge, covered in 7-colored armor. Divine Craftsman Lu Long did not dare to be careless. And like a mighty god of war, he raised the lance in his hand, wanting to destroy the statue of the God of Death in front of him in one fell swoop. Oh! Who did I think it was? It turns out to be an unorthodox divine craftsman. At this moment, the statue of the God of Death suddenly liquefied, and then the figure of the God of Death coalesced. The God of Death did not place the slightest bit of importance in the eyes of a divine craftsman like Lu Long, even if at this moment, he was merely a statue. Oh! I wonder how many layers of the God of Death's strength a smattering of the God of Death's Yuan shadow power possesses. Divine artisan Lu Long was so underestimated that he immediately tore through space and brought the God of Death into another space with him. The God War, that is, had the potential to affect the Tiannong town. So Godsmith Lu Long opened up a whole new space. Although I only possess 1/10 of the power of my main body, it's enough to kill you. The God of Death was not sad or happy, as the infinite aura of death gathered in the heavens and earth. Over these years, why was the God of Death the first existence to break free from the seal and be able to walk around the heavenly destiny continent in a split body? That is because, these years, whether it is the human race, or the 10,000 races, the death of too many living beings, the death breath is too rich, so the strength of the God of Death gradually recovered, and even enhanced, so that there is still a surplus of the power of death to wear down the seal. In its heyday, the God of Death didn't even look at this kind of divine craftsman, because it could be suppressed with a wave of the hand, and was easily able to pinch it to death. But now, the divine craftsman Lu Long even dared to pretend in front of him. X. This could not be endured. Even if he was merely the power of the death god Yuan Shadow, he was not one to be messed with. Dang. The Death Yuan Shadow condensed a set of armor the color of deep black and fought with the 7-colored divine craftsman Lu Long. Ding. Dong. The fluctuation of the two fighting was very terrifying. Countless ripples stirred out. This small space was somewhat unable to withstand it, and many cracks appeared. After fighting until the burning of an incense stick, divine craftsman Lu Long fell into deep self-doubt. Could it be that he was really so unbearable? A divine smith could not even hold the power of the death god Yuan Shadow? The ashamed godsmith Lu Long immediately took out the flawed demigod artifact he had refined and instantly detonated it. The death Yuan Shadow's body instantly dimmed by a few points, and looked at divine craftsman Lu Long in a shadowy manner. Not bad. A ruthless character. But you? Able to self-detonate a few times? Godsmith Lu Long gritted his teeth, and once again self-detonated 2 demigod artifacts. The death god's Yuan Shadow power spat out a smudge of black divine power, and disappeared into nothingness. As this smudge of Yuan Shadow power disappeared, the God of Death instantly felt it. In front of him, the last image before the Yuan Shadow's death appeared. The silhouette of the divine craftsman, Lu Long, was clearly visible. The God of Death remembered this person. When you come out of the world, you will definitely kill him first. Godsmith Lu Long stepped out from within the space. Self-detonation 3 pieces of semi-divine artifacts. For him? This time, it was also considered to be hurtful. After all, these semi-divine artifacts, he also nurtured, with their own, is also considered to have a certain impact. Divine Artisan Lu Long endured the churning of blood in his chest, and blasted the Death Warrior's chest with a single shot. Chapter 327 Legend Not Dead. Phoenix concedes. The seven-colored light above the gun body flickered as if it was a whirlpool spinning, as if it was a colorful dragon in the nine heavens, carrying a fierce killing intent as it impacted on the legendary level Death Warrior, not wanting to give him any chance. Divine Artisan Lu Long stabbed out this shot and left decisively, seemingly confident in himself, thinking that it was impossible for the Death Warrior to live at all. The Death Warrior felt the strong threat of death, and immediately sacrificed all the defenses in his body. The pitch-black colored armor, the broken heart of death, devouring countless potions, condensed into a thick defense. And in front of his chest, a small base card coalesced from countless skulls resisted. The Death Warrior did his best. He didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. Thud. Under this blow, any defense of the Death Warrior is destroyed and shattered, becoming the past tense. Not the slightest defensive effect. Skull's small shield, instantly broken, into pieces disappeared, potion cohesion out of the invincible defense. Just touch. That became a point of light dissipated in the air. Black armor, also in an instant broken. Click. The seven-colored light ruthlessly pierced into the heart of the Death Decapitation, and then penetrated out. The Death Warrior's eyes gradually began to lax, and his body involuntarily fell backwards. Dang. The Death Warrior fell to the ground, splattering dust. Logically speaking, enduring such an injury, this person would surely die. But the Death Warrior survived? Although the Death Warrior was limp on the ground, and although blood was seeping out of his heart, he was still strong enough to survive. Phoenix wanted to know the situation of this place, but did not come by himself, but sent the Stranger Sword to come and watch. What exactly is the situation? The Stranger Sword looked at the Death Warrior lying flat on the ground, eyes closed, subconsciously thought that the Death Warrior died, but did not know that the next second, the Death Warrior suddenly opened his eyes, dead staring at the Stranger Sword. The Stranger Blade was stared at, and fled in panic. Not dead. He's not dead. This time, it was Phoenix's turn to frown. And in his heart, he kept cursing Divine Craftsman Lu Long for being a waste of space. That he hadn't even beheaded a Death Warrior, unbeknownst to him. At this moment, Divine Craftsman Lu Long had long been seriously injured, fighting against a Death Yuan shadow. Was it hard to really think that it was that simple? Definitely not. When the Death Elemental Shadow died, it also spread out the terrifying power of death, which was integrated into the body of the Divine Craftsman Lu Long. Godsmith Lu Long need to suppress this breath of death all the time, so that he cannot riot. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Divine Craftsman Lu Long was able to strike a blow that brought the Death Warrior to the brink of death, which was already considered his limit. It wasn't that he didn't want to make up another strike, but he really didn't have the means to do so. His condition? Is it considered a serious injury? A bold decision surfaced in Phoenix's mind. All members, kill for me. At this moment, the statue of the God of Death was also destroyed, and the Death Warrior was seriously injured. How could Phoenix give up such a good opportunity? If he was really beheaded by him, wouldn't it be? However, just as Phoenix had this thought in mind, the system beep sounded. Ding. The God of Death stipulates the following offense: this. Kill without pardon. Phoenix's eyes immediately recovered clear. No longer think about the matter of hands. After all, if you do it, the Phoenix Guild will be wiped out. Phoenix personally went and checked the situation of the Death Warrior. The Death Warrior was still lying on the ground, but the blood bar on top of his head was now only 1/1000th of a point. Only 1 point left, and the entire blood bar was flushed with red, giving off a feeling of being on the verge of death. Phoenix really wanted to make a move, but at this moment, he still brought a mocking smile on his face and handed the Death Warrior a bottle of inferior potion. This is our guild's best potion. I hope the human army commander doesn't mind. Death Warrior, the junior general of the 97th Army of the 8th Legion in the Kin Death Legion, usually spoke so that no one dared to face him directly. But now, a puppy like Phoenix was also able to bark in front of him, especially with this kind of beaten expression. It simply made the Death General want to strangle him once again. Luckily, he had initially thought that Phoenix had a good temper and was also considered humble, but it turned out to be all pretense in front of the God of Death. Now, His wolfish ambitions, and whatnot were all exposed. This kind of dog thing. No longer under his command. Otherwise, the Death General has 10,000 ways to play the player Phoenix alive. The Death Warrior disliked the Phoenix's disgustingness, and purposely took out the Death Boundary Core, setting up a separate boundary for himself. And now, the entire reborn village, exposed in the surrounding wilderness. At this moment, the Phoenix was truly dumbfounded. He really hadn't thought that this Death General had such a hand. This hand directly forced the Phoenix into a desperate situation. This Death Boundary? It was something that only generals could have. Used for security at the moment of setting up camp. Death Warrior wants to give you to use. Just give you to use. But now, he does not want to give Phoenix to use. Phoenix, like a classmate, had changed his face. Quickly transformed into a fawning smile. Hurriedly let the stranger sword go to bring the best potions within the guild over. Only, the Death Warrior had long since not wanted to take care of Phoenix. Villain. This is a real villain. How could the Death Warrior not sense the killing intent that the Phoenix had revealed to him earlier? It was so obvious. Not to mention a small gold-level potion. Even if a legendary-level potion was placed in front of him, the Death Warrior would not eat it. No one else. This person cannot. In the face of such a situation, Phoenix made a snap decision to let the members of the Phoenix Guild turn into a group and spread out, lest they be taken down by the players of Tianyang Town. The situation at this place was spread to within Tianyang Town in the first instance. This was because Bastard Sky had eyes arranged in this place. Inside and outside the Phoenix Guild, there were people observing their every move. It wasn't just hegemony, but members of other guilds had also placed eyes here. After all, the members of the Phoenix Guild can't possibly not come out all the time. As long as they come out, then it's a walking 5 million who wouldn't be red-eyed about this. Quick! The boundary of the outside world of the Death Reborn village was broken. The members of the Phoenix Guild are playing hard to get at the moment. Grass. Hurry up. The Phoenix Guild's players are running out. The major guilds reacted swiftly. And like capturing the wonders of heaven and earth, they began to round up the Phoenix Guild's players. As word spread, the entire Tianyang town boiled over. Capture them alive. Old Me wants to capture them alive. Quick! Don't let them escape. Right. Kill them 100 times first. Then capture them alive. There were too many monks and not enough meat. For a while, the Phoenix Guild players were caught and killed. More guild players, seeing that things could not be done, directly forced their way out of the game to avoid being killed and caught. But these Phoenix Guild players thought they were smart. But there were good people who had already marked points for them to sell out. Fate of heaven? The last thing that was lacking was bored players. So a large number of players started squatting. Unless you can go your whole life without logging into the game. Otherwise, the only thing that awaits you is death. Not to mention, some of the Phoenix Guild's players are also bloody. Turn their heads. And these players against the cut. But 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. Can only be hate death. After the death of the Phoenix Guild players, a system beep sounded in their heads. Ding. The resurrection stone within the rebirth village was detected to be destroyed. You are currently unable to resurrect. Ugh. This one sentence directly caused the players of the Death Guild to freeze. And a wave of panic, like a ghost, wandered in the hearts of the guild members. What is this situation? Is it hard to believe? They could never be resurrected again? In just 3 short hours, the players of the Phoenix Guild had been forced to go offline almost entirely. Phoenix, on the other hand, was able to hide within the Death Sandwich without dying with the skills rewarded by the God of Death. Phoenix also exited the game, and in real life, talked to the players about how the matter should be resolved. Grass. Overwhelming sky. Elven God. Broken. These guilds are simply too deceitful. They don't give us a chance to live at all. Stranger Sword cursed in such a way that one could feel his anger. That's right. Now we can't revive? How can this be? Might as well fight them. The Phoenix mob occupied a small town on top of this crumbling earth. And with this thunderous, ruthless tactics, they managed to gain a firm foothold in this place, becoming the king of this town. This area. Phoenix let them see what is called high-pressure rule. Disobedience? A light beating. A heavy fracture. Broken legs. And then heavier? Then, they are directly peeled and beaten as an example to others. The entire town is dead. But the place where the Phoenix Guild's top brass live is opulent. For example, at this time, the hall where the Phoenix executives were deliberating. Not to say that it was carved and painted, but there existed celebrity paintings and calligraphy, gold antiques, and also wanted to think of these tacky things to be able to set off their nobility. Within the deliberation hall, 7 or 8 high-level righteous indignation. These are all follow the Phoenix to fight the world's main. Each hand at least are stained with hundreds of human life. In the game, they might not feel it, but in reality, this group of people gave off a feeling that was very grim, and even made people feel fearful. Phoenix removed the helmet from his head and looked at the crowd. This time, my Phoenix Guild has admitted defeat, but we haven't lost. Before Phoenix exited the game, he had contacted the God of Death on how to coalesce the God of Death statue, also known as the Resurrection Stone. However, the reply received was, wait, when the Death Chi within the Tianyang town was once again 1 point thicker. The Death statue could naturally coalesce. Right now, the Phoenix Guild's players could only wait. Check who this person is? Who sent him? The Phoenix Guild wasn't considered to be completely wiped out. There was still 1% of the population that had been zeroed out by the Phoenix and hidden in Tianyang town, always ready to shake the foundations of Tianyang town. This task, that is, was laid out for them. So naturally, someone would notify them. Death Warrior. Heck, you're good. In Phoenix's heart, not only did he hold a grudge against all of Tianyang town's guilds, players, but he also held a grudge against Death Warrior. This time, hitting the snake didn't kill him. This was a blatant example. If one could strangle the Death Warrior to death, where would there be so many things? Waste. Truly waste. As for this deity, there was a guess in Phoenix's mind. He thought that it was either invited by Bastard Heaven or by Player Me. These two. The Phoenix's hatred for them increased even more. In these recent times, temporarily abandon Heaven's mandate and properly reorganize your internal affairs. I seem to have heard quite a lot of opposition to you lately. This is a sign that is not numbered. Divert everyone's attention. I feel that the Octopus City to the northwest of us has been a bit rampant lately. Phoenix's eyes were cold and his tone was icy. This virtual game, Heaven's Destiny, was supposed to help Phoenix get money. But now that they couldn't give money, Phoenix could only shift their focus to reality. After all, reality was their foundation. Right. The population in the city seems to have dropped a bit recently. Go buy some more slaves. Phoenix methodically laid out a series of tasks. The group of 7 or 8 people immediately turned away with a gloomy face. Who had tipped them off? Surprisingly, it had all reached the city lord. Death must die. Heaven's Destiny. The players of Tianyang town searched for 3 hours again, making sure that they could no longer find any Phoenix Guild players before calling it quits and leaving in droves. Who broke through the Phoenix Guild's defense shield? So terrifying. It's rumored that it was Tianyang town that struck out. I knew it. Heavenly Sun town definitely wouldn't watch us suffer without making a move. Yeah. This time, the 80th level legendary Death Warrior didn't make a move either. So it must have been decimated by Tianyang town. Cool. My attributes have been boosted by 5 points. This is equivalent to boosting a strike. The players of Tianyang town were all smiling and happy. The overwhelming Heaven Guild, Elven God Guild and other players who had captured the figure of divine artist Lu Long just wanted to show off that they knew the details. However, when they looked at the video screen again, the contents were erased by a mysterious force, and the interior was empty. There was no video footage of this. Who would believe what you saw? Thus, the matter of divine craftsman Lu Long's strike was not known to many players within the Tianyang town. Reborn Village. The Death Warrior, who was forced to hide within the boundary, spat out blood in large gulps. Just now, Phoenix, the antagonist, was watching, and he didn't want to lose face. But now, being wrapped in the boundary of death, he could do without the disgrace. This time, the injury was as heavy as the Death Warrior had suffered over the years. After all, he was pierced through the chest by a divine artifact from a divine artisan. The Death Warrior could clearly feel the weakness of the follow-up of this blow. Otherwise, he could really die. The Death Warrior took out a treasured bottle of a peak legendary great potion and condensed an infinite amount of death force to begin healing his wounds. However, The large hole in the wound was unable to recover its own blood. No matter what. Such a situation made the Death Warrior feel a slight sense of urgency. Outside of Tianyang town, there were many crises. If he could not heal his wounds in time, what awaited him? Could be death. If he let this deity know that he wasn't dead, he would even suffer an extinction crisis. After all, if he lived, it would be a disgrace to Godsmith Lu Long, who would definitely kill him by any means necessary. The Death Warrior controlled the boundary and hid underground, not daring to make the slightest movement for fear of being discovered. As for the Phoenix, the rebel, the Death Warrior did not put it in his mind at all. This guy? At the most, he was only a 10,000-man commander. What was there to be mad about with himself? This time, it is also considered to give him a small lesson, so that he can remember, so that he knows who can be messed with, who cannot be messed with. Chapter 328, Taking Chestnuts from the Fire. The legendary Great Death Warrior had never placed Batian in his eyes. This kind of humble ants. In normal times, he was not even worthy of lifting his shoes. That is, he had received the appreciation of the god of death. Otherwise, the Death Warrior would never have any intercourse with such an ant. Villainous describes the Phoenix this kind of person. Although they are all under the banner of the god of death, but still is ashamed to be without him. The Death Warrior's chest was condensing endless black breath that was about to turn into substance, trying to compensate for his wounds. But a missing heart? It could not be mended so easily. Hegemony Guild. After Bastard Sky watched the information coming from the scouts within the Phoenix Guild, he immediately lit up. Gather all guild members. Hegemony wanted to go and kill the legendary rank Death Warrior again this time. After all, from the video, it looked like this old boy was now heavily injured. Now was the best time to beat up the dog. Bastard Heaven sent this video to Qin Fong at the first opportunity so that he could take a look at it. After Qin Fong watched it, he immediately understood what Batian meant. This was a desire to slaughter this one Death Warrior. However, Qin Fong did not express his own opinion, but instead dialed Divine Craftsman Lu Long's communication to ask him about what had happened. Senior Godsmith Lu Long, did you go to the rebirth town earlier? Facing Qin Fong's inquiry, Divine Craftsman Lu Long, who was healing his wounds, informed him without any concealment. However, in the next second, he froze. Qin Fong had told him that the Death Warrior had not died. At this moment, Divine Craftsman Lu Long's entire being was dumbfounded. What? Surprisingly, it had not died. With the last blow, Godsmith Lu Long had used almost his full strength, and it was a blast to the heart. How could he still be alive? I'm going to kill him one more time. Divine Craftsman Lu Long suppressed his own injuries and still wanted to go and kill this Death Warrior. After all, this was what the Tianyang Town City Lord had entrusted him with, and he was considered to have not completed the task that he had been instructed to do. No need. Let us try first this time and see if we can be able to behead it. Qin Fong informed Batian of his plots. Hearing this, Divine Craftsman Lu Long immediately agreed to Qin Fong and the others' request. After all, Qin Fong was considered to be sharing his worries at this moment. Moreover, with the strength of Qin Fong and the others, it should not be a problem to kill this Death Warrior who was severely injured and on the verge of death. Ding! Divine Artisan Lu Long releases an epic level quest to you to kill the severely injured and dying Death Warrior. Quest reward Epic Grade Forging Drawing 1. This was something that Qin Fong currently needed. Ding! You have successfully received this quest. Qin Fong immediately contacted Batian and joined him in killing this heavily injured Death Warrior. Old brother, with our strength, are we able to behead him? To be honest, his heart was also a bit bottomless. Returning to his senses, Batian inquired thusly. I'll let the Hidden Earth, the Tree of Life return, plus the Bastard Guild. It should be about the same. But now there are two more problems. How to break the boundary. How to prevent other guilds from grabbing the monsters. These two problems, no matter what, could not be bypassed. This was the fate of the heavens. There was no way other players would let you succeed. They would definitely intervene. Things like this were commonplace. After hearing this, Batian fell into deep thought. Do it. Take a step and see what happens. This was what Batian thought. No. How about publicizing this matter and letting our people pick up the last bargain? This was Qin Fong's thought. After pondering for a while, Hegemony Heaven finally agreed with this idea of Qin Feng's. Thus, Hegemony Heaven made this video screen available to the public for a fee. Hee. You guys look at this article. It's about the life and death of a legendary level death warrior. This site screen. I have to see it. Wow. Don't be some kind of title party again. I've been fooled enough by these title parties lately. 30 copper coins. That's not too expensive. Watch. Watch. This must be watched. Players clicked on this video screen one after another. And every single one of them who watched it was silent before informing their own men of the cloth. As a result, countless guilds within Tianyang town began to stir. A legend-ranked death warrior in its full state. Everyone couldn't defeat it. But what if it was in a severely injured state? Couldn't they still not be able to defeat it? What did I say? How come we didn't see the death warrior make a move when we broke the Phoenix Guild earlier? Make a move. Make a move. Definitely make a move. Contact the major guilds. Which guild transmitted this video screen? Can it be contacted? All the major guilds had their own methods, wanting to know who was behind it. After all, this matter was too strange. And there must be someone who wanted to be a fisherman. In the end, the result of the inquiry was that it was sent out by a passerby. Someone gave him copper coins to release it. As for who it was, I don't know. The guilds had no choice but to take matters into their own hands. Players from all the major guilds once again traveled to the Death Reborn Village's compound to scout for the Death Warrior's traces. The players of the Phoenix Guild hidden within Tianyang town informed the Phoenix of the news of this place in the first instance. Within the Phoenix mob, the Phoenix fell into deep thought and couldn't help but look at the surrounding crowd. Within the guild, there was a spy, and the status of this spy was not low. This was because the location of the video screenshot was quite forward and quite clear. The things within the Phoenix Guild had unexpectedly leaked out without any details. Who was this person? A dangerous light flashed in the Phoenix's eyes as he kept looking around, wanting to find this person out. The Phoenix even brought itself into the angle of filming the video screen, and began to recall in its mind. Just who was it? Being able to shoot at this angle, in the middle of Heaven's destiny. The guilds in the Tianyang towns also had capable people present. After a series of probes, the Death Warrior's hiding place was unearthed and endless attacks descended. The Death Warrior, who was repairing his injuries, noticed the movement in the outside world, and first frowned before a relieved smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. For his injuries to be completely repaired, it would require infinite power of death. And with this group of people dying collectively, it must be about the same. Thus, a cruel smile emerged from the corner of the Death Warrior's mouth as he climbed out from the depths of the earth. Like a harsh ghost drilling out of hell. "Grow little characters, I don't go to kill you guys. It's already Heaven's grace. You guys? Surprisingly, you still dare to take the initiative to send yourselves to death?" The Death Warrior reluctantly condensed a void of pitch-black armor. A broken longsword condensed in his hand. His figure stood up. Still a party of demonic gods. Majestic. The aura of death filled the air. This black long sword, all filled with fine cracks, as if by glued force collage and everything. This long sword, which was already broken, was barely glued together by the Death Warrior with the power of death. Today, I will show you what it means to be at the legendary level. The Death Warrior mobilized the power of death within his body, and the terrifying Death Chi sword Chi reappeared. The players present were shocked, thinking of the feeling of fear they had been dominated by earlier. The group of players instinctively wanted to flee. But then, this terrifying sword Chi only decimated the front row of players. But only hundreds of players. Further back, the power of the sword Chi was slightly inferior. This time, the players of the major guilds had their hearts in the right place. This Death Warrior can be killed. Chapter 329, in closing. Ding. You have been decapitated by the Death Warrior. Ding. You have randomly lost 100 points of attributes. Such a system tone rang out in the minds of the death players. This group of players, immediately horrified, no longer dared to travel to this place. Even, this group of players had hidden this message. After all, they were the ones who lost their attributes. Is it hard to remind others? Let others prepare in advance. This is definitely not possible. Sit back and watch you all suffer. These guilds were not united together. But at this moment, they were joining forces together. Each of these guilds had their own agenda. All of them wanted the other guilds to charge first. And although they saw the hope of decapitating the Death Warrior at this moment, Everyone instead cowered, not daring to go forward. You guys look at this Death Warrior's blood level. The Death Warrior's blood quantity was something that everyone had noticed long ago. It was low. Very little. But then, it seemed that with the decimation of the previous players, his blood level had picked up. Kill. Don't give him a chance. Otherwise, when his blood recovered, we'll be the ones waiting to die. Although there were capable people analyzing such words, everyone was still looking at me and me. No one wanted to be the first to go. Humble ants. Death boundary. The Death Warrior also felt the severity of his own injuries. This sword skill that he had become famous for had only killed hundreds of mole crickets, which was hard for him to accept. The Death Warrior felt his own weakness, so he didn't want to let this group escape. If this group of people all fled, the Death Warrior's recovery would be a long way off. Therefore, the Death Warrior opened the boundary of death, enveloping all the guild players within a 100-mile radius. Inside here was the kingdom of the Death Warriors, and it was no longer possible for this group of people to escape, unless they died. Ding! You have been enveloped by the Death Warrior's boundary of death. In death, you will lose a random 100 points of attributes. The sound of this system tone immediately caused the faces of the players here to change. Here, at the very least, 300,000 players, Bathian and Qin Fong were also enveloped in it, and could not help but look at each other with a bitter smile. These two people? They wanted to become fishermen. But now, they had also become one of the snipers and clams. Brothers, we can't hide our clumsiness now. Can we? Or else it's 100 points of attributes that will be lost. 100 points of attributes. I don't want to lose them. Damn. Previously being killed. This system beep didn't appear. I know. This is the Death Warrior wants to heal. Deliberately so. Kill. If you want to be a pig, you will really be a pig later. The players didn't dare to escape anymore. Didn't dare to contribute anymore. After all, 100 points of attributes. To say more was not much. But to say less was also quite a lot. With 300,000 players, the slaughter of the Death Warriors was easy to handle, since it was the major guilds working individually. The Death Warriors' injuries were also gradually recovering. Even a severely injured Death Warrior was not something they could fight against. The Death Warrior wasn't a fool. His main target wasn't the warriors and knights in the front row, but the priests and the Holy Spirit masters in the back. These existences were able to keep adding blood to the other players, which was very annoying. If you all trust me, Bastard Heaven, let me take command below. At this time, President Bastard Sky ascended to the top, wanting the command of the major guilds. After all, Bastard Heaven didn't want to drop his attribute points either. Right now, only by unifying the command and planning would it be possible to kill this legendary level boss. Otherwise, the end result would only be that each of them would go their own way and each of them would be killed. Hearing such words, the presidents of the major guilds could not help but fall into thought. This seemed like a good solution. But by what right did Bastard Heaven become the commander? Why weren't they the ones to become the commanders? Moreover, who could guarantee that Bartion would be able to treat everyone equally after he became the commander? What if they let their guild members go to their deaths? What if their guild members became cannon fodder? These were all problems. And insurmountable ones at that. Do you agree if I become the commander? Bathian? This was the voice of the Annihilation Guild's president, as if he was deliberately looking for a fight. The first to stand up and oppose Bathian. Hegemony Sky frowned slightly. Annihilation Guild? It was this dog again. The situation is urgent. It is natural to choose the best person at this moment. Everyone present. Is there anyone else who thinks that I am not suitable? This was the basic situation in Huaxia. Even at such a critical juncture, one could not help but seize power. People didn't seem to be worried about the 100 points of attributes that would be dropped upon death. But rather, they were worried about the question of who would be in command. This, very localized, the Death Warrior, on the other hand, let out a laugh of shame. This was the inferiority of the humble human race, and no one understood it better than him. In the beginning, the god of death had used both this weakness of the human race to properly enslave them. Right, Bathian. I feel that I'm also capable of commanding this. Haha. I'm almost as good? Why should I let you command? I'm not convinced. The scale of the Bastion Guild, although it was the strongest and largest in Tiannong Town, but the credibility, it seemed that it was not high. The major guilds did not put the Bastion Guild in their eyes at all. Qin Fang quietly looked at everything in front of him, not knowing what to say. Could it be that hegemony was self-possessed and unimpressed? I'm player me. This time, the guilds that follow Bastard Sky's command will be given priority to purchase 30 pieces of purple gold level equipment at a 50% discount. As Qin Fang uttered these words, he immediately felt at least 20 eyes fall on him, each one of them scorching hot. Compared to Beishan's empty words, these guild leaders were more willing to believe Qin Fang. One must know that the current purple gold grade equipment had become the hard currency of the entire Heaven's destiny. Anyone who possessed purple gold grade equipment would definitely be able to walk sideways. This was a full 30 pieces of purple gold grade equipment. Which guild would not be moved? Sign the contract? This was Qin Fang, who had always been businesslike. With this one sentence, the doubts of the major guilds were completely dispelled. Agreed. But hegemony shall not intermingle any private individuals, and shall not allow our guild's players to go to the front row to die. Agreed. Agreed. The presidents of the major guilds instantly agreed. But with the same request, not to let Batian pit their players. In response, hegemony also agreed that this would definitely not be the case. At the top row, it was definitely the players of the Hegemony Heaven Guild. The players of the Hegemony Heaven Guild, at this moment, were not hiding. Each one of them was a purple gold level equipment, and the luxurious light was revealed, making the players of the major guilds astonished. This group of players, a full 100 of them, were all wearing purple gold level equipment. Each person, at the very least, 3 pieces. This was a terrifying thing. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, who didn't know about the relationship between player Jin and hegemony? The crowd was also aware of hegemony's financial strength. Hegemony Guild? What made it able to become the largest guild in Tianyang Town in a very short period of time? It wasn't because of money. The welfare of the Hegemony Guild was the best in Tianyang Town. No. Even the entire Heaven's destiny. Such a guild? Which one wouldn't want to join? Chapter 330 Legendary Grade Skill, Death Recovery. The members of the Hegemony Guild were each like dragons, bursting out with terrifying roars at the first opportunity. Charging at the front row, the members of the Hegemony Guild used their actual actions to prove the words of the president, and would definitely not let other guilds go to the vanguard. This was not to blame for the crowd. After all, without purple gold level equipment, trying to fight the vanguard, it was extremely easy to die, and could not carry a single blow at all. But the 100 or so warriors of the Bastard Guild, all wearing these 3 pieces of purple gold level equipment, these people were able to resist the attacks of the Death Warriors, and even were able to stun the Death Warriors. All members within the Death Boundary, listen to the order. President Batian called out from the top, and the players within the entire Death Boundary were all shaken in spirit. Here, 80% of the players were players from all the major guilds, while the remaining 20% were casual players. After the major guilds united, these casual players could only follow orders. Only, the Annihilation Guild did not listen to orders. This was something that everyone understood. The hatred between the Annihilation Guild and the Hegemony Guild was already too much to mention. In this situation, why would you expect the Annihilation Guild to listen to orders? It was already a blessing that they didn't mess up. In response, Hegemony Heaven was also unimpressed and directly ignored the Annihilation Guild. Warriors with blocking skills, knights with holy progenitus, and orcs who have mastered Beast God Boiling become the first echelon and assist the members of the Bastardly Heaven Guild in blocking the Death Warriors. But remember, don't hold out. You'll be decimated. Archers, mages, warlocks, elves, druids, and so on become the second echelon. Medium and long-range attacks. Remember to apply armor-breaking effects as much as possible to weaken the attributes of this Death Warrior. The amount of blood, priests, Holy Spirit Masters, etc. become the outskirts of the group. Spread out, so as not to be killed by the Death Warrior in one fell swoop. All members, on my command, regroup and switch formations. 300,000 players began to move. Such a scene, very spectacular. Ahem. Or chaotic. Hegemony frowned slightly in his heart. But it could only be so. After all, this was everyone's first cooperation. Could you expect more? This was clearly impossible. It was no exaggeration to say that it was already considered not easy to have such might. After 5 minutes of dilly-dallying, the 3 layers of the encirclement were barely in place. This speed, Very slow. But Batian is helpless. He can be angry? This will not be under his command. Angry to whom? Once angry, it is possible to trigger it as a big riot. Big deal? The same death. This 100 points of attributes he does not want. The players of my Tianyang town. Everyone is like a dragon. And the momentum is like a rainbow. In this situation, you can't be high-handed. You can only keep praising and praising. Things that could be resolved with 3 or 2 sweet words. Why did they have to make the scene so stiff? The players of the Elven God Guild are truly valiant and tenacious. Awesome. The players of the Broken Guild are fearless. Truly an example for us to learn from. Wow. Is this the Moxie Guild? It's really disciplined, and makes people feel like they're in the spring breeze. Such words continue to come out of Bastard Sky's mouth. Passing through the prop in his hand, a large loudspeaker that was transmitted to all directions. For a while, the presidents of the major guilds couldn't help but straighten their backs. And sighed in their hearts, this Bashan's eyes are still not blind. And so the attacks became even more vigorous. Bashan's compliments kept coming. Almost all of the guilds were praised all over again. Qin Fang wanted to attack, but was stopped by Batian with a look. Releasing a voice, "Don't reveal your strongest strength." Just the usual. Qin Fang nodded. He also understood the trick. Revealing full strength now? What about later? Moreover, if Qin Fang's strength was too strong, wouldn't it take them all by surprise? And end up becoming resistance? Being surrounded by the major guilds? Or even intercepted? Kill. Friends of the priests in the back row. Give it a shot. The front row is short of milk. Fighters in the front row. Girls in the back row. See who gives strength. See who's the fiercest. Milk whoever you can. Archers brothers. You are good. These words went down. Who else wouldn't be confused? For a while, the scene stabilized. Countless damage fell on the body of the Death Warrior, although 50% of the chance was miss. But then, it still exploded with strong damage. Death Warrior at this moment in the state of heavy damage. The players caused the lowest damage. Already not 1, but the lowest 10 after all. All of the equipment of the Death Warrior. All broken. Even at this moment forcibly restructured. Able to defend against the damage is also very low. Under such damage, the Death Warrior kept roaring. These ants, each of his damage, as if it is an itch. But so many small fists, combined together to cause damage, is also very painful. Well, more annoyed. Death Warrior's blood level was dropping. Holy shit. Our attack is effective. The Death Warrior's blood level has dropped by 1,000. Keep attacking. It's bursting with legendary level equipment. Seeing the hope, the players all wailed at once. After all, killing a legendary level existence had a chance of dropping legendary level equipment. Legendary grade equipment? This was comparable to the current purple gold grade equipment. It was 2 levels higher. What kind of concept is this? The major guilds knew it in their hearts. Now, it's not the moment to play smart. Everything is about killing the Death Warrior. President Annihilation. A trace of malice surfaced in his heart. This time, he knew very well that this was definitely a trick put up by Hegemony. Gathering the power of all the towns of all suns to behead the legendary level Death Warriors. Since Hegemony wanted it, then he would have to stop it. This time, the Hegemony Guild would definitely not be able to decimate this Death Warrior. The Broken Earth. What? The major guilds in Tianyang town have sought out the Death Warrior's hiding place and want to kill him. When Phoenix heard this news, he was first surprised, then closed his eyes and quietly pondered. This thing, it was a bit interesting. No, outside the Death Warrior's body, there can be a death boundary. I don't believe that this group of players will be able to break through the death boundary. The Phoenix replied in such a manner, yet unknown to him. This group of players really didn't breach the death boundary, but rather the Death Warrior took the initiative to let them in. Phoenix froze. He was a bit confused as to what the Death Warriors were trying to do. But as he saw one of the Death Warrior's skills within the guild, he instantly understood. Death recovery absorbs the chi of death, which slowly restores one's own blood. Simply put, the more people you kill, the more your blood will return. This skill, which was very ribald on weekdays, was very suitable for group battles. Phoenix knew the legendary grade Death Warrior's plot. He was actually trying to pitfall kill all 300,000 of these players. Death Warrior. Ruthless. As expected, To be able to become a legendary level existence? Which one of them was a simple character? Especially when Phoenix watched the video of the legendary ranked Death Warrior only being able to decimate a few hundred players in a single strike. It reinforced its own thoughts. This time, the guilds and others in Tianyang Town were being punked. And they were being punked in an uncomplicated way. Heaven's destiny. Outside the death boundary, the legendary level Death Warrior had taken in 300,000 players. But there were still countless players outside of the death boundary. This group of players, too, wanted a piece of the pie. Thus, they frantically attacked the death boundary, wanting to break it, rush into it, and behead the legendary Great Death Warrior. The Death Warriors, in response, directly injected 10 million copper coins before focusing their attention on the players within the boundary. Hey, mole crickets? Did you have a good fight? The legendary ranked Death Warrior suddenly stopped, assumed a blocking stance, and stood still in place. Attacks like a rain of bullets landed on the legendary Death Warrior's body, unable to deal any damage, and were all missed. Within 3 seconds, countless attacks were missed. In the next instant, a fierce smile appeared at the corner of the legendary Great Death Warrior's mouth, and he suddenly pulled out his long sword from his waist, and his sword aura spread across the 3,000 players, spreading the killing aura. These 3,000 players, other than the members of the Hegemony Guild, all of them died. The players of the major guilds were immediately startled. This old boy? Surprisingly, he had hidden a hand. Retreat. Quickly retreat. These were the voices of the major guild leaders. Their heartstrings were rattled and startled by this strike from the legendary class Death Warrior. Top it off. Don't mess up the formation. This was President Baishan's voice. The more this situation happened, the more it couldn't be messed up. Hegemony had reason to believe that this was the strongest strike that the legendary Great Death Warrior had been able to inflict so far, and it definitely required a special state to be able to inspire it. Two orders that contradicted themselves. The players of the major guilds still instinctively carried out their house president's orders. Thus, the formation was chaotic. At this moment, even if it was more boastful, it was also useless. Grass. The legendary Death Warrior's blood is rapidly returning. Marred. Isn't this a joke? After decapitating 1,000 of us, his blood has at least recovered by 1%. While we wasted half a day's effort and only managed to grind down 1,000th of his blood. How can we still play? Looking at the legendary level Death Warriors continuously recovering blood level, the eyes of the various major guild players turned, each with their own thoughts. But in the next instant, Qin Fang's figure moved. Don't go. This silhouette rushed out from the Elven God Guild, and the members of the Elven God thought that it was their own brothers and dissuaded them so. Unbeknownst to them, the one who rushed out was Qin Fang. When the players of the Elven God Guild saw it clearly, they shut their mouths and stopped talking. This was the player me. Maybe he had something up his sleeve? Hegemony also saw player Jin's figure, and he wanted to say something, but he couldn't at the moment. The current situation really needed someone to break the game. No matter what player Jin was doing by charging forward at this moment, he had become the benchmark, the spiritual belief of everyone. What is the most feared thing about this kind of large-scale battle? None other than routing. When a person retreats, the chain reaction caused is very serious. At this moment, Qin Fang rushed forward, instantly causing the retreating players to stop in their tracks. And they all turned their eyes towards Qin Fang. Player me? What does he want? Crap. At a moment like this, he still dares to charge upwards? That's right. Even if he rushes over at this moment. What's the point? The players expressed their incomprehension. Qin Fang flipped his hand, and a spherical object with a turquoise color appeared in his hand. Chapter 331. The great momentum has gone. The sharp-eyed players of the major guilds all saw the object that appeared in Qin Fang's hand, but without exception, they frowned, not recognizing it at all. What is this thing? Player me. What is this trying to do? Don't understand. Not sure. But this thing, it should have some effect. The players started discussing amongst themselves, but didn't recognize it at all. This thing. What was it? The players didn't recognize it, but the legendary ranked Death Warrior did. A look of horror appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but back away quickly, clearly frightened. In his eyes, he looked at Qin Fang with a touch of caution, as well as a strong killing intent. Useful? The players watched with unblinking eyes. This thing? It was claimed to be the nemesis of the god of death, the Thunder of Life. The greatest damage to the death lineage, that is. His legendary rank skill, Death Recovery, would become a dormant skill under the Thunder of Life. This meant that he would be completely unable to recover. If he was struck by the Thunder of Life, his hope of recovery would be cut off. Within a year, a legendary level Death Warrior wouldn't be able to recover with this legendary level skill, unless the god of death was exceptionally kind and gave him a massive amount of death chi, allowing his body to recover quickly. However, the probability was very low. This Thunder of Life in Qin Fang's hand was not given to him by Xueqing, but by Divine Craftsman Lu Long. Divine Craftsman Lu Long had dealt with the god of death for years and years. So could he not be unaware of the means of the god of death? If Qin Fang and the others wanted to kill a legendary level Death Warrior, this emerald green colored Thunder of Life could not be evaded and had to be used. This Thunder of Life curled up into a ball in Qin Fang's hand, as if it was a grenade. However, the moment Qin Fang threw it out, it instantly stretched out like a small emerald green snake that had been sleeping for years, resounding with the sound of breaking air as it descended in front of the legendary grade Death Warrior in an instant. The legendary class Death Warrior wanted to dodge, but this bunch of life grenades, aided by a dash of soul power by Divine Artisan Lu Long, as if it possessed eyes, locked onto the Death Warrior straight away. No matter how much the Death Warrior dodged, he could not avoid it. The legendary level Death Warrior did not want to resign himself to his fate, and a massive amount of death chi erupted within his body, wanting to wrap, and incidentally submerge, and dissipate this smattering of life grenade. The green-colored snake's eyes were dyed with green light, as if it had broken through space, swooping down on the legendary Death Warrior's body, and then drilling into his broken chest. At this second, the legendary class Death Warrior was as if he had gone rigid, stopping straight in place. Buzz, click, two sounds rang out, and the legendary class Death Warrior's blood volume, which was recovering at a rapid pace, came to an abrupt end. The Thunder of Life drilled into the legendary class Death Warrior's body and instantly exploded to describe endless seals, weaving into countless fine webs that enveloped the blood in the Death Warrior's body, enveloped his bones, and ultimately seeped into the depths of his bone marrow and disappeared. At this moment, the legendary level Death Warrior could feel that not only was the skill of Death Recovery sealed, but the power of death in his body was also sealed by nearly 1/3. The Death Warrior originally wanted to wipe out this group of players. But now look, this seemed to have become his certain death. The players within the death boundary all clenched their fists and reddened their faces. So that's how it was. The players would come forward. It turned out to be restricting the Death Warrior's most insoluble skill. In that case, this legendary level Death Warrior boss would be killed today. Good job. A model for my generation. Haha. Awesome. The voices of praise were endless for a while. Kill. Qin Fang put on a set of purple gold level equipment from the Ring of the Golden Dragon, waved a huge sword in his hand, and fiercely blasted at the body of the Death Warrior. -158. This was Qin Fang's damage, which was higher than the damage dealt by any player. After all, Qin Fang was wearing a set of purple gold level equipment. Griffin, you completely angered me. You're really going to die. The Death Warrior snapped back from his daze, his breath erupting like a volcano as he vented his endless fury on Qin Fang's body. This person destroyed all of his hopes. 3 consecutive slashes. The Death Warrior's feet moved as 3 segments of chopping impacted towards Qin Fang. The 3 segments of chopping. One segment was stronger than the other, and under the 3 segments, even an existence of the same rank would not be able to carry it. The first chop. Qin Fang was chopped backwards and flew out. His ribs broke 7 or 8. His blood was weakened by 70%. Fortunately, he swallowed the perfect blood recovery potion in time to keep his blood at its peak. Second chop. Qin Fang was chopped even further. His blood level dropped by 99%. If Qin Fang hadn't turned on invincibility in time at the last moment, with this strike, he would have been chopped alive. The third chop. Qin Fang could not carry it no matter what. So he quickly took out a taunt puppet from the Golden Dragon's ring and threw it at the feet of the Death Warrior before quickly retreating himself. This was his only hope of surviving. The taunt puppet was also of some use to the legendary level Death Warrior, and his third strike was forced to blast on top of the taunt puppet. The legendary grade Death Warrior's eyes turned with a vast killing intent like that of an abyss as he stared at Qin Fang in death. However, the movements in his hands could not be moved, and he could only keep attacking the mocking puppet. Quickly, brothers. Kill quickly. Priests. Holy Spirit masters. Quick. Give my taunt puppet blood back before it gets seconded. Kill. Kill this legendary level death warrior. I don't want anything for his loot. This was Qin Fang's triple roar. And after hearing it, the players were suddenly hardened. If it was distributed according to labor, wouldn't most of the harvest have to be given to Qin Fang after he used such a strong prop? But now, Player Jin had even taken the initiative to give up the drop, which was good news for the crowd. Player Me, I hope you're true to your word. All major guilds, listen to my command and kill. Hegemony spat out such words. The meaning of this was already obvious. This was in lieu of the major guilds agreeing to your request. I hope that you will honor your agreement. Qin Fang quickly wrote down the contract and informed the presidents of the major guilds to sign it. The major guilds, there's no need to be so businesslike. But signing it was nothing. Brother Me, I trust you. Haha. I trust you too. Charge. Brothers, don't be afraid to die. The blood return of this legendary level death beheading has been limited by my brother. Can't we still kill it? Batian, it's up to you. From now on, fully follow Baishan's command. All of the Elven God Guild. All of you follow Baishan's command. The guild leaders of the major guilds spoke at once, stepping back and allowing the guild members to listen to Baishan's commands 100%. This was to give Batian relief and make him understand that what happened earlier could not happen a second time. But at the same time, a message was also sent within the guild channel. When the legendary ranked death warrior has only 1% of its blood left, fight individually and grab the final blow. Pay attention. Never pay attention. Now, the situation was critical and you were needed to command. But in the end, when the legendary level death warrior only had one breath left, it was the moment for the 8 immortals to show their skills. Only then did Baishan's face ease. This command? It's hard to be awe. The mocking puppet's blood level was very healthy under the constant blood return from so many priests. The legendary level death warrior, like a silly roe deer, was attacking non-stop. But anyone could tell that this mocking puppet wouldn't last long. In addition to its blood, the taunt puppet also had durability. At the moment, although the taunt puppet's blood was recovering, its durability was decreasing. After all, this was a legendary level death warrior blast. How could it be so cardless? 1 minute. The taunt puppet that cost 8 million copper coins. In the hands of a legendary level death warrior. It only took 1 minute of light. That is, it shattered all over the place, completely becoming waste. Durability expired, so it shattered. During this minute, because all of the attacks landed on the death warrior's body, it caused his blood level to drop by 3,000ths once again. Get out of the way. Let me kill this scumbag. Otherwise, you'll all have to die. The legendary level death warrior spat out these words as he faced the layers of players. For these mole crickets, what the death warrior hated more in his heart was Player Jin. Player Me, must die. Must die. Qin Fang's heart was pounding. If the death warrior was truly immortal, he'd better exit this death boundary before it was too late. What kind of joke is this? Do you still think that you are a legendary level death general? Shouting like a mole cricket. Do you really think we are mole crickets? I'll teach you a good lesson today. A mole cricket is also capable of eating an elephant. You're bound to die today. Before Qin Fang could take a stand, the members of the Bastard Heavenly Guild stepped out to fend off the legendary ranked death warrior, preventing him from stepping one step out of the encirclement. You guys, are you really looking for death? The legendary class death warrior was truly enraged, since this group of mole crickets wouldn't allow it. Then, let's just kill this group of mole crickets first. At the same time, the guild leaders of the major guilds had a bold idea in their heads as their eyes rolled. Brother Me, my subordinates can't do any damage, and they can't do any blood. So why don't you sell us the purple gold grade equipment first? This way, we'll also be able to protect you better. This voice rang out as if it was putting itself in Qin Fang's shoes and thinking for him. All for his own good. However, on the surface, it was for Qin Fang. But behind his back, it was for himself. After all, nowadays, only the Hegemony Guild possessed purple gold level equipment. So when the legendary level death warrior was left with only 1% of his blood, how could they possibly rob Bastard Heaven? Thus, They wanted to buy it in advance, so that they could be even with the Hegemony Guild later on. And at the very least, they would be able to have a greater chance of snatching it. Right. Brother me. Look. Our guild's players are struggling to hold on. I see. This legendary Death Warrior's damage is too high. They can't carry it. Brother me. 50% off. I know you've already hit the lowest discount, but it would be better if it could be even lower. This was clearly taking advantage of the fire, and wanting an even lower discount. So many guild presidents surrounded Qin Fang, smiling on the surface. But behind his back, they were revealing their fangs, wanting to devour all of Qin Fang's skin and bones. These guild presidents had also calculated Qin Fang's soft underbelly. You cannot trade, but we can also withdraw our players. And at that time, you'll be left alone to bear the wrath of the legendary ranked Death Warrior. Chapter 332 To Die Together. Qin Fang looked at the group of players with a smile on his face, and calmly took out the contract signed by the group earlier from within his backpack. Once the contract is signed, it cannot be changed. In order to prevent all of you from reneging with me, I have specifically set the amount of compensation very high. If all of you are willing to compensate me for this breach of contract, I am willing to discount the amount of everyone's contract down to 30%. Qin Fang's words immediately caused all the guild leaders to freeze. Then, they carefully looked over the terms of the contract. After reading it, all of these guild presidents fell silent. This liquidated damages was surprisingly as high as 1 billion copper coins. Brother me. Look at this liquidated damages. Isn't it too high? Right. Brother me. We won't default on the contract. Look. The faces of each of these guild presidents were as ugly as the color of pig's liver. They really hadn't expected that Playersian would leave such a big hole in the contract. Now, Playersian agreed to their request, agreeing to lower the discount, but only on the premise of paying the liquidated damages. This request, if placed in the past, really wasn't excessive. But today, this request was very excessive. A contract is a compensation of 1 billion copper coins. Now here are almost 30 contracts, which is both 30 billion copper coins. This amount of money are enough to buy how many purple gold level equipment? These guild leaders? How could they possibly agree to it? Brother me. Can you make some accommodation? Yes. Brother me. We are sincere. After all, our brothers really can't carry it. 50% off. Sell it to me. At this moment, the first guild leader fell back, not pressing Qin Fang, but requesting to sell it to them at a 50% discount, as per the contract. As such, the smile on Qin Fang's lips grew even wider as he looked at the crowd and nodded his head. Qin Fang had quite a lot of purple gold grade equipment in his hands, but in order to take care of the crowd's emotions, he still said so. This batch of equipment was originally customized by other players from Heaven's Destiny. But now, I will first sell it to you all at a low price. But please also keep it a secret for me. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to do the same if the player who made this batch of equipment gets mad. Qin Fang, who had quite the potential to be a treacherous businessman, said so. We and others will definitely keep your secret. Don't worry. Brother me. We are not such people. By the way, brother me, this is the copper coins we need for our purchase. These guild leaders were very quick on the surface, handing over the money with one hand and delivering the goods with the other. But behind their backs, they instantly sold Qin Fang out. Among the interactive forums of Heaven's Destiny, a top post appeared. Shocking. Player me actually did this kind of thing for the sake of profit, involving the higher echelons of Heaven's Destiny. This dog-like title immediately caused countless good players of Heaven's Destiny to frantically click and watch. Grass. I thought something horrible had happened. So this is it. This has nothing to do with me. Whatever. Huh? My customized equipment was even sold by Player me. Grass. Is that true? Didn't Player me say that it would take another day for my equipment to be forged? I have to go ask. I can't be left in the dark. Thus, messages like snowflakes were sent to Qin Fang, asking him about his equipment. To this, Qin Fang responded with only 2 words. Nonsense. Your equipment will be able to be in place tonight. After receiving Qin Fang's exact reply, these people then called it quits. After all, it was indeed not yet the time agreed upon in the contract. Qin Fang turned his eyes towards the group of guild leaders not far away and sighed in his heart. This group of people, they really deserve to die. On the surface, They had promised well. But then, they had sold him out in an instant. This group of people wanted to see Qin Fang's joke. Qin Fang hadn't broken them up either. This was the business world. After trading the purple gold equipment, the members of the major guilds all wailed, one after another, replacing Beishan's position in the front row, wanting to experiment with the purple gold equipment. Not to mention, the quality of this batch of purple gold grade equipment was very strong. For a while, the legendary ranked Death Warrior's blood dropped at an accelerated rate. 10%. 9%. The Death Warrior was very suffocating at the moment. Even if he was able to kill all of the players present, he was unable to recover from his injuries. On the contrary, under the onslaught of countless players, his injuries were gradually deteriorating. In particular, he was able to feel that the thunder of life in his body was not erupting, but was lurking, preparing to give himself a fatal blow. Under this situation, it made the Death Warrior's hatred for Qin Fang reach the extreme. The Death Warrior wanted to completely obliterate Qin Fang. But then, with this group of people surrounding him in the middle, he was unable to accomplish this goal. Kill, brothers. 7%. Hee. If I kill a legend-level existence today, I'll be bragging about it for a year at the very least. No. I'll take 3 years. This is a legendary class boss. In other towns, the most they had seen was an Essence Gold level boss, which was as exciting as the Tianyang town, which had only been open for 2 months. The major guilds namely joined forces to kill the severely injured legendary grade Death Warrior. Go to hell. Humble ants? The Death Warriors slashed horizontally and vertically. And with each strike, they carried this tremendous greatness. The advantage of the man-on-man tactic was manifested to the fullest at this moment. 5%. 3%. 1%. 300,000 players had spent a full 5 hours, paying the price of 80,000 casualties, finally suppressing the blood quantity of the legendary Death Warrior to 1%. The 220,000 players present couldn't help but slow down the movements of their hands, incidentally leaving behind the skills that dealt the most damage. This final blow. Who would want it? The legendary level Death Warrior was not berserk. He was already heavily injured. And if he went berserk, he would definitely die. Kill. It was as if the people from the Bastard Guild couldn't feel the change in the atmosphere around them, and their attacks were still as powerful as ever. The presidents of the major guilds, on the other hand, were arranging within their guilds what and how they should do later on. The members of the Annihilation Guild, too, began their preparations. Each of them had their own ideas. The death of a legendary level Death Warrior? It was already a nail in the coffin. But after he died? How would the loot be distributed? That was the most important issue at the moment. In order to solve this problem, the crowd would definitely fight for their brains. Ah, you mole crickets. I won't let you have your way even if I die. The Death Warrior angrily revoked the death boundary at the first opportunity, allowing all the players inside and outside the boundary to see him with only 1% of his blood remaining. For a moment, the players in the outside world were like cats seeing fish, swarming up to him, wanting to fight for the final blow. Whoever was able to grab the last blow would not only gain profit, but also fame. In the future, it would definitely be, "This is so-and-so who killed the legendary boss. Death Spirit, my master, I believe in you. I will sacrifice a massive amount of death chi. Please also allow me to enter the kingdom of God after I die." The Death Warrior gathered a superb aura. His body began to expand without limit, and the countless death chi around him was like seawater pouring in, crazily integrating into the Death Warrior's body. At this moment, a flash of black light enveloped the Death Warrior, leaving him in an invincible effect. As countless attacks fell, unable to cause any damage to him. In just 3 breaths, the Death Warrior's originally thin body became the size of a hot air balloon. A dangerous aura drifted around. Attack! Attack! Sensing that something was wrong, Bastard Sky still wanted the players to attack, wanting to snuff out the danger within the cradle. Run! It was Qin Fang's voice, trembling between his words. This kind of situation was often seen by Qin Fang in his previous life. This was the last move of a Dark Divine Spirit soldier above the purple gold level, self-destruction. Dying with the enemy. In the previous life, when a Dark Divine soldier above the purple gold level encountered a crisis of certain death, he would take the initiative to blow himself up, severely damaging and killing the surrounding players and NPCs. The greater the number of deaths, The cohesion of the gas of death. That is, the more likely to be resurrected in the kingdom of the gods. This is the god of death's license. Other divine soldiers cannot be replicated. This death warrior, from the beginning to the end, was not in a hurry, nor did he ever really despair. That is, for this reason, I'll be buried with me. The legendary class death warrior spat out his last words. That is, he transformed into a radiant black bright light, instantly covering an area of 500 miles in a radius. All the players within the 500-mile radius died. Without exception. Batian, Xinfang, Sword of the Sky, Annihilation and so on. No matter who you were, all of them died under this flash of strong self-destructive power. Under the power of self-destruction, everyone was equal. No matter if you were a guild leader or an ordinary player, all of them died. Even though Qin Fang used his invincible equipment in the first instance, he still couldn't carry it off and died. The system beep sounded in the ears of all the players. Ding. You have been obliterated by the legendary level Death Warrior self-destruction. Ding. You have been extracted 3 random attributes. Next to the resurrection point in Tianyang town. It instantly became crowded and extraordinary, with a very noisy crowd. And every now and then, a few screams could be heard. Grass. Old me's attributes dropped. My damn. My attributes. My equipment all dropped. This? It's so hard for me. Is it easy for me to raise my attributes a little? I'm just a spectator. I don't need to be so desperate. Is this a legendary boss? This time, it gave Tianyang town a hard lesson, letting them know that even a heavily damaged legendary level, it was also not to be bullied. This kind of existence possessed the ability to lift the table. You play? You play my arse. You play. Grass. The purple gold grade equipment that I just bought has dropped. This guild leader cried out for a moment. His luck was really bad. It was so hard to purchase a few pieces of purple gold level equipment. But at this moment, he even dropped a sword. Run and see if it's still in place. The guild members gave advice. But the odds were that it wasn't there. Run and pick up the equipment. Yeah. Old man's equipment. A word woke up the dreamer. So many people died? Wouldn't a huge amount of equipment be left behind in the same place? Thus, countless players instantly transformed into scuds and quickly raced towards the death point. But when they actually arrived at the death point, they were startled. This? Is it really as far as human power can reach? Chapter 333 Ding. Dare to fight. Inside the Hegemony Guild's quarters, the members of the guild? Each of them were resurrected within their own guild resurrection stone. Holy crap. Old me dropped a purple gold level equipment. 8 million. Gone. It's over. I dropped it too. Day. A kind of sun. This is my loan with the president to buy Ah. This is not finished? Hurry up and rush. Go see if it's still there. Even if the players of the Hegemony Guild were rich, losing 8 million for nothing hurt their hearts. Especially some of the players who had taken out loans to purchase the equipment. At the moment, they felt like the sky was about to collapse. The Bastard Guild is not an example. At one time, countless players whimpering a group of people towards the distance to run away. The rebirth village picked by the Phoenix Guild had already become a thing of the past. This place. It became a deep pit, as if it was a dried-up lake. At the bottom of the pit, it was covered with countless equipment, glittering with the luster of bronze, silver, gold, even the radiance of purple gold, bejeweled, letting people know at a glance that this place had once been brutal. Before the players of the major guilds could react, the players of the Phoenix Guild who had gone offline, under the guidance of Darky, instantly logged into the game, jumped within the large pit, and began to select equipment. No interest. Just gold level. Fine gold level. Purple gold level equipment. What are you doing picking up silver level equipment? Hurry up. Later on the group of players are killing back. We don't have much time. Speed. 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 Crap. I picked up 3 pieces of purple gold level equipment. Rich. I'm really rich this time. What is this? Honor value equipment? Crap. Someone exchanged an honor value equipment so quickly. The players of the Hegemony Guild seemed to be going crazy, picking and choosing with red eyes. The flowers were all over the place. Not to mention the fact that there were so many high-level equipment. That's not right. Where are the drops after the death of a legendary level Death Warrior? That was the focus of the Phoenix Guild this time. The drops of legendary class Death Warriors. If they were able to rummage through the drops of legendary class Death Warriors, the Phoenix Guild would directly take off. But unfortunately, no matter how long the Phoenix Guild rummaged around, they still couldn't see any traces. Withdraw. Quickly withdraw. Don't hesitate. Hurry up and exit the game. This group is coming. Hurry and withdraw. The Phoenix Guild's players were the first to retreat and exit the game. This time, when they decimated the Death Warriors, the Phoenix Guild became the final winner instead. It wasn't a blame on Bastard and the others. After all, who could have thought that the Death Warrior would end up blowing itself up? And the power of the blow-up was so powerful. When the players from the major guilds arrived at this place, they only saw silver and bronze level equipment, which were all left over from the Phoenix Guild. Despite this, there were still countless players rushing down the slope of the pit, rushing to grab it. A piece of bronze level equipment wasn't worth much. But what if it was 100? 10,000 pieces? The scene was chaotic, and a new round of fighting began. Crap. Where's my purple gold level equipment? Who picked it up for me? That's not right. Where's the high level equipment here? It's impossible that they've all disappeared. Phoenix Guild? Old me remembered. We all died. But Phoenix Guild players can log into the game. This was a smart person who figured out the cause and effect of the matter in the first instance. Thus, the fight at this place stopped for the time being. Silver level. Bronze level equipment? Was there any need to grab them? Grass. The drop of the legendary ranked Death Warrior. It's not like they took it as well. Damn. It's possible. This time, it's a fucking basket case. Grass. Who would have thought? This time, the Phoenix Guild became the biggest winner this time. But it's really ironic. Although it was clear that it was the Phoenix Guild that got the Death Warrior drop. But? Was it possible to snatch it back? Definitely not. Everyone could only resign themselves to their fate. In a short while, a spring began to gurgle out of the ground beneath a large pit. In the beginning, it was countless equipment that was holding it down. But at this moment, there were no more constraints, and the water gushed out. After a long time, this place might become a medium-sized lake. The reborn village, completely gone. The Phoenix Guild's bottom line, also lost to the crowd. Now, as long as the members of the Phoenix Guild appeared, they would properly become the target of everyone's hunt. Qin Fong resurrected in his private territory and checked his equipment drop. Perhaps it was because Qin Fong was still in a red name wanted state. Qin Fong's purple gold level equipment had all fallen out. This simply led Qin Fong myocardial infarction pain. This is too painful. This money obviously cannot be lost. But what made his heart ache even more was that his attributes had dropped by 3 points. As a blacksmith, his attributes were already low. But now, even more so. His strength had dropped by 3 points. Phew. Qin Fong was alive with anger. But fortunately, the system beep sounded, giving him a slight relief. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a level 60 epic level drawing, the Golden Rock Red Eye Pistol. This was a weapon that a gunner could equip. And it was an epic level existence that would definitely cause a mad rush once it was built. It was a pity that it was level 60. Otherwise, Qin Fong would want to try forging it now. The matter of the reborn village came to an end. The Phoenix had tried to return with great fanfare. But now, it was about to disappear under the suppression of the crowd. Within the town of Tianyang, the city lord was the first to notice the demise of the God of Death statue, and felt the death of the Death Warrior. At this point, the city lord was the first to visit divine craftsman Lu Long to thank him for his contribution to Tianyang town. Divine craftsman Lu Long excused himself, and still accepted this gift. After divine craftsman Lu Long completely suppressed his injuries, his figure flashed, and appeared in front of Qin Fong. The barrier of the private territory was as if it was nothing to him. Qin Fong. Here. This is what the prophet God told me to give you. Divine artisan Lu Long threw Qin Fong a dark substance, roughly the size of the palm of his hand, without any aura, luster, or divinity. If he had to say, it was similar to a black stone picked up randomly by the roadside. Dare I ask senior divine artisan Lu Long, this move by the prophet God? What does it mean? To be honest, Qin Fong didn't understand. Really didn't understand. Having a god-level existence? Specially come to deliver a black stone to himself? What kind of operation was this? Could it be that this stone contained some specific secret? Qin Fong was patient, and continued to watch. In the next instant, the dark stone remained unchanged. I don't know. I'm only responsible for delivering this stone. Qin Fang. Endeavor. The path of forging. I'll be waiting for you at the top. Although divine craftsman Lu Long hated the iron, he still cheered Qin Fang on. Divine artisan Lu Long left, and Qin Fang casually threw this stone aside. Ding. Player Batian requests for communication. Do you agree? Agree. Old brother. Old brother isn't crying misery with you. This time, Bastard Heaven Guild's losses are too great. Hegemony Sky began to complain. This time, Hegemony Sky Guild had dropped more than 20 pieces of purple gold grade equipment. This was still the fast reaction of the crowd. Otherwise, with the red name status of the members of the Hegemony Guild, they would have definitely dropped everything. More than 20 pieces? That's 200 million copper coins. Bastard Sky nearly died of anger alive. Older brother, you don't have to say anything. 20% off. Sell a batch to Bastard Sky Guild once again. This was Qin Fang's righteousness. What about 20% off? Where could there be such a discount? Batian was also satisfied, quietly waiting for Qin Fang's equipment. It was night. Countless death chi gathered, and once again condensed into a statue of the god of death, thanks to the Death Warrior self-detonation. Otherwise, it would definitely be impossible to condense this much death chi in a short period of time. The Phoenix sensed it at the first opportunity, and pocketed the god of death statue at the first opportunity, lest it be broken again by another player. In the end, the Phoenix directly gritted its teeth, tightened its belt, and spent 100 million copper coins to purchase a small private territory from the hands of the second-tier traffickers in Tianyang Town as the Phoenix Guild's residence. This private territory was only the size of a manor, barely able to accommodate all the members of the Phoenix Guild. This place, if it was done before, Phoenix would not even look at it. But now, it could only be a place to settle for. The ability of Heaven's destiny to collect gold was obvious to everyone, regardless of whether it was the major top families in the Sky City, or the major thug groups above the ground. Almost all of them had their eyes invested in Heaven's destiny. The members of the Phoenix Guild were resurrected within their private territories at the first time. At 10 minutes past noon on the second day, the Phoenix Guild released a provocative voice for the entire Tianyang Town. All members of the Phoenix Guild. Challenge all members of Tianyang Town. You and others. Dare to fight? The Phoenix Guild openly called out to the players of Tianyang Town. This was the result of a day of pondering by the Phoenix. With just one Phoenix Guild, if they wanted to fight with the players of Tianyang Town, they would not be able to do so, and could only be chopped up like treasured animals. With no choice but to activate this method, Phoenix could only do so. He wanted to do it for real. If he lost, his side would have no losses, and he would be able to harvest a strand of death chi. And if he won, he would be able to improve his attributes. Crap. Phoenix Guild is crazy. Dare. Definitely do it. Hee hee. No wonder the Chicken Guild's bottom line is full. So it's because they purchased a private territory. Now, it would be impossible for the major guilds to surround the Phoenix Guild. All members of the Phoenix Guild, 30,000 in number, will use the ring system in Tianyang Town to randomly challenge players in Tianyang Town. Will you dare to fight? Phoenix started his voice again, announcing the rules of the game. Ahem. Let's introduce the ring system first. Within Tianyang Town, fighting is not permitted. But the hatred between the two has reached a point that cannot be resolved? What to do? You can apply to enter the Tianyang ring, and the two will start fighting. Each time it opens, 100 copper coins will be paid by the loser. It was because of the copper coins that had to be paid that a large number of poor people chose to fight outside the town, lest this money be earned by Tianyang Town. This is the first function of the ring system. And the second function? On the other hand, it was a challenge. Let's say there were players who wanted to sharpen their combat level and didn't want to go kill people or challenge monsters. What to do? The challenge function was created specifically for this group of people. Challenges can be divided into two kinds. One is to randomly choose their own people. It is possible to be matched with an imbecile. It is also possible to be matched with a supreme master. Everything is random. This is the type of challenge that Phoenix chose. The second kind of custom challenge. You choose a player. As long as the other player agrees, the battle can begin. This is not suitable for the current Phoenix Guild. Chapter 334 Ding. Requesting a trade. All members of the Phoenix Guild have opened a random ring, and are waiting for the good news. Although the members of the Phoenix Guild were soldiers of the god of death. But then, this kind of ring still had to be able to be used yet. Agu. Isn't it giving you guys face? How dare you make this kind of request? Fuck. It's definitely going to be a battle. Hey. Random. I'll take my chances. 1,000 attribute points. Beckoning towards me. The players in Tianyang town were instantly excited and entered the random ring one after another. Ding. It's being randomized. Please wait a moment. Within the Phoenix Guild, the entirety of the members were in favor of this proposal. After all, right now, other than this proposal, they couldn't think of a better way to break the game. Although the Phoenix Guild had picked up a large batch of equipment. But then, it couldn't be worn. It could only be sacrificed to the death shop, in exchange for death value, to buy death equipment. Not to mention, many of the Phoenix Guild players, who saw the purple and gold level equipment, have already worn a set of fine gold level equipment. Phoenix was even the first to enter the random ring. He wanted to have a good time fighting. No. Abusing. After some enhancements from the god of death, Phoenix thought to himself that he wasn't weaker than any first-rate expert. Or even stronger. Phoenix had already participated in this kind of random battle a few times. And each time, he had won big. Inside the Elven God Guild, all members participate. The Elven God originally wanted to planned it so that a third of the guild players would take their chances and brush the Phoenix Guild players. But then, by the looks of it, the entire guild members were wailing, all wanting to get in on the action. This? What else could she say? It must be all hands on deck. All members of the Hegemony Guild. Whoever wants to get involved. Go. Don't stop them. Those who don't want to get involved. Go with me to level up. This was Hegemony's attitude. Hegemony saw through it. Now you dabble in it? 100% of the people you run into are not Phoenix Guild players, but other guilds or casual players. After all, there were nearly 5 million players in Tianyang town. And the Phoenix Guild? Only 30,000. The probability was too low. So it would be better to wait for the Phoenix Guild players to come out of their private territories and hunt them down properly. As for Qin Fang, he had the same attitude. In this situation, forging equipment was the best. After all, what about random challenges? If your equipment was better than his, wouldn't you be able to gain a great advantage? Thus, Qin Fang sold a batch of fine gold-grade equipment. 1 million copper coins for one piece. 800,000 copper coins for one piece of childish armor. 900,000 copper coins for leg armor. Qin Fang sold too much equipment. Even sold a few pieces of invincible equipment for 5 million. Chaos. The more chaotic it is, the better. Qin Fang was in the middle of forging. Xiao He drunkenly came over as if he was an undefeated man, walking 2 steps and swaying 3 steps. Even the most basic catwalk was not stable. His eyes looked disorientated, and he was about to fall asleep at any moment. Qin Fang took a look and sighed helplessly. This little thing. It had gone to the wine cellar to steal alcohol again. Ever since Li Qi arrived at this place, Yu Zhe had immediately built a wine cellar under the ground, preparing to store fine wine for Li Qi. Although the wine cellar was protected by chains, could it stop little Blackie who could make holes? Definitely not. Although Li Xie had left, there was still a lot of wine in the wine cellar. This could all be cheap for little Blackie. These days, as long as the work is done, Xiao He will definitely reward himself with a meal of fine wine. So much so that the entire private territory is now filled with the aroma of fine wine. Even the ores that Xiao He pulled out brought with them a touch of wine flavor. Now that Qin Fang was forging equipment, he was able to smell the pungent smell of wine. Xiao He so snuggled next to Qin Fang's leg and burped out another wave of wine odor. Qin Fang did not care about him and continued forging. Xiao He, who was curled up in comfort, as if he had smelled something sweet-smelling, forced himself up. His eyes were misty, and he shifted to sit on his butt beside the pitch-black stone, revealing a humanized pensive look. And with great difficulty, he stretched out his small paw and patted twice on top of this stone, as if he was unsure whether it was or not. The tip of Blackie's nose touched the blackened stone block, seemingly sniffing it earnestly. In the end, Little Black devoured this black stone in one bite. After devouring it, Little Black immediately curled up and entered dreamland. Qin Fang was still forging, unaware of this scene. In the back, The sleeping Little Black seemed to be shining with a black light, like a halo that enveloped Little Black. This halo, after following Xiaohei's breathing up and down, eventually hid within Xiaohei's body and disappeared. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. In the light of 3 days, Qin Fang successfully forged all the purple gold level equipment, and according to the agreed time, sent it to the purchasers and harvested the final payment. Ding! A new batch of purple gold level pre-orders has begun. Please participate actively. Places are limited. First come first served. Qin Fang wanted to start the marketing and couldn't create too many purple gold grade equipment. Otherwise, the entire market would be in chaos. During these 3 days, the Phoenix Guild's players had improved their individual attributes quite a lot. After all, the experts in Tianyang Town were limited, and the probability of a strong player appearing among the random opponents they encountered every day was not high. The major players of the Phoenix Guild were giddy, as if it was the new year. Haha. I've risen 100 attribute points in 1 day. It's scary. I've also risen 80 points. The key is the experience value. It's also quite a lot. This kind of upgrading, I like it so much. Fighting with someone, not only can you gain battle experience, but you can also gain attributes, and you can also gain the experience value needed for upgrading. This God of Death's Divine Soldier. It's really good. Cool. Really cool. After killing a few people, I'll be able to purchase a set of Essence Gold grade equipment. Every moment, the Phoenix Guild's players were progressing. These players from Tianyang Town had all become the Phoenix Guild's whetstone and stepping stone. As for the players from other guilds, the casual players, the improvement wasn't too obvious. After all, there were too many monks and not enough meat. Grass. After 3 days of fighting, I ran into Phoenix Guild players 3 times, and twice of them, I even ran into experts. After losing a lot of coins and wasting so much time, I ended up reaping the rewards. I'm mad. I'll never randomize again. This is the fucking pit. In these 3 days, I did some rough calculations. I actually spent 30,000 copper coins. And then, I ran into Phoenix Guild players twice. Seeing how miserable you guys are, I'm in a much better mood. I ran into them 5 times, and won them all. Every moment, there were countless players making their own Finfong remarks. Every minute and every second, there were players whose mindset had collapsed. But after playing a handful of times, this batch of players cursed and cursed. But they still couldn't control their own hands. Grass. This hand will definitely enable me to run into Phoenix Guild players. I'm numb. I'll just play one hand. Just one hand. Grass. Another 100 copper coins lost. Again. Last hand. Really last hand. Huh. I ran into a Phoenix Guild player last hand. This hand? I'm sure I'll still be able to run into them. One more hand. There were no longer a few players with such a mentality. This was something that was really like an addiction. And they couldn't quit yet. Unknown. Random. These 2 addictive things were always stimulating the nerves of the players, making them impatient to start the next hand. More players in Tianyang Town forced themselves to hold back, broke the game, and gave up the random ring battles to go leveling. Ding. Tianyang Town city guards are expanding. All those who meet the following conditions can sign up for the test. Ding. Tianyang Town city guards expanding. Ding. Tianyang Town. The system tone rang out, causing each of the players in Tianyang Town to be impatient. This group of players? Why were they in such a hurry to upgrade? Wasn't it just to participate in the Divine Spirit Springs battle? In the light of 3 days, Hidden Earth's level had climbed to level 46, once again throwing off the level of the large group. Players with clear eyes could see the horrific benefits this contained at a glance. The Divine Spirit Spring Eye, although it was difficult, was a disaster for Tianyang Town. But yet, it also had its benefits. After all, if it wasn't for the Divine Spirit Spring Eye, it was impossible for Hidden Earth's level to rise so quickly. This was the consensus of the players in Tianyang Town. As for the Tree of Life, although it had gone somewhat into hiding recently, its level was not weaker than Hidden Earth in the slightest. It was important to know that levels were harder to rise the further back you went. But Hegemony, the Tree of Life still maintained a terrifying speed of 1 level a day. Beishan's eyes were greedy, and he wanted to join the city guards very much. But at the moment, Beishan's level was only 39, still 1 level short. This was still the consequence of Batian Guild's great help. Otherwise, Batian's level would be even lower. Batian and the others couldn't do it. But it didn't mean that Tianyang Town was incompetent. Within Tianyang Town, there were at least 7 or 8 people that had entered the city guard's examination. It was unknown how many people would be able to stay. Qin Fong finished forging and strolled through the streets of Tianyang Town, carrying a bottle of fine wine in his hands, filled with the aura of age. This was a legendary grade fine wine that had been dug up from the ground for 8 million copper coins. At this, Qin Fong didn't feel expensive. Within the rubbish heap, the scruffy Licia was sleeping soundly. Qin Fong unscrewed the fine wine, and Licia's eyes suddenly opened, his cloudy eyes revealing a refined aura. Phew! In a breath, the fine wine in Qin Fong's hand had reached Licia's hand, while Licia once again lay down, savoring the fine wine. Teacher, how is this wine? Licia left silently, and Qin Fong knew that this was his teacher being angry with him. However, without the fine wine in his hands, Qin Fong was not strong enough and was too embarrassed to come and make amends. Today, he had just received a bottle of fine wine. Qin Fong came immediately. Because of his stubbornness, the divine craftsman Lu Long is also hating him. And Li Qi is even leaving without saying goodbye. The wine is good. The person is not. Licia left behind these words, finished the fine wine in one gulp, changed his stance, and once again fell into a deep slumber, not wanting to take care of Qin Fong. Teacher, for you. An item. After reading it, you may have a different idea. Ding. Your disciple I has requested a private transaction. Do you agree? Li Qi was slightly stunned, but still chose to agree. Ding. Congratulations on your successful transaction. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a divine weapon, darkness. Sword. Licia's originally lying figure stood upright in an instant, staring at Qin Fong with big eyes like copper bells. His eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 335 10,000 Empty Alley Group established. This was something that he had seen only a few days ago. The time merchant had once taken a similar dark long sword artifact and asked Licia to taste it. In the end, Li Qi paid a certain price, 3 ordinary divine artifacts, and purchased this dark divine artifact from the hands of the time and space merchant. There was nothing else. Li Qi needed to study this dark divine artifact. He needed to study the god of darkness. If he could succeed, he might be able to crack the mystery of darkness. As a human, this was what he should do. From ancient times, the dark divine artifact never appeared, but it suddenly appeared in the hands of the time trader. According to the agreement, Licia did not ask about the origin of this thing. But who would have thought that only a few days had passed? But there was another dark divine artifact, which was delivered to his face. Wasn't it said? This kind of divine weapon, only the Heavenly Emperor, or the Heavenly Emperor's beloved forger can refine it? Why? Licia expressed great incomprehension. Buzz. The surrounding scene changed in an instant. Within the empty room, there was only a forging platform, and some low-ranking materials towering. Ding. You have entered a special scene. Ding. Your forging experience value +1. Ding. Your forging experience value +1. This was the mystery of the special space. Based on this system tone, Qin Fong was also able to guess where this place was. Ding. You have triggered a brand new storyline. Please pay attention to your words and actions. This was the space that Li Qi had opened up. And it was also the place where Li Qi usually forged. On top of the forging table, there seemed to be a weapon covered by a piece of Zen silk cloth in the color of silver and white. Zen silk cloth. It was able to block out all auras. Li Qi eagerly stepped forward and pulled off this piece of Zen silk cloth, only to see the sword of darkness revealed below, revealing a looming black light that sent shivers down one's spine. Licia once again took out the darkness sword that Qin Fong had just traded to him from his backpack, placed it on the forging table, and carefully watched it and compared it to the other. In the end, Li Qi came to a conclusion. These 2 dark divine weapons came from the same source, but they were not forged by a single person. The forging techniques, habits, and so on, were completely different, ultimately leading to completely different overall attributes, additional skills, and so on. Qin Fong. This thing. Where did you get it? Licia seriously studied the boss for a while before he reacted and asked Qin Fong about the origin of this thing. Dark abyss. Qin Fang could only say as much as he could. Li Xie seemed to be able to see that Qin Fang possessed an unspeakable secret, and immediately stopped asking. This thing, I have great use for. Li Xie uttered these words and paused for a moment, seemingly thinking of what to exchange for this darkness sword in Qin Fang's hand. Although Li Xie was a divine level forge master, he was not a great wealthier off. He had just traded 3 divine artifacts to the time merchant, and for a while, he could not really take anything of equal value and trade it to Qin Fang. Qin Fang, give it back to you. Li Xie weighed his options, and still returned this darkness long sword of Qin Fang's to him. This thing was already enough to have one if he was looking at the current progress of his research. And as for more, he didn't need it. So it would be better to return it to Qin Fang. Place it within the ring of the Golden Dragon, lest it be detected by the other ancient deities. Li Qi so instructed. And when Qin Fang was ready, he once again returned to reality. Qin Fang left. He believed that Li Qi had understood what he wanted to express. I have a divine weapon. I have divine drawings. I will definitely be able to advance into a divine craftsman. You need not worry. This was what Qin Fang wanted to express. But Li Xie didn't think so. Li Xie really didn't understand, because he had detected a trace of Qin Fang's aura on both of these divine artifacts. At first, Li Xie did not think it was a big deal. But then, once the 2 pieces of darkness were compared to each other, he found the clue. After all, this was the only connection between the 2 dark long swords, and it was hard for him not to notice it. Qin Fang? Being able to get involved with 2 pieces of god-level darkness long swords? What was going on here? Could it be that it was something that happened when he beheaded the god of darkness? Or was it something? Was it the layout of the prophet god? Li Qi felt like his mind was a mess. He couldn't figure it out. Originally, it was a fairly simple matter. How did it feel like it was gradually becoming complicated now? Not long after, divine artisan Lu Long arrived and studied this darkness long sword together with Li Qi. This was the most important reason for divine craftsman Lu Long to return to Tianyang town. The news that Li Qi had purchased the darkness long sword could not be hidden, and the time and space merchant did not want to hide it either. This darkness long sword, the time and space merchant wouldn't be foolish enough to only sell it to the human race. For example, if he sold it to the god of light, I'm sure the price he offered would be higher. Human race? Just one option only. Thus, the prophet god sent the divine craftsman Lu Long to work with Li Qi on this sword, in an effort to research the results early. This was the reason why Li Qi was unwilling to leave the second darkness long sword behind. He was able to see the relationship between the 2, and I'm sure that the divine artisan Lu Long was able to see it as well. Li Xie's research was a little absent-minded, as if he was pondering over something, and he couldn't even hear the voice of divine craftsman Lu Long calling out to him. Today's research ended. Li Qi looked at the stars in the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. Godsmith Lu Long also returned to his own forging room, frowning. This sword of darkness? It carried Qin Fang's aura, which he also felt. After all, at that time, he had merged within Qin Fang's sea of consciousness to help him forge a divine weapon, referred to as merging, so he was still very sensitive to Qin Fang's aura. But then, the dark divine artifact that Qin Fang had forged had clearly failed. So why had this dark divine artifact appeared? And it still carried Qin Fang's aura? Divine artisan Lu Long did not understand. Tianyang town. Qin Fang was still mindlessly forging purple gold level equipment. Ding. Wang Yacheng requests for communication. Do you agree? Agreed. Boss, the ribbon-cutting ceremony of the 10,000 Empty Alley group is about to begin, and I would like to request that you personally come and participate in the ribbon-cutting. This was a big event for Qin Fang. He had to go. These days, Qin Fang had opened 5 miniature shops in one go. The 10,000 Sky Lane Bath Club, 10,000 Sky Lane Law Firm, 10,000 Sky Lane Auction House, reopened for business, 10,000 Sky Lane Supermarket Chain, and the 5-star 10,000 Sky Lane Chinese Restaurant. Bath Club. It goes without saying. Simple to understand. Flower arrangement. Law firm. Also needless to say. Simple to understand. Auction house. Qin Fang still handed over to Yuze. After all, he engaged in a period of time ago is not bad. As for the supermarket, this piece is another 9 stars from the hands of Yuze takeover. His goal is within a year. Tianyang town to open 100 shops, strive to achieve the middle, high and low in goods. All-round coverage. As for the 10,000 people empty alley Chinese restaurant, it is the grand opening. The degree of luxury is second only to the bath club decoration. Destiny of Heaven is a game that is extremely realistic. Even the taste of the food, the delicacy of the food, all can be tasted. All of them could be savored. Especially by players who logged in using the nutrient warehouse. They could not miss it. This feeling is intoxicating. After all, any beast within heaven's destiny, as long as it could be captured, could be crafted into a gourmet delicacy. The emerald thunderhawk within the firmament? Don't you want to taste what it tastes like? The dragon-scaled Kiryu fish in the middle of the ocean. Don't you want to taste it? The dragon-head triangular deer above the earth. Don't you want to taste it? The key thing is that the top delicacies are able to permanently increase attributes. Chef. This was also a remarkable profession amongst the heavenly orders then. As a 9-star restaurant manager, he not only cooks, but also digs. Chef. So many shops. Together they formed the 10,000 people group. Is Qin Fong poor in money? Not bad for money. So the small things like buying land, negotiating, and decorating were all completed in the past few days. The ribbon-cutting ceremony was a great success. The 10,000 empty lanes group was considered to have taken a small step forward. As to what kind of giant it could become in the future, who knows? After attending the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Qin Fong took the first opportunity to eat a meal from the Chinese restaurant. Not to mention, this was definitely one of the best food he had ever eaten so far. Qin Fong's commercial giant ship had set sail. But the other little fairies, they didn't want to make Qin Fong feel good. The purple gold level equipment that Player Me forges is already so profitable. Still want to steal business from us? The players of these small and medium-sized shops. Looking at these new shops opened by Qin Fong, all of them had angry eyes in their eyes. Wasn't this bullying the honest people? Their shops were open properly. You players me? What right do you have to insert a foot properly? Grass? This is not giving us a way to live. Yeah. I obviously feel that my earnings today is less than double. It's too hard. It's necessary to boycott Player Me. Thus, the players whose attributes overlapped with these 5 new shops opened by Qin Fong hit it off and prepared to sanction Qin Fong. These people's tactics were simple. The first move, joining forces to fight a price war, striving to minimize profits. The second move, maliciously smearing 10,000 empty lane. What? You're saying that 10,000 Sky Lane is newly opened and there's no blackmail? What do you mean? There is no black material. To create black material also have to be on the The third move, smearing Qin Fong and creating conflict. Is there any less black material from Player Me? Fighting guilds, maliciously decapitating players. These 3 axes, although not new, worked. Qin Fong didn't bother to care about this. He was raising 9-star lawyers, not vases. He believed that Wang Yaqing would be able to handle it. 4th day, 5th day, the 6th day. Through the accumulation of these days, Phoenix's level had finally reached level 40. His attributes had been raised by a full 1,000. And he was completely bloated. I, Phoenix, have an appointment to fight the president of Ling Xiao Guild today. No one knew what Bastard Sky wanted to do. But the president of Ling Xiao Guild still answered the battle. Ling Xiao Guild. It was considered a relatively weak guild within Tianyang town. To him, losing to the Phoenix was not a disgrace. But if he won, that would be stepping on the Phoenix to get to the top. Ding. Is it permissible for players to watch the battle? Permission granted. Permission granted. Both of them agreed. And the battle was immediately placed on the large projection in Tianyang town. Ding. You have been killed by the Phoenix. President Ling Xiao only lasted for a minute in the hands of the Phoenix before being beheaded. The entire Tianyang town's large projection was watching. And this group of players couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This Phoenix? Is it even this strong? It wasn't hard to see from the confrontation that President Ling Xiao was weak. No, he wasn't weak at all. But the Phoenix was too strong. This kind of strong is all-round strong. Whether it's from awareness, operation, positioning, equipment, skills, all-around crushing. Chapter 336 Winning Streak. Is this President Ling Xiao? So weak. No one is a match for our Phoenix president. A bunch of weaklings. Agu. When you slaughtered us earlier, it felt like you guys were great. Now the original form is revealed. President is mighty. Mighty? The Phoenix Guild's players frantically began to taunt, their words filled with relief and excitement. After all, the president served as the benchmark, so surely the stronger the better. Carrying the stance of a victor, President Phoenix once again challenged President Langia. Just after watching the Phoenix fight, President Luangia originally did not want to participate in this battle. He is clear about his own strength. Certainly cannot be beaten. But the Phoenix sensed the name of the challenge. Luangia President not to participate. More inappropriate. The light will be looked down upon. The heavy will lead to the Luangia Guild centrifugal. The president of Luangia responded to the battle. The battle began. Luangia chairman held on for a minute and a half. And was cut down. This is the terrifying strength of the Phoenix. Ding. Please pay 100 copper coins. President Langia paid 100 copper coins and exited the ring. His mood unknown. When President Luangia returned, he immediately led this guild member to go leveling. This matter, it was as if it couldn't create much of an impact on him. However, the members of the Phoenix Guild were somewhat unrelenting. Is this President Langia? I don't feel too good. Yeah. Can you guys send out some strong people? That's it. Faced with such provocative remarks, the members of Langia Guild instantly responded. Our president has a lot of time on his hands, dealing with large and small guild things every day, where he has time to upgrade and hone his strength. It's normal that his strength is not as good as others, but it is your Phoenix president. Daily what all do not need to manage. After all, you, even a guild site or not, is not at all. The president must be focused on honing strength. The actual words, a sentence, to the Phoenix Guild members' dislike will not speak. Luangia Guild said is the truth. What can you take to refute? Sharp-tongued. The Phoenix Guild member snorted coldly and stopped speaking. Phoenix challenges President Tian Ting. Please also enlighten me. The Phoenix started the challenge once again, rather like a tendency to challenge all of these guild presidents of Tianong Town. 3 consecutive victories. 7 consecutive wins. 10 consecutive wins. 15 consecutive victories. At this moment, the guild players within Tianyang Town were all unable to sit still. Phoenix? It's stronger than they thought. This? Phoenix had challenged more than half of the guild leaders at once, and no one was able to defeat him. This? Is it really that weak? Too weak. Really too weak. The Phoenix Guild, even though it has thrown itself into the arms of the God of Death, is still the #1 guild in Tianyang Town. This is the awesomeness of the death profession. The superiority of the Phoenix Guild players appeared at once. 17 consecutive victories. 19 consecutive victories. 21 consecutive victories. Grass. Our president is a day-to-day person. Surely he won't be the strongest within the guild. Dare to fight with our guild's strongest existence? That's right. Our guild's #1 strongest person hasn't made a move yet. Mard. It's really giving you guys face. Right. How dare you be so arrogant? A tiny phoenix is just a phoenix. Do you really think you're some kind of great god? Fuck. I'm going to challenge the phoenix and give my first great guild proof. The defeated guild players were all filled with righteous indignation and expressed their defiance. Because the president? It was indeed not the strongest person within their guild. Defeating their president didn't mean anything. In response to such remarks, Phoenix was silent and instead began the next round of challenges. Phoenix Guild, challenging the president of Annihilation Guild. Please also give me advice. What? After switching to the death profession, your speech has become civilized. Choking is choking. And you're still giving advice? I'll fight you and shout at my father if I lose. This was what the thug should say on a daily basis. After all, in everyone's mind, Zhang Paki must be a face of pimples. Not some Zhang Muji. Let's do it then. The Phoenix was also in a rare state of euphoria. This battle between Phoenix Annihilation was widely watched by everyone. If these guilds in Tianyang Town were divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, the Annihilation Guild could be classified as the second class. After all, this was an existence that dared to arm wrestle with the gigantic bastard Heavenly Guild. Can you and I battle with the same attribute, so that I can feel the toughness of the death profession? On the way to the battle, President Annihilation opened a private chat. How could Phoenix not understand Annihilation's mind, and immediately agreed? The battle was an even match, but Annihilation ultimately lost. There was no other reason. Annihilation's blood was not as good as Phoenix's. How much strength did you hide? About 30%. When Annihilation heard this, he was even more silent. He didn't want to believe it, but he had to. If I were to switch to become a death profession, would it be far from your attributes? This was what Annihilation had in mind. And when Phoenix heard this, he brightened up and let out a long breath. He was waiting for this sentence from Annihilation. From the first time President Annihilation spoke to him, Phoenix understood what Annihilation meant. It's possible, but it might be slightly weaker than me. After hearing this, Annihilation fell silent. He had his own judgment. Slightly weaker? Then how much weaker was it? Annihilation's original thought of joining the Phoenix was extinguished. It would be better to join the Phoenix and become someone else's vassal than to become one's own master. Death Warrior's transfer? I heard that Bastard Heaven is interested in selling it. I wonder if he can be taken away by the God of Death as well if he buys it. Ding. Please pay 100 copper coins. Annihilation lost, but was wistfully leaving. The Phoenix didn't rush and didn't give Annihilation any promises. A broken earth? To be able to fight a thug group with one hand. This kind of person? How could it be a simple character? Phoenix challenged a few people again and won them all. Now, he only had Bastard Sky left unchallenged. The members of the Phoenix Guild's morale was high at the moment. Their self-confidence swelling. The president kept winning. And the players kept winning. How could such a guild not grow? How could it not develop? Ding. Phoenix requests to challenge Hegemony. Please also give us advice. In the face of such a provocative voice, Hegemony simply said, no time. Hegemony, and not putting the Phoenix in his eyes. The president, who was challenged by the Phoenix and failed, immediately slapped his thighs. Right. Why couldn't he think of such a simple solution? So much so that now, the hearts within the guild were on edge. Hegemony has wimped out and doesn't dare to answer the battle. Che. Is this the temperament of the #1 guild leader? Simply ridiculous. Numb. Really numb. Uh-huh. Coward. Originally thought that Batian was a man of honor. But now? Also a shrunken head turtle. That's right. That's not even daring to answer the battle? Among these remarks were Phoenix Guild players and Phoenix Guild seeking drag. But some of them were also members of other guilds. Your own boss was killed and routed. You want to go it alone? Impossible. You have to go and get beaten up too. In the face of such comments, Bastard still didn't care, and brushed the monsters with his teammates at ease. Chicken boy. Who do you think you are? Ridiculous. These were Batian's exact words. Words filled with insults, disdain. The members of the Phoenix Guild each had their stomachs bulging with anger. In response, the Phoenix president did not dwell on it excessively, but instead published an article. I'm sure everyone has seen the power of the death profession. Now, the opportunity to become stronger is in front of everyone. May I ask? Want to become stronger? Joining the Phoenix Guild. Enjoying the exclusive bonuses of the God of Death. Marrying a rich white woman. And going to the peak of life will no longer be a dream. President Phoenix's article. Sprawling. Revealed throughout the nobility of the death profession. And the disparagement of other professions. Click. 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 7 or 8 pictures laid out. These pictures were the victory rate of the members of the Phoenix Guild in random rings over the past few days. 70%. This was a very high value. This was President Phoenix's scheming. This was the reason why he had opened the ring. Everything was to advertise the power of the death profession. To advertise the superiority of the death god. To make the players in Tianyang town flock to join the embrace of the god of death. 30,000 Phoenix players transferring? The Phoenix was merely a 10,000 captain. But if he had 100,000 players under his command, then it could be a third-level army chief. Legion commander? It could be much higher than the authority of a master of 10,000. Wasn't the already dead legend-ranked death warrior, who had fought for his entire life, only a third-level army chief? Does Phoenix feel that we are retarded? As strong as you are in this profession, you are still a character that everyone shouts at. Right. Once the transfer is successful, old me will have to be scared every day. If you don't want to be a good human, you have to go and be a dog for the god of death. Uh-huh. I'm laughing my arse off. This was the mainstream thinking of the current players. Being a dog? Not everyone is willing to do that. Not to mention such a small attribute increase? And what use was it? But there was still a portion of people who were moved. And these were some of the lowest tier players. They who had no equipment, no skills, And no level? Really wanted to join the Phoenix Guild. Anyway, they had nothing to lose anymore. And in the Phoenix Guild, they might be able to gain even more. Phoenix hadn't intended to be able to succeed all at once. Phoenix challenges all the powerhouses of Tianyang Town. Please also respond to the battle. Phoenix had purposely collected a list of the strongest players in Tianyang Town, published it, and challenged them one by one. And on top of the list, there were a total of 100 players. This was Phoenix's second round of challenges. He wanted to completely make a name for himself. He wanted to completely make the entire Tianyang realize how powerful he was. On top of this list, Bastard Sky was only ranked 10th, while Qin Fong was clearly number 1. Phoenix understood Qin Fong's strength, and honestly, he really did not want to touch base with him. Phoenix gradually challenged from last place to first place. He wanted to maintain his winning streak and ensure that his momentum, which was at its peak, would then challenge player Zhen. However, the moment Qin Fong just saw this list, he instantly understood Phoenix's entire intention. Player Mei? Would it be possible to make Phoenix do what he wanted? Definitely not. Thus, when the first person of Phoenix's challenge just wanted to refuse, Qin Fong's voice rang out within the Tianyang town. There's no need to be so troublesome. Just challenge me directly. Win me and you'll be the pinnacle, the deserved number 1. In the face of Qin Fong's words, Phoenix's face instantly darkened. As for the player ranked number 100, he immediately smiled with joy. This was really timely. Chapter 337 Crushing Phoenix. To be honest, Phoenix really didn't want to run into Qin Fong right now. However, since Qin Fong had taken the initiative to ask for a battle, he could not refuse. The current him was not in the state where he was crushed by Qin Fong last time. The current him had at least doubled his strength. This set of dark equipment had been upgraded to the pinnacle of the fine gold level, just a little bit short of the purple gold level equipment. Skills, operation, understanding of the profession, etc., all stronger than before. Mage this profession, burst extremely strong, but once entangled, that is considered to be a waste. Death mage is different. Blood is too thick. High tolerance rate. Player Zhen. I agree with your request. Please stomp the ring. The Phoenix was confident and gave himself a non-stop pep talk. Qin Fong, on the other hand, secretly took out the prop Death Annihilation and pronounced Phoenix's name. Ding. Use successful. Currently usable, 9 times. Since Qin Fong was the user, he was able to clearly see that a cloud of black gas in the firmament stealthily entered the Phoenix's body. The Phoenix, on the other hand, felt nothing about it. If Qin Fong still possessed the detection skills of the God of Light, he would be able to see that the Phoenix's luck value was no longer 0, but minus 88, which was a relatively lucky number. But it was bad luck. Above the ring, for some reason, Phoenix suddenly felt his legs soften and directly half-kneeled on the ground. At this scene, Phoenix was a bit uncertain. The players watching the battle were first stunned, and then burst into laughter. Haha. This doesn't need to directly kneel to the player me. Right. Even if you are no longer able to do so, this point of backbone is still needed. Right? It's really a living hell. The members of the Phoenix Guild, on the other hand, didn't have the eyes to see this. What's the situation? Good boy. My good big son. It's not even the new year yet. What kind of big gift are you performing? Daddy doesn't have any pocket money for you. Qin Fong quickly reacted and hurriedly wrapped a red packet of 3 copper coins for Phoenix. Good boy. Good big boy. Go buy some candies to eat. Player me. Don't bully me too much. Our president merely slipped his hand. Me. Keep your mouth clean. Otherwise, all the members of the Phoenix Guild will never rest with you. The Phoenix Guild's players began to abuse Qin Fong. Shen, don't try to show off your mouth. Go to hell. Phoenix hurriedly stood up and began to condense pitch-black colored death spells in his hands. The death mana balls were as big as ping-pong balls and transformed into hailstones that washed down in a furious storm. Qin Fong was impartial and stood in place, while the hailstorm of death spell balls, as if they were going around Qin Fong, landed in front of him and behind him, but just never landed on Qin Fong's body. Qin Fong smiled faintly. The Phoenix was worthy of being a doom stalker. This accuracy. It was too bad. Phoenix on the sidelines are stupid. This is an evolved version of the death spell ball. The number is more. The speed is faster. But then surprisingly none of them touched the player eye? This? How is it possible? Outside the battle players are also stupid. Phoenix, this is intentionally water it. So dense death spells? But none of them touched the player? It's too fake. Death Ray. Phoenix raised the death staff in his hand. This death staff was forged from special bones. Just like a human skeleton. And at the top of it was a fine gold-grade skull, with a black gemstone embedded within the skull. Inside the gemstone, a purple light flickered. Whoosh! The skeleton staff silently opened its mouth and spat out a thick ray that threatened to travel straight towards Qin Fang. Qin Fang remained motionless. Twist! This death ray. When it was about to descend in front of Qin Fang, the phoenix suddenly sneezed, and the death ray's intended trajectory instantly shifted. Qin Fang remained unharmed. The phoenix had a flash of doubt about itself. What is this? Yeah. Is this even able to be dodged? Haha. Live and die laughing. Phoenix. Just deliberately let go of the water, so that even if you lose, you'll kinda be able to find an excuse for yourself. Why is player me not moving at all? A look of victory. The players watching from the outside expressed their puzzlement. Player me. What have you done to me? At a moment like this, if Phoenix still couldn't guess that it was Qin Fang who had done something to him, he would really be a fool. After all, a hidden smile appeared at the corner of Qin Fang's mouth as he looked at him with contempt. Go to hell. Seeing that player Jin did not speak, the Phoenix once again released 7 or 8 skills. But coincidentally, all of these skills went out, and none of them touched Qin Fang. Ah! The Phoenix hissed and released Death Breath once again. This was range damage, and players of non-death professions would have their blood reduced by 1,000 per second. This was the Phoenix's first card. However, Qin Fang seemed to be unaffected by it, and did not drop his blood. Phoenix frowned slightly. Why? On what grounds? This skill. He had tried it time and time again. Qin Fang seemed to understand that the aura of death emanating from the Phoenix was being swallowed by the Golden Dragon's ring. After all, this was a divine weapon. How could it not have a little special function? Seeing that this skill was useless, the Phoenix was instantly annoyed. Raising the death staff in his hand, he prepared to physically fight with Qin Fang. He sort of understood that under the interference of player Jin, his skill? It was impossible to hit. The Phoenix just ran up, and his feet slipped once again, as if he had stepped on some lubricant, sliding straight down face down to Qin Fang's feet. Qin Fang immediately raised the forging hammer in his hand and fiercely blasted above the Phoenix's head. Stun. This was not a triggered equipment effect, but the Phoenix was completely stunned. Dang. Qin Fang grabbed the Phoenix, and the forging hammer kept blasting down. When the Phoenix recovered from the stun effect, it immediately flashed and fled. Now, the Phoenix was completely helpless. The long-range skills couldn't hit Qin Fang, and the melee combat was even bloodied by Qin Fang. The most critical thing is that the player does not even need a strong operation. Hold him down and beat him up. Phoenix's brain began to think quickly. He wanted to come up with a way to crack. But Qin Fang? Would he give him this chance? Qin Fang's violet gold boots flashed with millimeters of light, instantly appearing in front of the Phoenix, and countless rays of thunder descended. The Phoenix was instantly bathed in thunder light, and was once again stunned. Qin Fang matched this excellent opportunity, and fiercely blasted at the Phoenix's body. Thud. The Phoenix awoke, stunned him once again, and blasted the hammer once again. For a minute, even though the Phoenix's blood was thick, he was hammered alive by Qin Fang. From start to finish, the Phoenix never awoke, and kept dying in a stunned state. This was the Phoenix's bad luck. If he was a little bit more lucky, he might have been able to trigger the miss effect under Qin Fang's control skills, and escape instead. But now, there was nothing that could be done. The Phoenix died. Suffocated. Ding. Player me wins. Player Jin exited this ring amidst the attention of the crowd, incidentally leaving behind the words, "Death profession." Nothing more than that. Can't even beat a blacksmith. With these words, Phoenix was instantly nailed to the pillar of shame, killing people to death. Qin Fang left and started forging equipment once again. At this moment, the players who were watching this battle were silent, as they didn't know how to describe this battle. Funny. Truly funny. Even if Chairman Phoenix is deliberately pretending to be weak, he doesn't need to pretend to be so weak. Isn't this a deliberate insult to my intelligence? being pressed to the ground by player Jin and rubbed for a full minute. The fuck? Are you kidding me? Wow. Phoenix hits me with thunder and lightning. But when he hits player me, he's coy. The players didn't understand and mocked the Phoenix. You guys have. Is there such an explanation? Player me is too strong. So it shows that the Phoenix is dull. As soon as those words came out, everyone fell silent again. Phoenix's strength was already very strong. Such as if player Jin was stronger than him? How strong would that be? I don't feel like it. With these words, everyone agreed. After all, everyone only believed in Paki Zhang. The Phoenix Guild players were silent, not knowing what to say. If you said that the president was a dish, the president was able to defeat the presidents of the major guilds again. If you said that the president was strong, in Qin Fang's hands, he couldn't even fight back. The Phoenix resurrected, paid the 100 copper coins for the ring, and returned with a calm face, once again challenging other strong people. The higher-ups. Joy and anger were not visible. Apparently, the Phoenix forcefully suppressed its own emotions, barely managing to do so. I'll do it. Perhaps it was because he saw that player Jin was able to tease Qin Fang at will. The player ranked 100 on top of the list was immediately interested and wanted to challenge the Phoenix. Above the ring, Phoenix once again struck out with a heavy punch, beating this expert so hard that he didn't even recognize his mother. And Izwabe. This expert player's teeth were broken and his spitting was unclear. Phoenix kicked him to death, and then challenged the next one again. 3 consecutive wins. 5 consecutive wins. 7 consecutive victories. Until the Phoenix took 20 consecutive victories with the profession of Death Mage. The players suddenly woke up. It wasn't that Phoenix's strength was poor, but that the players were too strong. Thinking about this, the players within Tianyang Town couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Being able to crush Phoenix at will? What level of strength did the player me reach? Just as the Phoenix wanted to continue the challenge, Tianyang Town suddenly announced, suspend the ring system. Phoenix froze. This? He had only won 20 consecutive victories. It was still far from what he expected. Since the ring was closed, then Phoenix no longer hid, and immediately burst out all of the Death Warrior's preferential benefits, privileges, and so on. I welcome everyone to join the Phoenix Guild and become a member of the Death profession. After these words were said, the players of Tianyang Town, no, even the entire Heaven's Destiny looked above this horrifying perk. Join the Phoenix Guild and receive 3,000 copper coins per month? That's a bit interesting. The players were moved. 3,000 copper coins. Although it wasn't much. But it would be a lot more as the days and months went by. Especially some poor people. They really need these 3,000 copper coins, brother. Don't believe it. I ran away from the Phoenix Guild. They can't wait to cut your waist. These were the righteous words of a player. But as time passed, they were drowned out by countless posts. Crap. You guys see the benefits of this death profession? You can increase your experience value and strength by killing players. Chapter 338 The 8th Army Chief. Nearly 10% of the players within Tianyang Town were moved and wanted to join the Death God's camp. Yes, this group of players wanted to join the God of Death's camp instead of joining the Phoenix Guild. And there was a huge difference between the two. Only, this group of people didn't know how to join the God of Death's camp. Ding. Tianyang Town is recruiting city guards for the 3rd time. Qin Fang could feel the urgency of Tianyang Town, as if danger was in the near future. Ding. City Guard 8th Legion Commander, Zhang Zuiling requesting for communication. Do you agree? Such a voice rang out. And between his surprise, Qin Fang still chose to agree. Greetings. I am the 8th Legion Commander of the City Guards, Zhang Zuiling. I'm contacting you today out of the blue because you're the first of the warriors of the Tianyang Town to be promoted to the elite gold level blacksmith. And you should know about the matter of the Divine Spirit Springs. Because of the battles, a large number of equipment is damaged every day. So Tianyang Town has specially hired you to join the 8th Legion to repair and rebuild equipment for the warriors. And I would like to ask you to agree. The 8th Legion Chief, a figure above 1 and below 10,000, bowed respectfully towards Qin Fang. Qin Fang immediately felt a little afraid to do so. Yes, but what can I get? Qin Fang was not a 3-year-old child. He wanted to see actual benefits. 1,000 captain of the 8th Legion, who can command 1,000 blacksmiths. This was the benefit that the 8th Legion chief gave to Qin Fang. Qin Fang pondered for a while. and eventually chose to agree. Congratulations, Shen, for successfully joining the 8th Legion and becoming the 3rd Squadron 1000 captain of the 8th Legion. This Legion commander handed Qin Fong a token and told him to take it and head to report. Within 3 hours. You must report. Otherwise, it will be considered abandonment. After this army chief finished speaking, he turned around and left. Qin Fong understood in his heart that at the moment of the gold level, he was not very functional. But now, Qin Fong had been promoted to the essence gold level, and was already considered a middle-tier forger, and already had a value to be recruited. After Qin Fong had finished forging the batch of equipment at hand, he immediately entered the 8th Legion to report. The 8th Legion did not participate in the forging of the Divine Spirit Springs, but was responsible for the forging operations within the Tiannong town. In the southwestern corner of Tiannong town, the 8th Legion's barracks was constructed, named the Tianji Camp. The Tianji Battalion, 8th Legion, was specifically responsible for the equipment matters of the 1st and 9th Legions of Tiannong town. Qin Fong took out his token and entered it. Inside the Tianji Battalion, Qin Fong had originally thought that it would be chaotic. But before his eyes, what Qin Fong saw was a tidy, peaceful and well-organized area, with each soldier doing his own job and quietly doing his own thing. Qin Fong watched all the way and recorded it in his mind. Within the Tianji camp, it is divided into 3 large areas. The first is the equipment forging area, responsible for the equipment forging of the entire legion. The second area is the equipment repair area, the damage to the equipment of the soldiers. All can be repaired here. The third piece is the research drawings area. This place is a convergence of more than 80 years old senior blacksmiths, daily responsible for the research of new equipment drawings. If feasible, that is sent to the first area of the forging. Perhaps there were other areas hidden in the depths, but this was not something that Qin Fong was currently able to explore. Qin Fong was assigned to the first region for forging equipment. The 3rd Squadron's 1000 husbandmen have come to collect your supplies for the mission. At this moment, a dry and thin old man looked Qin Fong up and down and watched him, writing and drawing on his notebook. Qin Fong stepped forward, and this old man spoke once again. Within 3 days, create 9 pieces of essence gold grade equipment. This is the drawing. This is the material. If you feel it is difficult, you can bring it up, so as not to waste this batch of material. The dry and thin old man seemed to notice that Qin Fong was a newcomer, and his tone could not help but become more stern. These materials, which the city guards had put together with their lives, absolutely could not be wasted. Qin Fong swept a glance at the materials piled up like a small mountain. There were 30 of them. If this was still not enough to refine 9 pieces of essence gold grade equipment, wouldn't it be a waste? Guaranteed to complete the task. Qin Fong straightened his back and roared loudly in a modeled manner, following the example of the passing city guards, while at the same time, he put these materials, the drawings, into the ring of the golden dragon, ready to go and study them. The drawings, which were brand new essence gold grade drawings, were extremely tempting to Qin Fong. This one forging room was specially prepared for Qin Fong. Here, similar forging rooms were lined up side by side, and within each small house, there was an essence gold grade blacksmith at all times. Forging. Essence gold grade equipment. Flame Phoenix Spear. Qin Fong looked at the drawing and was fascinated in no time. Ding. 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 Qin Fong ignited the ground fire, took out the forging hammer, and began the forging. Tung! The earth fire that roared up simply startled Qin Fong. This? What a powerful flame. If you forge with this kind of flame, you will definitely be able to get twice the result with half the effort. The forging table, which was also relatively advanced, was forged from on ice, and was able to increase the success rate of forging more effectively. Ding! Congratulations on your forging failure. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a fine gold grade Flame Phoenix Spear *100. This time, Qin Fong, that is, he had exceeded his quest. However, Qin Fong's forging hadn't stopped yet, and he was still forging non-stop. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed in a flash. During these days, Qin Fong had not foolishly forged the equipment of the 8th Legion, but was also forging his private work with the help of this precious land. The second batch of purple gold level equipment. Qin Fong completed the transaction one by one. Third batch of purple gold level equipment. Just as Qin Fong had selected a brand new 500 players. A knock came from outside the door. Please turn in your fine gold-grade equipment from these 7 days. Otherwise, you will be punished. It was a mechanical voice, but it also carried a touch of humanity. Qin Fang pushed open the door of the room and threw 18 pieces of essence gold-grade equipment to this cyborg. And the cyborg left. The cyborg? This was a strange sight within the 8th Legion. After all, within the 8th Legion, one person can't wait to be used as two. Who has the heart to collect the equipment forged by these forging masters? Have no choice but to forge a robot. Ahem. This is the internal rhetoric. External rhetoric, a unified voice, is in order to city guards' casualties, reduced to a minimum, which is the research robot. Only the research on robots is stuck in a bottleneck, normally running errands. It was able to be completed, but it was still far from going into battle. Qin Fang went to collect the brand new forging materials. The dry and skinny old man glanced at Qin Fang and looked at him to see if he had completed the task, and immediately nodded with satisfaction. 30 materials? Forging 9 pieces of essence gold-grade equipment was the minimum standard. And player me was able to forge 18 pieces of essence gold-grade equipment in 3 days. One could imagine his attributes, how strong his talent was. Congratulations, Shen. Your quest has been exceeded. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained position experience value *10,000. Positional experience value that could allow Qin Fang's rank to continuously rise upwards. For example, a 10,000 husbandman. For example, a legion commander. Although you have exceeded your quest, your 1,000 husbandman regiment, this time, did not complete the quest. Please choose whether to make up for it, or to be punished. I am speechless. This? The guilt by association system. Chapter 339, not giving me face. What about you? You'll just lose your life. This Long couldn't even have to implement the guilt by association system? If you are unable to make up for it, you alone will be punished as a warning to others. Hearing these words from the dry and thin old man, Qin Fang was even more speechless. So it wasn't a sit-in system, but rather the decapitation of the leader? If I can't make up for it, what level of punishment will I receive? This was Qin Fang's hair-raising question, and he wanted to ask first. 1 warning, 2 notifications, and 3 direct dismissals. The dry and thin old man's words carried a hint of impatience, as if Qin Fang's questions were too many, affecting people's work efficiency. How much is the 3rd squadron short? I'll make up for it. Qin Fang could only speak thusly. 3,000 pieces of gold-grade equipment, and 5 pieces of elite gold-grade equipment. Qin Fang felt that he was being pitted. This batch of equipment would cost millions if sold. Having said that, Qin Fang still pinched his nose and endured, replacing the blacksmiths under his command to deliver this batch of equipment. In these 3 days, Qin Fang had only concentrated on his own forging, and had not really chatted with his subordinates. Just in time. After experiencing this matter, it was just time to understand the exact situation. The area where the 3rd squadron was located. Open-air forging platforms. Open-air piles of materials. Qin Fang had thought that after entering, he would see a group of bare-chested, tan men, forging feverishly. But it turned out to be, when he entered the 3rd squadron, a group of bare-chested men were lying comfortably on the ground in groups of 3 to 5, basking in the sun. As for the forging materials, it was piled up. No, scattered all over the place. And one could also see dozens of blacksmiths, who were holding the forging materials and playing with each other. The picture was simply unbearable to look at. The new squadron leader is also an incompetent person, surprisingly not showing up for 3 days. As long as we don't forge, he'll have to get lost sooner or later. Right. Anyway, if we can't complete the mission, it's him who will be dragged into the trouble. It's none of our business. Even if we take the trouble to complete it, there's no reward for a single cent. It's quite good now. At least we can rest on it. Right. This is life. This was the current situation of the 3rd squadron. Qin Fang took a glance at the 1,000 people. All of them were gold-level blacksmiths. If they were to be taken out to the outside world, it must be a considerable amount of power. But then, here at this place, they had degraded themselves into pigs. Qin Fang heard the group of people chatting. His heart could not help but be surprised. But then it dawned on him. The old greasers, when they saw Qin Fang's arrival, Even though they didn't know him, they still recognized a star on his shoulder. Panicking, they stood up from the ground in a standard standing position, informing Qin Fang that they were just taking a nap after completing their mission. As for some arrogant soldiers, they didn't even pay attention to Qin Fang, as if they couldn't see him. This was the current status quo. All gather within 1 incense stick. If you cannot finish gathering, beheading. Qin Fang's color was cold and clear, like 10,000 years of ice. His voice was cold and indifferent, carrying an infinite killing aura. Che, who do you think you are? If you want to kill old me, the army chief has to agree. That's right. You think we're afraid of you, little redneck. I just don't forge equipment. What can you do with me? Here, take a look at this Legion regulation. Lest we can't find our sins later. This group of people were still bold, not putting Qin Fang in their eyes. The old greasers, on the other hand, truly saw the killing intent in Qin Fang's eyes, and gave each other a wink, hurriedly going to put on their uniforms, and prepare to assemble. 1 incense stick. The time given by Qin Fang was already sufficient, enough for them to gather 3 times. For this kind of indifferent blacksmith ruffians, Qin Fang also expressed his indifference. When their heads fell to the ground later, I thought that they would understand some reasoning before they died again. The veteran soldiers dragged on for an incense burner, stuck in time to arrive at this place. Report the number. Qin Fang stood in front of the 1,000 people, and spoke indifferently without any emotion. 1. 2. Qin Fang listened attentively, and waited one by one, still giving them a chance. In a short while of light, there were still 7 or 8 people who came to their senses, and hurriedly put on their clothes to gather at this place again. Stand aside, and wait for the arrangements. Qin Fang's words were very soft, but the feeling they gave off carried an incomparable sense of oppression. These 7 or 8 people immediately stood in place without saying a word, quietly waiting for the storm to come. At this moment, there were still more than 100 people who disdained Qin Fang's order, believing that he didn't dare to act rashly and behead them. After all, the law was not responsible for the people. And in this situation, would the 1,000 masters still be able to completely kill them? 834. After hearing this, Qin Fang silently spoke. Latecomers. 300 military canes per person. As an example to others. Now execute. All of a sudden, the group of people looked at me, and I looked at you. No one spoke. No one went to execute. Centurion, come out. Qin Fang spoke out once again. 8 centurions appeared and looked at Qin Fang. Execution. In a moment, 2 centurions started the execution, while the rest remained motionless. From today onwards, you are no longer centurions. Whoever dares to carry out the execution will be directly appointed as a centurion. There would be reckless people under heavy rewards. How could there not be a few reckless people among the 800? In an instant, 70 to 80 people stepped forward and raised their wooden sticks. Execution. Thud. 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 The execution began, and a group of people silently watched. After an incense stick was burned, the execution ended, and Qin Fang used the authority of the 1,000 husbandmen to suppress the disobedient blacksmiths. The group of people instantly became lambs to the slaughter. Kill. As soon as Qin Fang said this, the crowd immediately stirred, not knowing what to do. 1,000 husbandmen? Surprisingly, he really dared to make a move? 1,000 husbandmen. Our manpower is already insufficient. If we kill this group of them, next time, we still won't be able to complete our mission. Someone pleaded on their behalf. But Qin Fang did not look at them, but instead looked at the 70-odd people who had executed them earlier. Did I really give you face? You dare to kill me? I'll wait for you. Come! Come! Lend you 2 guts. These 100 or so people were still shouting, not putting Qin Fang in their eyes. Kill. These 70 or so people. They dared to execute. But most of them didn't dare to kill all. Some didn't dare. Naturally. Some dared to kill. Chief 1,000 husbandmen. Please make sure that I am unharmed. This was a young man, bloodthirsty, holding a sword in his hand, with a murderous aura. I'll make sure you're unharmed. As soon as these words were uttered, the young man instantly made his sword. At a moment like this, the group of people were still disbelieving. You dare to make a move? Little Wang. You look like you're tired of living. Little Wang. Caw. A knife flashed coldly, and one person's head fell off. Blood sprayed from his head. instantly scaring this group of people silly. Surprisingly, they really dared to make a move. Continue? The young man slashed and asked again. Continue? Qin Fang's voice was like the cold ice of the 9 heavens. Very cold. The second person's head fell. This group of people were truly afraid. Chilled? Truly chilled. Thousand Master. Stop. This group of people are scared. Really scared. They will change. They will really change. Several hundred people pleaded for them at the same time. This group of people were oppressed by the might of the 1,000 husbandmen. They couldn't move. They could only go to their deaths. 1,000 husbandmen. Please spare our lives. Chapter 340 Heaven's End Town breaks. 1,000 husbandmen. We were wrong. Really wrong. 1,000 husbandmen. Give us another chance. We're really wrong. Me. You son of a bitch. Do you really dare to wait for the sword? Give me another chance. Main. You're finished. You're finished. Among the group, there were still hissers, but there were also those who begged for mercy. Only the ones begging for mercy occupied the vast majority. The young man glanced at Qin Fang once again, wanting to get his orders. Kill. Receiving Qin Fang's order, the young man once again began to slaughter. The 1,000 husbandmen's oppression made it impossible for them to move. 1,000 husbandmen. They are exempt from death. Yes. 1,000 husbandmen. Spare their lives. 1,000 husbandmen. Facing such voices, Qin Fang once again spoke indifferently. Whoever dares to plead for mercy, behead them together. This order instantly caused the group of people who begged for mercy to shut their mouths. No longer able to speak. Caw 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 caw. 173 heads fell to the ground, making the remaining blacksmiths each body shiver. Some were afraid. Some were excited. And some were reporting to the 1,000 husbandmen. The execution is complete. From now on, you are the deputy 1,000 husbandmen. And when I am no longer here, you are responsible for the entirety of this place. Qin Fang directly appointed. Qin Fang was just about to say something when suddenly inspections arrived at this place, and asked why there was a strong smell of blood in this place. To suppress the rebellion. This was Qin Fang's reply, personally leading them to clean up the corpses in this place. These people, who disobeyed military orders and did not assemble in time, shall be beheaded. Understood. The inspection looked away and stopped talking. For the mission in 3 days, there can't be any lack of pounds. If there is a lack, punish together. The inspection left such a sentence and departed. Our squadron. How much is each person's share? Now unchanged. Let me make up for all the rest. Qin Fang left such a sentence and left immediately. The situation of this place, Qin Fang did not want to bother about. As to whether they forged or not, Qin Fang also did not bother. If they were not forging, it would just be another batch of deaths. Even if all of them died out, Qin Fang was not afraid either. Qin Fang alone could act as a squadron. Qin Fang took away a batch of materials and returned to his forging room. After Qin Fang left, the young men's eyes began to imitate Qin Fang and told them to start forging. This group of people didn't dare to resist Qin Fang and rushed to start forging. Perhaps because they hadn't forged for a long time. Perhaps because they were under too much psychological pressure. Perhaps because the probability of this group of people failing to forge was very high. Although their hands were shivering, they were still forging. No one dared to be careless for fear that Qin Fang would return again. In just 1 day, Qin Fang was about to finish forging all the materials before asking the dry and thin old man for more. These essence gold grade materials? It's not precious, but you can't waste it. This was the dry and thin old man's response. The meaning was obvious. You have to show your ability. Otherwise, this batch of materials would definitely not be given to you. This is the result of my forging this day. Qin Fang took out 100 pieces of fine gold grade equipment and 1 purple gold grade equipment and handed them to the dry and thin old man. The old man was immediately shocked after reading it. This is 5,000 essence gold grade materials. All of them will be given to you. But I want 3,000 pieces of essence gold grade equipment at the very least. The dry and thin old man wanted to put up a fight, so he gave Qin Fang so many materials. It's fine. Qin Fang slapped his thighs violently. A loss. A loss. If he had known that there were so many essence gold grade materials within the city guard, he would have definitely joined the city guard before it was too late. These 5,000 fine gold grade forging materials. Even if Little Black devoured them without sleep, Shitting. Would take 10 or so days to complete all. But now? A small steward in charge of the warehouse had given it to Qin Fong so easily. If this batch of equipment was forged by Qin Fong, it would be 500,000 pieces of fine gold-grade equipment, or 50,000 pieces of purple gold-grade equipment. Taking advantage of this batch of materials, Qin Fong was prepared to fill his pockets and fatten himself up as soon as possible. Ding. Congratulations on completing your mission. Gain position experience value, 100000. Qin Fong kept forging like a machine. And every 3 days, Qin Fong completed a mission and gained 100,000 post experience value. The squadron he was in, as expected, did not complete the mission and eventually let Qin Fong make up for it. Your squadron is short? Do you need to make up for it? The dry and thin old man asked Qin Fong so. No need. Their equipment. I am able to make up for it. Qin Fong left such a sentence in a clear and cold manner and turned around to leave. After experiencing 3 deliveries of the mission, the dry and thin old man had discovered that Qin Fong was truly a talent. Although he was an Essence Gold level forger. But then, he was better than 2 Essence Gold level forgers. The main thing was that my success rate was too high. With 100 portions of materials, I was able to complete 98 pieces. Other Essence Gold level blacksmiths? 100 portions of material? At most, they could only forge 50 or 60 pieces. And even lower, 40 or so. Qin Fong? It was 2 times as many as them. The main reason was that Qin Fong didn't dare to be too high profile. Otherwise, he might have a success rate of 100%. Or even 200%. Or 300. The only problem with me. It seems that the 1,000 husbandman is not suitable for him. I am suitable to be a pure forger. Not suitable to be a 1,000 husbandman. While Qin Fong was forging equipment non-stop, something big happened in the outside world. Something that was enough to shock the entire Heaven's End. Ding. Heaven's End Town has been breached by the Divine Spirit Springs. All members of Heaven's End Town have become vagabonds. Ding. The town of Sky's End has been breached by the Divine Spirit Springs. Ding. The town of Sky's End has been attacked by the spirit of the gods. The system beeps continued to ring out, and the entire Heaven's End began to glow red. Alert. Alert. The ancient deity camp has begun the 3rd stage of its counterattack. Alert. Alert. The ancient deity's camp has begun. Alert. Alert. Grass. What's going on here? Huh? Holy shit. Such a wide range of flashing red lights? What's going on with Heaven's End? Heaven's End Town has been exterminated? Players from Heaven's End Town? Hurry up and speak. Hurry up and tell us how your situation is going. It's terrifying. The players from Heaven's End immediately began to ask non-stop. The other 9 towns that were surrounded by Divine Spirit Springs were trembling at this moment. Under this situation, it was truly frightening. Outside of the Heaven's End towns, countless monsters from the cold ice camp appeared from this place, incarnating into oceans that kept spreading. The strongest ice-cold monster? It had already become a legendary level cold ice general. Moreover, there wasn't one, but a full 9 of them. And the most crucial thing was that the shadow of a cold ice god with an azure color all over its body had appeared in the vault of the sky. The god of cold ice? Unsealed. Under such circumstances, the Sky's End Town couldn't hold on. Couldn't hold on at all. No one knew what was going on in Sky's End Town. And no one knew how the cold ice deity was, how it was unsealed. At this moment, the town of Heaven's End had already become a piece of rubble. The city lord's mansion had completely collapsed, and all the major shops had long been looted. Within the city lord's mansion, there are countless ice monsters wreaking havoc. As for the players, they are long dead and cannot be resurrected in a short period of time. Chapter 341, The Reason for the Destruction of Heaven's End. A minute had passed since the destruction of Heaven's End Town. Yet the entire Heaven's destiny had already stirred up an uproar. The Divine Springs, the major towns, all the players knew that this was a powder keg that could blow up at any moment. But who had thought? Today there would be a sudden explosion. And the power of the explosion would be so terrifying. Real-time reports from the Sky's End Town. Please pay attention. The reporter NPCs who gave up their lives, the players, rushed to the front line at the first time to report on the event. For a time, countless flying pets or helicopters floated in the skies above Sky's End Town, videoing the situation below. Through our footage, It's not difficult to see that the entire skies in town has been destroyed, and the divine spirit fountain has become the center of the cold ice, and is moving towards the ruins of skies in town, and will become the kingdom of cold ice by the time it completely takes over the city lord's mansion. We were able to see the city guards of skies in town below. None of them escaped, and all of them died at the front line. Let us mourn for them. Those who did not escape from the town were enslaved and killed. This is a serious provocation by the god of ice against the human race. This matter must be paid in blood. It could be heard that this reporter had already taken on personal emotions, and the anger in his heart could be imagined. This was an official reporter, with professional terminology between his words. Welcome to today's Xiao Xian has something to say. Crap. The smell of blood in this place. It's already so thick that it's pungent, making it impossible for me to breathe, right? What's this below? My day. So many broken hands. Broken legs. Large intestines wrapped in small intestines? Saying that, this blogger started vomiting in place. His face was so pale that it was heartbreaking. I was wrong. Old me left a shadow. Run. The human race had been at peace for too long. So long that the younger generation had forgotten that blood was blood red. In this place, there were at least 70 to 80 reporters at the very least, using their ways to pass on information about this place, so that the residents, players, from all parts of Heaven's destiny would be aware of it. In the next instant, blue-colored pterodactyls danced out from the spirit fountain, like glittering ice crystals, possessing their own intelligence, and began to attack the planes and flying pets in the sky. In this situation, the report can only stop. The reporter can only return. Naturally, these azure-colored pterodactyls would also give away fast return tickets. Click. Click. The communication was interrupted. The news of skies in town could no longer be learnt. Ding. Thank you for waiting. You are about to be resurrected within the nearest heavens in town. Ding. Please pay 100 copper coins to begin resurrection. This was the first time Heaven's Destiny had charged for resurrection. It was because you were no longer a player in a Heaven's End town. And on the other hand, it was really too far away. Ding. Thank you for waiting. You are about to be resurrected within the nearest Heaven's Fire town. Ding. Please pay 100 copper coins to begin the resurrection. The entire players of the Heaven's End town would definitely be filled to capacity if they were all integrated into the Heavenly Water town. So the system chose to divert the players, allowing the batch of players to be integrated into different towns at different levels. Grass. Old me has finally been resurrected. This was the first player to voice out from the skies in town. Under the state of death, one was able to watch the interactive boards, but was unable to leave a message. So, what exactly happened in skies in town? What caused the divine fountain in skies in town to erupt? None of these they knew. The players who were in desperate need of resurrection put the last piece of the puzzle together. What happened in skies in town? Bro? Yeah. Can you tell us in detail? Bro, why aren't you talking? The first 100 players from the skies in towns that had just been resurrected were immediately stopped by the city guards of the major towns, requesting them to cooperate with the inquiry. These players could only cooperate and leave. In the time it took to burn incense, the players from skies in town wrote a manuscript. The mystery of the divine spirit spring eruption in skies in town, priced at 50 copper coins. The melon eaters, who desperately wanted to know the reason for this, purchased it in droves. Heaven's End town was destroyed. According to my speculation, there are 3 reasons as follows. 1. The entire city guards were lax in their defense, and there was a lack of awareness of the divine spirit springs. When I pass by this place, I can often see 7 or 8 city guards gathering to play cards, shout loudly, and even drink wine. Below that was the attached picture, leaving one powerless to refute. Crap. The city guards of this Heaven's End town are too damn undutiful? Yeah. In such a state? How could it not be destroyed? This is a man-made disaster. A proper man-made disaster. Knowing the horror of the divine spirit springs, terrifying, but still not taking it seriously, no one would sympathize with this kind of town. Secondly, the god of ice came out early, and with one strike, the town of Heaven's End was destroyed. Below is a small additional video screen. Ahem. Still charges 10 copper coins. In the video screen, it could be clearly seen that the god of ice condensed the densest ice-cold chi between heaven and earth, forming a terrifying and incomparable heavenly law. And with a thud, a shot descended down. 1/3 of the Heaven's End town was destroyed. Dong. The second shot. The third shot. The entire Heaven's End town was destroyed to the 7th degree. The Heaven's End town city lord tried to strike, trying to stop the god of ice and cold, but he ended up dying under this shot. Crap. Deity. There really is a deity. The god of ice and cold. What a terrifying feeling. 3 shots destroying the Heaven's End town. This is too ruthless. Convinced. Really convinced. Terrifying. Terrifying. The players originally had no concrete impression of the strength of the deities. But after this battle, everyone understood how terrifying the deities were. 3. Within the Heavenly Sun town, there exists a human traitor. The god of cold ice. Originally, could not have appeared so quickly. But because of a human player, who betrayed the human race and released the god of cold ice in advance, it led to the destruction of the Heaven's End town. This argument appeared, shocking off a large number of players' eyes. Crap. Are we still able to have such powerful energy? If it's really a human traitor, this matter, it's going to be difficult. Who is it? Should be able to see it. I wish to know his full scent within 3 minutes. Please also give it a go. These were the 3 reasons posted by the players. And although they were agreed upon by 70% of the players of Heaven's Destiny, there were still 30% of the players who thought that it was fake and could not be believed. As for the residents of Heaven's Destiny, they were even more unwilling to believe it. However, an incense stick later, the prophet god announced the reasons for the destruction of the towns in Heaven's End this time. 1. Not enough attention. 2. The god of ice appeared in advance. 3. Spies from the ancient formation appeared in the skies and town. This was announced by the prophet god, representing absolute authority. In an instant, the remaining 9 towns of Heaven's End began to be on edge. After all, these towns still possessed this divine spring. The Heaven's End towns had already been destroyed? Then the next one? Would it be them? This was a question that no one could say for sure. Run. Is this still not running? Waiting to die? Run away. Run away. Brothers, I'll run away first. These were the words left behind by the NPCs of the 9 major towns, especially the shopkeepers of the major shops. Chapter 342 Sword of the Vault. Skies End Town. This was the lesson from the past. Heaven's End Town was able to be destroyed in a single strike? Then the Heavenly Sun Town? Heaven's Spirit Town? These towns wrapped in divine springs? Can they escape? What makes them able to escape? Therefore, the NPCs of the major shops who thought about this point frantically began to sell off their own properties and shops, wanting to leave this place before it was too late. Selling off at a loss. All for 1 copper coin. All for 1 copper coin. Transfer shop. Absolutely prosperous shop. Because of something at home. So early transfer. For a while, the major towns came alive, and countless players began to revel. Players are not stupid. Goods? Dispose of them at a low price. I can buy them. Anyway, if I die, it has no effect on the items within my backpack. But shops? Do I look like an ingrate to you? At this kind of moment, whoever buys it is a big fool. Within the town of Tianyang, although Yuze was an 8-star, he still held the financial power of this 10,000 people group. At this moment, he learned of the news of the demise of the Heaven's End town, and his keen sense of smell told him that the situation that Boss Jin said was highly likely to occur. Thus, without any hesitation, Yuze instantly brought Wang Yaqing and began to acquire the shops that were for sale within Tianyang town in large quantities. Because it was a rush sale, the prices of these shops were very low. After all, who knows which one will come first, tomorrow or the accident? Yuze and Wang Yaqing's movements were very secretive, and by the time normal players found out, the two had already purchased 300 shops from all walks of life in Tianyang town, occupying almost a third of Tianyang town. Among these shops, some of them were bought together with the land, while some of them were leased for 100 years. Because of Wang Yaqing's presence, this matter, Yuze did it beautifully. All the legal issues were arranged properly. As for the funds, there was absolutely no need to worry. The equipment forged by Qin Fang was still very popular these days. Yuze, aren't you afraid that these shops will eventually smash your hands? As a 9-star being, Wang Yaqing possessed the ability to think independently. In her opinion, This kind of juncture was indeed a great opportunity to quickly dominate the market. But what? The risk that needed to be taken was also very huge. The spiritual fountain was just sitting there, like a volcano that was about to erupt. It could erupt at any time. Once the spirit springs erupted, waiting for the Tianyang town can be destruction. For Yuzhe, the current investment of 8 billion copper coins, that is considered to have hit the water. At most, to be able to listen to a sound. This is all boss's meaning. And boss told me that the minimum acquisition of 100 shops. In one sentence, Yuzhe directly brushed off the responsibility. But for such a big thing, misappropriating such a large sum of money, Yuzhe definitely had to report to Qin Fang. What? Heaven's End town is gone? Quickly, hurry up and acquire the shops within Tianyang town. When Qin Fang just heard these words, he instantly reacted. His words were urgent. This was the moment he was waiting for. In his previous life, it was also the Tianmu town that was the first to be destroyed. None of the NPCs survived. And none of the millions of city guards even survived. This was a signal. A signal of danger. In this situation, as long as it was a normal person, surely the choice was to quickly flee. But what happened after that? Proved their folly. The destruction of the Sky's End town? It was already a slap in the face to the human race. The human race? Could they still let another town be destroyed? Boss, I purchased 300 pieces of shops. Currently on the books. There's no money left. If there's still funds left, I'll still be able to purchase more than 50. Yuzhe also didn't dare to say the words too full. After all, now, there were still quite a few gamblers. For example, the Hegemony Guild. After the members of the Hegemony Guild knew that Yuzhe was purchasing these low-priced shops, they also joined the army of shop buyers. In the case of other real gamblers, for example, it was to purchase these low-priced shops. If they lost the bet, then they lost. But once they won the bet, it would be a bloody profit. Therefore, Yuzhe said that in purchasing around 50 shops, it was already the limit. After Yuzhe finished saying this, Qin Fang began to weigh the situation. Selling equipment with invincibility skills attached. 3 million per piece. Private me if you want it. In order to gather this amount of purple gold, Qin Fang decided to sell a batch of equipment with invincibility skills attached. Crap. Equipment with invincibility skills attached? This stuff? Buy it. Buy it. Buy. First come first served. There's definitely not too many of these invincible equipment. I'll transfer the money to you first. And you'll give you the equipment afterwards. In a moment, at least 3,000 players contacted Qin Fang. Qin Fang replied to this, one by one. Yes. Please trade. Sorry. The equipment with invincibility skills attached to it is sold out. Yes. You can trade at any time. Sorry. With this falsehood, Qin Fang ended up selling 500 pieces of equipment with invincibility effects attached to them. And the haul was 1.5 billion copper coins. Take this and continue acquiring shops. This time, Qin Fang had also put in his blood 10 billion copper coins and smashed it in Tianyang town. Don't worry, boss. I guarantee that I'll do it for you clearly. Yuzhe continued to lead with Wang Yiqing. Older brother? Your men are acquiring shops. Let me know, old brother. Are you aware of any insider knowledge? Although the bastard guild had followed the trend and purchased around 10 shops. But not to mention, Bastard's heart was not in the right place. He also didn't know if he could continue to purchase them, and whether or not he should continue to go ahead and gamble. Older brother, listen to me. At moments like this, purchase as many as you can. Qin Fang left such a sentence. That is, he hung up the communication. Hegemony pondered for a long time, and covertly informed the members of Hegemony 2 Association to purchase shops silently. Since my oldest brother dared to play so big, would he not dare? Just as the gamblers in Tianyang town were wondering whether to get their hands on the second set of shops. Qin Fang, Hegemony Sky had already started monopolizing. Ding. Thank you for your trust in Tianyang town. Hereby granting you the title of honorary citizen. Ding. Thank you for your strong support of Tianyang town. Hereby granting you the title of honorary wannabe. Ding. Thank you for your support of Tianyang. The more moments like this, the more the Tianyang town city lord was able to see the warmth of human feelings. The other shop owners? At this moment, they only want to run away. Only want to get away from this place. But what about player me? He is the one who has Tianyang in mind, and is willing to spend tens of billions of copper coins to stabilize the soon-to-be turbulent Tianyang town with his own strength. Prices? They can't fluctuate at will, nor can they go too low, or else there will be serious consequences. Thus, after learning of the player's move, the Tianyang town master had specially awarded Qin Fang with such an honor. Although the substantial reward was not high, the honor was very high. When Qin Fang heard these 3 system beeps, his entire body was confused and felt ashamed of the honor. Although Qin Fang's intention was selfish, but then again, it was a mistake that had stabilized the Tianyang town. On the other hand, President Phoenix was looking at the system beeps in front of him, while his entire being was surging with blood, as if he had seen his future. Therefore, the prophet god had informed that the loss of Heaven's End town this time was due to someone's treachery. But Phoenix still didn't believe it. But seeing the system beep in front of him, he had to believe it. Ding! Let's congratulate the hero who overthrew the human skies in town. Sword of the Vault has returned. Chapter 343 Divine Great Quest. The voice that rang in the Phoenix's ears was the voice of the god of death. As by far the reddest deity in front of the heavenly emperor, he was temporarily in charge of the chores amongst the camp of the ancient deities. This one voice rang in the ears of all the ancient deities, and in the ears of the warriors under the ancient deity's command. For a time, all the major deities knew about this one hero. This was a hero who had destroyed a town. This was a great victory that proclaimed the might of the ancient deities to a great extent. Technically speaking, Skies End town possessed extremely strong defenses, and it was impossible for the god of ice to destroy it with just 2 fingers. However, because the defenses of the Skies End town were destroyed, resulting in the whole not exploding out, it was as good as papier-mâché in the hands of the god of cold spirit, and eventually perished. Welcome the heroes of my ancient god race. This time, it can be considered a complete outburst. Refreshing. The humble human ants must die. Haha. You kid. Very good. How about it? Interested in taking up a position under my god of destruction? I'll give you the position of army chief? Awesome. Not bad. The gods had more or less unsealed themselves, and were able to probe out a trace of their spirit and integrate it into the Heavenly Emperor token. The Heavenly Emperor token. This was a divine artifact that the Heavenly Emperor had specially ordered the Great Forger to create during his heyday. Like a great sun suspended in the firmament of the sky. The function of this divine weapon at that time? Very powerful. When a deity's spiritual power covered it, it was able to complete the transmission of messages with other deities in an instant. It greatly facilitated the problem of difficult information transmission back then. Only that this artifact was sealed by the god of plague back then, cutting off the channel of contact between the gods. This artifact? Dusty for a long time, because of the last time the god of darkness was silently beheaded. The celestial emperor specifically ordered the god of death to dig out this artifact first, regardless of the cost, so that the deities could contact each other and call for help. Never let the tragedy of the god of darkness happen again. The god of darkness died? The heavens wept, and the gods squared the news. The heavenly emperor's token had been sealed for so many years, and although it was somewhat decayed, it was still able to be used after all. This token took the form of a great sun, suspended within the god of death's death abyss, and was able to contact the gods. Although the range of communication, it only covered over 300 deities, but it was barely enough. This great sun, if suspended in the firmament, would allow all of the gods in the ancient deity camp to be contacted. But the loss would outweigh the gain. The human race, the 10,000 races, would not agree to it, and it might cause a 100-god war. Within the heavenly emperor's token, the consciousnesses of the deities began to collide and started to snatch each other. These deities all knew that this kid between Song Dome was a talent without compromise. Humph. Is it hard to believe that I won't give him a reward? This was the voice of the god of ice and cold, carrying an infinite indifference that was unsympathetic. Sword of the Vault listens to the order. From today onwards, you are the 3rd army commander of the 1st Army of Ice, with 100,000 elite soldiers under your command. At your disposal. This is the military talisman. Sword of the Vault. This is a set of epic ice equipment. I wish you a speedy ascent to the top. At the command of the Sword of the Vault, I reward you with a hidden profession book *1, wishing you a higher level of strength. The god of ice was very generous, cashing in on the numerous benefits. One by one. Hearing such words, The gods stopped pulling together at once. At this time, the voice of the god of death sounded once again. Ding. Given that the sword of the vault assisted the god of ice in getting out of the trap, assisted the god of ice in destroying the town of death, and assisted the deity in the outbreak of the deity's spiritual springs, which strengthened my deity's might. These 4 great feats are hereby rewarded with 100,000 deity contribution points. 2. Access to the deity's storehouse to select any item. 3. Access to the deity's tidal wave for 1 year. 4. Title, Divine Spirit Favor. These were the rewards that the god of death had released in place of the heavenly emperor. Each of these rewards was very heartwarming even for a demigod-level descendant. Divine Spirit Contribution Points? This could be used to purchase all items within the Divine Spirit store, from divine artifacts down to bronze-level equipment. The Divine Spirit Warehouse was a collection of rare treasures from heaven and earth, any one of which would be enough to cause a legendary-level existence to metamorphose. As for the Divine Spirit Tide, this was the heritage of the ancient gods. Every existence that enters the Divine Tide, potions, equipment, pets, etc., are able to randomly obtain a piece. Only the higher the level, the better the reward. This last title, Divine Spirit Favor, on the other hand, it adds 10 points of luck value, with the added effect of deterrence. This title might not have much of a deterrent effect on the human race, or on the 10,000 races that stood up, but after so many years of development, Heaven's Mandate had a group of staunch supporters of the ancient gods. This group of existences hadn't even died cleanly yet. This token, in their eyes, it was the supreme honor, something to be worshipped. At this moment, the entire generals under the gods? Which one of them was not heart-pounding? Which one of them was not trembling? Which one of them did not want to? Why wasn't the person who won this prize himself? This was an opportunity to reach heaven in one step. Sword of the Vault? The Phoenix's mouth constantly murmured. His eyes filled with envy and anticipation for the future. The Sword of the Vault was able to complete it. Why couldn't he finish it? The mission of destroying the Heavenly Sun Town? It had to be completed. Only if you wanted to destroy Tianyang Town. You couldn't get around 2 people, Player Wei and Player Batian. These 2 people were like cowhide. As long as they were tainted, they wouldn't be able to get off. Phoenix's many times. Shucks. Every time Phoenix's plan, it was almost always cleanly destroyed by the 2. Phoenix still tried to fight back, but every time, it was his own head that broke. There had to be a way to get rid of the 2 of them. As for the news coming from Stranger's Sword, seeing the player, my lapdog, Yuze, the members of the Bastard Guild are acquiring the shops in Tianyang Town. President? This message was directly ignored by Phoenix. This time, the action is either successful or not. Tianyang Town must be destroyed. Acquiring the shops now are all fools. Phoenix was prepared to go for broke. The Sword of the Vault was able to do it. There was no reason he couldn't do it all. Phoenix started contacting the Sword of the Vault, requesting to add a friend and asking him how he broke through the skies and towns. These are all experiences. They can be taken over and used directly, so it's good to use them. Ding. Sword of the Vault refuses to add you as a friend. Since he didn't agree, Phoenix didn't force himself and began to perfect his plan. These days, the number of players joining the Phoenix Guild was increasing, and there was a vague meaning of breaking 100,000 people. Phoenix was prepared to follow the legions under the God of Death's command to assign official positions and discipline his men. I wonder what the outcome would be. One must know that the rules of the Legion of Death were very harsh. This group of players would be able to withstand it? Phoenix informed Stranger's Blade and the other top brass of this information and discussed it with them. President, you can't do that. If you do, the next day, the guild members who just joined will all run out. The Stranger Sword bitterly discouraged this. Wasn't this intentionally giving himself a hard time? This was the player's very plain thoughts. I'm here to rub experience and rub gold. But I don't want to be a slave. This, even if the entire continent breaks up, I don't want to slave. Phoenix could only just snuff out this idea. He was really in too much of a hurry. So some bad ideas always popped up in his mind. Heaven's End towns being destroyed. This dam. So dangerous. Right. How come I don't feel any urgency in the Tianyang town? Shouldn't this be a strict wait? The players had just asked this question, and immediately realized that the level of security in Tianyang town had not increased by a little bit. In the past, the city guards within the town were patrolling a fixed line, on duty for an hour, resting for an hour. But now, the city guards within the town showed their faces every 15 minutes. Serious and earnest. If you take an inventory, it is not difficult to find out that there are 3 legions scattered within the Tianyang town, meticulously completing their own tasks. The official forces were mobilized very quickly. These city guards have a lot of power. As long as they see someone misbehaving, they will directly arrest them. All in all, in a word, would rather wrongly accuse someone? It was also impossible to let the Heavenly Sun town be destroyed in an anthill and disintegrated from within. The Tianyang town city lord stood at the top of the city wall, looking worriedly towards the place of the divine spirit spring. Earlier, the prophet God had already informed these city lords of these towns in Tianyang through the form of divine artifact mobile phone communication that they must not be careless and personally deploy the mission, telling them to wait for the divine spirit's rushing assistance. The specific reasons for the destruction of the towns at the end of the heavens were also told one by one, allowing them to make early preparations and strive to not miss a single point. There was only one thought in the prophet God's mind. It was already a strange shame to have one town destroyed by an ancient deity, and it was absolutely impossible to have a second one destroyed by them. Tianyang town was also pondering, targeting the divine spirit springs? Should he hire these warriors? These warriors, capable of not dying, were the most suitable to use to charge at the forefront. But then again, the Heaven's End town was almost destroyed in the hands of this group of people. Hidden Earth? Tree of Life. Me. These 3? There shouldn't be any problems. But what about the others? This thing, the warrior, was like a double-edged sword. If used well, it was able to hurt people. But if used poorly, it was also able to bury itself. Increase our efforts and strive to break the shell of the divine spirit springs as soon as possible. At a moment like this, the Tianyang town city lord could only let the city guards fight for their lives. Otherwise, the Tianyang town would really not be able to keep it. Ding! Heaven's Destiny releases an all-divine quest to recapture Heaven's End town. Mission reward: Lord of Skies End town. Quest description: Heaven's End town perished in the hands of the god of ice and cold. But the territory of our human race cannot be lost, and the dignity of the human race will not be allowed to be trampled upon. So recapturing Heaven's End town has become the top priority of our quest. Please work hard, all warriors. This quest immediately caused countless players to pick it up as if they had been given chicken blood. As long as you were a player of Heaven's Destiny, you could take it at all. This mission, there was no time limit, as long as you were able to complete it. Crap. A god-tier mission. This is a god-tier mission. A full divine grade quest is equivalent to a bronze grade quest. It's better to not take it. Haha. What you say on your lips about not taking it? You actually move faster than anyone else. Chapter 344: Exterminating the Annihilation Guild. Qin Fong also heard this system beep and also took on this quest. Regarding the entire clearance technique for this one quest, Qin Fong knew it by heart. The player who had taken the Skies End town in his previous life had once made a detailed guide of every step he took to get the Skies End town, with the intention of showing off and sucking in money along the way. Qin Fong had also read it, and had even deduced it step by step when he was idly bored. In the end, he was completely convinced. This player was able to take down the Skies End town. Luck, strength, and connections were all missing. This was the existence of the top. Only this task. Currently Qin Fong was not in a hurry. In his previous life, it was only in the 3rd year of Heaven's Destiny's opening that this player managed to clear it. It simply wasn't a quest that players were currently able to complete. The reason why this quest was released was also to give the players of Heaven's Destiny a shot in the arm. Ding! Congratulations on successfully receiving a god-tier quest. On the continent of Heaven's Destiny, everyone was on a god-tier quest. How do I get to this Heaven's End town? I want to go now. Yeah. I want to go to recover the lost land. This Heaven's End town. It's destined to be mine. No one can take it away. Charge. Kill. No one can stop me. Damn it. Fuck. How spirited the players were now. When a year later, how wretched they would be. At that time, only then would they be able to realize that this quest was not laid out for the present-day players at all. Qin Fong did not bother about these things. He was still forging equipment. The memories of his previous life, Qin Fong still remembered. Tianyang Town? Although it had collapsed in a large area, it wouldn't be destroyed. Divine Spirit Springs? It would eventually fall silent. And the heavenly sun deities, too, would be decimated. In the end, it was the human race that had the upper hand, completely destroying this counterattack by the ancient deities. Hegemony Guild. How many shops have been acquired? 134. Costing 5.3 billion copper coins. Hegemony's acquisition journey was significantly not that smooth. After all, everyone was acquiring, and some shops had simply raised their prices. Despite this, there were still players who kept buying. One day, the Divine Spirit Spring I did not erupt, and the Divine Spirit Tianyang did not awaken. 2 days, the Divine Spirit Spring I did not erupt, and the Divine Spirit Tianyang did not awaken. 3 days. 4 days. The 5th day. A hidden corner within the town of Tianyang. Hidden under the sunlight. This place was a hidden staircase corner, and generally speaking, no players would come to this place. But at this moment, 2 voices emanated from this place. After this is done, I want 10 million copper coins to get me through the rest of my life. That's fine. But you have to make sure that things are done cleanly and beautifully. Don't worry. There's no problem. The time the two talked was very short, but it contained a lot of messages. Not long after, first a player appeared, wrapped up his body, and looked around vigilantly with thieving eyes. And only after making sure that there was no mistake, did he let out a whistling sound and turn to leave, waiting for 3 breaths. A city guards dressed in the presence, from the shadowy place out, pretending as if nothing happened, left this place. Such a situation did not happen in one place, but rather blossomed in many places within Tianyang Town. This was Player Phoenix's scheme to turn back some of the important city guards within Tianyang Town. These city guards? Phoenix had mapped them all in advance. The lustful ones? Send him beautiful women. Those who want money? Send him money. And after grasping the handle, then let them willingly become grandchildren. This kind of ploy looks very low level. Well, in fact, it is indeed very low level. Phoenix had turned back the 54 people in the Tianyang City Guards to form a poker. And as long as they waited for his order, these people would explode in an instant, completing the extermination of Tianyang Town. The players of the Phoenix Guild had already broken through the 150,000 mark. These days, having seen the might of the ancient deities, the players wanted to join the ancient deities camp. But within Tianyang Town, the only one that counted as an ancient deities camp was the Phoenix Guild. Inform the others. Bulldoze Langia Guild tonight, as a subordinate of the God of Death. If one wanted to upgrade, the only way to do so was to constantly behead other players, mixing experience values, levels, and equipment. In this situation, leveling another guild was undoubtedly the best option, as long as you break through the guild's compound and guard the guild's resurrection stone. This level? Mustn't it be like riding a rocket? Rubbing up. The Phoenix Guild's players were too numerous, and some of them were scouts planted by other guilds. So the message that Phoenix Guild wanted to push Luangia Guild to the ground was instantly passed on. Humph. Phoenix Guild dares to come? Definitely let them have no return. This? What do you see my Langia Guild as? Are we a soft persimmon? There are still 3 more nails in a broken ship. As long as the Phoenix Guild dares to come, even if he's 200,000 players, we'll have to break their teeth. Grass. Fuck. What are we waiting for here? People are bullying them in the face. Damn. You're a player from the ancient deity camp. What are you so mad about? In response to this message from the Phoenix Guild, the Langia Guild responded as above, rather with a sense of colorfulness. After all, the Phoenix Guild at this moment? Who doesn't have a weak heart? Oh. The Phoenix Guild, on the other hand, has a full 150,000 awe. The gap between this is simply difficult to make up. To be honest, the Phoenixes really attack Luangia Guild. Luangia Guild cannot run away, unless he can contact 7 or 8 guilds. Common resistance. As a matter of fact, the Luangia president did do so, to avoid when the time comes. 2 eyes. A black eye. After asking around with confidence, President Langia's face became as dark as charcoal. These guilds promised to help, but wanted 1/5 of Langia Guild's reserves. These 7 or 8 guilds. The Luangia president was selling himself, but he couldn't come up with the price they wanted. This is the lion's mouth. This is to take advantage of the fire. But Luangia is really no way at all. In the end, the Luangia president turned to Batian, willing to become a vassal of the Batian Guild, requesting the Batian Guild shelter. Hearing such words, Langia was instantly grateful. This is the real hero. The real hero, aw. This is simply a life-saving aw. Thank you. Thank you, President Batian. In the future, if there is anything that can be of use to me, speak as soon as possible. This was Langia's attitude. Between you and me, there is no need to be so polite. Qin Fan hung up the communication, and the sword of Ling Tian at the side showed a difficult expression. President, do we really need to lend our troops to Langia? I suspect that Phoenix's target is not Langia, but us. This wave of analysis from sword of Ling Tian was reasonable. After all, if the Phoenix really wanted to attack Langia Guild, how could it make such a big deal out of it? Generally speaking, the battle to capture the guild between players was at night. But now, it's not even noon. This news leaked out. How to see? How fake? And within Tianyang town, the one who had the greatest hatred with Phoenix was none other than the overwhelming Sky Guild. Therefore, sword of Ling Tian's speculation, the Phoenix Guild was about to attack Bastard Heaven's residence. I know. Ah, that's why I'm so quick to lend my troops. This was Bastard Heaven's wisdom. Hegemony understood that Phoenix would definitely not go after Langia Guild. The world was all about profit. Phoenix destroying Langia Guild? What kind of reward is there? Nothing more than a little experience value. A tribute value. If you win against the Bastard Guild, you will also be able to obtain these. And by the way, you will also be able to take revenge. At this kind of moment, as long as the Phoenix wasn't a fool, it would definitely come to attack the Hegemony Guild. Of course, this was only Bastard Sky's speculation. As for which guild the Phoenix would ultimately choose to fight, no one could predict it. Crap? Phoenix Guild? Is it really going to destroy Langia Guild? Overbearing. Really overbearing. Damn it. There's another good show to watch tonight. Hee. The Divine Spirit Fountain hasn't even popped out yet. And then such a thing happened. The players said they were eager to watch. Eager to know the true strength of the Phoenix Guild. Within the Phoenix Guild. Tonight. Which guild was to be destroyed specifically? No one knew except within Phoenix. Only from now? The Phoenix, that is, has begun to line up its troops. Who says? Only at night? Only be able to start a war? These are all fixed thinking. And what Phoenix wants to do is to break the thinking. For a while, when countless players thought that it would take another 6 hours for the show to begin, the Phoenix had already led 150,000 players to the Annihilation Guild's compound. This move instantly made all the players within Tianyang town unable to figure it out. What kind of consideration is Phoenix based on? Right. The Annihilation Guild? Is it hard to believe that Phoenix wants to overthrow the Annihilation Guild? What is this? Why do I feel like I don't understand? Right. Didn't it say it was going to attack Langia Guild? I saw Luangia Guild's players earlier, building the city walls. I thought it was going to attack the Hegemony Guild. Phoenix wanted this effect. Attack. The 150,000 players of the Phoenix Guild stormed out, destroying the Annihilation Guild's quarters. The members of the Annihilation Guild, who were not in the guild's quarters at the moment, got the news and instantly returned to the city, wanting to block the Phoenix. Grass. This madman. President Annihilation cursed. Phoenix. Heck. So careful. The day before yesterday, Phoenix had asked Annihilation to think so. But Annihilation's answer was, not ready to join the Phoenix Guild. This is only past less than 12 hours. Phoenix even want to move? Annihilation Guild players in 10 seconds. One after another back to the city, guarding the resident. Damn you, Phoenix. Go to hell. Annihilation harshly condemned Phoenix's move, itching to crush him alive. The reason why Phoenix chose to make a move against the Annihilation Guild was also based on two considerations. One was definitely for the sake of upgrading and fighting monsters, which didn't require much thought. The second, on the other hand, was because the God of Death had issued a temporary quest to player Phoenix. 1. Destroy a guild garrison at will. And 2. Destroy the most shameless guild in Tianyang town. These were two quests. If completed, a double reward could be obtained. Phoenix must be destroying the Annihilation Guild. Who else could be as shameless as him within Tianyang town? Chapter 345 Falling Rock Roller. Annihilation Guild? Now it had almost become an existence that everyone was shouting about. And it could be called the top stream of shamelessness. He dared to take a bite out of even the Hegemony Guild. Not to mention the other guilds. The casual players. Almost all of the guilds in Tianyang Town had been bitten by the Annihilation Guild. Which was like a mad dog. After all, this guild? Where there are benefits to where to drill. Who got the benefits? All want to go to get a piece of the pie. For example, last time, Luangia Guild. It was not easy to get the chance to kill an Essence Gold level wild monster. After all, this time, the fine gold monster was refreshed right in front of Luangia Guild's doorstep. Other guilds unannounced. No one ever went to grab it. However, the Annihilation Guild could not. Deliberately crouched beside the Luangia Guild. Grab the final blow. Although the Luangia Guild ultimately protects the main fine gold level boss drop. But then, this kind of behavior really is too disgusting, people. For this reason, Luangia strongly condemned the Annihilation Guild. As for the hands, it's impossible to do so. This matter, to say big is not big. To say small is not small. Can't rise to the point of you die and I live. Then there was the matter of the last time the Elf God Guild swiped a hidden copy. Originally, we waited for the guild's reinforcements, and jointly went to brush the boss to be able to pass. However, the Annihilation Guild was so determined to block the others that the Elf God Guild eventually failed in their challenge, causing the hidden copy's time to expire, and ultimately not passing the level. The Elf God President was half dead with anger, and eventually rounded up Annihilation 7 or 8 times, and only then came to an end. In the example of the last time, in order to a purple gold level equipment, maliciously besieged the casual player. This player, who had easily purchased a piece of Qin Fang's forged equipment from someone else at a high price, was showing off in Tianyang Town. Coincidentally, it was spotted by President Annihilation. This purple gold level equipment was too compatible with his attributes. Thus, President Annihilation led 3,000 players and killed a person more than 30 times, waiting for this equipment to drop before he left in satisfaction. This loose player? He was very angry about it. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was only one person. It was still impossible to fight against the entire Annihilation Guild. An existence like Qin Fang? Only one person. Even after losing this purple gold level equipment, hunting Annihilation had become a problem, and he could only kill some of the small minions of the Annihilation Guild. Angry. Extremely angry. The stupid things that the Annihilation Guild had done were too numerous to be written within Tianyang Town. Simply put, the Annihilation Guild was a rat turd within Tianyang Town. Now that Annihilation was going down, no one from the major guilds were going to rescue them. And some guilds were even hanging on to the back of the Phoenix Guild's members, ready to fall on them. The Elf God Guild, Langia Guild, and about 10 other guilds. All followed, their eyes filled with disgust, filled with killing intent towards the Elf God Guild. Grass, the heavens have a good turn. This time, it's finally your turn to annihilate the guild. Die. Scum. Scum of Tianyang Town. You live. It's simply a disgrace. President Phoenix, please also give me a chance to kill this scum with my own hands. Mard, you also have today. All the major guilds. All the major players were in solidarity with the Phoenix Guild. At this moment, everyone seemed to have forgotten that the Phoenix Guild had long since joined the Ancient Gods' camp, and was no longer on the same team as them. There was nothing else. Compared to Phoenix Guild, it was still Annihilation Guild that was more annoying. Phoenix, do you really want to make things worse? At the top of the Annihilation Guild's high wall, Annihilation's mind was gloomy as he opened his mouth word by word. And between his words, he carried endless killing intent. Annihilation, you have done all the bad things. Today, my Phoenix Guild is to act for heaven. You don't have to say anything. Today, even if the gods come, they can't protect you. These were the words on the surface. But secretly, the Phoenix inquired. I, Annihilation Guild, willingly join Phoenix Guild. We go together to kill others. What do you think? Langia Guild has jumped the shark a bit recently. Let's join forces and kick him out together. This was Annihilation's intention. To be honest, these days, he didn't intend to join the Phoenix Guild for no other reason than wanting to obtain the Bastard Guild's other death profession, Death Warrior. But then, after so many days of effort, Annihilation found that no matter how hard he tried, He was unable to get this profession in his pocket to transfer. Therefore, he wanted to join the Phoenix Guild's camp and become a Death Walker together. Ahem. It was also mainly because the Phoenix Guild was under siege. Otherwise, Annihilation wouldn't have figured it out so easily. Don't you feel that it's a bit late to say this now? The Phoenix secretly communicated with Annihilation, and he was feeling a little amused. Did he have to let the Phoenix Guild move before he had to surrender? Wasn't this treating Phoenix like a fool? Now Phoenix withdraws its troops? Let you join the Phoenix? Fighting together against Luangia? The Phoenix feels like he can't keep up with Annihilation's brain circuits. What are you thinking? You think with your personal charisma? I'm not sure if I can convince me. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. My Annihilation Guild is also equipped with 50,000 players. Once you join, your Phoenix Guild is definitely like a tiger with wings. But I also have conditions. I can't join your Phoenix Guild for nothing. Annihilation took the opportunity to put forward his own conditions. After all, it was also considered sitting on the ground. You tell me your conditions first. Firstly, I want absolute self-reliance. My Annihilation Guild becomes a branch of yours with autonomy. Secondly, arrange for me to meet the God of Death. I think that I'll be able to share some things for the God of Death as well. And lastly, all of the Annihilation Guild's expenditures will be taken care of by the Phoenix Guild. After hearing these conditions from Annihilation, the Phoenix nearly didn't die of anger. What is the meaning of this? You think my Phoenix Guild is a charity? I'm paying out money? Raising your inner circle for you? By the way, I'll build bridges for you. And when you've grown, you'll take the opportunity to bite me back? This guy? What on earth is he thinking? How can he think so beautifully? Kill. Within 2 hours. Destroy the Annihilation Guild. Annihilation was still waiting for Phoenix's response. But unexpectedly, what he waited for was the horn of attack. Brother Phoenix, if you feel that my conditions are high, can we still talk? Don't attack. Annihilation hurriedly voiced out, trying to persuade Phoenix. Without him, Annihilation Guild couldn't break awe. Annihilation Guild's warehouse could be full of items of higher value that he had robbed. If the city was broken, it would all be cheaper for Phoenix Guild. This is a little consideration. More important is the annihilation of the guilds underground. Buried secrets This secret cannot let the Phoenix know. Grass Mud Horse. Who is afraid of Hua? Dry. Annihilation President waited for a minute. See, Phoenix did not have any response. Immediately Rage began to command this battle. Your stepping horse Phoenix is strong. But then, my Annihilation Guild isn't a vegetarian either. Annihilation began to counterattack. The area where the Annihilation Guild is located happens to be at the top of a mountain, with a cliff at the back and a steep slope in front. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. At that time, in order to take this piece of guild residence, the Annihilation President hadn't paid less money. This is also the reason why the major guilds don't want to completely tear their faces off with Annihilation. You really don't have to be able to break through the Annihilation Guild's premises. This place, as long as the Annihilation is not stupid, basically cannot lose. The major guilds, the casual players cannot have charged, but quietly stood at the foot of the mountain, quietly watching the members of the Phoenix Guild charge. What's more, they started selling melon seeds, peanuts and mineral water, as if they were watching a good show. What do you guys say? Will Phoenix be able to win this attack on Annihilation Guild? I think it's hanging. The things that Annihilation Guild has robbed for so many days. I heard that they've all been reinforced by his city walls. I've also heard that the inside of the Annihilation Guild's quarters, it's pretty rotten. But then again, the attributes of the city walls are the highest. 30 million. Annihilation spent a full 30 million on building a defense system? Is this the opening of a play wave? Hearing this, Batian faintly smiled. 30 million in defense? It wasn't that strong. After all, his so expensive defense had also been blasted open and nearly perished. In fact, when analyzed in detail, hegemony and annihilation, this was not on the same level. At that time, if there are only players, there is no way to break through the bastard guild's quarters, who let the Phoenix grasp the opportunity to be good, following the army of monsters to attack together. Last time, Annihilation Guild moved troops against Batian? Why wasn't the hegemony too angry? Because the Annihilation pressure only attacked to the bastard city wall, all without causing more damage to the main building. Charge. Brothers. Charge. Phoenix wearing his equipment. rushed to kill again at the forefront, inspiring the fighting spirit of the players. Throw. First round. Rolling Stone. The reason why Annihilation dared to engage in a hammer in the east and a hammer in the west was then because he was full of confidence in his guild house. It was impossible for even 3 or 4 guilds to break through his guild. But 3 or 4 guilds joining forces. It was only 100,000 players. Now, a full 150,000 players. Guilds joining forces. Each with their own bad intentions. Each with their own bad intentions. No one wanted to be the first to rush. But then, the Phoenix Guild had the voice of the Phoenix alone. Fighting at a high level. The huge dark stone was pushed down only by the joint efforts of the 5 players of the Annihilation Guild. The falling stone was like a crusher. And the Phoenix Guild's players. And then this situation. Were brought down through and through. Like wheat being harvested. Constantly falling down. With high amounts of damage surfacing on their heads. Thick-blooded blood cow? Still able to resist. Nothing more than just a little bit of blood skin left. But the players in the back row? On the other hand? They panicked and tried to flee. This thing rolled down. Archers, herdsmen and other professions with lower blood quantities. The first time they died, there was no possibility of surviving. After all, this is 150,000 people. If you look down from a high altitude, densely packed, this falling stone? There is no way to avoid it. You're front and back, left and right. All players. Where do you hide? 100 boulders fell at once, destroying at least 30,000 players in Phoenix. The scene was constantly flooded with white light, and Phoenix Guild's players were constantly dying. The huge falling stones were stained with scarlet blood, their might unabated, and landed beside the group of players who were watching the good show. Holy shit. Old me just ate a melon. So fierce? Scary. Scary. Phoenix Guild is hanging by a thread. Him this time? It's basically impossible to succeed. The players dodged. Most of them unharmed. But a small portion, unlucky, died. Prepare for the second wave. Rolling wood. President Annihilation gave the order again. And the thick rolling logs were ready. Chapter 346 A Secret. Phoenix indifferently looked at the dead players and cursed his stupidity. Facing such a huge rolling stone. Under natural fear. Surprisingly, no one made a move to break this falling stone. With so many players. Even if each of them gave him a blow, they would be able to blast this falling stone to pieces. Although the words were said so. But then, before the huge falling stone, the Phoenix also instinctively dodged. On my command, once again, if you find a falling stone, directly attack. The Phoenix left behind such a sentence. Rolling would attack. As soon as the words fell, countless falling logs with unrivaled might kept approaching. Petty. The Phoenix disdained it as countless attacks fell, wanting to blast it to pieces. However, the falling wood was covered with a layer of iron on top of it by the members of the Annihilation Guild, and it was impossible to blast it to pieces in a short period of time. Dang. The Phoenix Guild's players were once again brought down by the rolling log, and the scene was once very bloody. Rolling logs were not huge falling rocks. The storage of rolling logs was very large. In a short period of time, 4 or 5 waves of rolling logs had fallen. A wave of rolling logs. The damage was not high. Might not be able to decimate the players of the Phoenix. But what about 3 waves? For waves, it was enough to decimate. Especially the last wave. Annihilation with black oil lit the flame. Rolling down. All of a sudden, under the scene became a sea of fire. President Annihilation is also considered to maximize the damage. Some of the players who have gone through 4 waves of rolling would have not died. And then under this 5th wave, can no longer hold out, have died. The flames ignited and could not be extinguished in a short period of time. Dong. The members of the Phoenix Guild each had pale faces as they looked towards the Phoenix. These 2 waves had already knocked out their essence, causing them to budge back. 150,000 players. Half of them were left at this moment, which was a very frightening figure. It was only 2 waves. Surprisingly, so many had died? If there were a few more waves, wouldn't they all be dead? The point is, this has only reached the halfway point of the mountain. How many lives will have to be sent upwards? How many lives will be lost? Even if the game life is not worth money. But the real feeling of death once? Who wouldn't want to experience it all the time? Chairman, think of a solution. This can't go on like this. Right. Chairman. I can die. But I can't go to my death so worthless. President. Does the guild have any more cards? In the face of such remarks, Phoenix fell silent. Originally he wanted to directly push across by virtue of his strength in numbers. But now it seemed it was unlikely that his plan would be implemented. Please also work hard, brothers. We are sprinting for a wave to consume Annihilation Guild's reserves. The final victory must belong to us. The stranger sword ascended to the top and spoke in such a manner, wanting to organize the players and charge again. Annoying. Really annoying. Isn't this letting me go and send myself to death for nothing? I'm not going. Grass. You're the president. You're bullish. I'm still a person of Sky City. The scum on the ground. I'm not going to do it. Mar. I won't do it either. Old me pure and simple big grudge seed. It's hard to eat. Yeah. I've lost all my equipment, and I don't see the guild giving me a statement. Heh. Is this the Phoenix Guild style? You guys play. Fools. Sky City's players, who had the qualification of being proud, had expressed their intention to put their foot down. After all, people joined the Phoenix Guild in order to join the ancient deity camp for their own convenience rather than to be a gun for him. For a time, at the very least 30,000 players no longer participated in this group battle. Although as a member of the guild, there is an obligation to help the guild to attack the city. But the premise? Your rewards get in place. Right? Oh, the reward? Phoenix did not say. It wasn't that Phoenix didn't want to commit, but there were too many members of the Phoenix Guild right now. Rather like a tail that was too big for its own good. So many players? Even if he promised 100 copper coins per person, it would still be 15 million. This amount of money? Phoenix gritted his teeth and was able to deduct it from his teeth. But then, he didn't want to deduct it all. The new players who joined the Phoenix Guild? We are all together because of the benefits. Not because of your Phoenix's personal charm. This point must be clear. You give me interest. I give you life. You have no interest? I'm sorry. If you have this time, you can go to a random ring to brush your levels and death points. Doesn't that smell good? Seeing that more and more players were leaving, Phoenix could only be ruthless and announce, if we break the Annihilation Guild, 30% of the harvest for everyone to share equally. The members of the original Phoenix Guild, under further coercion, cheered and praised Phoenix's generosity. As for the other players, the corners of their mouths surfaced with a mocking smile. 30%? You're sending out the beggars? Haha. Whoever is willing to go can go. Phoenix will this group of people do not return to the heart. He also no longer to persuade. Once again began to sprint. This time, the bottom of the Phoenix Guild is also considered to be successful by other guilds to explore. Haha. Is this the Phoenix Guild? Externally strong and dry. Yeah. I thought how strong the Phoenix Guild was. This number of people. All of a sudden it dropped. Haha. I thought that within the Phoenix Guild, it was an iron plate. Now look. The number of players who don't listen to the Phoenix is quite a lot. Steady. It's completely stable this time. Annihilation Guild was able to resist. One drumbeat. Then another. Then three. This time, the Phoenix Guild's essence has been knocked out and won't be successful. Ha ha ha. It's really hilarious. Players from all the major guilds ate their melons and commented on Annihilation Guild's actions this time. Their words sharp and not giving the slightest bit of face. Annihilation naturally also noticed this scene and couldn't help but taunt Phoenix. Haha. Phoenix. This interior of yours is really like a sieve. I thought that you were really so capable of commanding 150,000 people. These were Annihilation's words of mockery. In fact, thinking about it, it was impossible. In such a short period of time, how could you make so many players convince you and willingly listen to you? Phoenix could only pretend to be deaf to such remarks. Annihilation was still taunting relentlessly, waiting for the Phoenix Guild's players to rush to 4/5 of the position. Phoenix then let the guild's players dump the black oil, and then ignited. In an instant, the hillside in front of Annihilation Guild became a sea of fire with a huge area. At the very least, 70,000 to 80,000 players were covered in black oil, and no one could escape under the ignition of the flames. Under one wave, 70,000 to 80,000 players of the Phoenix Guild died. Burned alive. This kind of death was undoubtedly the most tragic. Holy shit. Which idiot added blood to me? I'm dying. Do you have to make me suffer more? My day. Yeah. Which idiot added blood to me again? Mud. Back row priests. Where are your brains? Have you been eaten by fucking dogs? In the midst of the flames, the player who was about to die was still suffering from the burning flames, and could not help but hurl out curses. The priests in the back row spat out their tongues, no longer daring to randomly add blood to them at will. Phoenix was practically spitting out blood in anger. There was no other way. This time, he seemed to have been careless. And this location of Annihilation Guild's residence, it was also too good of a choice. Right? As for Annihilation, he also breathed a sigh of relief. He saw the blistering expressions of the members of the Phoenix Guild. The next wave? Shouldn't be coming back. Mad. The president ran faster than anyone. Fooling me to send me to my death? You're fooling me every day to send me to my death. But you're an alright person? Uh-huh. Where's the Phoenix? You go to hell for me. This battle? Obviously can't fight as a team. This horse is a living target. Your head was kicked by a donkey. Grass mud horse. Letting us die twice in a row. Are you happy? Believe in your evil. This was the whining of multiple players, posted on top of the public screen, like a huge stone slamming into the ocean. For a time, at the very least, 50,000 to 60,000 players mutiny, and all started cursing Phoenix. Phoenix looked at this situation. Can no longer hard take copper coins. So the opening said, breaking the Annihilation Guild. All proceeds are all of you. But also please show off your skills. This battle, I no longer command. In addition, the Phoenix Guild will give each player who participated in the battle pay 200 copper coins. In the face of such a voice, the members of the Phoenix Guild brightened up and returned as much as they could. This reward, it was worth fighting for. And so, a new round of siege began. This group of players who were temporarily put together may not be strong in group warfare. After all, they have never been able to grind. But then, individual ability, still very strong. 3 to 5 friends, together in a group, from the side, from behind the cliff, towards the Annihilation Guild. Annihilation heard the report of his subordinates, immediately frowned. This time, the Phoenix Guild had moved for real. Annihilation glanced at the situation inside the guild and couldn't help but sigh. It looked like the secret could not be kept. Phoenix, I'm using a secret in exchange for the safety of my Annihilation Guild. Do you think it's worth it? Grass mud horse. Late. Old me must destroy your annihilation. Today, Phoenix had already been exasperated and lost his mind. And he instinctively thought that this must be another reprieve for President Annihilation. And that this Trojan horse must be a trap again. In the face of such a reply, Annihilation could only sigh. Looking around, Annihilation unexpectedly could not think of a guild to turn to for help. Moreover, these guilds at the foot of the mountain were not enough to stop the members of the Phoenix Guild. This secret? Annihilation also didn't want more players to know about it. After thinking for half a day, Annihilation decided to notify players of me. This Annihilation was the result of deep thought. Firstly, Playergen is just one person, strong and less implicated, and will not leak the secret to more people. The main thing is that the ability is strong. The last time the Bastard Guild took a copy of the Death Warrior in one fell swoop, Annihilation old feeling is player me behind the push. Secondly, the president of the other guilds had long since blacked him out. He couldn't get in touch. Ding. Player Annihilation requesting communication. Do you agree? Qin Fang, who was forging, froze when he heard such words. Hesitating for a second, Qin Fang still agreed. Ding. Communication is connected. President Annihilation. What can I do for you? Qin Fang instinctively thought that Annihilation was going to purchase the equipment. And Qin Fang was prepared to raise the price of the equipment by 1/10 and sell it to Annihilation. Let's complete a deal. You help me repel the Phoenix Guild. I'll tell you a secret. Chapter 347 Breaking the Phoenix Territory. Secret? Qin Fang quickly retrieved the information about the Annihilation Guild from his previous life. In the end, Qin Fang gave up. The Annihilation Guild in the previous life didn't seem to have any shocking secrets. It was mediocre. Hee. No. The Annihilation Guild might actually know something. Qin Fang combined the plots of his past life and present life and began to deduce. The Annihilation Guild of this life knew the secret of the Villa of Grievances long before the Hidden Earth, and had even taken a step ahead of time and obtained the Cursed Fragment. If it wasn't for Qin Fang's early intervention, perhaps the final ownership of the Villa of Grievances would have fallen into the hands of the Annihilation Guild. After all, when a player took the Villa of Grievances in his previous life, the Annihilation Guild had already disappeared for a long time. The second thing was the Death Warrior Catacombs. This is also the first Annihilation Guild found, and attacked a few days in advance, such as if it is not Qin Fang. Batian Guild intervened. Perhaps this copy really will be taken by him. Grievance Villa. Death Warrior copy. Secret of Annihilation? Qin Fang thought in his mind again, and immediately understood the relationship between the three, and that it had something to do with the God of Death. Perhaps it was because Annihilation had taken over the mission of the God of Death, and thus was able to activate the backstops left behind by these Death Soldiers one by one. Then, what was his purpose? Destroying the Tiannong town? What secret? I'll consider whether or not to help you. Qin Fang didn't rush to agree, but asked what the secret was first. Annihilation was also torn in his mind. This secret? Should I tell Qin Fang first? This? How could there be such a statement? Qin Fang was also a master of not seeing a rabbit, and when he saw that Annihilation was hesitant to say anything, he wanted to hang up the communication. President Annihilation. I see you. With no intention of communicating. You and I will be in contact. Hearing this, President Annihilation took a deep breath and held his tongue. Speak. I'll speak. Qin Fang didn't hang up the communication anymore and listened quietly. At the same time, he despised Annihilation in his heart. In this situation, if he was allowed to ask for help, he would definitely have to sign a confidentiality contract. Otherwise, beating Qin Fang to death, he wouldn't even say anything. In the Annihilation Guild's quarters, there is a treasure left behind by the God of Death. It can also be said to be a replica. Our Annihilation Guild has been working hard for 3 months and is about to pass it. And at a moment like this, we can't let the Phoenix Guild find out. I'm sure that as long as you can guarantee to help propel the Phoenix Guild, I'll share 30% of the proceeds from this copy with you. Saying this, Annihilation's heart was also very meaty. 30%. This was a full 30%. But if he didn't promise to give it to Qin Fang, this 70%, he wouldn't be able to get it. Treasure? Qin Fang stopped the forging in his hands, and seriously thought about this matter in his mind. Alright. I promise you that I will guarantee you to repel the Phoenix Guild's attack. I have one request. I must be present when the treasure is opened. Qin Fang instantly agreed to this one deal. The God of Death's treasure? It shouldn't be too little. It can be. But please also do it quickly. I'm afraid that the Annihilation Guild won't be able to hold on. Good. Qin Fang agreed to this matter, and hung up his communication. Qin Fang immediately called Bastard Sky over the communication. Elder Brother Batian, are you interested in making a big wave? What big one? How big? A guild residence. A God of Death's treasure. Hearing these words, Bastard Sky's first reaction was, Annihilation Guild? Hegemony was worthy of being the head of the one moment. And from the spiders, that is, he deduced what had happened. Yes. Earlier, President Annihilation contacted me. Qin Fang did not hesitate to sell the Annihilation Guild. After all, he did not sign a confidentiality contract. Yes. When will you do it? Right now. Old brother. You first lead the players of the Bastard Guild, and go to the foot of the Annihilation Guild's mountain to watch the show. In a short while of light, Hegemony Sky brought the guild's 50,000 players, and gathered at the foot of Annihilation Guild's mountain. As soon as they arrived here, Batian realized that something was wrong. So many players from other guilds? Surprisingly, none of them took the initiative to attack the members of the Phoenix Guild. You guys? Are you looking down on this 1,000 attribute points? If you guys don't go for it, Bastard Sky Guild, will go for it. After all, how could the Phoenix Guild gather so many players on a normal day? President Bastion, don't be in a hurry. Wait a while. When Phoenix Guild eliminates Annihilation, this tumor, we'll kill it before it's too late. Right. President Batian. Don't be so grumpy. Free labor. Don't you like it? Hey. Wait a minute. The various assembly presidents stopped Batian one after another, letting him wait patiently for a while. Hearing this, Batian stopped in his tracks. It made sense. On top of the Annihilation Guild city wall, the Annihilation President waited for Qin Fong. The reinforcement? President Annihilation wondered. What exactly would Player Jing use? To help extricate itself from the siege? The Phoenix Guild's players below were in groups of 3 to 5, reducing the power of the falling rocks and rolling logs to the extreme. With the Phoenix Guild's 50,000 players wanting to target 150,000 players, it was clearly impossible. And of the 50,000 players of the Annihilation Guild, there were more than 5,000 were life players with no combat power. At the cliff, the front, the flanks, all of these, the Annihilation Guild had to go on the defensive. But the players were severely outnumbered, so they could only care about their heads, leading to some of the Phoenix Guild's players charging over the city walls. Thud. Dang. These Phoenix Guild players, instead of attacking Annihilation Guild's players, they also unleashed their skills on Annihilation Guild city wall, blasting the city bricks. And the blood level of the city wall was dropping continuously. Annihilation was anxious in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. On the other end, Qin Fong dialed Divine Craftsman Lu Long's communication, wanting to borrow troops to destroy the statue of the God of Death. I can't make a decision on this matter, but I can help you contact the Tianyang City Lord. Divine Artisan Lu Long immediately opened a three-way conference, allowing Qin Fong to meet with Tianyang Town face-to-face. Lord City Lord, my subordinate, I have detected a private territory outside the city that harbors the remnants of the God of Death. Please also approve and grant me 3,000 elite soldiers, so that I can go out of the city to fight the bandits and return the world to a clear sky. This matter? The Tianyang Town City Lord was silent after hearing this. With Qin Fong's identity, it was reasonable to say that he could not see himself at all. But the face of the Divine Artisan Lu Long, he could not help but give it. So he came to meet him. But this kid can give himself a problem. Private territory. Strictly speaking, even the City Lord has no right to view. This time, the God of Death's command really did think of a good way. But private territories harboring the remnants of the God of Death, Tianyang Town would have the right to check it out. As for the 3,000 elite soldiers, the fact that it belongs to the player me, this is something that the Heavenly Sun Town Lord also feels is not too safe. What if these 3,000 elite soldiers are pitted for me to kill? You can't do harm to people, but you can't do nothing to prevent people from being killed. Who will help you guarantee? This sentence was obviously said to godly artisan Lu Long. As long as deadless Lu Long vouches for it. Then, he definitely agreed. As expected, when Divine Craftsman Lu Long heard these words, he immediately agreed to vouch for Qin Fong. Since this is the case, you will receive my military talisman and can deploy 3,000 elite soldiers within the town at will. Ding. The Tianyang Town City Lord has sent you a mail. Qin Fong opened it and saw that it was a military talisman. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Kirin Talisman of War. Qin Fong dialed Hidden Earth's communication and asked if he was free. Boss, you can rest for half a day. What's wrong? Hidden Earth, who was killing monsters, was the first to pick up Qin Fong's communication. Hissing sounds mixed with Hidden Earth's words spiraled out. Come! Send you a merit badge. The matter of destroying the Phoenix's private territory and smashing the statue of the God of Death should be able to get quite a few merit honors. Okay. Boss, wait for me. 15 minutes to arrive. Hidden Earth hung up the communication and once again began to fight and kill the enemy. Little tree. Free? Healing an injury right now. Give me 10 minutes. Captain. City guards? Although it was able to make the Tree of Life's level, and merit points increase rapidly, he was still the first to agree to Qin Fong's request. Even if he put off the matter of the city guards, he had to join Qin Fong's team. Yes. I will wait for you. Qin Fong arranged for these two people, and couldn't help but look at Shui Qinger's name. It seemed like it had been a long time since Qinger had logged into the game. Huh? What was she doing? After rambling for a while, Qin Fong began to select sergeants from the Qilin army in Tianyang Town. Every sergeant, at the very least, was a level 60 existence and wore the exclusive Qilin armor, filling one's heart with a sense of security. By the order of the City Lord, we will go out of the city to eliminate the remnants of the God of Death. Qin Fong ascended to the top and flashed out the City Lord's token. Honored to follow your Lord's order. The 3,000 city guards were as imposing as dragons, and their ringing sound was deafening. Depart? Qin Fang stood at the forefront, leading the 3,000 elite soldiers to the location of this private territory purchased by Phoenix. Incidentally, he took pictures of this scene and sent them to Annihilation. In action, besieging Wei to save Zhao. There weren't many words, but Annihilation instantly understood. To be honest, Annihilation's mind was muttering, not knowing exactly what way Player Zhen would save Annihilation Guild. At first, President Annihilation thought that Player Zhen would give a large batch of equipment, so that he could arm himself. But now, looking at it, the way of surrounding Wei Wei to save Zhao is better. Annihilation couldn't help but feel relieved when he thought about it. Phoenix? You think you've won? In fact, your old home is about to fall. Moreover, the player I lead is not a player but a clear city guard. This thing? Who can stop Kill. Try to kill. After holding on for an hour, victory is ours. Annihilation's mind was greatly settled. When Player Me helped him break the siege, Annihilation would definitely sell Qin Fang at the first opportunity, so that all the players in Tianyang town would know that Player Me was in league with him. In that case, Player Me's reputation would be ruined, and he would eventually have to join the Annihilation Guild. Player Me. I've been set up by Chairman Annihilation. Hidden Earth, Qin Fang, and the Tree of Life converged, and Qin Fang stated his plan. Hidden Earth immediately went to the front to scout the way. 50 minutes later, Qin Fang and the others arrived at the Phoenix's private territory. President. Player Wei leading 3,000 city guards has arrived outside my Phoenix Guild's territory. Phoenix was the first to receive the news and began to be alarmed as he wanted to return at the first opportunity. Anything that had anything to do with Player Zhen. It was bound to be no good. President? In the last half hour, it must be able to break through the Annihilation Guild city walls. This was Stranger's voice. For a while, Phoenix was also weighing in his mind how he should choose. Chapter 348 Captive to sell for money. Should we continue to breach the Annihilation Guild's compound? Or to give up? Return to help? Phoenix was at war in his mind for a minute before settling on the idea. Continue the attack and strive to take down the Annihilation Guild within half an hour. Yes, Phoenix decided to fight. Phoenix firmly believed that within half an hour, I would not be able to break through his territory. As long as the time was not too late. Maybe after Phoenix took down the Annihilation Guild's compound, he would still have time to return to help. By then, Phoenix Guild could have 2 private territories to attack and defend. Attack. Attack me. Brothers. The treasure is right in front of our eyes. Hearing this, Annihilation was staggered. What? Phoenix knew the secret of the treasure so quickly, huh? Did the Player Me leak it? The higher-ups. Always so suspicious. As for the hegemony below, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, he received a communication from Player Zhen, telling him to block the Phoenix Guild's return for at least half an hour. If the Phoenix decided not to attack, then he would have to do it. Now, all's well that ends well. Having said that, the Phoenix still sent a message within the guild channel. Players, we are heading straight towards our private territory. Players who are no longer attacking the Phoenix territory, remember to return to the defense. If the private territory is lost, none of us will have any good fruit to eat. Phoenix left this sentence, not in words. The players of the Phoenix Guild who were challenging in the middle of the ring saw these words, and cursed the Phoenix twice before choosing to return to defense. In this situation, they couldn't not return to defense. Otherwise, once the guild premises were lost, there would be nothing left. Ding. You are within Phoenix's private territory. Please leave as soon as possible. Ding. You are in Phoenix's private territory. Ding. You are in. For a moment, the cannons within the territory were aimed at Qin Fang and the others, as if they would attack in the next instant. It has been reported that this place has something to do with the followers of the God of Death. So I have been ordered to inspect this place. Please also open the private territory boundary and allow us to enter. Qin Fang was also polite first. Player Me is nothing. Hurry up and get the hell out. Right. This is a private territory. Come in if you're capable. Mad? Is it for your face? Phoenix Grandmaster's place, you dare to come and check it out. Player Me. Your 3,000 men I feel are not enough. Leave before it's too late. Or else you won't be able to explain yourself when this batch of city guards are all dead. The players within the Phoenix Guild were very condescending. After all, this private territory thing. It had never been heard of who was able to break open it. Ahem. It seemed to have been forgotten that Qin Fang had once deprived Phoenix of its private territory token. But other than that, there was no more information. Resisting, the end result can only be killing without amnesty. Qin Fang gave an ultimatum. But the players within the private territory were still trolling as they were. Hidden Earth glared angrily and took out the dagger in his hand, looking at the crowd grimly. In response, Qin Fang directly took out a token from within his backpack. A token given to him by the city lord. Phoenix private territory harbors the remnants of the god of death. I hereby request the city lord to blast through the boundary, so that we can return the world to a clear sky. After Qin Fang finished speaking, he directly raised this token, only to see a majestic figure of the city lord emerge from the token. And it was getting bigger and bigger, more and more solid. And when he raised his hand, the light flickered, and a palm fell, and the boundary, which could be called invincible, turned into nothingness under the city lord's attack. To be honest, what private territory? It wasn't even a private territory under the shelter of the Heavenly Sun Town. This is something that just fools newcomers. The city lord doesn't let you have a private territory? Then, you don't have one either. These players in the middle of Phoenix's private territory, each and every one of them were scared silly. They, again, seemed to have witnessed history. The private territory that was claimed to be invincible. The city lord could even break it open? Run! Run! Who can block this? No. 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 Can't run. Turn your head and fight. Fight. The situation within the Phoenix private territory was in chaos. Although this place was known as 30,000 players. But then, they didn't know each other and weren't familiar with each other. In addition to the fact that no one was commanding and leading. Ultimately, such a situation appeared. At my command, kill. Not a single player within the Phoenix private territory. Qin Fang ordered. And then he took the lead, as the Thunder God's suit was worn and danced out. This time, Qin Fang did not intend to hide his clumsiness. Endless thunder emerged from Qin Fang's body and began to strike with precision. Kill. Kill the player me. Capture the thief first. I don't know who hissed such a cry. And instantly, countless attacks were redirected and bombarded on Qin Fang's body. In response, Qin Fang smiled faintly, and his body's surface flashed with infinite golden light. This was invincible golden light. The golden light, accompanied by purple thunder, caused Qin Fang to be like a leaping tiger, rapidly impacting, with no one being able to intercept him. Thud. Dang. Dang. Qin Fang held on for 3 minutes amidst the frenzied bombardment, still unharmed. And his invincible equipment still allowed him to possess the golden light. The group of players were stunned. This? What the hell? Player Jin's invincible equipment? Surprisingly so much? Qin Fang resisted the pressure and was so colorful. Hidden Earth was naturally not to be outdone, transforming into a true ghost. The moment you see a flash of cold light is the moment you die. Zhang Tu's stance was even more demonic, even more inscrutable. Vaguely, it allowed Qin Fang to see the shadow of a top second-rate expert. Hidden Earth's progress sword, the Tree of Life, on the other hand, was idly healing, with 3 rounds of healing spells, which were cast out at the same time, putting people's minds at ease. The city guards were even more of a butcher. Invincible. In a group of 3,000 people, there were 3 level 70,000 husbandmen and 30 level 65 centurions, which were invincible existences. This group of people, each one of them was a tough soldier. All of them had seen blood, slaughtering these remnants of the god of death. They were even more unseen. Qin Fang was even able to see that every time this group of tough soldiers killed someone, a touch of the light of death was integrated into their bodies, making them stronger. The healing light from the Tree of Life also fell on the body of the humans, causing them to be surprised. This little woman's milk quantity was so high. In a short while, Qin Fang then attacked in front of the god of death statue. This was the resurrection point of the god of death players. And at this moment, they were surrounded. 3,000 surrounded 30,000. In the past, this was impossible. But now, it was realized. Qin Fang was still releasing thunder without stopping, bombarding the crowd. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining random attribute points +1. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining random attribute points +1. Such system beeps continued to ring out. And in a little while, Qin Fang had increased his attributes by 1,000 points, reaching the upper limit. AI. Qin Fang let out a sigh, rather feeling a little bit unfulfilled. This was an excellent opportunity. Hidden Earth. How much has your attribute increased? Over 900. Still a little short of being able to reach 1,000. Continue. Right. Little Tree. What about you? Still missing over 900. To a priest? One couldn't ask for too much after all. Qin Fang instantly traded dozens of grenades to the Tree of Life and told him to start brushing his attribute points. Chairman. Something big has happened. Player, we broke through the Phoenix's private territory boundary in a breath of time, and rushed in with 3,000 city guards. None of our defenses played any role. This was Ling Chen's voice, tinged with grief and self-blame. When the Phoenix that was attacking heard this, its blood pressure rose, and it was hard to believe. Wasn't it said? A private territory boundary that no one could break through. No, that's not right. Since Player Me broke through the Phoenix private territory in a single breath, why does he only know about it now? Now? At least 15 minutes had passed since Player Me had attacked the city. Chairman, Player Me has used an epic level special item, a gag token. Epic grade speech ban token. Within 15 minutes, all players within a range of 2,000 by 2,000 are banned. This token was enough to cover the entire Phoenix Guild, making it impossible for them to inform Phoenix of the true situation here. Some players wanted to escape from this place and inform Phoenix, but on all sides, Qin Fang had placed city guards, so no one could escape. Thus, it was only after 15 minutes that the Phoenix received a message from this place. At this moment, the Phoenix, on the contrary, calmed down, since things had already happened and could not be remedied. Then, what he could do at this moment was to save his losses to the greatest extent possible. And the best way to save losses now was undoubtedly to take down the Annihilation Guild. Stranger Sword? How long will it take before we can break through this turtle shell? Chairman, 10 minutes at most. Stranger Blade patted his chest and assured. Continue the attack. Phoenix gave the order. Only 10 minutes later, the Annihilation Guild city walls? It was still intact. Phoenix's face was a bit ugly as he looked toward Stranger's Blade. President, 5 minutes at most. The Stranger's Blade once again bought himself some time. But after 5 minutes, the city wall's blood level still hadn't bottomed out. Stranger Blade, give me a reasonable explanation. Phoenix was like a raging lion as he grabbed Stranger Blade's collar and inquired. President, could it be that you haven't noticed? There are less and less players arriving at this place? Hearing such a voice from Stranger Blade, Phoenix then turned back to his senses and looked around, only to see that the players around were getting fewer and fewer. And after doing some counting, there weren't even enough for 50,000 players. Such a number? It was naturally impossible to break through this Annihilation Guild's compound. Phoenix grimaced as a bold idea surfaced in his mind. This group of 100,000 players? It couldn't all be trapped. Right? Impossible. How could 3,000 city guards trap 100,000 players? Phoenix took a look towards the foot of the mountain, and immediately his heart was in awe, as if he had swallowed a piece of ice, and his body was chilled to the bone. Just because the members of the Hegemony Guild? I don't know where they went. President Annihilation, on the other hand, was in a soothing mood and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder they all wanted to cooperate with Player Jin. This guy. He really saves people's heart. This kind of situation. Who else? It was impossible to handle it so well. But Player Jin did it. From the 150,000 players attacking together in the beginning, to the 50,000 players now? Now? The members of the Annihilation Guild were without any numerical difference with the members of the Phoenix Guild. If they couldn't defend like this, Annihilation felt that they could go to hell. Batian Guild? When did they leave? The answer was half an hour ago. The moment Qin Fang broke through the Phoenix Guild's private territory, he realized that there was a shortage of manpower. So he hurriedly asked the members of the Bastardly Sky Guild to come here for support. Chapter 349. I just hate being stupid. Older brother. A big deal for you. Those were Qin Fang's exact words. The moment Batian inquired about how big a deal, Qin Fang directly sent him the picture next to the resurrection stone. Old brother. Thanks. Old brother is on his way. Ding. Player Batian requests a trade. Qin Fang froze and chose to agree. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Resurrection Stone of Batian Guild residents. This? Qin Fong was shocked. Bastard Heaven was really as magnificent as ever. This thing. He dared to casually trade it to himself. Bastard Heaven? He was also too assured of himself. This thing. If Qin Fong gave it to him to destroy, the Batian Guild residents could be considered a change of ownership. Older brother. Install it quickly. If we rush normally, we definitely won't be able to get through. So we can only come up with this plan. This was Bastard Sky's consideration. And it was also the fastest way he came up with. Qin Fong asked the Tree of Life to start installing it. The Tree of Life was also stunned and couldn't help but sigh at the captain's charisma. How could he make Bartion take the initiative to give something so opportune? The base love between the captain and Bartion? It seemed to be even deeper than she had imagined. Ding. Installation complete. The Tree of Life took 5 minutes to install, and the members of the Hegemony Guild immediately committed suicide and died, as if they were being controlled. When they reappeared, that is, they appeared beside the Resurrection Stone, and their eyes were red as they began to wail, joining the battle like wolves and tigers, not giving them the slightest chance to live. Older brother. This time it's cheap. Older brother will not be polite. Batian patted Qin Fong's shoulder and instantly rushed up. These were attribute points. Honor points. Originally, when they saw the 3,000 city guards led by Qin Fong, these players were still under the illusion of holding out. But now, 70 to 80,000 players from the Hegemony Guild surged in, instantly causing them to despair. Some of the players directly wanted to quit the game, not giving Hegemony the chance to brush their attribute points. However, in the next second, Hegemony Heaven directly threw out a bright red-colored doll that exploded amongst the crowd. For a moment, countless grievous spirits burst out from the doll and began to pester the Phoenix Guild players. Ding. You are currently in a special scenario and cannot exit the game. This was the backhand that Hegemony had prepared. After all, one could not every time. All crouch in place for the Phoenix Guild's offline players. Right. This blood doll. Batian had bought it a long time ago. And today, it finally came in handy. Kill all. Brothers, remember to give me thanks to the player my brother. When Bastard Sky said this, the scene was comical. The players of the Hegemony Guild attacked for a moment, and all of a sudden, they shouted an air of thanks to Boss Me. This scene, so scary. The members of the Phoenix Guild, seeing this, began to attack the statue of the God of Death. Mard, hurry up and blast the God of Death statue. Yeah. If the God of Death statue is blasted away, we'll be able to enter the state of nothingness. Haha. This is really a way. It was unknown which great cleverness came up with this solution. Qin Fong and the others did not stop them. After all, the statue of the God of Death's blood was too thick and could not be broken in a short period of time. Qin Fong watched this scene, and then conferred with Hegemony to start purchasing the shackles. Bartion looked seriously at Qin Fong. You brat? As the one who is really ruthless. Hegemony originally thought that player I was letting them come over to brush their attribute points. But now he realized, this kid wants to capture the players of the Phoenix Guild. All of them. And sell them. Who buy? Naturally. It's the City Lord. The high price that the City Lord had offered a few days ago had made countless players red in the eyes. I'll pay for the shackles. Batian was also a bold lord, and instantly purchased 100,000 pairs of shackles. Brothers, hurry up and brush them. Later on, arrest them for me and sell them for money. This sentence, Batian didn't dare to say it in front of the group of Phoenix Guild players, lest they jump over the wall in a hurry. After half an hour of slaughter, 50% of the players from the Bastardly Heaven Guild had already brushed enough for 1,000 attribute points, and Qin Fong hurriedly asked them to start putting shackles on the players from the Phoenix Guild. Once the shackles were on, this could really be in a special scenario where it was impossible to exit the game. In the end, 100,000 of the Phoenix Guild's players were all captured and guarded by the players of the Bastard Guild. Now wasn't the best time to escort them. Knock. Dang. Knock. Qin Fong united with the 3,000 city guards, Hidden Earth, Tree of Life, and the others, and began to bombard the statue of the God of Death that had very little blood left. This time, the members of the Hegemony Guild did not participate. After all, any fool would know that there would definitely be massive rewards for blasting the God of Death statue. At a time like this, It was more or less unkind to go and grab it from Qin Fang and the others. Thus, Bastard Heaven and the others were seriously on guard at this place. Phoenix inquired about the situation within the private territory. President? The statue is almost broken. Why aren't you back yet? Phoenix's entire body was like petrified. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The blood quantity of the god of death statue was said to be incomparably thick. At the very least able to last for 2 hours. How could it be shattered so quickly? It must be that he was lying. Ling Han didn't dare to say more, but instead took a screenshot and gave it to Phoenix. When the Phoenix saw the picture, even with the best chi nourishment, he could not help but storm out and had trouble controlling his emotions. At first glance, Phoenix first saw the endless players of the Bastard Guild. In his heart, he sighed. As expected, he should have thought of it long ago. Player me. Hegemony is like a Siamese twins. No matter where you go, wherever you go, there is player me. There is bound to be Bastard Heaven Guild. No, that's not right. Even with the help of the Bastard Heaven Guild, it would take an hour to destroy the statue of the god of death. At the second glance, Phoenix understood everything. This group of losers. Her? It's really losers all. Letting players me. The members of the overwhelming Heaven Guild not go to attack, but even went to attack their own god of death statue. Wasn't this an old man hanging himself? Resenting his long life? No wonder. No wonder player me can be able to destroy the god of death statue in half an hour. Phoenix at this moment. No more ambition. Only one thought in his mind. This group of people? It couldn't be that Player Jin had deliberately sent them to destroy Phoenix's private territory. Traitor ah. This is really a traitor. The Phoenix saw such a picture and didn't dare to return. Can you see that Batian is playing with the chains in his hands? Going back at this moment? Phoenix, even if it is self-inflicted, really want to give Batian to catch and sell. Phoenix looked at this group of players, and then took a look at the manpower at the moment. Attempted to once again impact a wave. But after losing 3,000 players, Phoenix retreated. This mission? A complete failure. Phoenix had this bitterness in his heart. He could not have imagined that this attack on the Annihilation Guild should have been a watery one. Occupying the right place, right time, and right people. Who would have thought? The two bastards, Player We, Bastard Sky, had rushed out and intervened, insisting on destroying their own private territories. Phoenix, lousy, this is also considered to be revenge for you guys? Is this how you treat me? Player Me, Overlord Guild, Annihilation Guild are in the same boat. Through and through. Also please all players do not be fooled by this group of scum. These people? All of them are the scum of the heck. No. The scum of the scum. Phoenix suddenly released such an article. Let countless players surprised. Just from the title alone. The Phoenix Guild's anger could also be seen. But this? Was it possible? Huh. This piece of article. Where did it come from? I have to take a look at it. What? The Phoenix Guild is going to destroy Annihilation? Player Me. Phoenix even backstabbed the Phoenix Guild? Let them fail this trip. Grass. Why didn't I think of that? Blood loss ah. You guys look at this picture. Player Me, this is to kill the Phoenix Guild in a hurry. A dog bites a dog. A mouthful of hair. Player Me picks up the cheap. This kid's vision is really poisonous ah. Grass. The old man just hates himself for being a fool. The players who watched this piece of writing have exuded envious expressions. Especially the presidents of the major guilds. Could not help but slap themselves. Rather watch the show here. But not even going to attack the Phoenix Guild's private territory. Isn't this the behavior of a fool? Seeing the one-sided comments on the scene, Phoenix nearly died of anger. Among these comments, no one scolded the players for being me, but rather, they scolded themselves for being brainless. Ahem. This style of painting. It's a bit off-kilter. Isn't it? Annihilation, huh? Phoenix actually went public before me? Hee. Not a big problem. This time, Player Me is also considered to be yellow mud. Not shit. But also shit. Annihilation felt happy. But when he saw the players' comments, his entire expression suddenly became odd. Especially when he saw this one comment. His entire being was even more alarmed. Annihilation Guild has been crippled. How come no one is going to pick up the slack? You guys aren't going. Then I'm going. Annihilation, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, immediately let the guild members once again began to reinforce the city walls to prevent other guilds from taking advantage of the chaos to attack. 3%. 1%. Thud. The statue of the god of death shattered into countless pieces. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the god of death statue fragments *99. Qin Fang collected these fragments of the god of death statue one by one, preparing to offer them to the city lord and take credit. This time, the god of death shadow did not appear. After all, he had just lost his footing in this place last time. Who knew now? Will it be a trap again? At the same time, the system beep sounded in the minds of the players here. The city guards. Ding. Congratulations on successfully destroying the statue of the god of death, gaining 1 million honor points. Ding. Congratulations. You have assisted in destroying the statue of the god of death, gaining 600,000 honor points. Depending on how much effort was put in, the honor points allocated varied, and the members of the overwhelming Sky Guild got a piece of the pie. Hidden Earth got the most. After all, it was Hidden Earth who completed this final blow. Hidden Earth now? Merely an honorary Wanfu commander. Qin Fang wanted to make him a real Wanfu commander. This honor point. It couldn't be less. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the human blessing. Attributes doubled within 3 days. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the human blessing. Attributes *0.5 times within 3 days. As usual, the amount of fundamental contribution is assigned to the human blessing, with a minimum attribute amplitude of 0.5 times. Ding. Congratulations on your acquisition. Ding. Congratulations on your acquisition. Qin Fang packed up everything, such as the equipment dropped by these Phoenix Guild players, the warehouses within the premises, etc. Qin Fang emptied them all, not leaving any valuable things for the Phoenix. After finishing all of this, Qin Fang then signaled the city guards, and the players of the Bastard Guild escorted this group of locked-up players to the Tianyang town to offer their prisoners. The city guards? Each was lightly injured. One who accidentally died was also pulled back by the Tree of Life and successfully revived. The Tree of Life, all of a sudden, pulled up to the top in the hearts of the city guards. Along the way, other guilds, other players were so envious that they were drooling. But no one dared to make a move. These 3,000 city guards? Enough to withstand 100,000 players. In addition to the members of the Hegemony Guild, this lineup was very powerful. Player me. Release this group of people, and I'll forget about it. Otherwise, there will be no end to death. 500 meters away from Tianyang town, Phoenix was like a zombie, and his face was blue as he opened his mouth. Chapter 350 The Lost Dog. This time, Player Jin had really pissed him off. The things in the past? Phoenix was able to forget about it all. But not today. These 100,000 players of the death profession. If they were really set within the Tianyang town by Qin Fang, he, Phoenix, would be finished. Firstly, in the eyes of the majority of players, he, Phoenix, would become incompetent. If you couldn't even protect your own men, who would dare to join your Phoenix Guild? Secondly, Phoenix and the God of Death will lose part of his role. The God of Death might just decide that Phoenix's ability is not working. After all, a few days ago, there were still 150,000 players of the death profession. All of a sudden, 100,000 were captured? The God of Death's faith was directly halved. Lastly, there was the problem of Phoenix's face. Ahem. Although the Phoenix had long since lost its face. Oh! Who are you? Qin Fang's words directly caused the Phoenix to blow up, making him a laughing stock. There was nothing more disgusting in this world. You talk to people about rules and threaten them, and they say I don't know you and directly ignore you. This kind of insult made Phoenix feel ashamed and angry, and immediately looked at Qin Fang and said, Player me, are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure you want to completely make a mortal enemy of me? The Phoenix uttered these words once again. Qin Fang smiled playfully, looking at the players around him, and then at the Phoenix. You don't seem to have understood the current situation, What do you think will happen to this group of players if they capture all of you Phoenix? Qin Fang's words were directed at the players from the other guilds around him. Qin Fang also didn't understand why this group of players around him. Why hadn't they caught the Phoenix yet? Player me. You're fine. Phoenix looked at the stupid figures around him, and immediately waved his hand with a darkened face. In an instant, 150,000 players reappeared, emerging from all directions. their eyes like wolves as they looked towards Qin Fang and the members of the Bastard Guild. Today, there will be no end to death. This group of players were not death professions, but they were the menders that Phoenix had secretly cultivated. Those who dared to help the remnants of the God of Death will all be punished according to their accomplices. I'll give you a chance. Back off now, and there will be no blame. Hearing such words from Qin Fang, the group of players glanced at Phoenix. Kill. With this order from the Phoenix, 150,000 players immediately moved out. The scene was about to become chaotic. Player Jin, I advise you to give up your merits this time. Otherwise, you will not be able to mix within the Tiannong town. Haha. Let go of our brothers. Otherwise, I'll make you look good. Rubbish. Go to hell. Player me. You're stepping on a forge master. Isn't that for your face? Player me. I'll give you one more chance. Last chance. Hurry up and let go. This sentence, which was issued by 150,000 people together, shook the heavens and moved the earth, as if the ground was trembling. This might make people shudder. Holy shit. When did the Phoenix Guild become so strong? Grass. 300,000 guild members? How did the Phoenix Guild develop? Grass. Even the overwhelming Heaven Guild couldn't possibly have this many members. Terrible, terrible. Phoenix is really fucking talented. This guy, between not saying anything, has gathered such a terrifying force. At this moment, all the players around were frightened by Phoenix. 300,000 players. It's only been 3 months since the opening of the service. He was able to gather such a terrifying power? Sure, 100,000 had been captured by Qin Fang. But then, there were still 200,000 players at the moment. 200,000? What kind of concept is that? The area outside of Tianyang town was filled to the brim. 200,000? This was 4 times the number of members of the Bastardly Heaven Guild, and 5 times the number of the Pikachu Guild. Earlier, if Phoenix had exposed this force, he would have been able to break through the Annihilation Guild's quarters. But Phoenix held back and didn't let them strike. Now, Phoenix couldn't help it. After all, this was the survival of 100,000 players. Once these 100,000 death profession players were locked in, they could only wait for the cancellation of their numbers. And it would be impossible for them to come out, unless Phoenix was able to destroy the Heavenly Sun town and free them once again. President Bastard Sky's hand cupped a small copy of the button, which was the Bastard Sky Guild's bottom card. If pressed, Bastard Heaven would be able to call down far more people than Phoenix. After all, do you really think that Bastard Heaven Guild's 3 guild residences and 2 private territories were vegetarian? Fight him. Right. Me. We're not afraid. Fight them. What are you afraid of? Hack them. 7 or 8 guild leaders sent messages to Qin Fang, wanting to fight Phoenix Guild to the death. Hegemony was just about to press the button in his hand and start shaking people. But at this moment, Qin Fang stood up and swung, his body's aura seeming to merge with the Tianyang town, transforming into a towering giant. This is the Tianyang town. As Qin Fang's words fell, countless city guards immediately appeared within the town, booing and awing. At the very least 30,000 city guards that couldn't be too far away from the Tianyang town. It wasn't like they couldn't appear outside of Tianyang town. Seeing this, the group of 150,000 players were instantly dumbfounded. Take them down through and through. The leader of the city guards issued such an order. And then with an imposing momentum, he kept charging over, crushing all the way. At times like this, one could not say that you were wronged. Phoenix's face was blue, and he helplessly gave the order to flee, as much as he could. For a while, the tree toppled and the rats scattered. 150,000 players left in a sorry state. How fierce they were earlier. How wretched they were now. Flee. Damn it. It's over. Old man is caught. Charge. Although fleeing again, the group's aura is still not low. The aura of fleeing is also stronger than the others. How strong was the execution of the 30,000 city guards? At first, everyone did not know. But today, everyone saw it. The 30,000 city guards, incarnated as demonic gods, drove away 200,000 players. The key was that none of these 200,000 players dared to resist for fear of being captured and imprisoned into the prison. In the end, 2/3 of these 150,000 players were captured. This time, Phoenix could be regarded as having lost a wife and a soldier. Just jumping clowns. Hegemony Magnificent vocalized, recklessly mocking Phoenix. Logically speaking, Phoenix is 300,000 men. One bright and one dark. 150,000 each. Wherever he went, he would be able to reign supreme. But unfortunately, he bumped into Qin Fang. And under Qin Fang's series of plots, 200,000 of his 300,000 men were captured alive. The remaining 100,000? Well, 80,000 were captured by the surrounding guild players. And only 20,000 forcibly exited the game or fled. The Phoenix Guild still had 20,000 players left. And to be honest, it still had a certain deterrent effect. But this deterrent effect wasn't strong anymore. Cool? President Hegemony's bold. This special scene simulation bead, which is expensive as hell, is actually given to us to use. This time, let's see how Phoenix Guild will still go wild. The city guards were all out? Could the surrounding major players still hold back? Definitely unable to hold back. They all chose to strike. Batian watched this group of players have a tendency to exit the game. And the first time he threw out the special scene simulation beads, so that this group of people couldn't exit the game. And they were all tackled. These can be copper coins. A routed army was an apt description of the Phoenix Guild at this moment. But the only flaw was that Phoenix had escaped. Can't blame the city guards for doing a bad job. But the Phoenix, this person, is really like a loach. Too slippery. Seeing that things are not right, quickly fled, and even enabled a few backhanders. The lost dog. Earlier was not quite able to make a fuss. How come you're not talking now, Phoenix? I'm waiting to see your revenge. Rubbish. Why do I feel that Phoenix is so stupid? Besieging player me at the entrance of Tianyang Town? Has he grown a brain? The players led by the Hegemony Guild were so victorious that they couldn't help but start taunting Phoenix. President Annihilation, who was defending, also saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh freely. Annihilation, you old boy. You have your day too. Heaven's way is good. The front foot of the Phoenix Guild in front of the Annihilation residents flaunted its might. Immediately, the Phoenix Guild that is to become a lost dog. Players from Bastard Heaven Guild, Pikachu Guild, and Elf God Guild escorted this group of renegade players into Tianyang Town. For a while, the prison within Tianyang Town was overcrowded. And eventually a few abandoned prisons were vacated before these 270,000 to 800,000 renegades were placed under strict guard. For these Death Professions players, waiting for them is the darkness of imprisonment. For the non-Death Profession players who had aided and abetted the evil, they were imprisoned for 10 days or so, and then released. Although Qin Fang said that they were guilty of the same offense. But how could they be guilty of the same offense? All the major players went to the City Lord's mansion to collect their rewards before leaving. Speaking of which, none of the Tianyang Town City Lords had expected that things would go so smoothly this time. Although a large amount of copper coins had been paid. This thing called copper coins? Basically useless. Qin Fang had completed this quest beautifully this time. Ding. The City Lord of Tianyang Town is very satisfied with your completion of this quest, and hereby rewards you with the title, 10,000 Captains with Real Power, which allows you to mobilize 10,000 level 60 city guards. At this moment, even Qin Fang was stunned. The City Lord was actually so willing to give it up. Ding. Tianyang Town City Lord's goodwill towards you has increased to 100. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the City Lord's communication token. City Lord Communication Token. Holding this token allows you to communicate with the Tianyang Town Lord at any time. The system beep sounded, and Qin Fang's mood was very refreshing. Having this token meant that there was no longer a need to contact the Tianyang City Lord through Divine Craftsman Lu Long. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining ownership of the territory with coordinates 14521*8474. Qin Fang froze. This private territory of the Phoenix? It was also owned by himself. Qin Fang completed this quest, and then turned his eyes towards the compound where the Annihilation Guild was located. The God of Death's treasure? Qin Fang felt that Annihilation couldn't eat it. He would be stretched to death. So Qin Fang decided to let Bastard Heaven help him. The best way? Naturally. The Annihilation Guild wouldn't be able to eat even a single bite. In which case, he wouldn't be propped up. President Batian? Is there any way to take down the Annihilation Guild's quarters without revealing our identities? This was Qin Fang's inquiry. If Bartion was unable to do it, then there was only a head-on confrontation. Chapter 351 Legendary Grade Death Equipment. Older brother. This undercard? Originally, I didn't want to expose it. But today, I'll let you see the true strength of the Hegemony Heaven Guild. Bastard Sky opened his mouth mysteriously before continuing to add. Old brother. Watch. Within 3 days, I'll let the Annihilation Guild's residents change ownership. Regarding such grandiose words from Bartion, Qin Fang expressed his belief. Baishan's hidden power? Qin Fang also vaguely knew a little bit about it. This was the picture that Hidden Earth had once traveled to Heaven's destiny, and had intercepted for Qin Fang. In the picture, a magnificent guild residence rose up from the ground. And the most crucial thing was that this place was a level 50 monster leveling area. To be able to build a guild here and survive in the process, one could imagine the level of the players here. From the pictures, it wasn't hard to deduce that this was the main force of the Hegemony Guild. Nowadays, the Bastard Heavenly Guild could be called the second team. But the main force of the real Bastard Heavenly Guild was in the level 50 area. Brushing the levels, Qin Fang had wondered at first. Why were the players beside Bastard Heaven in this world different from those in the previous world? Why were they different from those in the previous world? It turned out that the people following Batian at the moment were all unimpressive players. The Batian Guild of the past life? But the existence of perennial top ranking with this strength? Is it possible? Elder brother Batian. If possible, can we advance to tonight? Qin Fang didn't doubt the strength of Bastard Heavenly Guild. But he was afraid that the night would be too long. It's possible. Batian did not make any pretenses and directly agreed, completely disregarding the Annihilation Guild. Then we'll wait for your good news. Old brother Batian. The God of Death's treasure. We'll split it 46. 6 for you and 4 for me. Batian was waiting for Qin Fang's words, and immediately followed him. Signing the contract, Qin Fang was not ambiguous either, and directly signed the contract. This private territory was ruled to belong to Qin Fang by the city lord of Tianyang Town. Naturally, Qin Fang handed this place over to Yuzhe at the first opportunity, allowing him to watch over the arrangements. To be honest, the location of this private territory picked by Phoenix was a bit remote. No matter what one did, it was all a bit difficult to get. As Yuzhe and the other higher-ups started deliberating, Qin Fang stopped bothering. Ding. Warrior Emperor requesting communication. Qin Fang dialed the communication of the Heavenly Yang City Lord and asked about the fragment of the statue of the God of Death, and how it should be dealt with. This thing. Useless. It's nothing more than some ordinary forging materials. By the way, it's possible to take advantage of the fact that the death aura above this material is still strong now. So we can try to forge equipment. Only wanting to find the existence of forging death equipment. It's basically impossible. The Heavenly Yang City Lord patiently explained to Qin Fang. Hearing this, Qin Fang immediately brightened up. Forging death equipment? He was good at it. Thus, Qin Fang immediately returned to the 10,000 Empty Alley supermarket and began to start preparing for the forging. When Qin Fang was ready, he immediately decided to use this God of Death statue fragment to forge Essence Gold grade equipment. If possible, Qin Fang might be able to obtain 100 pieces of Essence Gold grade equipment, or 10 pieces of Purple Gold grade death equipment. This batch of equipment? Although Qin Fang couldn't use it, he could use it to sell it to the Phoenix, who must want it very much. Thus, Qin Fang started forging. Ding. Qin Fang's first hammer fell, and the entire death statue fragment scattered an infinite death aura, filling the forging room. Dang. The second hammer. The chi of death once again spread out, gradually filling the entire forging room. 9th hammer. The 100th hammer. The more he forged, the more Qin Fang felt a sense of ease, as if he himself was easily able to forge a death artifact. Thud. The 1000th hammer. Within the weapon that was condensed from the fragments of the God of Death statue, there was a vague flash of purple light. This had clearly become a purple gold level equipment. Qin Fang instinctively felt a hint of something wrong with this equipment. It was not what he had intended. This was not the equipment that Qin Fang wanted to forge. Qin Fang had originally wanted to forge a purple gold grade staff, so that if he sold it to the Phoenix, he could also sell it. But now, this piece of equipment was morphing more and more in the direction of a death sword. This was not Qin Fang's intention. However, the movements of his body could no longer be stopped. The infinite death chi within the entire Tianyang town was madly converging towards Qin Fang's forge from the ground. This power was palpitating. The Heavenly Sun town seemed to be unable to even detect it. Unable to respond. Qin Fang once again experienced the powerless feeling of being controlled. The last time he experienced it, it was in the middle of the Dark God's kingdom. Not only was the aura of death in Tianyang town, but the aura of death within the kingdom of death was also converging towards this place. In the vault of heaven, it could not be suppressed after all, and a vision appeared. Countless black mists shrouded the sky. As if it was a scene before the end of the world, the silhouette of the god of death coalesced, covering the sky and the sun. This scene made the Tianyang town city lord feel incomparably afraid. Yes, it was fear. Such a strong aura of death? Could it be that the god of death had awakened? Could it be that the god of death had decided to make a move against Tianyang town? At this moment, the NPCs within the town were cursing themselves for wanting money but not life. Even for the sake of earning a few coins. Insisting on staying here? No. If they could escape this fate, they must hurry and flee this place. The members of the Phoenix Guild? Gathered in the forest at the moment. The scene is very miserable. Each gray face, armor discarded, together with the Phoenix. Each downcast. Cannot see where the future hope. Cannot see the possibility of victory. Suddenly, the god of death silhouette converged, instantly causing the eyes of the crowd to flash with a galaxy of bright light. Has the god of death decided to take matters into his own hands? Kill. Avenge us. God of death, I worship you with all my heart. These Phoenix Guild players were like swimmers who were about to drown and caught the last straw as they prayed. In the middle of the kingdom of death, the god of death, who was sleeping, inexplicably frowned. What is this situation? Who was it? Activated its own backhand? Surprisingly, it used its own shattered god of death statue to refine a weapon? Could it be that it was the first forging god under the Heavenly Emperor? After all, this backhandedness that he had left behind. He had only said to the first forge god at the time, if he were to unfortunately fall one day, he could resurrect himself in this way. Thinking like this, the god of death couldn't help but see a bright light in front of his eyes. If it really was the first forging god, the time for the ancient deities to get out of the trap could still be drastically advanced. Immediately, the god of death quickly probed the area where the statue of the god of death that was forging itself was located. What? Surprisingly, it was the Heavenly Sun town? The god of death was quite impressed with this town. After all, he had descended here twice before. The first time was for the first griffin who had switched to the death profession. The second time was for this griffin who backed him up, but was ultimately beheaded by divine craftsman Lu Long for this one of his shadows. Is it hard to believe? Is the god of forging within this town? The god of death thought so, wanting to increase the scope of his probing. In the next instant, the figure of godsmith Lu Long appeared, wanting to interfere with the heavenly chances and shield the god of death's perception. Dang! Li Xie, who was sleeping amongst the rubbish heap, suddenly stood up and looked intently towards the area where Qin Fang was forging, before throwing out a millimeter of light that impacted straight towards the direction of the god of death's silhouette. This attitude of great indifference towards the god of death made it difficult to imagine just how high Li Xie's strength was. Li Xie disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already beside Qin Fang. And at this time in the vault of the sky, this 1 millimeter of light suddenly exploded, just like the destruction of the great sun, flashing out incomparably strong light. The entire vault of the sky? The entire sky was rendered white, and the intense light made all the players and NPCs here unable to open their eyes. Deathless Lu Long closed his eyes for the first time. In a daze, Deathless Lu Long seemed to hear the voice of grass, with unrivaled surprise, anger, and a tiny hint of pride. God of death, oh me, this is just a shadow. As for blowing up his own artifacts? Yes, the rich and generous Li Qi directly blew up a divine artifact. Although this divine weapon, there are certain flaws, but it is still a divine artifact. When divine artisan Lu Long fought against the god of death's shadow, he couldn't afford to blow up his divine artifact, so he blew up 3 semi-divine artifacts. But Li Xie didn't have the slightest qualms about it. Li Xie descended to Qin Fang's side and saw his condition. That is, he shook his head and sighed. You brat? Didn't I not allow you to forge equipment of the ancient gods? At this moment, The death equipment being forged in Qin Fang's hands had already been promoted to epic grade. Qin Fang directly responded, "Teacher, didn't you not allow the forging of the equipment of the gods of light?" Hearing this, Li Qi directly knocked on Qin Fang's head 3 times. And then he directly moved his hand, interrupting Qin Fang's forging as 7 rays of light with different attributes flickered and were injected within the death equipment. With a click, this death equipment directly shattered from within, transforming into pieces and falling to the ground. Ding! Your forging was interrupted by Divine Forge Masterly Evil. You have failed your forging. Ding! You have triggered the return system. This time return a blast. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a level 40 legendary equipment, Death Sword * 10. Hearing such a system tone, Qin Fang was instantly beaming with joy. This equipment? Selling it for 100 million? Shouldn't be too much of a problem. No. Selling it for 300 million? Qin Fang even thought that someone would buy it. After all, this was a legendary grade equipment. At this stage, legendary grade quests were except for the most high-end players, who got a few pieces of legendary grade equipment through quest completion. Other players? Where would there be such an opportunity? Teacher, this is the first time I've forged an epic level equipment. If you didn't mess up, maybe I would have succeeded. Qin Fang also had to deliberately put on a very aggrieved look, heartbroken over this legendary grade equipment. Succeed, you grandma's leg? Such as if you insist on forging it? The consequence will be that the god of death will discover you and then completely obliterate you. And do you really think this is your true level? This is the god of death manipulating everything behind the scenes. An epic level equipment? When the time comes, you won't even know how you died. Teacher? Is the problem that serious? Qin Fang was also afraid in his heart. Chapter 352 The Son of Darkness with Bad Luck. Seeing that Qin Fang still could not recognize the seriousness of the matter, Li Xia really wanted to kick Qin Fang away. The matter of you being able to forge ancient divine spirit equipment, it must not be exposed. Do you know why I won't let you forge light god equipment? This is because the more light equipment you forge, the more light power that is in your body will become more and more dense. In the end, you will no longer be you, but a member of the light god race. Sure, you can become the strongest light god race, but you? I'll never be able to return again. The most crucial thing is that you will become a coordinate. Become the coordinates of the light god. And based on your location, and based on the power of light in your body, the light god will be able to descend to this place in an instant and unleash a massacre. Li Xia sighed and told Qin Fang about the greatness of the matter. Who knew? This guy was so bold, sealing a portion of his forging power, making it impossible for him to forge the equipment of the god of light. But to actually start forging the equipment of the god of death? The god of death? It was even more of a hidden danger than the god of light. From today onwards, you are not allowed to be forging any equipment of the ancient gods. With these words, Li Qi had already said something very serious. In fact, there were 2 other points that Li Qi had not said. Firstly, Qin Fang was able to forge the equipment of an ancient divine spirit. This meant that this Qin Fang's identity might not be right. Apart from the heavenly emperor, only a great forger of a deity from the ancient times was able to forge it. Secondly, forging equipment by such means? It was really too tempting. After all, Qin Fang, an essence gold level forge master? Surprisingly, he was able to forge epic level equipment. This kind of temptation? Which blacksmith would be able to endure it? It was like placing a divine weapon longsword in front of a random warrior at his fingertips. If Qin Fang were to get used to this kind of feeling, he would definitely fall into the camp of the ancient gods in the future. Qin Fang nodded his head, but would definitely do it again. Li Xia turned his eyes towards the epic level equipment on the ground that had failed to be forged. The sword of death of this hilt was blackened at the moment, and no longer possessed any spirituality. Dang! Under a hammer, the broken sword of death instantly became pieces of powder. Seeing the blackness gradually dissipate, Li Qi then let out a sigh of relief. In the future, pay attention. Li Xia left. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment in the land of death, the god of death's brows were slightly furrowed. The situation wasn't right. Why did the rich death aura in the land of the dead inexplicably disappear by 1,000? This 1,000? It would take a very long time for it to coalesce. How could it be? Is it possible that it's because the statue was completely destroyed? It can't be. The god of death fell into deep doubt. After a long time, The god of death came back to his senses. And for the name Heavenly Sun Town? It was truly remembered. This place. It was suspected that there were traces of the ancient god of forging. This place. Blacksmith Lu Long. Divine Smith Licia are all here. Is it hard to be guarding something? This place? And the followers of his first warrior. This Tianyang town? It doesn't seem simple. Just as Licia was thinking so. The prophet god also detected a hint of something wrong. The seer god of Mount Chixia. On a sudden whim. Divined a fortune. With this divination, the prophet god saw the future of the complete demise of the ancient gods. The prophet god directly froze. This? Even the god of plague couldn't have directly extinguished the ancient deities. But sealed them? Who is it? Surprisingly, it was able to directly overthrow the ancient gods. Just as the prophet god was thinking like this, the trigram suddenly changed and became the future scene of the extinction of the human race. No. The 10,000 races. Click. The tortoise armor directly shattered. All the future scenes returned to nothingness. Chaos. The prophet god silently looked at such a situation and pondered for a long time. Qin Fang looked at the 10 pieces of legendary grade equipment lying quietly in his backpack. And then looked at the Death Warrior's hidden profession book that he had traded with Bastard Sky. These two items? Iterated together? Only then would they be able to explode with the greatest benefits all. Thus, Qin Fang made an anonymous post. Legendary Grade Death Sword plus Death Warrior Transformation Book. 1 byte. 500 million copper coins. The appearance of this post immediately made countless players go crazy. The toughness of the death profession? Didn't everyone know about it? Definitely knew about it. Why didn't everyone want to join the Phoenix Guild? They didn't want to be subordinate to others? This Death Warrior's Transformation Book, on the other hand, was the best opportunity. Not to mention the fact that it had a legendary grade death sword attached to it. Buy. Grass. Such a good opportunity. I'm sure I won't miss it. Buy. Must buy. There aren't many chances for this. Wow. Which god is selling this? Death Warrior Profession Book? I remember it was in the hands of player Bastard Sky. Can it be him? Faced with such a question, Bastard Sky was the first to appear to solve the confusion. No. The seller isn't me. The Death Warrior's Transformation Book was resold by me for 50 million copper coins. To a mysterious seller. To be honest, even I don't know his true identity. The first sentence was true. He had indeed pimped out player me for 50 million copper coins. But the latter was a blind lie. But at this moment, even Hegemony couldn't help but be surprised. Player me? Surprisingly, he was able to take out the legendary grade death sword? Did he forge it? Or did he get it by chance? Or was it? No wonder. No wonder this old boy made himself sign a harsh contract. So he was waiting for himself here. Now? Batian could not reveal any information about Qin Fang. For Batian, this was difficult for him in his heart. It always felt like he had been set up by Qin Fang. Truly, this set of equipment, the Death Profession Transfer Book, Batian also wanted it. However, when he thought about it, the things that he had traded out for 50 million would have to be purchased for 500 million copper coins. He always felt that his heart was not in the right place. In the end, Batian still bid. Of course, it was also anonymous. After all, he still wanted to save face. You guys say? The existence that forged this equipment? Isn't it player me? You say the present-day Heaven's Destiny First Forger? The present-day player Jin had long since ceased to be an obscure existence. It was no exaggeration to say that everyone in Celestial Destiny knew about it. After all, the purple gold level equipment forged by Qin Fang was a hard-to-find piece. Basically, of the 5 people on the road who were discussing things, one of them was talking about player Jin. No. 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 It definitely can't be him. It's not that I'm underestimating player Jin, but it's really impossible. Player me being able to forge purple gold level equipment is already a blessing. As for legendary level equipment, if he is able to forge them, let's just quit the game. This player's analysis was also on point. Player, we can forge legendary grade equipment now. It directly affects the balance of the game. What else was there to play for? There's no need to say anything else. I'll buy this equipment. Haha. Strike first. In an instant, 700 to 800 players contacted Qin Fang. In response, Qin Fang reviewed them at the first opportunity, and eventually left this set of equipment to a guy he looked at most favorably, the Son of Darkness. Son of Darkness. This player Qin Fong had come into contact with once in his previous life. Overall, the senses were good. He had the ability, the means, the strength, the operation, and the coins, but just lacked a little bit of luck. In his previous life, the top experts were basically hidden professions, and in terms of attributes, were higher than ordinary players. But him? No. So, he was always a hair's breadth away from the top players. In this life, Qin Fong decided to fulfill him once. With the death profession's enchantment, he thought that he would be able to be different from his previous life. If trading, the following contract needs to be signed. Seeing this one anonymous message? If the Son of Darkness couldn't guess who the seller on the other side was, he would be able to die headfirst. Player me? Surprisingly, it really is Player me. Damn it. The Son of Darkness had thought of many people, but he just couldn't believe that it was Player me. Now, he's convinced. Sign. The Son of Darkness still decided to sign. After all, in these 3 months, he had tried to purchase the hidden profession transfer book many times, but every time, it was all fate that prevented him from seeking it. This time's opportunity, the Son of Darkness didn't want to give it up, even if it required giving up the so-called human camp. To him, that which could make him powerful. It didn't matter what camp it was. Ding. You have successfully signed the contract. Ding. The transaction was successful. The Son of Darkness successfully obtained this legendary grade death sword. Death profession transfer book. Ding. Player, we request to add you as a friend. The Son of Darkness froze. Player me? Surprisingly taking the initiative to add a friend? This was an unheard of situation. To know? Player me. Only others have ever added him as a friend. Where have I seen him add others as a friend? I've heard that the price of a friend's place is now $1 million. Was fired out of $1 million Skype price. This is not necessarily able to add on. Hello. Son of Darkness. Qin Fong was still considered to be relatively polite in his greeting. After all, the Son of Darkness could also be considered a top expert. This was the first time Qin Fong had come into contact with a top expert in his life. Hello. Player me. The Son of Darkness did not put on a show and greeted Qin Fong with a smile. After all, the person opposite him wasn't an ordinary player, but Player me. It was always right to greet him well. After all, this guy was able to forge purple gold level equipment nowadays? Even legendary grade equipment? When he is at his peak, wouldn't he be able to forge divine weapons? If you have the chance, you can team up together to brush the map. When Qin Fong uttered these words, the Son of Darkness was stunned, but he immediately nodded in agreement. Definitely, definitely. Alright then. You go ahead and get busy. I won't bother you anymore. Qin Fong hung up the communication. This first communication was just to mix things up. Do you still expect people to pour their hearts out to you on the first contact? Well, brother me. Old brother needs equipment. Please don't hesitate to trade in the future. Good to say. You've already purchased 500 million copper coins of items, specially upgraded to gold level member. Buy equipment in the future. All 20% discount. That's a big thank you to Boss Me for his kind words. The two people's feelings quickly warmed up. Qin Fong hung up the communication and transferred the 500 million copper coins on his account. Once again, to Yuze, telling him to watch the arrangements. Yuze, let me just go die. Don't bring such insults. Yuze had worked so hard for so many days and got a net income of 10 million. He just wanted to show off with Qin Fong. Who knew? Qin Fong directly dumped 500 million for him, completing a small goal. Chapter 353 Upgraded Product Evolution. Yuze could only tearfully accept this money and ask whose shop now needs capital investment. Now? Invested. In the beginning, the 10,000 people group was financially tight. But now? A moment of relief. More than 350 shops were also able to start operating a portion of them normally. After the previous incident, the number of shop owners that fled within Tianyang town was even greater. Previously, when Li Xia threw out the light that destroyed the god of death, the average shop owner that would be able to see it. So 1/3 of this money was once again taken out to purchase shops. Transaction completed. About to delete the text, Qin Fong released such a brand new article as a mysterious person. Crap. It's only been 5 minutes. It's even sold? I've only just seen it. I just wanted to contact this mysterious person. But it's gone. Huh? I'm numb. Really numb. What kind of speed is this? Fake it. I don't believe it. There are so many of these tycoons? The players who wanted to buy sighed that they had missed this opportunity. While the players who were dirt poor, on the other hand, they couldn't believe it. How could there be such rich fools? In response, who would explain anything to these fools? Speechless was the best way. Qin Fang returned to his private territory and called out to Little Black. In the past few days, Qin Fang had been forging, and it had been a long time since he had gotten tired of Little Black. However, when Qin Fang called out a few times, Little Black never appeared, and eventually, Qin Fang found Little Black in the middle of the wine cellar. Ball's trail. At this moment, Xiao He, wrapped in a circle of black woolly substance that formed the most beautiful sphere, was immersed in the wine altar, gurgling up and down, and the wine was dwindling. When Qin Fang saw this scene, he directly froze. Was this still his Little Black? How did it turn into a ball? The key was? This ball form of Xiao He. Was it still capable of devouring and pulling out ores? Xiao He. Xiao He. Qin Fang attempted to shout twice. The Little Black in the wine altar moved twice, seemingly responding to Qin Fang. But it seemed that because it was too drunk, it responded twice, and once again sank in the wine altar without moving. Qin Fang sighed silently at this, shook his head, and went forward to fish out Xiao He from the wine altar. Ding! Your pet Little Blackie is in the process of evolving. Qin Fang, in evolution? Qin Fang began to recall. Yes, Xiao He had indeed reached his moment of ascension. After all, he had long reached the peak of a gold-level pet, just a hair's breadth away from becoming an essence gold-level pet, on par with Qin Fang's rank. No, that's not right. Upgrading? This could be completely different from evolution, promoting from bronze to silver, and from silver to gold. This was referred to as an ascending grade. It was the equivalent of a change between each grade. The magnitude of the change was not large. That is, the fine-tuning between skills and attributes. But evolution could be completely different. Evolution was equivalent to transforming a pet's body, allowing for a complete metamorphosis. For example, there were pets that could not be upgraded at all. Their natural rank was too low. But after evolution, they could be upgraded. It was equivalent to refreshing the qualifications, or even replacing the bloodline. For example, in his previous life, a player's pet had gone through 3 evolutions, and surprisingly evolved from a small wild dog on the side of the road into a 3-headed hellhound, which possessed god-level qualifications. Unsurprisingly, this once bronze-level puppy ended up becoming the mighty Heaven's Destiny's god-level Hell's 3-headed dog. This was the charm of evolution. Past life? Qin Fang remembered that the evolution system was only opened in the 3rd year of Heaven's Destiny. In the beginning, players had rushed for it. But in this life, because of Xiao He, it was about to be brought forward. When Xiao He's evolution is complete, that is the moment when the evolution system opens earlier. Evolution, not all full of benefits. There are also these many restrictions. Firstly, the collection of evolution materials is very difficult to collect. The materials needed to upgrade any pet? Destiny has never announced. All players have to find out on their own. Who would be willing to announce the evolution path that they have worked so hard to find? No one was willing to publish it. Everyone was keeping it to themselves. Even though the pet evolution system had been open for 8 years in the previous generation. The materials required for evolution? There is still no systematic knowledge. And they are all still crossing the river by groping for stones. Secondly, not all evolutions can succeed, and the possibility of failure is much higher. According to the summary of players in previous generations, the probability of success or failure is basically 50-50. Thirdly, after successful evolution was benign, it was more likely to be malignant. It was possible that a pet that originally possessed legendary level qualifications became bronze level, or even black iron level, leaving some players to cry without tears, and could only evolve again. But a second evolution? With the materials required for the first time? It would be completely different again, and you'd have to figure it out all over again. This made countless players of Heaven's Destiny go crazy. Fourthly, evolution possessed randomness, and it was possible that everything about the original pet changed completely, from the bones to the skin. Qin Fang was worried right now. Would Xiao He change? Would it make all the skills change? If all of them changed, Qin Fang felt that it would not be as good as the original Xiao He. So it would be better not to evolve. Qin Fang began to patiently wait for Xiao He to finish evolving. Ding! Your pet Xiao He has finished upgrading. This system beep sounded, causing Qin Fang to watch Xiao He's attributes at once. Pet, Xiao He. Profile, Player Maze Pet. Rank, Fine Gold Grade. Active Skill, Purify Oregon. Can devour initial ores, and purify them into refined minerals. Passive Skill, Upgrade. The more extremely high-quality ores that are devoured, the faster the grade is upgraded. These two skills were enough to make Xiao He a god-level existence. Qin Fang silently watched, comparing the gold-level Xiao He to the fine gold-level Xiao He. The skill of devouring ores became even stronger and faster. Qin Fang still couldn't figure out why Xiao He had evolved all of a sudden. Could it be that it was due to drinking more fake wine? Yuck. Fine wine? And thus the mutation? Qin Fang quickly searched in his mind. Which pets related to wine? Wine Girl. Wine Old 6. Or the Wine Starburst? As soon as he thought of this, Qin Fang suddenly shivered, itching to die immediately. Suddenly, Qin Fang had a flash of light and thought of something. No. Last time? Where's the little black stone that Senior Godsmith Lu Long gave me? This can't be Little Black's evolutionary item. Qin Fang quickly returned to the forging area in his private territory with Little Black in his arms and mobilized the surveillance. As expected, Qin Fang saw the scene of Little Black devouring the Little Black stone block. This scene directly made Qin Fang crack the case. After Little Black finished devouring it in a daze, he started spewing out black chi before becoming a small black ball that wobbled into the wine cellar and crashed into the wine vat. As time passed, the black chi on Xiao He's body surface became heavier and heavier, eventually forming a large black cocoon. Qin Fang placed Xiao He beside himself while he started forging. After all, it was better to wait dry than to make money. Qin Fang began forging, not wasting a single second. Ding! Congratulations on your forging failure. You have obtained a 10-fold return of blast. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a purple gold level equipment, Forest Helmet * 10. Ding! Congratulations on your forging failure, triggering a 100-fold return. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining fine gold grade equipment, Forest Longsword * 100. This batch of equipment was especially forged by Qin Fang for the druids, forest elves, forest mages, and other professions. This batch of players, although it was niche, it also had a certain market. Nowadays, the one who could forge equipment for them, it was also Qin Fang. Ding! Congratulations on your forging failure, triggering a storm return. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining purple gold level equipment, Great Sun Armor * 10. This batch of equipment allowed Qin Fang to forge until the stars filled the sky and the scenery was as beautiful as a picture. Qin Fang had just finished forging when he heard the sound of an eggshell breaking. This was the sound of Little Black's successful evolution. At this moment, Qin Fang was inexplicably a little nervous. Don't ever change. Don't ever change. Qin Fang even prayed in his heart. Never dare to let himself despair. Oh. Little Black's match with itself? Originally, it was a match made in heaven. Click. Click. The eggshell completely shattered. Qin Fang stared wide-eyed and held his breath, not daring to have the slightest act of blinking for fear of missing it. A flash of black color immediately brought Qin Fang's heart to his throat. When the complete pet appeared from within the eggshell, Qin Fang's eyes instantly lit up. What met his eyes was definitely still Little Black. The shape had not changed in any way. Not even the fur had changed in any way. Qin Fang was dumbfounded. Was this a failure of evolution? No. If evolution failed, Xiao He couldn't possibly still be so spirited. At this moment, Xiao He, completely without any drunken appearance, good manners rubbing against Qin Fang's calf, eyes gleaming, small mouth beeping, as if asking for something. If the evolution failed? At this moment, Xiao He must be shriveled and limp on the ground. Ding! Congratulations! Your pet's evolution has succeeded. Ding! Your pet Xiao He has evolved into a god. Xiao He. When Qin Fang heard such a system beep, he couldn't see any difference for a while. Until he saw this word god. The whole person immediately became excited. And he couldn't wait to jump straight up and hiss out to vent his own emotions. This thing? It was horrifying. In the world of Heaven's Mandate, anything that was paired with a god was worth a lot, let alone a god-level pet. Just as Qin Fong was about to seriously check the attributes of the god, Xiao He, the system beep that resounded throughout Heaven's Destiny rang out. Ding. Player Me has successfully opened the pet evolution system. Ding. Player Me has successfully opened the pet evolution system. Ding. Player Me. Ding. Heaven's Destiny will be updating in 3 minutes. When the update is complete, the new pet evolution system will be opened. Please wait patiently. Ding. This update is expected to take 5 minutes. Please rest moderately. Ding. The system beep sounded, instantly causing the players of Heaven's Destiny to be petrified, standing frozen in place like statues. Crap. I don't even have a pet yet. But a pet evolution system has come out? Isn't this a fucking farce? Pet evolution system? What is this? This thing? Is it something that we civilian players can access? Grass. Player Me. It's really harming people. The bottom tier players of Heaven's Destiny frantically greeted Qin Fong's parents and his family members. The high-end players of Heaven's Destiny, on the other hand, began to look forward to the pet evolution system. What exactly was this? Chapter 354 here. This is my kingdom. What do you guys say? The evolution system this time? How about it? Is it any good? Some players, with a keen sense of smell, wanted to grasp the business opportunity this time and take advantage of it to make a killing. This was an evolution system. According to the nature of past games, this evolution system was definitely a pit. A bloody pit. Something that pits players' money. But the more pits, the easier it is to breed some players who earn money. Hey. Get it directly. This is definitely an opportunity this time. Make sure to grab this opportunity. Many teams spoke out, their eyes glowing. In 3 minutes, players were forcibly kicked out of the game, never to be seen again. Qin Fong was naturally no exception, and was directly kicked out of the game. Only, after looking at Xiao He's attributes, Qin Fong was grinning from ear to ear. This time, it was simply too surprising. Xiao He's evolution was completely in accordance with the topmost evolutionary route. There were no flaws, and it truly had the possibility of becoming a god. If it was said that in the past, the probability of Xiao He being promoted to a god-level pet was only 20%, then now, it was 79%. The probability of not succeeding was very low. Kicked out of the game. Inside the nutrient pod, Qin Fong opened his eyes. The nutrient pod started running at once. The cold air was injected with the usual oxygen richness, making Qin Fong feel refreshed. The whole person instantly waking up. Ding. The update will be completed in 5 minutes. Is it time to leave the nutrient pod? Inside the nutritional pod, a voice so seductive that it made one's blood spurt rang out, informing Qin Fong of the time. The nutrient pod was connected to the Heaven's Mandate, so a series of news could be found out. For example, while lying in the pod, you can also open the standalone version of the Hiker's Destiny and enter it to travel. This nutrient capsule has a lot of hidden functions, but at this moment Qin Fong didn't want to stay inside the nutrient capsule, and opened the nutrient capsule and walked out. These days, Qin Fong had not left the nutritional pod for a long time. He had to see how Yang City had developed recently. Qin Fong left this place and pushed open the door. The young woman behind the door quickly bowed, her eyes filled with adoration for Qin Fong. This group of people? It was Qin Fong's most loyal supporters, who had gone through many tests in order to be able to become Qin Fong's guards before they were finally selected. It was no exaggeration to say that these women were stronger than the men in terms of strength and ability. And the most crucial thing was that they were willing to die for Qin Fong. Because Qin Fong gave them a new life. Let them live again. Qin Fong was a god in their hearts. Qin Fong's mind shook as he looked at the women in their revealing clothes. Qin Fong coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. His eyes left with difficulty, but he still couldn't help but peek a few times. In the end, Qin Fong possessed great perseverance and left with a quick step. When these women looked at Qin Fong in this manner, they immediately laughed forward and backward, slightly rampant, as if they were laughing at Qin Fong. Only, in this smile, there was something else in it. In their hearts, Qin Fong was like a true god. But at this moment, they felt that Qin Fong was like a mortal. In their moment of distress, it was Qin Fong who rescued them from the fire. truly like a heavenly god, leaving seeds in their hearts. Hidden earth? Like a ghost. He also came out from among them, quietly following Qin Fang's left and right. The dagger at his waist that was flashing with a cold light was tightly pinched by him, with a murderous aura and full of coldness. The surrounding women, who had been hand-picked, couldn't help but assume a fighting stance. This person? Made them feel incomparably dangerous. This person? Not a single human life was stained on his hands. Qin Fang left, and the first thing he did was to go and join Black Widow. And from her mouth, he asked about the true situation of Yang City, the current state of development. Within the entire Yang City, the person Qin Fang trusted the most, other than Hidden Earth, was Black Widow. Qin Ling. The Black Widow didn't care about Hidden Earth, and seemed to be unable to see him, as she directly said, Qin Fang. The specifics within Yang City are as follows. The total number of civilians within Yang City is 347,037. The old, the sick and the disabled are more than 40,000 people. After many years of chaos, many years of war, to be able to have 1/10 of the old, weak, sick and disabled, this number was already considered a lot. After all, in this cannibalistic society, the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled would all die and be eaten to the bone. Qin Fang muttered. Over 300,000 civilians? That was a really small number. A city of this size? Qin Fang flipped through the past records. This place? At the most, there had been a convergence of 5 million people. 5 million? What kind of concept is that? Now? Just over 300,000. The combatants, on the other hand, are 87,913, divided into 3 legions, which are being trained separately at this moment, in order to be able to be put into battle as soon as possible. Of these people, more than 30,000 veterans? More than 60,000? On the other hand, they are newly recruited. Nearly 90,000 combatants? This was already quite a large number. After all, a full third of the total number of people were combatants. The educational institutions are already being rebuilt, aiming to be operational by the end of the month. The medical institutions have already been partially rebuilt, with doctors from various disciplines in place, just waiting for the medicines to be in place, so that they can be put into use normally. The current medicines? Only able to maintain high-level life-saving treatment. Mom, I'll go purchase the medicines later. This was Qin Fang's reply. Very decisive. Medicines capable of sustaining over 300,000 personnel? That was a sky-high number. Mom, as long as the medicines are in place, the situation within Yang City will be able to be stabilized by 30%. The turbulence within Yang City nowadays was less, but it still existed. The bureaucratic system, too, was able to be established in a very short period of time. None of this needs to be worried about. The law enforcement agency, on the other hand, I am personally in charge of it. Even if Yang City riots, I am confident that I will be able to suppress it within 3 hours. The law enforcement agency. This was Qin Fang's direct force, or his Black Widow's squad, in control of the best weapons, training day and night every day. This force, it was strong. The power system has gradually been repaired and completed. By the end of the month, it will basically be able to complete a 12-man-hour power supply. The power system. This was the sign of stepping into civilization. When giving light to the night, this was the beginning of sleepless nights. The systems of catering, entertainment, etc., are also being gradually improved, striving to make the civilians within Yang City, within 3 months, increase their happiness to 10. If we were to change the words of the past, let's let our standard of living, raise it to the level of 1968. The last sentence? Qin Fang understood. After all, the time within Heaven's mandate was the world before the biggest bust in the real world. Qin Fang was the most knowledgeable about the historical copies. If it could really reach the level of the 20th century, then it was already considered a high level. Well done. Qin Fang encouraged with words. And in the next second, he stepped out of the government hall and headed within Yang City to investigate with all his heart. The only way to know the so-called real situation was to personally experience the experience yourself. Otherwise, you would always be deluded. Qin Fang strolled within Yang City. The entire Yang City seemed to be alive at the moment, full of fireworks, full of popularity. All kinds of shops began to be built on both sides of the streets. Countless stalls and vendors began to yell and solicit customers cordially. You should know that in the past, small traders were dared to yell. They were so coy that they couldn't see the slightest bit of anger. But with the passage of time, these people gradually became bold and dared to yell and solicit customers, especially after seeing the city guards to support them. It is even more bold to know, from ancient times to the present, merchants are the most unafraid of death of a group of people, is also the most perceptive group of people. They were the first to sense the changes within Yang City, as if they were freshly drawn new willows. This group of people know that a town is like a pool of stagnant water. In order to develop, it must be revitalized, so that the lake is completely active. And the key to revitalization was them. This group of merchants? Quite a curiosity. Understanding that Tianong town, in a short period of time, could not leave them, and thus grew bolder and bolder. Qin Fang liked this kind of atmosphere, and he was able to give the merchants rights and interests and protection. But what? He didn't want the merchants to be uncontrolled, of breaking the rules of Yang City. The small stall vendors were fine. They nodded coyly when they saw him along the way. However, the few big shops that Qin Fang saw that were being refurbished had quite a condescending feeling. Facing Qin Fang as the city lord, he had no respect left, and even thought that he himself was helping the development of Yang City. This kind of thing? It couldn't be. Who are you? Stand still. Qin Fang wanted to enter this shop to check out the situation, but he was stopped by the boy at the entrance, not allowing him to enter. This shop was the most luxurious and elegantly decorated within Yang City. So naturally, the backstage was also the hardest. Kid, this is not a place you should come. Hurry up and get lost. The two boys, one on the left and one on the right, immediately began to taunt Qin Fang. Qin Fang was not blind. He looked at the signboard at the top, and he knew what type of business this place was. The skin and flesh business. Get lost. At this moment, a big man with a full beard came out from the interior, looking viciously at Qin Fang, rather like he was about to make a move at the drop of a hat. Do you know who I am? Qin Fang still wanted to inquire and give them another chance. A lucky fellow. Just a city lord of Yang City by chance. Hurry up and get lost. Oh! The bearded man knew his identity. Since he knew his own identity, how dare he speak to himself like that? Who is the person behind you? Qin Fang didn't talk nonsense to him and directly inquired. Kid, you're a good liar who won't listen, aren't you? The bearded big man directly wanted to make a move. Seeing this situation, Qin Fang was not polite, and directly used thunderous means to let them know this Yang City, whose territory it was. With a command, the top of the dome directly stretched out a dark cannon barrel, accurately hitting this building in front of Qin Fang. Dang! A bright light flashed. The original shop, which had been almost successfully constructed and luxurious, was directly reduced to pieces. Chapter 355 True. Destroy Annihilation Guild. A word, directly into the ruins of this place. As for these dare to speak out of turn big man, boy, all gasification, before death, did not feel any pain. This is Qin Fang's mercy. This is the dominance of the Lord of Yang City. As for the shop, were there any injuries by mistake? Were there other items present? Qin Fang did not know, nor did he want to know. For a while, the existence hidden behind the curtains of this shop didn't dare to venture out and cower. But the coldness in their eyes was like a poisonous snake that would make one's scalp numb if they were stared at. This was the latest guidance procedure and the latest application of the defense shield that Qin Fang had purchased. It was hard not to. Was the so-called defensive shield only capable of attacking the outside and defending against external players? Definitely not. This defensive shield, which could also be internal, was bound to Qin Fang's consciousness, and was able to erase everything within the city, or a single point, in an instant. It could be said that from the moment this medium-sized defense shield was installed, except for the Heavenly Hall, which was not within Qin Fang's striking range, all other places were under Qin Fang's control. Qin Fang? Still really a fool? With just a few words? He believed in Wild Wolf and the others? That's because Qin Fang is so confident that he believes he can control Yang Cheng. He believes he can control Yang Cheng. This medium-sized defense shield was Qin Fang's greatest strength. Even if the entire Yang City betrayed him, Qin Fang was not afraid. This place is my kingdom. Qin Fang left behind such a sentence, and once again went to the door to look at other shops. The owners of the other shops were once again filled with fear and dread. These days, Qin Fang's absence, coupled with the release of the mercantile policy, had really made them drift a bit, making them forget their own identities, making them forget about the owner of this place. Who exactly is it? This was a disease that had to be cured. Otherwise, they still had to die. This time, no one was daring to stop Qin Fang, allowing him to enter within the shops to inspect the work, giving some not-so-professional answers, and giving them some advice appropriately. The owners of these shops hurriedly appeared, nodding their heads and admitting their mistakes, acknowledging that Qin Fang was really wise and could see the problems of the shops at a glance, and thanking him for his guidance. All in all, it was as genuine as it was going to get. Oh, that's right. Well, what did you say? Dictatorship? If the town Qin Fang went through so much trouble to knock down wasn't meant to be a dictatorship, then why did he take this town? Technically, it was a test. A test of Qin's capabilities. Behind this test, it may or may not have been instructed by someone, but it was simply a test for the merchants to force Qin to give in. But this test ended in failure. Qin Fang, with his true strength, proved that this town was his. Bosses, Yangcheng will not stop you from getting rich, but I hope that you can maintain the most basic respect for me. And by the way, respect is mutual. Qin Fang bowed slightly and left these words, retiring like a gentleman. After Qin Fang left, the surrounding civilians, merchants then breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that a sharp sword hanging over their heads had silently left. City Lord, what an intimidating force. Yeah, the pressure is so great. Crap. This situation? It really makes it hard to refute. This was the first and truest reaction of the hawkers, the owners of the major shops. Why do I feel that the city lord is so amiable and very polite? But there was also a different voice. It was a child, blinking his innocent eyes. The surrounding bosses shifted their eyes to him, and when they saw that it was a small child, they instantly turned away from him. Qin Fang once again explored the situation elsewhere, and along the way, he had quite a few epiphanies. Check. Find out who the person behind the shop is. Kill them if you can. Qin Fang returned to the government hall and instructed Black Widow to do this. For Qin Fang's orders, Black Widow would usually not refuse. It didn't take long for Black Widow to find out who was behind the scene. The existence behind this one shop? It was the head of the underground merchants in Yang City all these years. For so many years? He basically controls 30% of the underground trade in Yangcheng. Ahem. The remaining 70% is encompassed by the Tianji Pavilion. This person is a very capable person, known as the Emperor of the Underground, but also put out a bold statement. Above ground? It's under Qin Fang's control. Below the ground? It's under his control. Both sides would not interfere with each other. When Qin Fang heard such arrogant words, he immediately asked Black Widow to go and finish him off. Under Black Widow's sweep, even if he was capable, he would only die in an instant. Even if the number of his commanders was large, in front of the refined machine guns, they were nothing more than dirt. Unbeatable. The Black Widow pushed across with a strong force that no one could resist. The underground merchant head team, which was so powerful for a while, was directly annihilated by the Black Widow and became history. Countless merchants breathed a sigh of relief the moment the underground merchant heads died. Over the years, they had also been oppressed too deeply. They wanted to resist, but with insufficient strength. They could only end up shelving the matter. Now, finally, they were able to take a big breath. These merchants? They don't want to go against Qin Fang. But the head of the underground merchants? They forced them to take sides. And those who didn't, all died. After dealing with these chores within the town, Qin Fang climbed up the walls of Tianyang Town and sat down with Wild Wolf, asking for his opinion on Tianyang Town's current situation. Tianyang Town is getting better and better. Coyote lit a cigarette and leisurely looked into the distance, his eyes filled with yearning. My promise is still valid. I'll give you the towns you've fought. Qin Fang left such a sentence and turned around to leave. Qin Fang was able to tell that Wild Wolf was someone who possessed ambition. And the Tianyang Town. He wanted it very much, however, because of the Tianji Pavilion's token in Qin Fang's hand. It made him not dare to act rashly. Even took the initiative to help Qin Fang seize the belonging of the Tianyang town. Because he knew the terrifying nature of the Tianji Pavilion. This time, there was a hint of him behind the trial. Only that Coyote had handled it very cleanly, so that no one could detect the slightest bit of it. After all, Tianji Pavilion is not a joke. Able to dance with the wolves? How can they be willing to be subjugated like this? Even if the wild wolf pretended to be very scared and submissive. Qin Fang's heart was clear and understood that the wild wolf, after all, had to go. Qin Fang traveled to the education department and sat down with Devil Dragon, asking him about his views on Yang City. City Lord? Yang City right now? Prospering. Everything is in order. Well organized. Education. Healthcare. You've allowed me to live the life of my dreams. I'm not as good as you. But I'm convinced. Magic Dragon's eyes were filled with light. Light for the future of Yang City. Full of confidence in Yang City. Qin Fang knew that at this moment, the Devil Dragon was convinced of itself. He really wanted to stay. It seemed like it was time to consider adding burdens to the demonic dragon's body, and picking up burdens from the wild wolf's body. Qin Fang returned to the government hall, and discussed with Black Widow about the candidates to enter Heaven's Destiny. This game of Fate of Heaven still needed players. Qin Fang's private territory had too many shops that needed players to take care of them, and needed players to refine different items. Qin Fang decided that the first batch of 10,000 life profession players would be recruited first, so that they could enter within Heaven's Destiny first and become Qin Fang's strong backing. Black Widow thought about it for a while, and still agreed. Originally, Black Widow still wanted to wait for Yang City to settle down again before raising this issue. But now, since Qin Fang brought it up, then she couldn't refuse and could only agree. It was night. Qin Fang went to the Tianji Pavilion and purchased a huge amount of medicines. 10,000 slaves. And as for ammunition, Qin Fang, on the other hand, kept his hand in hand, supplying Black Widow in sufficient quantities, while the Coyote team only gave 1/10 of it. This was also saving for a rainy day. It was impossible for Qin Fang to let the coyotes keep sucking their own blood and growing themselves. Today's dialogue had made it very clear that the wild wolves must send out their troops within 10 days to slaughter another town. Qin Fang dealt with the trivial matters within Yang City. That is, he entered the game again, logged in again, and returned to Heaven's Destiny. Ding. Welcome back to Celestial Destiny. Ding. Enjoy your game. Ding. The evolution system has been successfully opened. Qin Fang directly ignored these system beeps and began to quickly forge equipment. This time, the spending within the Celestial Chi Pavilion had directly caused Qin Fang to empty his own small treasury. Qin Fang had forged 30 pieces of purple gold grade equipment when suddenly the system beep sounded. Ding. Annihilation Guild's residence has been breached. Ding. Annihilation Guild has been wiped out. Ding. Qin Fang glanced at the time. 2 a.m. This bastard guild speed. Efficiency was high. Saying it's tonight? Then it really is tonight. Absolutely no procrastination. Next to the Tianyang Town Resurrection Stone, the members of the Annihilation Guild, one by one, were resurrected here. President Annihilation's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot of gray, as if it was covered by dark clouds. How could the Annihilation President have never imagined that at 2 in the morning, there was such a strong guild going to attack its own guild? This batch of players? The lowest level was also level 50. And the sets on their bodies were even level 40 purple gold level equipment, which could be called invincible. The members of the Annihilation Guild. Hard to resist. Almost all the cards are used up. In the end, still cannot defend. This batch of players? Not only high strength. Props? It's even more terrifying. Marching Euphorbia ants. This thing managed to eat away the walls of the Annihilation Guild. This was the true strength of the overwhelming guild. Enough to crush ordinary guilds and let them know. What was the gap between the crowds? Holy shit. Was the Annihilation Guild really destroyed? This shouldn't be. How is it possible? Annihilation Guild in the afternoon? He held up against the siege of 7 or 8 guilds. How could he be careless at night? I heard that it was carelessness that caused the old horse to lose its footing. Crazy. Crazy. The players within Tianyang Town expressed their disbelief. Batian remained calm, as he was the one who planned this operation. Qin Fang, still calm, pondered in his mind. The god of death's treasure? What exactly was it? Phoenix, on the other hand, laughed out. Uh-huh. You old boy? You have your day too. Let him wave. The presidents of the major guilds have wondered. Just who is it? Being able to overthrow the Annihilation Guild so quickly. Chapter 356, Jumping into the Pit. To be able to directly overthrow the Annihilation Guild at such a fast speed? Within Tianyang Town? When had such a powerful force been hidden? The guild leaders of the major guilds began their first analyses. I have a feeling it's like the Hegemony Guild. As the leading guild within Tianyang Town, it was naturally everyone's first object of suspicion. No, it's not Bastard Heaven Guild. Earlier I even saw Bastard Heaven leading the members of the guild, brushing the monsters in the level 45 mountain wolf gathering. This, naturally, it was a false impression made by Bartion to confuse other players. Yeah, I saw that too. Since it's not Hegemony, it's not the elf god either. I saw them. The guild leaders of the major guilds kept analyzing, and eventually came to a conclusion. The major guilds within Tianyang Town? Surprisingly, none of them made a move. Everyone, all had alibis, more or less, and were seen. Then, this meant that there was an extremely strong force hidden within the entire Tianyang Town. A force even stronger than the Heaven's Gate Guild. However, on reflection, this made sense. Which town? What town doesn't have a group of people who pretend to be pigs and eat tigers? These people are the ones who are hiding the most? They are the strongest ones. 3 months after the opening of Destiny, the major powerhouses in the Hall of Fame are ready to make their debut. Batian looked at the time. Well, it's not too bad. Not too humiliating. During this period of time, the equipment that Bastard Sky had purchased from Qin Fong, basically 60% of it was given to the members of Hegemony Guild 1, allowing them to quickly upgrade, quickly going to brush up on monsters, and brush up on equipment, allowing them to remain the absolute number 1 in all aspects of strength. The rankings, on the other hand, are hidden, and none of them are exposed. The saying, the wind will destroy the wood where the wood shows, applies to all kinds of scenarios. The occupation was completed, and Batian obtained the base token of the private territory generated by the Annihilation Guild. Hegemony did not go to this private territory in the first place. After all, it was already considered his backyard, so going there a little later wouldn't have much of an impact. Ding! Is it sending a message to player me? Send. Older brother. How is it? Is old brother fast? How's it going? Should we go over and take a look at this glance of treasure? What exactly is it? Batian was worried that Qin Fong had fallen asleep long ago, so he sent him a text. Who knew that Qin Fong would call the communication directly? Let's go. Old brother. Let's go take a look. Batian connected and heard such words, and immediately smiled heartily, granting Qin Fong permission to enter the Annihilation Guild. No. Batian's private territory. Thus, taking advantage of the night, the two of them traveled one after the other to the distant private territory of Batian. Beside the Resurrection Stone, the members of the Annihilation Guild looked at me and me at you, wide-eyed, not knowing what to say, and the atmosphere around them, apart from being quiet, was more of a coldness. The coldness released from the Annihilation Guild seemed to be able to penetrate through everything, covering every member of the Annihilation Guild. Honestly, the members of the Annihilation Guild in this guild defense battle, can you say that they were lazy? No. Each and every one of these players had fought to the death. And even 30% of the players had knocked off all their equipment. And now only the white clothes and trousers of a novice remained, shivering in the cold wind. This time, it is really the sin of war also, but really cannot fight. This group of sneak attack players, like wolves and tigers, seem to have long ago studied the Annihilation Guild thoroughly. From beginning to end, the Annihilation Guild was passively beaten. Grass Nima, make way for me. Scumbags. What are you doing surrounding the Resurrection Stone? At this moment, a player with a big grin broke the stalemate, telling the Annihilation Guild scumbags to move their arses for him. For a moment, countless pairs of angry eyes were thrown at him, causing him to tremble. It made him feel as if he, was being overly reckless. What did you say? Say another side? Faced with such questioning, this player was silenced, not even daring to raise his head. Mard, give you face. Snapping. With that said, the Annihilation Guild's player directly sent him countless attacks. When he resurrected again, He also repeated this 7 or 8 times beside the resurrection stone, as if the group of players wanted to vent out all the bitterness they had suffered earlier. Damn it. This player had died so many times that even in his cowardice, he flinched straight up and hissed like a rabid lion as he fought with this group of players. Annihilation gave a disgusted look and directly shouted to stop this farce. Hurry up and tell him to get lost. Annihilation left behind these words and stepped aside, quietly beginning to ponder. The matter of this time? How should it be handled? After a long time, Annihilation dialed Phoenix's communication. At first, Annihilation was not prepared to join the God of Death's camp. That was because of the underground death treasure. He believed that he could do better than Phoenix. The time, place, and people were all in his hands. Annihilation was even very inflated. But now, Annihilation seemed to have no other way to go, and could only join. Yuck. Join forces with the Phoenix Guild. Phoenix. Join forces and jointly overthrow the Heavenly Sun Town. These words were uttered by Annihilation, who had long guessed the fundamental mission of the Phoenix. Join the Phoenix Guild and I'll join forces with you. Otherwise, I don't trust you. This was the Phoenix's voice. The same Death God's camp was the only one worth trusting. Otherwise, it was all a trick. My 3 conditions. If you agree, I will join. At a time like this, Annihilation was still thinking about his 3 conditions. When the Phoenix heard this, it roared with laughter, full of mockery. Annihilation? In what capacity are you talking to me? Are you worthy? Before, Annihilation Guild still had a guild house. Player cohesion was high. But now, the Annihilation Guild that has lost its guild house? At least a third of the players have passed away. Now, Annihilation still wants to negotiate with him. What kind of joke is that? Don't you feel funny? Annihilation's face darkened, feeling humiliated by Phoenix. $30 million to sell you a secret. Phoenix frowned. This guy? What was he thinking again? 30 million copper coins? Do you really think I'm a tycoon like Batian? Right now, the Phoenix Guild is strapped for cash. The next month's stipend won't even be able to be sent out. Impossible. Phoenix directly refused. But Annihilation didn't panic in the slightest, but continued to speak. Playersion. Namely because of this one secret. This is why I chose to breach your private territory and surround Wei to save Zhao. Phoenix directly pulled out his communication record with Playersion, took a screenshot, and sent it to Phoenix. After Phoenix read it, the entire person was instantly dumbfounded. Crap? The original chatting with Lousy at this moment? It's my enemy. No wonder player me. This mad dog? Surprisingly, he chose to go and breach his private territory and smash the statue of the God of Death. Grass. This anger in Phoenix's heart was simply hard to attach. Phoenix was tempted to directly stink. No. Directly stab Annihilation to death, letting him know. Why are the flowers so red? But as soon as he thought of the secret that Annihilation had said, he held back. And at this moment, Phoenix admitted that his heart was moved by this secret that Annihilation had said. Can make player me disregard together. Mobilize all the power of Bastard Guild. Mobilize Hidden Earth. Tree of Life. Mobilize the city guards also to destroy his private territory. Let him retreat. No longer attack Annihilation Guild. This showed that the value of this secret was extremely high. 30 million copper coins. The Phoenix did not speak, and a smile emerged from the corner of Annihilation's mouth. He knew. Phoenix's heart moved as he pondered. So Annihilation thoughtfully reminded him. Phoenix finished weighing the situation and had an idea in his mind. 30 million copper coins is too much. The most I can take out is 10 million. The price was too high to sit on the ground. 25 million. 20 million copper coins. Sold. In the end, Annihilation sold the secret. 25 million to Phoenix. The corner of Annihilation's mouth surfaced with a treacherous smile. This secret? Was it still worth money? Definitely not worth much. After all, he had already sold it once. You have to make sure that your secret is an original import. Don't fool me. Sign the contract. The longer he spent with Qin Fang, the more he could appreciate the benefits of signing a contract. Yes. Annihilation was definitely the first to sign the contract. Ah. Ding. The transaction is successful. Annihilation looked at the 20 million copper coins that had arrived, and immediately sent a text over to Phoenix. Underneath Annihilation Guild's ground, there exists the God of Death's treasure. Enclosed message, player I don't even know. In this treasure, At the very least, 8 legendary grade blades exist. When Phoenix saw this message, he immediately wanted to strangle Annihilation to death. Code. He had actually spent 20 million copper coins to purchase this piece of crap message. This was a full 20 million copper coins, This 20 million. Enough to let the Phoenix lose for a month, Now, the Phoenix Guild's next month's flow of funds. Have to be nervous. You pit me. This sentence? Not waiting for the Phoenix to finish it. Annihilation president that hung up the communication. Annihilation, brainwashed. Would Annihilation work with Phoenix? In desperate times, it might be possible. But not right now, After all, yesterday, the Phoenix Guild was close to letting the Annihilation Guild perish. Even if he agreed, the other players within the guild would not be able to agree. Or at the very least, would not be able to accept it in their hearts. Annihilation even suspected that the black hand behind the Annihilation Guild's destruction was most likely the Phoenix Guild's backhand. After all, the Phoenix? His heart was too deep. And he might be hiding some kind of terrifying power. Phoenix was furious. He was actually being played by Annihilation. To be honest, from the moment that Annihilation called to communicate, Phoenix, that is, created a touch of superiority. He thought that Annihilation was just like him. Also a defeated dog. Thus, he let his guard down against Annihilation, who knew that Annihilation was actually waiting for him here. Grass. Phoenix Guild and Annihilation Guild don't share the same fate. These words came out. The Phoenix Guild's players were uncertain. The Annihilation Guild's players were confused. In the middle of this, what exactly happened? Why would a conflict suddenly erupt between the two guilds? What had happened? The crowd of melon eaters seemed to be a bit much. Immediately after that, the news released by the Annihilation president made Phoenix vomit blood even more. Underneath the Annihilation Guild's compound, there exists the God of Death's treasure. And based on my research for so many days, it possesses at the very least a demigod artifact. Chapter 357, What a Thick Thigh. Hug tightly. Holy crap. The Annihilation Guild residence actually exists such a secret? The God of Death's treasure? Where did it come from? 8 pieces of legendary equipment? Fake it. Damn it. Really? It's definitely fake. If it's real, can this guy still be like this? God of Death. It's as if I know why Phoenix Guild attacked Annihilation Guild. Haha. This is really dog-eat-dog. No wonder. The Annihilation Guild is so strong. The Annihilation Guild looted so many things? It all ended up being cheap for this horrible organization. The players began to discuss without limit. But what they wanted to know the most was what was in this treasure. Although everyone was talking about it, everyone knew that wanting to get it, it was almost impossible. After all, everything in a private territory was so solemnly protected. AI. Greedy Really greedy The Phoenix who saw this article directly spat blood. A staff to blow the table to pieces. This time, he, Phoenix, had really become a joke. A well-deserved joke. The secret that he had spent 20 million to buy was so easily published by Annihilation? Grass. Treadmill. He was still being toyed with by Annihilation. Treadmill. Phoenix kept cursing. And his entire person was incomparably violent. The players of the Phoenix Guild, on the other hand, didn't dare to say a word. This matter, how can I say it, can only be attributed to the boss going crazy. After all, Phoenix also dare not say this matter That is not clearly let people laugh at it. As for the Annihilation, the company is taking this 20 million. Once again purchased a place to build the guild residence. 20 million is enough. After all, the current situation, we all know. Under the crisis, everyone is running away. Who wants to invest? The business pressure of the government hall is also very serious, After all, who does not have a business pressure? So Annihilation to a very low price. That is to buy a piece of land. Probably is 3 million like. Although more remote. Although the location is relatively small. But is also the guild residence, 3 million? If it were before, you wouldn't even be able to get in the door of the government hall. Not to mention buying land. But now, it was indeed bought. The Annihilation Guild was also storing 2 or 3 guild residence tokens. After all, Annihilation itself knew that there might come a day when it did all the bad things. So Annihilation had long been ready. And now, Annihilation Guild reestablishment is complete. Ding. Congratulations to the Annihilation Guild for reestablishing itself at the 137th position at. This was the number of guilds in Tianyang Town at this stage. Holy shit. The Annihilation Guild has actually been re-established? Awesome. Awesome. It's only been 10,000 years since Phoenix was established. Annihilation was actually able to do it so quickly. Haha. Awesome, awesome. I wonder if the player who destroyed the Annihilation Guild will go and destroy the Annihilation Guild again. Ha ha ha. I want to see it too. I also feel like it's possible. The players burst into laughter, knowing that it was already early in the morning. But then, countless players were still online. Let's go. Follow me to the brand new guild house. Annihilation once again regained his fighting spirit and led the members of this guild. Heading to the new guild house. What was there to be afraid of? The treasures within the Annihilation Guild residence? Actually, he had already tapped into it pretty much. At most, it was the last layer, which had yet to be unearthed. The last layer? There might be treasures. But perhaps, only the terrifying aftermath left behind by the god of death. After all, this treasure. When he first dug it up, he encountered an unsettling sign. This treasure. It's full of problems. Although President Annihilation didn't know who had breached his guild's premises, there was also some gratitude in his heart, which was also considered to have given him a peace of mind. These days, the Annihilation President was also constantly struggling with whether or not to open the last layer. This last layer. The Annihilation President has been unable to make up his mind. Open. There is the possibility of getting the world's treasure. But there is also the possibility of releasing monsters. The direct destruction of the Annihilation Guild. The Annihilation President took the members of the Annihilation Guild and left. The calmness was once again restored by the Resurrection Stone in Tianyang Town. Within the Annihilation Guild's compound, there were only 3 or 4 players from Bastard Heaven Guild guarding it at the moment. Qin Fang, Bastard Sky arrived silently, took out their tokens, and merged into them. A portal opened, welcoming the duo's arrival. Boss, you're finally here. The great captain said that he wouldn't let us leave until you came. Since you're here, then we're leaving all. Within the portal, such a voice came from him, as if letting him guard this place was the greatest punishment for him. And he wished to leave quickly. Mum. Go. Batian glanced at him and spoke in such a manner. No sadness or happiness could be heard between the words, nor could any emotions be heard, as if the two did not know each other, and were merely in a superior-subordinate relationship. Qin Fang also glanced at him, and was stunned. This guy? Surprisingly, he was the future cold-faced assassin god? On top of the thief ranking. For long years, he was the 5th existence. This guy? But he had created an exclusive skill. Such an existence? How could he be the gatekeeper here? In his previous life, Qin Fang simply couldn't come into contact with such an existence. Although he knew of this person, but he didn't know that he was a member of the Bastard Heavenly Guild. Qin Fang cast his eyes towards another member. And this was? Prime Shield? This wasn't his name, but his title. The praise that countless players gave him. After all, there was only one human shield warrior out of 10 million that could receive such a title. There were only 10 shield warriors in the entirety of Heaven's Destiny who had received this title. This person? Surprisingly, he was also amongst the Hegemony Guild. This girl on the far side was fiddling with a small silver-colored gun in her hand. It was a silver-colored pistol, but it was a legendary grade pistol. Although it was a pistol, but then, it was more powerful than even a cannon barrel, with higher damage. This was the awesomeness of a legendary grade weapon. As an essence gold level blacksmith. No, a legendary level blacksmith in his previous life. How could he not recognize a legendary level weapon? Through this weapon, Qin Fang remembered this person. In his previous life, this was also a ruthless player. There was also a shadow of him in Qin Fang's marksmanship. And in his previous life, Qin Fang used to frantically watch his video screen to learn his every move. His marksmanship. It simply kind of defied the realm of physics. It was simply not something a human could accomplish. Terrifying to the extreme. Gun Demon? Qin Fang pronounced the name in his mind. This person? There were only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. This person? Not only was the gun technique unexpected, but the person was a bit neurotic. There was even a saying that this person was once a psychopath. Terrible, terrible. Holy crap. The gold content of the Bastard Guild seems to be a bit high. Qin Fang was shocked that all of a sudden, he had met 3 characters from the legends. As for the 4th person, Qin Fang didn't recognize him. But he thought that he must not be a simple character either. These people? In his previous life, he had to be able to see them in videos. But in this life, he had actually seen them in real life. Not only did he see them, but he was also so close. To be honest, Qin Fang's heart was a little excited. There was even a feeling of wanting to fight with them. Boss, we're leaving now. This person spoke casually to Batian. And then, he was about to leave. Suddenly, he saw the battle intent in Qin Fang's eyes. This battle intent? It was so pure. Although he didn't know Qin Fang. But then, he read Qin Fang's meaning. Do you want to fight me? This was the voice of the God of Thieves, bringing with it a strong battle intent. He had never been afraid of fighting. He even looked forward to battles. And he wanted to raise his strength again in the midst of a battle. Qin Fang? He didn't know how strong he was though. But then again, those who were good fighters, they must not be too weak. Qin Fang nodded his head unexpectedly, with a touch of anticipation. Batian watched from the side with some anticipation in his heart. After all, he knew the strength of these 2 people the best. Just right. Let's fight here. Batian watched as the 2 immediately stepped aside, tidying up a place for the 2 of them to perform. Qin Fang began to put on his equipment. A set of Essence Gold grade equipment with a legendary grade weapon. Although the weapon was sealed, it was still a legendary grade weapon in terms of quality again. After he finished wearing it, Qin Fang's entire aura changed immediately. From being an ordinary to very ordinary player, he became a peak combat professional player. You're a blacksmith? At this moment, the God of Thieves opened his mouth in doubt. In his impression, blacksmiths weren't always support professions? Why did this blacksmith? It gave him such a strong pressure? You don't recognize me? Qin Fang was also puzzled. His blacksmith identity? Was there anyone else who didn't know about it now? It shouldn't be. Oh, I see. To avoid trouble, Qin Fang had hidden his name. And so, Qin Fang revealed his name. Player Me? Your Player Me? At this moment, the God of Thieves couldn't help but get excited. Damn it. He had actually seen Player Me. Brother. You're Player Me. You're actually Player Me. We have to get close. The God of Thieves immediately threw the matter of the battle out of the sky. This was Player Me, the current hottest Forge Master. To know, the God of Thievery had also repeatedly made reservations for purple gold level equipment. But, in the end, he couldn't get any response. If he had a set of equipment that was purple gold level, how strong would it be? At this moment, the thief god couldn't help but pinch Qin Fang's arms and legs. This kind of big brother must be served well. Qin Fang? Despite idolizing the God of Thieves, Gun Demon and the others, now, he was invisibly, had also become the idol of the thief god. Gun Demon. After all, in this life, Qin Fang was the real big brother. And he, the God of Thieves? That was a matter for the future. And Gun Demon was also a matter for the future. Gun Devil and the others also rushed over and pinched Qin Fang's leg, which was the thickest thigh of the current Heaven's Mandate. Qin Fang froze at such a situation. He really hadn't expected such a situation. Batian also froze. He too had truly never imagined that this group of people would be so feckless. This group of people in front of him? They were simply pulling on their modesty with a cold face. But then, they were fawning in the face of Qin Fang. Do you guys have any more face? Don't you even have any face? Gun Devil, what is face? As long as there's equipment? This is nothing. Thief God, do you know what thieves lack the most? It's equipment. Chapter 358 Selling Equipment. For the real masters, the most important 2 things. That is, equipment, skills, the peak of the player, to operate with the operation, to be aware of the awareness, such as in the match with the perfect weapon. It is simply like a tiger to add wings. Of course, this group of players even to give him a blank plate weapon. They can still use the god. But who is sick in the head? There are powerful weapons do not use. To use the white plate weapon? If it were another game? This group of players certainly will not be so no sense of propriety. But this is the fate of the the most let the peak players suffering things that is, equipment explosion rate is too low. Low to the point that people simply let the hair of the ground. Even if the Gun Demon, even if the operation of the God of Thieves has been considered to some extent the ultimate. Killing monsters and so on. No problem at all. But there's a problem with the drop rate of monsters. 9 top players teamed up and swiped monsters for 3 days. In the end, they only dropped 1 piece of gold level equipment. This equipment? You can roll points, but then you've wasted 3 days of your time. 3 days? Just 1 piece of this? Qin Fang here? 1,000,000 coins for 1? Doesn't that smell good? The drop rate of fine gold level equipment was extremely low. Not to mention purple gold level equipment. The group of top players from the Bastard Guild had been brushing for a full 3 months, and had only ever popped out a purple gold level 20 piece of equipment. But now, it had long since expired, and what was waiting for him could only be decomposed. Therefore, it wasn't too much for Gun Demon and the others to have such a reaction. This scene made Qin Fang recall a saying, when others are the light in your eyes. Unbeknownst to you, you have also long become the light. This was the true reflection of Qin Fang at the moment. Big brother, why don't we add a friend? So that we can easily contact each other in the future. Yes, big brother. Agreed. Big brother, I'm willing to pay for a friend slot. 30,000 copper coins a day. These top players really weren't short on money. Batian was getting angrier and angrier as he thought about it, wanting to go forward and give each of them a kick. Unbeknownst to him, a smile also appeared on Qin Fang's face as he happily added them as friends. These players? They could all be the god of wealth in the future. Other players? They might not be able to afford 10 million or even billion-dollar equipment in the future, but the group of players in front of them would definitely be able to afford it. Most of all, these players will be the existence of the Hall of Fame in the future. So what would be wrong with making good relations with them? And what would be wrong with that? In a previous life? If Qin Fang had more friends? Perhaps the ending would have been completely different. Well. Everyone is considered to know each other today, and we can also get closer in the future. Qin Fang took the initiative to put down his stature to make friends, which immediately made Gun Demon, Thief God, and the others feel touched in their hearts. In their impression, Qin Fang was old-fashioned and high and mighty. But who knew? He was actually so approachable. If there was a goodwill rating amongst the players, one could clearly see that Gun Demon and the others' goodwill towards Qin Fang had risen by leaps and bounds. By the way, I just happened to have a batch of purple gold grade equipment recently. I wonder if you all need it. Qin Fang took out 4 pieces of purple gold level equipment according to the 4 people and placed them in front of the crowd. For the Gun Demon, what Qin Fang took out was naturally of the protector category. After all, the legendary grade silver white pistol in his hands was already the pinnacle of certain degrees. For the prime shield, Qin Fang had purposely taken out one of the most impressive shields he had forged. Surely it would be able to draw his attention. For the God of Thievery, Qin Fang gave a dagger that shimmered with infinite millimeters of light, hidden with the darkness, and definitely counted as a sharp weapon for sneak attacks. As for the last player, based on his figure and the way he walked, Qin Fang deduced that he was an archer, and so he prepared a purple gold grade bow and arrow for him that came with a special skill, although his weapon was not exposed. But with this sharp aura on his body, Qin Fang was still able to feel it. This person? He was also a regular above the Hall of Fame, who had once single-handedly killed a legendary boss at an epic level with a bow and arrow, knowing that he was an archer with little blood and low defense. An archer who could do this was basically non-existent, but he did it perfectly. The moment this video was released, it shook the entire fate of heaven. These 4 people? When they saw these 4 pieces of equipment, their eyes instantly lit up, and they could no longer move away. At this moment, Bastard Heaven couldn't help but swallow his saliva as well, also stunned and bowled over by Qin Fang. This group of players? None of them had revealed their occupational characteristics, but Qin Fang was able to deduce their occupation through the naked eye, and incidentally give the best equipment? Terrifying. Simply terrifying. The most crucial thing was that these 4 pieces of purple gold level equipment, whoever looked at them would not be confused. Gun Demon, the God of Thieves, also froze. Was this how Qin Fang saw through the bottom line? But this thought passed in an instant. Everyone's eyes were all on these 4 pieces of equipment. Their breaths were all shortened. If they didn't still retain the last bit of reserve, they would have grabbed them in their own hands. How to evaluate purple gold level equipment? There was one most important point. From the beginning of the purple gold grade equipment, the equipment would automatically flash with light. The more intense the light was, the more superb the equipment was. For example, the purple gold level equipment. That is, flashing with the purple gold color light. Noble and revealing luxury. This light? From dull and lifeless to lustrous and glowing. It was divided into 4 different grades. The 4. No. In conjunction with the 5 Abatian. The crowd had also seen purple gold grade equipment. But it was really the first time they had seen one with such a strong glow. This seemed to be all out of the realm of radiance. Big brother. This equipment. Can you show us? The god of thieves was the first to inquire. His eyes already on this dagger's body. Unable to move away. Yes. Qin Fang handed over the 4 pieces of equipment in his hands to the 4, allowing them to check the specific information. Crap. This equipment of yours? Surprisingly, it has an iteration of the shadow attribute attached to it. This is the most suitable equipment for me. Crap. There's even a thunder attribute attached. The thief god was simply thrilled to the point of madness. As one of heaven's destiny's few hidden professions, the god of thieves' profession was still rather eccentric. The shadow thief. Hiding amongst the shadows, ready to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. This led to his equipment, which was very rare. No, not rare, but not available. Now, the equipment used by the god of thieves, or the equipment used by normal thieves, although it was also very strong. But then, it always felt like it was a little bit short of something, unable to bring out his strength. Now, this piece of equipment was able to fit him perfectly and bring his strength into full play. What is this? The gun demon also let out a chicken call, as his entire body became incredulous. This piece of purple gold level protective gear, although it was a light armor, the defensive power attached to it was as if it was even stronger than a heavy armor. And the most crucial thing was that there was an invincibility effect attached to it. Invincibility. This was the most coveted skill of every brittle skin. With this item, Gun Demon's fault tolerance rate was greatly increased, and his ability to engage in melee combat was also able to increase. With this one piece of equipment, boosting his strength by 10% would not be a problem. You know what? This group of players were not ordinary players. It was extremely difficult to raise their strength by even a fraction of a cent on a normal day. The most surprised is still this archer. Qin Fang gave him a bow that not only perfectly fits his profession, but the additional precision and weaknesses also make the value of this bow soar. Prime Shield even looked at this equipment and couldn't wait to try it out. Blocking success rate plus 50%. This was the biggest surprise. Big brother. Name your price. How many copper coins for these? I definitely won't bargain. Right. Big brother. If I return the price, I'm a dog. This is simply the most perfect piece of art. These equipment? It wasn't just high attributes and good additional skills. It felt even better in the hand. Perfectly ergonomically designed. This? But Qin Fang had specially studied it in his previous life. You guys make a price. Give it to me at 80% of the market price. It's also a way to make friends. With one sentence, Qin Fang directly gave a 20% concession. But this group of people were the ones who cared about a couple of million? Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 13 million copper coins. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 15 million copper coins. Ding. Congratulations on your 12 million copper coins. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 13 million copper coins. Ahem. Honestly, this price of over 10 million? It's really a bit inflated. The price of a purple gold level equipment is only between 8 and 10 million. As for some less refined ones, it can be reduced to 5 million. But this group of players? Not only did they not offer any discount, but they all gave Qin Fang the highest price. This price is too high. I can't take it. You and I are brothers. Are you making me unrighteous? Hearing Qin Fang's words, Baishan's first reaction was that this kid had really changed. Remember when Batian first met the player? This person? Although it was a blacksmith. Although it was a blacksmith that could lead the version era. But then, it gave people a kind of stranger do not enter. Very cold feeling. Seems to be burdened with blood hatred. Bitter hatred look. Hate to destroy everything. Even if the player I trade with him. It is also a business. Absolutely not their own loss of the Lord. But now, this kid unexpectedly also learned to make a false peace. Also became so oily. Older brother? Aren't you hitting your brothers in the face? Hurry up and take it. This equipment. In our hearts. He is worth this much. HM? What are you doing? Can I have it? Listen to brother's advice. Hurry up and take it. Hurry up. Or else brother's equipment will not be given to you. Hearing this, Batian held his forehead. This is really a group of big wrong seeds. The price is expensive by about 30%. Being sold. And giving others some money back. That's right. Old brother Batian. This is yours. This time. You can't give so much. You're a big patron of our 10,000 empty alley auction house. Your membership level is enough for you to get a 70% discount. Qin Fong once again took out a superb purple gold grade equipment and handed it to Batian. As soon as Batian saw this, he immediately joined in. This purple gold grade equipment of Qin Fong's was a pair of boots. Batian? Just one pair of boots away from having his entire body full of purple gold level equipment. This? Definitely couldn't miss it. After a transaction, the relationship between the four and Qin Fong quickly warmed up to the point of good brothers. Elder brother me. These few of us. Everything is lacking. Just not lack of copper coins. In the future. What better equipment? Remember to give priority to a few brothers. Don't worry. Old brother me. Price-wise, definitely won't let you suffer. Right. See if you can help us customize a few pieces of equipment? Chapter 359 Peak of Invincibility. Faced with such a request, Qin Fong would definitely be the first to agree. After all, who was it not forging for? With Qin Fong's current forging speed, it would be 2 hours. And everything would be there. Qin Fong was the first to accept the order, but still said in a slightly difficult manner. A few old brothers. This forging drawings. I wonder if I can sell a few to my little brother. After all, the drawings I have in my hands are really not much. By the way, I only need level 40 or above. Gold level or above equipment drawings. Too low level. Useless to me. My brother. This is a small matter. Wait for me. The gun demon was the first to oblige, asking for the forging drawings from the person in charge of the Bastard Guild one. Seeing this, Qin Fong immediately handed Gun Demon a contract for him to view. Elder brother, this is the contract that I have drawn up, and it will definitely not let you suffer. On top of Qin Fong's contract, it was clearly written that Qin Fong would give 30% of the market value of the copper coins for each drawing. And the rest? Then, according to the grade of the drawing, the equipment would be replenished. For example, gold level equipment drawings. Qin Fong will pay 100,000 copper coins. Incidentally pay 3 pieces of gold level equipment to make up for the money of the equipment drawings. To be honest, the total price of 3 pieces of gold level equipment, and even slightly more than the money of this drawings. This is also considered a buyout. The same goes for the gold level drawings. Paying 30% of the copper coins. Giving 3 pieces of gold level equipment. No matter the price. A complete buyout? Older brother. In that case, wouldn't you be at a disadvantage? The God of Thieves was clearly standing in Qin Fong's perspective, pondering over the issue for him. No, old brother. This drawing permanently belongs to me. I can use it to create more wealth. Seeing this scene, Batian did not stop it. After all, at the beginning of the development of the 2 guilds, it was declared that the Hegemony Guild I would be allowed to develop independently, but eventually it would have to merge. Now, cooperating with Qin Fong was also considered their choice. Old brother. Here you go. In a short while of light, Gun Demon namely very excitedly threw Qin Fong 70 to 80 sheets of gold level or higher drawings. When Hegemony took a look, his eyes went straight. He had once thought that Hegemony Guild 1 was hiding a lot of drawings, but he had never thought that there were so many. They give money for these drawings. You must take them. Qin Fong insisted on giving the money. But what about Gun Demon and the others? They said they couldn't take it. Qin Fong also froze slightly. He was really not expecting that there would be so much. Thinking about it, after all, the environment in which Bastard Guild 1 existed was very harsh, and high-level wild monsters could be found everywhere. Older brother, why don't you take this 30% of copper coins and exchange it for equipment? A drawing? Give us 5 pieces of the same equipment. That is considered a successful transaction. Since that's the case, then little brother will respectfully accept it. Qin Fong's mood shook slightly, as he accepted so many drawings. Equipment? To Qin Fang. It was just a number. These drawings? They were the tools to get rich. At Qin Fang's command, the 10,000 empty alley auction house even personally had an NPC who was responsible for refreshing the auction house. Purchase the drawings. Qin Fang. Can't be worried about the drawings. Within 3 days, this batch of purple gold grade equipment will definitely be delivered to everyone. This was Qin Fang's guarantee. Old brother. What are you saying? Can we still rush you? Right. Old brother. No rush. Never rush. Just forge well. Enthusiastic. Too enthusiastic. Yet Qin Fang drew a change in style and continued to speak. A few old brothers. Little brother still wants to spar with all of you. Please make it happen. Qin Fang wanted to verify what level of strength he had reached nowadays. That's fine. Only, be careful. Old brother. Our strength is not weak. Moreover, once we fight, we won't keep our hands off. The gun demon uttered these words, which was also considered to let Qin Fang make a mental preparation. After all, Qin Fang, a regional blacksmith? And how strong could he be? Although he didn't know why the player, elder brother me, was so persistent in wanting to fight. The crowd, nonetheless, wanted to fulfill his request. However, they would not keep their hands. I will. Qin Fang nodded seriously. He understood what the group meant. Batian was on the side. This should be my private territory. Right. Why does it feel like you guys? More like masters than me. The master? Completely ignoring me, Batian felt sad. Older brother. Watch the move. As soon as he said battle, the gun demon's entire aura changed instantly. No longer fawning. No longer full of smiles. Replaced by endless indifference. Truly seeing Qin Fang as his opponent. This was the kind of battle Qin Fang wanted. The silver pistol slipped from the gun demon's hand, instantly entering the realm of human gun unity. His eyes looking at Qin Fang as if he was staring at the most evil enemy. Ta! A cracking sound rang out, shattering space, time. Dang! This silver-colored bullet blasted Qin Fang's shoulder in an instant. This was still Qin Fang's quick reaction. Otherwise, this shot would have been directly to the head. The gun demon was slightly shocked. Player me. Was he even able to dodge his bullet? To know? 7 steps away? The gun was fast. Within 7 steps. The gun was fast and accurate. Even a purple gold level NPC would not be able to dodge his first shot so easily. The first shot. The most unexpected. The most defensible. But Qin Fang? Surprisingly did it. At this moment, the gun demon understood that they seemed to have underestimated Qin Fang. This fellow Qin Fang was definitely pretending to be a pig eating a tiger. This strength was definitely not weaker than them. The most frightening thing was that this guy? It was a blacksmith. And didn't possess any of the occupational bonuses. Qin Fang's figure instantly turned into a ghost, prancing from side to side, pulling away in an instant, wanting to dodge the bullets within the gun demon's silver pistol as much as possible. Slight gunshots rang out, causing Qin Fang's speed to increase. The gun demon began to anticipate Qin Fang's alignment, wanting to decapitate him. Though once towards, whoosh, Qin Fang's figure divided into 3 layers, escaping one by one. The gun demon shook his hand, and bullets shot out almost simultaneously, hitting Qin Fang's remnants, wanting to wipe him out. However, none of these 3 remnants were even real. Dang! The thunder-forging hammer in Qin Fang's hand, at an unknown time, suddenly appeared and fiercely blasted at the gun demon's body. The gun demon was instantly stunned by the accompanying skill, unable to move. How was this possible? How did Qin Fang appear behind the gun demon? At this moment, being said that gun demon couldn't understand. Thief God and the others. Even more so. The 5 people present? It was only Batian who vaguely understood something. Qin Fang quickly began to attack fiercely. Each strike was the strongest means. In a short while, under Qin Fang's infinite control, the gun demon's blood level was reduced to 30%. Invincible. The gun demon immediately used this equipment that he had just purchased from Qin Fang, barely catching his breath. However, when the effect of invincibility ended, Qin Fang once again transformed into a phantom and appeared behind Gun Demon. Dang. 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 The Gun Demon was once again controlled by countless control skills, causing his extremely helpless blood level to drop to 1%. Qin Fang stopped, and the Gun Demon instantly fell to the ground, no longer able to stand up. Endless pain sweeping over him non-stop, like a tidal wave. Gun Demon might have thought that he would lose, but he did not want to think that he would lose so miserably. Gun Demon was directly beaten numb. From start to finish, he had only attacked Qin Fang for a moment. And then the entire rhythm of the whole process was in accordance with Qin Fang's planning, and he eventually lost. The God of Thieves, Prime Shield and the others frowned deeply. They all saw a brand new kind of battle. Bah! Rogue fighting style. In this battle, Qin Fang had used more than 80 pieces of purple gold grade and fine gold grade equipment, each of which carried a control skill, leaving the Gun Demon in a controlled state, unable to break free. It's a real bummer. Who can break free from this? The most crucial thing was that they still didn't understand why Qin Fang had suddenly appeared behind the Gun Demon. Qin Fang's heart was not as happy as he had imagined when he won the battle. To be honest, the strength of the Gun Demon nowadays was still far from his standard. To put it simply, the battle was very juvenile and full of loopholes. Qin Fang was easily able to defeat him without feeling any pressure. Qin Fang thought for a moment and looked towards the Gun Demon. Speaking seriously, older brother, don't mind my little brother's nagging. You rely too much on your eyes. By the time your eyes transmit the information and your brain processes it, I would have long escaped. This is your weakness. You need to correct it. Little brother, I'm done talking. Gun Demon nodded seriously. He also understood. But how to correct it? Qin Fang moved his eyes to think about Prime Shield and the others again. And suddenly his battle spirit erupted. Old brother, let me meet you. But only if you don't faint me. 3 times at most. The thief god spoke so, his heart palpitating, fearing that he would be controlled by Qin Fang again and die with a thud. It's possible. Against the thief god? Qin Fang then searched for the shortcomings of the shadow thief in his previous life. According to Qin Fang's observation, the shadow thief of the previous life's heartbeat would speed up and even cough every time he stealthily entered the darkness. And when he acted, a sound would appear when the left foot was harder than the right. An ordinary player might not be able to see anything, but Qin Fang was able to sense this subtle difference. The God of Thieves hid into the shadows, gradually approaching Qin Fang. With a thud, Qin Fang's hammer blasted into the empty space, and the stealing god's figure was immediately forced out. The God of Thievery spat out a small mouthful of fresh blood, and immediately hid in the shadows once again. Dang! Qin Fang blasted out with another hammer blow, and the God of Thievery was dumbfounded. Once, you were able to say it was luck, but twice, this is not luck anymore. The unbelieving God of Thieves once again hid in the darkness, and this time, he didn't even attack, but hid behind a rock. Dang! Qin Fang's forging hammer shattered the stone, and thunder descended behind it. The thief god's entire being was dumbfounded. This was too fake, wasn't it? It was hard to believe that player me had turned on a perspective hang? Otherwise, how could it be possible to find itself so quickly? The God of Thievery was finally trying one more time. This time, he even saw Qin Fang's mocking eyes and smile. Dang! The God of Thievery was forced out. Older brother? Are you able to see me? The God of Thievery simply freed himself from the state of shadows, and couldn't help but question Qin Fang. Haha. Able to. The scene of you pouting and hiding behind a rock is really very funny. With these words, the God of Thievery was certain that Qin Fang could not see himself, but had discovered himself by virtue of some other means. Chapter 360 Xiao Hei's brand new skill. As a thief, the skills of the watchman were seen through by Qin Fang. How could this still be played? The thief god got up and directly admitted defeat. The previous sparring match between Qin Fang and the Gun Demon, he had also watched in his eyes. He had never had a player me so fast, with absolute speed, dodging bullets. This was not something an ordinary player could do. The key thing? Player me was able to split into 4. This was a very scary pace. Positioning. With the thief god's current means, he could at most coalesce a phantom, which was already the limit. Qin Fang's set of maneuvers had given him great inspiration. The archer directly conceded defeat, although she had brand new equipment. But then, she still felt like she couldn't beat player Jin. Prime Shield stepped forward and raised her shield high, wanting to try out her defense. As a result, Qin Fong once again performed his violent aesthetics. Dang, dang, dang. Countless thunderbolts fell from the firmament and bombarded the body of the shield of Prime. The Prime Shield, which was still slightly weaker against magic defense, could only be bombarded with only remnants of blood amidst the endless control. It was as if the crowd present understood why Qin Fong had chosen the profession of blacksmith. This was completely a curve to save the country. The skills of the equipment? Of course there is a CD. But as long as you change it often enough, as long as you have enough equipment, then, isn't that the equivalent of no CD? This is Qin Fong's terrible awe. Qin Fong as long as the existence of hundreds of pieces of equipment. That is equivalent to a short period of time. No CD release hundreds of times the skills. Who can carry all? Older brother. Awesome. Awesome. Really awesome. Damn. You've opened up a whole new way of thinking. Apart from Batian, the 4 experts present were all refreshed by Qin Fong's fighting style. Original? Blacksmiths were still able to play like this. Moreover, it was still so strong. Even, this group of people began to speculate what Qin Fong's true identity was. Which one of the Hall of Fame was he? It definitely wouldn't be a nameless person anyway. Although there was such a doubt. No one asked. Keeping a bit of mystery? Wasn't it bad? Hee. Thanks for the honor. Qin Fong slightly arched his hand in modesty. Older brother, we have learnt a lot from you. And I think, when I finish digesting this battle, my strength will still be able to make a small advancement. This was Gun Demon's voice. Very serious. Me too. The several people were once again polite, before being interrupted by Batian. That said, should we get back to the point? This god of death's treasure? Still looking? Only after Batian's words were uttered did the crowd react and smile sarcastically. Gun Demon and the others stayed behind? Was it really to guard this so-called private territory? Definitely not all. This was for the strong men that Batian had specifically left behind for him to explore the god of death's treasures. Explore? Definitely explore. This excitement. I forgot. Old brother me. Do you want to go down with us to take a look? This is the god of death's treasure. Maybe there are a lot of equipment forging drawings. Just as Prime Shield finished speaking, Bastard spoke up. How do you think we know the news about the god of death's treasure? Isn't it still from my old brother? Don't ink. Just go straight down. Hegemony looked at the crowd. Really tired of seeing them commercially blowing each other up here. Elder brother me. I'm familiar with the place of the god of death's treasure. Come with me. Right. Old brother me. Come with us. Batian was as transparent as if he was transparent. No one cared what he thought. Seeing the 5 people leave, and no one cared about him. Batian wanted to directly kick them out of his private territory. Old brother Batian. Hurry up and follow me. This time, Batian was stunned for a moment. This damn, making it seem as if he, player me, was like the master of this place. Batian was indignant. But he could only follow. On this journey, Qin Fong looked at this former Annihilation Guild's residence and couldn't help but frown. This place? It was also too shabby. Other guild residences, guild shops, guild halls, guild entertainment facilities, guild duplicates, etc., were all built with everything. Very grand and luxurious. But within the Annihilation Guild's residence, nothing. Even the guild resurrection stone. But also only built a straw hut. It was too shabby. Qin Fong couldn't help but want to donate a copper coin to him. The area in the center, where a large pit with a depth of 30 meters and a width of 20 meters had been dug out. It could be called a huge archaeological site. The scene was very messy. All sorts of tools. All sorts of miscellaneous things. Qin Fong and the others walked down the ramp. Towards the bottom of At the bottom of the pit, a layer of fine black gas floated. Hanging but not dispersing. Quietly drifting at the bottom of the pit again. Faint hissing sounds emanated, proving that there were living things. Or monsters. Below. Old brother, have you explored this place? Qin Fong inquired in a low voice as he checked the surroundings. No. This is said to be the area of the treasure. And we are not allowed to set foot here. This was also considered an explanation to Batian. 28 meters? Further down? One could no longer see any path. All blocked by the black chi. Qin Fong and the others looked at each other and still decided to go down and explore the situation. Prime shield. Player me at the forefront. Bastard. Gun demon, and the others were protected in the middle. And at the end? It was Bartion who had a grumbling face. This is his private territory, ah. This is his guild members, ah. But this group of people? Uniformly ignored himself. Ding. You are in a situation where you are enveloped by the aura of death. Your blood flow is 10. Since they weren't in the death profession, Qin Fong and the others' blood levels kept dropping. In the Qi of Death, the visibility was extremely low. Qin Fong took out the light attribute stone from his backpack. And for a moment, the Qi of Death temporarily receded, and the surroundings saw light again. Batian and the others were flabbergasted. Player Jean's reaction speed was so fast. The crowd was still fretting. How to crack it? The player has already cracked it. Seeing this, Batian, Gun Demon, and the others also took out the light attribute stone from their backpacks. Attribute stone this thing? For today's players, there is really only one use for lighting. Other than that, it cannot be developed for the time being. Qin Fong? He wasn't going to be a saint and inform them of the uses of attribute stones. These days, with players frantically brushing copies of attribute gods, the price of attribute stones had dropped again, causing Qin Fong's eyes to redden as he desperately hoarded them. Under the private territory, the areas of the veins that were finished being devoured by Little Black were all filled with attribute stones. It was no exaggeration to say that the attribute stones purchased by Qin Fong occupied 1% of the entire heaven's destiny. This amount was very exaggerated. Under the light, Qin Fong and the others continued down the slope, and within a short while of light, they saw a pitch-black portal. This portal was set into the ground, 10 meters high and 6 meters wide, with a perfect golden section ratio, and the entire body seemed to be carved out of black jade, crystal clear and containing no impurities. Above the black stone door, the left part is engraved with the appearance of a poor beast, majestic and lifelike, eyes closed tightly, but it gives a feeling of a living thing, as if the next moment, it will be able to come to life. The right side is engraved with a Taotai appearance, open mouth, countless sharp teeth cohesion, as if able to bite everything, able to devour everything, the depths of the throat, as if it is a mouthful of black holes in general, so that people do not see the end of the eye. These two divine beasts? Qin Fong had seen both in his previous life. Both were divine beasts under the banner of the god of death, also known as fierce beasts. Only, both were decapitated by the god of pestilence, and it was only in the 5th year of his previous life that they were coalesced by the god of death with supreme means. The stone door of this place is engraved with the faces of the poor Qi and Tao Tai, which represents what's inside. It was definitely not simple. This door? There doesn't seem to be any key. Should we just push it open? After Batian said these words, he wanted to go forward and push open this stone door. Qin Fong, Gun Demon and the others stepped back a little, giving Batian enough time, space for him to exert himself. Batian, grass. I'm just mentioning it. Having said that, Batian still gritted his teeth and pushed open this black stone door. This stone door? It had left Annihilation entangled for almost 10 days. But then, in Batian's case, it was easily pushed open without any hindrance. Creaking, the sound of the stone door opening resounded. Buzzing, countless death chi erupted out from under the stone door, and the death chi at the bottom of the pit became even more dense, filling a height of 5 meters in the blink of an eye. And it was still spreading and rising rapidly. The light attribute stones in the hands of Qin Fong and the others. The internal power of light dissipated at an extremely fast speed. Qin Fong kept taking out the light attribute stones, and only then could he barely see the lower end. Roar. The stone door was completely flushed open by the Qi of Death, and from the original gap, it became a portal that was wide open at this moment. The leakage of the Qi of Death was even more rapid, and before long the bottom of the pit was instantly covered by the Qi of Death. Qin Fong and the others' life values dropped even more rapidly. At this moment, instead, Qin Fong did not panic, but summoned Xiao He to himself. Xiao He, who was stealing a drink of fine wine in the middle of the wine cellar, instantly had a look of weakness and did not dare to look at Qin Fong. It thought that it had been caught stealing and drinking the fine wine. Qin Fong looked at Xiao He in such a state and sighed helplessly. This fellow Hegemony, Gun Demon, and the others looked at Qin Fong's pet with uncertainty. Although the people knew that Qin Fang was the first to obtain a pet, they really didn't know the functions of Qin Fang's pet. Little Black, devour the death chi of this place. After Qin Fang said these words, the players present were baffled. What? This pet was capable of devouring the surrounding death chi? Are you kidding me? But in the next instant, they saw an exaggerated scene. They only saw Xiao Hei's big mouth transform, and the surrounding death chi was instantly swallowed by Xiao Hei, restoring clarity to this place. As for the chi of death emanating from within the stone door, it was also gently absorbed by Little Black and swallowed into his stomach. Seeing that Little Black couldn't help himself, Qin Fang immediately threw it into the Golden Dragon's ring. Xiao Hei and the Golden Dragon's ring could no longer hold back and farted with a poof. And then a pure Black Death attribute stone was pulled out. 1,000 of them. This was the brand new god skill that Xiao Hei had obtained, devouring the divine spiritual chi and condensing the divine attribute stones. Should we go down and explore? Qin Fang looked around and looked at the crowd. Go down. Now that it had come to this point, there was really no reason to give up. Thus, Qin Fang and the other 6 people quickly jumped inside the stone door. Buzzing, there was a heavenly rotation, as if time and space were changing. Vomit. This real feeling made Qin Fang nearly vomit out even his overnight meal. When this sensation disappeared, Qin Fang and the others fell heavily on top of the ground, their heads spinning. The Prime Shield was worthy of being the #1 shield warrior, getting up in an instant and coalescing his defenses as he looked around vigilantly. Baffian, Qin Fang, and the others also got up and took a fighting stance. Ding. Congratulations on entering the middle of a hidden scene. Ding. You are currently in the God of Death's treasure. The last level. Please explore. Ding. The exploration time for this place is 8 hours. Within 8 hours, this place will shatter and turn into nothingness. Qin Fang and the others heard such a system beep and began to survey the surroundings. Chapter 361 Obtaining the Treasure of Death. Within the Tianyang town, Divine Artisan Lu Long frowned at the first moment as he detected a dense death chi being released, as if it was going to form a brand new death divine spirit fountain that would flood the entire Tianyang town. But in the next instant, this massive amount of death chi suddenly disappeared, unable to probe where it was going. This bizarre situation immediately made the godly craftsman Lu Long's suspicions rise. The divine craftsman Lu Long first time to go to the city master's mansion. Notify the city master of this matter. This matter, the city lord also perceived in the first time. After all, this death chi, too pure. Senior divine artisan, did you also perceive it? The Tianyang town city lord spoke with worry, his brows tightening. Mum, what does the town lord think about this matter? Divine artisan Lu Long wanted to hear the opinion of the Tianyang town lord first. I think there's something fishy about this matter. Look, the location where the death gas erupted happens to be a private territory. There's no way to know what's going on inside. It should be the handiwork of these outsiders. The Tianyang city lord had a face of anger that was not hidden in the slightest. These outsiders, possessing an immortal body, could certainly be careless. But they couldn't. Truth be told, the Tianyang town's attitude towards most of the outsiders was very poor. Even deep down in his heart, he felt that everything outside of Tianyang town was caused by them. It's possible, but we can't beat them all to death with a single stick, godly craftsman Lu Long advised. And then gave his own idea. How about, in the name of Tianyang town, probing this place? Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well tonight. Deathless Lu Long had just killed the shadow of the god of death, and he was indeed a bit weak in his heart. If the real body of the god of death coalesced, he would be the one to die. Although the death chi disappeared without a trace? But who knows? It wouldn't be another kind of hiding it. What if it was accumulating death chi and waiting for the final outburst? It can be. Tianyang town spoke, and after a moment's pause, he once again added, I'll go personally. The fact that the Heavenly Sun City Lord wanted to personally go. It was evident how important this matter was to them. Making his nerves tense to the extreme, not daring to be careless in the slightest. It's fine. During this period, I'll sit in for you at Tianyang town. Divine Artisan Lu Long's combat power was a whole lot higher than the Tianyang town lord, and there was no problem at all in sitting down in Tianyang. Even, it might be able to draw out some of the guys hidden behind the curtain. With this in mind, Tianyang city lord began to deploy his troops and left openly and honestly. When the Tianyang City Lord arrived at Beishan's private territory, he saw a follower calmly take out a token and stick it on the edge of the private territory. And immediately his voice was transmitted into it. People inside listen. This place is suspected of colluding with the god of death. Please evacuate the defenses and accept the inspection. You will be given 3 minutes to think about it. After 3 minutes, if you refuse to cooperate, we will forcibly break the seal and break into it for inspection. Inside the private territory, there was no response. After all, Qin Fang and the others were, at the moment, trapped in a special scene. Once the 3 minutes were up, the Tianyang Town City Lord immediately took out the City Lord seal, shown on the sky, and landed on top of the barrier of this private territory. In an instant, the barrier was like water and milk blending together, disappearing at the first moment. The Heavenly Sun Town City Lord led 7 or 8 attendants and entered it. The interior of the Annihilation Guild's residence caused the Heavenly Sun Town City Lord to immediately freeze. This place? Surprisingly, it was the legendary Extreme Ean Land, the most suitable for the god of death to condense the 3-point demon fetus. The 3-point demon fetus. This was recorded in the biography book of Tianyang Town. It was a soldier type under the god of death, extremely powerful and lethal. However, the time needed to breed a 3-point demon fetus soldier was also very long. 10 years? Only then could one be conceived. A 3-point demonic fetus. That can be comparable to the existence of the epic level. Such as if the number of words really is the sky, simply cannot be defeated. Back then, when the god of death was at his peak, he had 1,000,000 three-dimensional demonic fetuses under his command. These millions of 3-quarter demonic fetuses were enough to help the god of death quell most of the rebellions. Only in the ancient battle, 90% of the 3-quarter demonic fetuses were killed, and the rest cowered in the god of death's abyss, not daring to appear. If this place really possesses 3-point demonic fetuses, and if the number broke 10, it would truly be a major test for the Heavenly Sun Town. The Heavenly Sun Town City Lord immediately put everyone on alert and cautiously advanced towards the inner area. Not long after, the Tianyang Town City Lord saw this one large pit. The bottom of the large pit, thanks to Little Black, was now visible at a glance. Only at this moment, at the bottom of the large pit, there did not exist any large pits, nor did there exist any death aura. As if this place, really as if it was a big pit in general. Tianyang Town City Lord personally entered the depths of the pit, wanting to explore. However, the result that he ultimately obtained was, this place was really just a simple big pit, and there was nothing else. Dig. Dig for me. The Tianyang Town City Lord didn't believe it, and continued to dig for 10 meters. And it was still just dirt, without seeing anything different. In the end, the Tianyang Town City Lord helplessly chose to leave. At the same time, the players within Tianyang Town, on the other hand, exploded. I saw with my own eyes that the Tianyang Town City Lord entered the Annihilation Guild's compound. Bah! It's still 10 meters from the Annihilation Guild's compound. I should say it's bastard Heavenly Guild's territory. No, that's not right. Didn't they say that private territories are inaccessible? Inaccessible, that's relative. There's no place under the sky that isn't the king's land. And there's no place that isn't the king's subject. Tianyang City Lord has a lot of power. You guys say? Is the god of death's treasure real? I feel like it is. After all, the Tianyang Town Lords have all gone there. The players were talking, and even some of the bold ones came together to watch in front of the Annihilation Guild's compound to see if they could pick up the pieces. When this group of players arrived at this place, that is, they saw the Heavenly Sun Town City Lord come out from within and personally repair the defenses of this private territory to block other players from entering. After all, he didn't find out anything. Seeing this scene, the players could only leave resentfully. But the Heavenly Sun Town City Lord, being able to take the initiative to open the defenses of his private territory, this was already considered mega news. The board players within the Tianyang Town immediately took this matter and added to it, omitting the matter of the god of death's treasure. And in the end, it was even related to privacy and other issues, requesting the revocation of the position of Tianyang Town Lord. This piece of writing, under the dissemination of those who were interested, became more and more widespread. Countless players had demanded that Heaven's Destiny give an explanation and that the Heavenly Sun City Lord must be revoked. Because the first article of the Heavenly Fate's terms and conditions was, the individual's sacred free property could not be infringed upon. Heavenly Fate's response to this, none. Tianyang City Lord looked at everything angrily, and did not respond. As things intensified, Heaven's mandate made an announcement. This matter has been investigated clearly, and Heavenly Sunshine City Lord is not at fault. And evidence was released. In this way, this wave of threats, too, disappeared into thin air. However, this time, it also allowed the Tianyang Town Lord to see the disgust of these outsiders once again. In the middle of the special scene, Xin Fang, Batian and the others doused their heads with cold water to wake themselves up as much as possible. The gun demon rubbed his eyes violently, looking at the surrounding scene with disbelief. Is it real? At this moment, this place, it was as if it was a grave. And they were in the interior of the grave. This grave was extremely large, like a mountain peak, towering into the clouds and stretching for thousands of miles, using a rolling mountain peak as a tomb. This is a great stroke. At the top, a huge copper and purple-colored sun, slowly emitting millilight, as if draping the grave in purple pajamas, making this place so peaceful. This is a huge night pearl. It was worth a fortune. Xin Fang and the others looked around. The flat ground, this silver liquid flowing in the river. This seemed to be mercury. The dome of the sky was dotted with countless stars. This was a smaller night pearl. Above the ground, it was covered with gold and silver treasures, bejeweled and glittering with purple and gold-colored light under the purple light. As for the top, it was a shock to Xin Fang and the others. Countless black bubbles, as if they were bats hanging upside down at the top. Counted carefully, densely packed, making one scalp tighten. Xin Fang quickly picked up a horseshoe-sized piece of gold on the ground and put it into his backpack. At this moment, the system beep sounded. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully obtained asterisk 3410 grams of gold. Xin Fang froze. What the hell? No limitations whatsoever. Just let him pick it up. Watching Xin Fang experiment, other players, too, experimented. Thus, 3 seconds later, Xin Fang saw 5 pairs of scarlet eyes, raising their heads and looking at the others. Pick it up? What are you waiting for? After Batian said these words, he was like locusts, quickly collecting the gold, silver and jewelry above this ground. These 6 people, although none of them were poor, but who had seen this scene all, gold, silver and jewelry, piled up for you, was as high as one person's waist. And in the distance, there seemed to be mountains of gold and silver. Even if these people are all tycoons, they can't escape the law of true fragrance. In a short while, the backpacks of Bastard, Gun Demon, and the others were full. This group of people wanted to quickly expand their own backpacks to fill them up a little bit more. But they were told, ding, this place is in a special scenario. Unable to upgrade backpack. Gun Demon and the others were immediately furious, dropping their hands and feet. What? What? This? How many coins would they lose if they couldn't upgrade? They had been busy for so long, but they had only been able to put the gold and silver treasures at their feet into their backpacks. And they were still far from the mountains of gold and silver. Although it doesn't seem like much. But these things? If sold out, it would be at least 200 million copper coins. This meant that the crowd had harvested 200 million copper coins in such a short period of time. This place, surprisingly, it really was the god of death's treasure. Well, yes, if one were to study history, it would not be difficult to find out. At that time, when the god of death enslaved this region, the countless gold, silver, jewelry, etc. that had been searched for all disappeared. And some old people said that it were taken away by the god of 40,000. But there are also old people who say it was buried in any part of Tianyang Town. Within Tianyang Town, the city lord was staring at this legend and was dumbfounded. Right now, he believed that this piece of private territory, there was definitely something wrong with it. Chapter 362 Death, a legendary level quest. Gun Demon and the others were chagrined as to why they didn't boost their packs in the outside world. The news about this place being the treasure of the god of death had long been spread by the Annihilation Chairman. But they didn't believe it. This was really retarded. Nowadays, they could only keep replacing more valuable treasures. For example, replacing a pearl the size of a fingernail with one the size of a fist, or a coral with a dragon's blood coral. For example, replacing a walnut-sized piece of spirit blue or with a more advanced one. Although they were replacing it, they were really heartbroken. As for Qin Fong, he was looking at these treasures in front of him. Regardless of whether they were valuable or not, they were all loaded into his own backpack. Qin Fong's backpack? Perhaps it was the most powerful in the entire heavenly orders. After all, when he hadn't obtained the divine artifact Golden Dragon's Ring, he had constantly upgraded his backpack. At this moment, the backpacks of Gun Demon and the others were already full, while Qin Fong's backpack still had 9/10 of its capacity. Gun Demon and the others could only look at Qin Fong, who was like a locust crossing the border, continuously scraping the treasures on the ground, and their hearts were red in the eyes. Qin Fong himself had conservatively estimated that if he really filled up his backpack with the Golden Dragon's Ring, he would be able to get at least 3 billion gold coins worth of items. Note that this was gold coins, not copper coins. This was simply an astronomical figure. Qin Fong didn't want to give up such an opportunity, and kept on collecting and scraping. As time passed, Qin Fong's eyes turned red, and his entire body went numb. It was even faster than a copper coin printing machine. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Tianyang Town City Lord flipped through the city's information about the God of Death's records. And after his own deduction, he suddenly found that this place is really the God of Death's hideout. This place is really the hidden treasure of the God of Death. No wonder the Tianyang Town City Master could not find the location of the hidden treasure. This is because the God of Death deliberately opened up a small piece of space, buried their own treasures, waiting for their own awakening, to enable the treasures of this place to reemerge. At once, the Tianyang Town City Lord began to contact the divine craftsman Lu Long to share this secret with him. The Tianyang Town City Lord? He had to share it. After all, with his legend rank strength, he was unable to locate the hidden treasure place hidden in space. And he still needed the help of a god-ranked existence. A hidden treasure land? There's really one? Divine craftsman Lu Long was surprised. He had originally thought that the news that had recently come out was merely an empty rumor, but he had never imagined that it was true. Divine artisan Lu Long was immediately up in arms. This thing called copper coins? Who would mind having too many? Even divine artisan Lu Long was sometimes very strapped for cash. After all, every single piece of divine grade material was a sky-high price. If one had enough copper coins, one might be able to purchase a few more divine grade materials. Split me 50%. Divine artisan Lu Long asked for 50% with a single mouthful. Fine. The Tianyang Town City Lord didn't argue back and directly agreed. After all, the key point of this trip was divine craftsman Lu Long. If he didn't participate, then this matter wouldn't be established at all. Receiving the consent of the divine craftsman Lu Long, the Tianyang Town City Lord immediately ordered his troops to quickly rush towards the Annihilation Guild's compound once again. Ding! The God of Death is summoned. The system prompt sounded, not waiting for the Phoenix to react to. Immediately the whole person felt the sky spinning, and so back to normal. That appeared in the infinite land of death, surrounded by black fog filled. Let a person cannot really see. In the middle of this dense mist, the great statue of the God of Death appeared, carrying an infinite sense of oppression. Phoenix, there is one thing that I want you to do. The voice of the God of Death resounded with indifference, with exaltation, and with infinite sharpness. Please don't worry. My lord, my subordinate will definitely bow and die. Phoenix panicked and fell to his knees, giving his answer. Good. In the next second, Phoenix once again felt the sky spinning, and when he came back to his senses, he had already appeared in the outskirts of Tianyang Town. Ding! The God of Death releases a legend-ranked quest to you, digging up the treasures that were left within Tianyang Town back then. Quest reward, 1% of the treasure. Ding! You have successfully received this quest. This quest? It directly caused Phoenix's spirit to shake and his heart to pound twice. Treasure? The God of Death's treasure. Holy crap. If it's completed? Not to mention the Phoenix Guild. Even the Phoenix mob won't be short of coins in a short period of time. The God of Death? Can you leave behind some broken copper? Taking a step back. If it's really a piece of junk, is it worth letting yourself personally take action? Was it worth personally releasing this legendary level quest? A thin camel is bigger than a horse. The God of Death's treasure? even if it was just a little bit of residue on the edge of the mouth. It would be able to make itself eat with a mouth full of oil. Phoenix immediately wanted to summon the players of the Phoenix Guild and head to this coordinate point together. Suddenly, the Phoenix froze. This coordinate point? How is it so familiar? Phoenix, holy shit. It's really the address of the Annihilation Guild. For a time, Phoenix's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Mixed feelings? Countless thoughts intertwined, making him depressed and wanting to vomit blood. Had he known earlier? If he was a little more energetic at that time, he would have taken the Annihilation Guild's residence in one go. Now, wouldn't all of these things have ceased to exist? With just a simple excavation, one would be able to obtain the God of Death's treasure. But now, Phoenix was numb. Truly numb. Now, Phoenix would have to attack this mysterious and powerful guild and make a feud with him. That wasn't a wise move. What's more, this place had already become someone else's private territory. So how could he go in? The only way is to learn from Player Me and contact the city guards of Tianyang Town. But I'm afraid that before he could even enter Tianyang Town, he would be arrested and imprisoned in the dungeon. Stranger Sword. Count the number of players we have now. This was the biggest problem that limited the Phoenix Guild's trip. The Phoenix Guild's players had been captured and imprisoned. How many of them still had a living fighting force now? Chairman, the guild players with living combat power are more than 10,000 more. Then it is because the Statue of Death has not been restored. They also can't enter the game and can't be revived. Stranger Dagger didn't dare to look at Phoenix. This number? Were very few. It could be said that it was a night back to liberation. Phoenix sighed. This battle? It could be said that the Phoenix Guild had been defeated. At this moment, if these 10,000 or so people from the Phoenix Guild continued to attack the Annihilation Guild's quarters, attack Bastard Sky's private territory, then he would be the one to be considered a fool. Dead players? Couldn't even be resurrected. How could this be fun? Thus, Phoenix decided. Dialing Annihilation's communication. Ding. Phoenix dialing communication. Is it connected? Connecting. President Annihilation thought about the boss for a while, but decided to answer. Selling you a secret? 10 million copper coins. Has a great deal to do with the Annihilation Guild, and can even determine if the Annihilation Guild truly rises. Ding. Annihilation has hung up communication. Before Phoenix could speak, President Annihilation hung up the communication. Annihilation, do you see me as stupid? Use my tricks against me. 15 million copper coins. Take it or leave it. It's a matter of your guild quarters. This was the text said by Phoenix. Annihilation looked at it, his mind puzzled and uncertain. 5 million copper coins. Or else it's off the table. Hearing this, Phoenix immediately decided to ignore him. 10 minutes later, Annihilation took the initiative to call the communication. There was no other reason. Annihilation thought about it and really wanted to know what was going on. You have to make sure the secret is accurate. Make sure the secret is true. Make sure. President Annihilation gave him a contract to sign. This contract, which he had modified according to the bottom of Playersion, could be said to be very harsh. It's okay. After reading this contract, Phoenix decisively signed it. Seeing this scene, ding, 15 million copper coins have been traded successfully. Phoenix looked at the lost and found copper coins. His heart was so refreshed. Beneath your guild's premises lies the treasure of the God of Death. Phoenix hung up the communication, leaving behind a puzzled President Annihilation. Annihilation, what is Phoenix saying again? Underneath the guild compound? Hiding the God of Death's treasure? Is it the current guild house? Just as Annihilation was wondering, Phoenix suddenly sent a message. Internal? There was only one picture. When Annihilation finished looking at the picture, the entire person suddenly fell to the ground in a daze. This fucking awe. The content of the picture sent by Phoenix was very simple. It was nothing more than his legendary level quest. And a coordinate. After reading this coordinates, Annihilation violently smacked himself twice. The reason why Annihilation was hesitant to open the last level, namely because he was scared. The map of this treasure? When he first entered the game, he was kind enough to help an old man send him to his death before he got it. That's why he chose to set his guild's residence here. However, when he opened the ground floor, countless dead monsters revived from the ground, hissing and attacking the players of the Annihilation Guild. If it wasn't for the fact that the newly awakened monsters weren't too strong, then the Annihilation Guild, would have been long gone. The first layer, the second layer, the third layer. The Annihilation President opened 16 layers. Each layer, for the Annihilation Guild, are equivalent to the extinction of the disaster, the revival of the attributes of the monster, once more than once stronger. The destructive force is also once more than once terrible. There was even a time when the Annihilation Guild was nearly destroyed. The resurrection stone within the guild was hit with only a little bit of blood left. Or the Annihilation President spelled out all he had. And only then was he able to guard it. Otherwise, do you think that the serious tile decoration within the Annihilation Guild? Where did that come from? It was all destroyed by monsters over and over again. Faced with such a situation, the Annihilation President was truly afraid. The last floor? He is really afraid to open it. It's like Schrodinger's cat. Not opening it. You still feel that there could be gold and silver treasures inside. And there could be infinite monsters, but if you open it, then it will definitely be infinite monsters. This was Annihilation's experience after opening the 16 layers of the pit. He even suspected that this deathly old man was deliberately pitting him before he died. Thus, Annihilation hesitated to open it. In the end, before the Annihilation Guild could make a decision, his Annihilation Guild was nothing. But now, the Phoenix had actually sent him a legendary level quest, informing him that it was issued by the God of Death himself, clearly stating that underneath this place, there existed the true God of Death's treasure. Chapter 363, Pots of Gold. President Annihilation only felt his eyes go black, staggering back 2 or 3 steps, sitting on his buttocks on the ground, staring blankly at the corner of the wall, as if he couldn't bear such a blow. Not long after, the members of the Annihilation Guild inside the guild residence heard the sound of a thud, as if it was the sound of something hitting a stone pillar. It was the sound of Annihilation hitting its head against a stone pillar. This? The last level? He's only missing the last floor. If he opened it, wouldn't he be able to get all of the God of Death's treasures? But now, he's taken advantage of this inexplicable force hiding in the shadows. Who is it? Who actually destroyed the Annihilation Guild? Annihilation is not never guest player I. Bathian. But these two people? Both have alibis. Annihilation really wanted to die of anger. To be honest, he really wasn't angry at this mysterious force that destroyed the Annihilation Guild. But rather he was hating himself. Why? Why didn't he even have the courage to fight? What if he had a last-ditch effort? Grass. 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 3 plants. The bastard finished venting and got a big bag on his head. Who ever thought of that? Not long after, Annihilation heard the Phoenix's voice again. Confirmed, under the former Annihilation Guild's premises. This God of Death's treasure is really buried. Saying that, Phoenix started posting. Annihilation was dumbfounded for a moment. What's the situation here? Didn't you say you wouldn't tell a third party? This secret? Didn't you share it with me? Annihilation, haha. You're learning from me again. Unaware of the contract I signed with you. You're ready to lose money. Annihilation is thinking so. The Phoenix sends a text, sorry. There is a problem with the terms of your contract. Involving Article 8, Article 9, Article 32. There are loopholes. So, the Phoenix laughed loudly, mocking Annihilation for not having a brain. Annihilation did not believe it, and requested the Heaven to sanction it. But the final result was the Heaven's reply. The Phoenix's actions are all within the permitted regulations, and there is no violation of any rules. Annihilation, poof, spit out a large mouthful of blood. The Heavens. Annihilation will be alive to die of anger. He's a complete idiot. Hey. Tell the truth? Did the Phoenix lie? No. This one secret really determines the future course of the Annihilation Guild. If Annihilation could successfully obtain this hidden treasure of the God of Death, it would definitely be able to soar to the heavens. It could only be said that the wind and water rotate. And you and I are both bulls and horses. Worry. What? Does the God of Death's treasure really exist? This must be true. The God of Death has even issued a mission to Phoenix. Look. It's still a legendary level mission. Terrible. This quest. If we can complete it, wouldn't it be awesome? Private territory? Can't get in. Who said we can't get in? Didn't player me get in? Why can't we get in? The players started a heated discussion, and came up with some ways to get into this private territory. The Phoenix, will make a statement here. As long as everyone attacks this private territory, 80% of the treasures obtained will belong to you. And the remaining 2 voices, let me hand over to the god of death to deliver the goods. Phoenix's words like this instantly made the players in Tianyang Town shout Phoenix's righteousness. Old brother Phoenix, today I realize that you are a true gentleman. Since old brother Phoenix thinks so highly of us, this private territory, I'll definitely break it open for you. This time, it's not the Phoenix's business anymore. It's the business of all the Tianyang Town players. Right. The god of death's treasure. Since it exists in Tianyang Town, then it should belong to all the players of Tianyang Town. Let's go. Brothers, I'm going to ask the city guards to say that the god of death soldiers exist in this place, and request suppression. The players acted one after another. The Phoenix would smile. Although the Phoenix Guild was crippled. But then, he could use the players of the entire Tianyang Town and incidentally pitched annihilation. His little mood beautiful. Although so, he will get very little reward, but can get the god of death's appreciation. This is the most important. The players of the whimpering Tianyang Town walked towards the original Annihilation Guild's quarters in a great manner. Go. Gather up for me and go together. Annihilation President this hard-take but still organize the people towards this place to kill. Although he can't get the perfect treasure in its entirety. But what? To be able to get a part of it was also excellent. The members of the Annihilation Guild heard the Phoenix so words, in combination with the emblem line head of the big bag, suddenly understood what was earlier in the impact of the stone column. The members of the Annihilation Guild, who did not dare to say anything more, silently followed the president to the original guild residence. For a time, with mixed feelings, the presidents of the major guilds in Tianyang Town also couldn't sit still. They had deployed their troops, wanting to go to this place. This was the god of death's treasure. Who wouldn't be moved? Latest news. I saw the Tianyang Town City Lord enter the former Annihilation Guild's compound for the second time. There must be a treasure buried here, allowing the Tianyang Town City Lord to enter twice and thrice. This player analyzed everything, and immediately quickened his pace. Grass. How come there's still a boundary at this place? Earlier, the Heavenly Sun Town City Lord entered, as if he had repaired the boundary here. Woes. This is wanting to take it all for himself. This shameless Tianyang Town Lord. Damn it. It's just a fart boundary. Let's break it open for him. I don't believe it. Right. Can he not have a limit to the boundary? I don't believe it. In front of the original Annihilation Guild's compound, countless players converged here, their emotions very excited. A cow horse? Born to rebel against tyranny. You can make a fortune in a muffled voice. But only if you don't let me know about it. Now? Now that I know? Then you'll have to spit some out for me. Brothers, this god of death's treasure? It should belong to all of us players. Do you guys know how much treasure there is? To be able to make the god of death remember it. At the very least trillions of copper coins. Brothers, on my command, attack. It had to be said that the Phoenix really had a hand in compelling people. In a moment, all these bulls and horses were compelled by the Phoenix and began to attack. Violently. Dang. The arrows of the archers. The fireballs of the mages. The heavy hammers of the priests. The holy shields of the knights. And the long swords of the warriors. All bombarded on top of the boundary. Trying to break through. Trying to enter this place. The Heavenly Sun Town City Lord, who is currently within the former Annihilation Guild's compound, naturally noticed the attack from the outside world in the first instance. But this level of attack? It was simply unable to cause any damage to this boundary. After all, this boundary, however, had been enchanted by him. Hurry up. Even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground. Find me where the treasure is hidden. Within the original Annihilation Guild's quarters, at least 3,000 epic-level city guards existed. And under the command of the City Lord, they instantly dispersed and began searching. This god of death's treasure? To be honest, the Heavenly Sun Town City Lord was also moved. If they were able to get their hands on it, the pension of the warriors who died in battle, the usual consumption of maintaining Tianyang Chung, in addition to everything can be replenished. This amount of money was also very important to the Tianyang Town City Lord. But what? Nowadays, this group of outsiders who are unruly, surprisingly, They also want a piece of the pie. And they also had the audacity to say that the treasures in Tianyang town? It should be shared with them. Bullshit. The god of death's treasure? It's always the people of Tianyang town's wealth that's scraped off. It should all be the proceeds of Tianyang town. It's all his. You want it? Get lost. The master craftsman Lu Long is also here. He is also in the careful exploration. Very hard. After all, to share him 50% off. 3 minutes. Godsmith Lu Long was the first to make a discovery. I found it. Divine artisan Lu Long's eyes were dead set on the original Annihilation Guild's Resurrection Stone foundation. Although the Resurrection Stone had been destroyed, the foundation of this place was still well preserved. And at this moment, this foundation gave Godsmith Lu Long a very wrong feeling. Blast him away. Godsmith Lu Long ordered. And the city guards sprang into action. Dang. The sound of explosions rang out. Smoke filled the air. And the Tianyang town city lord felt like he couldn't see anything on his own. But Godsmith Lu Long's figure moved. His figure was like a ghost. And a hand gripped a small, black bead in his own hand. It was the space set up by the god of death. Agu? There are still a few little ones inside? Godsmith Lu Long shook out the silhouettes inside with supreme means. Inside here? It was his treasure, He didn't want the people inside? He put away too much. Qin Fang, Batian and the others only felt a burst of heavenly rotation. And when they came back to their senses again, they were already inside the Annihilation Guild's quarters, falling to the ground on all fours. Grass. Who is it? This scene hasn't ended yet. I still have 4 hours to pick my treasures. Yeah. What happened? Why did we come out early? Hegemony, Gun Demon, and the others vocalized and cursed. However, when they saw the situation around them, they shut their mouths. Every single NPC standing around here was stronger than them all. Me? Surprisingly. It's you? Divine Artisan Li Long. And Bastard Sky exclaimed in shock. The two of them could never have imagined that they would meet Qin Fang here. He. What a coincidence. Godly Craftsman Lu Long Sr. City Lord. Qin Fang smiled and greeted the two, while Batian, Gun Demon, and the others were stunned. The Tianyang Town City Lord had always been the most mysterious existence. Never seen by anyone. But not only was Playergen acquainted with him. By the looks of it, it was also very familiar. Especially this divine artisan Lu Long. This motherfucker? Within the town of Tianyang? There's still this god's craftsman. No wonder. No wonder Playergen's forging level was so high. Everything, it seemed, had been brainwashed by Batian, Gun Demon and the others. Me? What's the situation inside? Since Qin Fang and the others had just come out from the interior, it was just the right time to ask about it. The interior is filled with gold, silver and jewelry. Exotic treasures that are worth their weight in gold, silver and jewelry. Only, the tops are all black eggs. Densely packed. I don't know what they are. Qin Fang informed all the things he knew. After hearing this, Divine Artisan Lu Long, the city lord's face was first joyful. And then it was intensely sad. Me? Can you draw out the specifics of the egg? Hearing these words, Qin Fang immediately knew that this mattered. The nerves were big. Chapter 364 Heaven's Destiny Ruling. With his own memory, Qin Fang engraved out all the internal conditions, forming a perfect internal diagram. When Batian saw this hand, he could not help but increase his appreciation for Qin Fang by another point. This person? Was it really an all-round talent? So strong in combat. So good at forging equipment. And now, he couldn't even make drawing and engraving drawings difficult for him? It was no exaggeration to say that this kind of means of drawing and engraving drawings was enough to allow him to traverse the seas of Heaven's Destiny. This kind of means. The entire Heaven's Destiny may not be able to see a few of them. You are good. This three-dimensional drawing perfectly presented the entire structure of the interior. Divine Craftsman Lu Long, the Heavenly Yang City Lord, looked at it and let out a faint sigh of relief. These three-dimensional demonic fetuses were still eggs nowadays and had not yet hatched out. As for the three-pointed demonic fetus that hadn't hatched out, although the Tianyang City Lord was jealous, it was not to the point of fear. With the 3,000 city guards, he was able to eliminate it. Not to mention that the divine artisan Lu Long was still here. It could be said that half of the crisis had been lifted. As for the huge amount of gold and silver treasures inside, not to mention the Tianyang City Lord, Even the divine artisan Lu Long was moved. This amount of copper coins was even more numerous and terrifying than they had imagined. Seeing that divine craftsman Lu Long had obtained this treasure, and a scarlet greed appeared in his eyes, as if he wanted to take it for himself. Batian suddenly couldn't sit still. This thing? It's his, not Tianyang Town's. Tianyang Town Lord. According to the laws of Heaven's mandate, everything in a private territory belongs to the owner. And it's not appropriate for the two of you to intrude into my private territory in such a big way. Right? According to the law. Batian did not let up. Standing up his chest, and speaking firmly, with a kind of bravado, he glared cross-eyed at the Tianyang Town Lord, fighting for every inch of land, not backing down in the slightest because he was the Tianyang Town's Town Lord. For a moment, the Tianyang Town City Lord was speechless. But in a flash, he organized his words. This place has been reported by a large number of warriors, so we have come to investigate. Here is the evidence. The Tianyang Town City Lord. The first time he took out the players' reports, leaving Batian speechless. After all, it was also stipulated in the law that any living being in Heaven's mandate had the right to cooperate with the law enforcement agency's inspection. How did the Phoenix's private territory get broken? Wasn't it because of that? Then, what about my legitimate property? Beishan's tone had transformed into an icy tone. His expression was extremely unpleasant, as if the next moment, he wanted to splatter blood with the Tianyang Town City Lord. The Tianyang Town City Lord also sensed Batian's tone. So he said with even more disdain, this spatial fragment, although it was produced in your private territory, however, it possesses a very terrifying hidden danger within. Once the three-quarter demonic fetus inside is successfully birthed and released, the entire Tianyang Town will be destroyed. Therefore, our Heavenly Sun Town needs to help you save it first. And after the internal threat is removed, this space will be returned to you. Don't worry. We definitely won't let you suffer. This meaning of the Tianyang Town City Lord is already obvious. I just want to obscure the gold and silver treasures inside. This waste of a small space can be given to you. We want 50% of the gold and silver treasures. Otherwise, the fish will die. Since the Tianyang Town City Lord was no longer going to have a face, then Batian? What else is there to be polite with him? A single, resounding sentence. As Batian uttered such words, incidentally drawing the long sword at his waist, Gun Demon, Prime Shield, and the others also raised the weapons in their hands. Fighting? It seemed like it was about to start. The Tianyang Town City Lord was very strong. But then, Batian and the others had to fight and battle as well. Oh! If I don't give it to you guys, what am I going to do? You group of mole crickets? The Tianyang Town City Lord's eyes reddened a bit, giving off an angry mood that seemed to be a bit out of control. The Tianyang Town City Lord was already shameless, and was already planning to rob it by force. Tianyang Town Lord. Within this Tianyang Town, I hold these 254 shops. Do you think that if I were to make them all stop production, would Tianyang Town be in turmoil? This was Beishan's first option, threatening from above the economy. But, although the Tianyang Town Lord's face changed slightly, he still smiled faintly, seemingly not putting this in his eyes. This is all trivial. It doesn't matter. If we add in my brothers? I'm my brother? At the very least, they have purchased 400 shops. If we all close down? Consequences? You weigh it yourself. Beishan's words were deliberately said to Qin Fang. It was obvious. To make Qin Fang take a stand. A stand. If you take the side of Batian and the others? The treasure? You could split it. But if you were on the side of Heaven's mandate? There was no need to say anything. Me? But my 1,000 husbandmen. What do you think? How will he choose? To be honest, the Heaven's Destiny City Lord didn't even know that within the Heaven Sun Town had been infiltrated so severely by Qin Fang. Batian. If it was just Batian, the Heavenly Sun Town City Lord wasn't afraid. But now, the player me is involved again, occupying nearly 50% of the shops. It's a bit difficult to get into. Therefore, the Tianyang Town City Lord also wanted to fight for player me, so that he would stand on his side. This dilemma, all of a sudden, shifted to Qin Fang's body. Qin Fang pondered for a second and still decided to stand on Bastard Heaven's side. Because? He sensed something wrong with the city lord. This scene of reddened eyes was familiar to him in his previous life. You are fine. This was the voice of Tianyang Town. Very cold. Like the arcane ice of the 9 heavens. Along with Qin Fang. Giving a grudge. Seeing that he had pulled Qin Fang into his own camp. Batian also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. To be honest, he was gambling. Gambling that Qin Fang would choose them. What if I insist on taking it away? Still not wanting to give up. The heavenly Yang City Lord capriciously spat out these words. Seemingly having completely lost his mind. Please ask heaven's mandate to rule. The first time Batian spat out these words, the heavenly Yang City Lord froze. An unrestricted cruelty flowed out from the depths of his eyes. As if he wanted to directly kill Batian here. Heaven's destiny ruling. This was the highest level of heaven's destiny ruling. It was personally supervised by the God of Judgment. And no one was permitted to falsify it. Once discovered. Beheading. Good. You guys are good. In that case, we don't want this God of Death space. The Tianyang Town City Lord's eyes regained their calmness, and spoke in such a manner. Signaling divine craftsman Lu Long to return the space in his hands to Batian and the others. It couldn't be helped. This matter? He didn't have the advantage in the first place. This matter? I won't participate. But I want 50% of the treasure. Otherwise, you won't be able to find this item. These words were said in a fair manner. And no one could say anything. If not for the words of divine craftsman Lu Long, Qin Fang, Gun Demon and the others were but 8 hours later. They were thrown out. And there was no way they would have been able to detect this item. Therefore, Batian nodded his head, and agreed to let divine craftsman Lu Long take 50% of the treasure. The Tianyang Town City Lord also agreed. After all, this was the price he had given earlier. If he didn't want to be evil to the divine craftsman Lu Long, he could only give it. Seeing that both sides had agreed, divine craftsman Lu Long immediately shook out half of the treasure from within the small space. The treasures did not fall to the ground, and all of them went into the backpack of godly craftsman Lu Long. 50% of the treasure. And incidentally, I will help you exterminate 50% of the 3/4 demonic fetus. This deal, you won't lose out. Divine craftsman Lu Long completed his deal, and left with a satisfied heart. He was the one who made the most money from this operation. The Tianyang Town City Lord immediately left as well. Anyone? All were able to see that he had a belly full of fire. In the view of the Tianyang Town Lord, this was really giving this group of troublemakers a face. What the hell? This group of little chickens? Being able to obtain a portion of the God of Death's treasure was already a great gift to Tianyang Town. How dare they? How dare they be greedy? How dare they want 50%? Have they forgotten? Who is it? Who gave them such a peaceful business environment? Who guarantees their safety? It's the Lord of Tianyang. If it weren't for the Lord of Tianyang, this place would have been in ruins. This place would have been in ruins. This place would have been taken over by the God of Death. He, the Lord of Tianyang Town, has worked diligently for so many years? Today? To be insulted by a junior. To be threatened by a junior. This feeling made the anger in his heart as if 100,000 volcanoes were linked together. And he simply couldn't suppress it. A strange shame. The Heavenly Sun City Lord returned to Heavenly Sun Town with a gloomy expression. At the same time, in the vault of the sky, divine craftsman Lu Long's eyes were thrown unblinkingly at the body of the Tianyang Town Lord. Tianyang Town Lord? Something had really gone wrong. Earlier, at the moment of departure, Playersian had secretly sent a message to divine craftsman Lu Long, asking him to check on Tianyang City Lord's condition. And he seemed to have been eroded by the Chi of Death. If any other fine gold-level blacksmith had said this to him, Godsmith Lu Long would have smiled faintly and given him a punch to clear his head. But Playersian saying this? Godsmith Lu Long took it very seriously. After all, this kid? Some days ago. But tried to refine the death equipment of the Iron Beam. Perhaps very familiar with the gas of death. With this exploration, godly artisan Lu Long really found a problem. There was a trace of death she wrapped around the heart of the Tianyang City Lord. No wonder. Divine artisan Lu Long didn't feel that Tianyang City Lord was so unreasonable and irritable before. Today, all of his shortcomings were revealed and magnified quite a bit. Divine artisan Lu Long did not act rashly, but watched carefully, and incidentally reported the matter to the prophet god. Tianyang City Lord? This seemed to be a lead. If used well, it might be able to weaken or kill the god of death. Tianyang City Lord left? You guys, did he take the treasure away? In front of the original Annihilation Guild's quarters, countless players looked at this scene and spoke with skepticism. I have a feeling he took it with him. After all, he's a legend-ranked city lord. A player despaired. Very pessimistic. I have a feeling that it wasn't taken away. Based on my analysis of psychology, if the Heavenly Sun City Lord took it away, he must be wearing a smile on his face. But, at this moment, the Tianyang City Lord is gloomy, and his brows are tightened. This was his reasoning for thinking that the Tianyang City Lord did not get it. It was justified and convincing. I also feel that I don't ever get it. After all, Tianyang City Lord's face is indeed not good. Grass. What does it matter? We can naturally find out by breaching this private territory. The players started a new round of attacks. But the attacks falling? It really couldn't create any impact. But in order to obtain the God of Death's treasure, these players were persistent and persevering. Chapter 365, If You're a Brother. Come hack me. Facing the attack of this group of fleas outside the residence door, Hegemony said that it was harmless, as long as they wanted to exert effort. Batian didn't mind playing with them, as if they were amusing fools. Elder brother of mine. Righteousness. The gun demon patted Qin Fang's shoulder with great pride. Although Qin Fang's role? Not much. But this kind of standing in line was what they needed the most. Elder brother me. I recognize you as a brother. Yes. We will definitely not shirk any requests in the future. Elder brother. You are a true hero. After some flattery, Qin Fang and the others couldn't help but shift their eyes to this ball of space. Elder brother me. This time, thanks to you, you can get 50% of the treasure here. Batian was still as brash as ever. Although it was 50% of 50%. But this amount, it was still very huge. Earlier, Qin Fang had only filled up his own backpack in front of him, harvesting a full 3 billion copper coins of belongings. And he hadn't even waited for Qin Fang to load it within the ring of the Golden Dragon? As a result, it was shaken out by divine craftsman Lu Long. 3 billion copper coins of belongings? It seemed like a lot, but in reality, it was only one hair of the 9 oxen. The tip of a hair. The first thing Qin Fang did was to hand over this fortune to Yuzhe, so that he could go and make money grow into money. Yuzhe's ability? Qin Fang was naturally at ease. Yuzhe. Vision. Mind. All have. Is a little small-minded. As long as you can change this fault, we'll certainly be able to promote to the 9 stars in the future. At that time, that would be the time for Yuzhe to make his mark. Now, Qin Fang kept hitting his nerves with large sums of wealth. Also in order to let him correct his own problems as quickly as possible, so that he can have a big heart, and not be limited to 10 million. A million small money. In this way, Yuzhe will be able to grow up as soon as possible. Qin Fang, I really didn't do it to satisfy my own bragging mentality. Batian bent down and went to pick up this orb. But no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to lift it, or even move against it. After all, this was a small space. Divine craftsman Lu Long was able to lift and play with it. That was because he was a divine craftsman. This thing? Not to mention Batian. Even the city lord of Tianyang town might not be able to lift it. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a small space. This small space weighs a whopping 1,514.5 billion tons. The system tone rang out, causing Batian to be depressed on the spot. Wasn't this a farce? Ding. This small space is extremely dangerous. Please pay attention. Ding. This small space contains 3 demonic fetuses. Please hand them over to a human legendary level powerhouse as soon as possible. Ding. This small space is extremely dangerous. Please abandon it as soon as possible. Ding. This scarlet-colored system prompt borders flashed out continuously, reminding Batian that this thing was extremely dangerous. Ding. Once the 3-point demon fetus is conceived, the entire Tianyang town will be destroyed. Ding. Please hand this item over to a god-level existence as soon as possible. Ding. It was at this moment that Batian truly realized, this thing? It might really be a hot potato after all. Older brother? Do you know what a 3/4 demonic fetus is? Hegemony didn't know what a 3/4 demonic fetus was, but he was convinced that Playersian must know. As expected, Playersian did not disappoint. I know. The epic level monsters under the God of Death's command often appear in hordes. 100 in number? Will be able to slaughter villages. 500? Able to slaughter smaller towns. 1,000? Then destroying medium-sized towns would not be a problem. Within this piece of space, there exists a total of 5,000 eggs of the 3 magic fetuses. The divine craftsman Lu Long is certainly able to destroy half of them. Then, there are still 2,500 of them inside. This is a very terrifying number. If they all hatch out, it would be enough to destroy the Tianyang town. Qin Fang finished with calm eyes, without any emotion. It was only at this moment that Batian and the others realized how much pressure Qin Fang had endured before deciding to stand on their side. Player I clearly knew that this thing was terrifying. Terrifying. And he clearly knew that handing it over to Tianyang City Lord was the best solution. But he still sided with Batian and the others, choosing to share the consequences. This thing? If it exploded in this private territory? Qin Fang. Batian would truly be the center of Tianyang Town. The most crucial thing? Everything they had laid out in Tianyang Town would be reduced to nothing. How many copper coins had Hegemony laid out in Tianyang Town? Player I is at the very least 5 times as much as he is. If Tianyang Town was destroyed, then Qin Fang's efforts for so many days would be considered wasted. At the same time, Batian and the others knew the evil thoughts of the Tianyang Town City Lord. This son of a bitch had given up this small space on the surface. But behind his back, it was with the intention of watching the joke, wanting to make the 3/4 demonic fetus within this small space awaken and destroy this private territory of the Hegemony Guild. And after that, the Heavenly Sun Town City Lord would surely snap a big hat, slandering the Hegemony Heavenly Guild for colluding with the God of Death, and incidentally gathering the power of the Heavenly Sun to decimate the epic level 3-pointed demon fetus. In the end, Hegemony Heaven would get nothing but curses. This is an open conspiracy, and there is no solution. Don't you, Batian, want it? Then I'll give it to you. But as to whether you can eat it or not, that's not something I need to be concerned about. Nowadays, what lies in front of Batian? There seems to be only 2 paths. The first is to greatly give this small space to the Heavenly Sun City Lord, so that he can crack this 3-part demon fetus rebellion. The second was to gather all of Hegemony Heaven's guild strength and attempt to mantle and hunt epic level monsters. This second one? It was basically impossible to achieve. More than 2,500 epic level monsters? With just the Hegemony Guild? How could it possibly hold them? Not to mention the Bastardly Heaven Guild. Even if all the players of Tianyang Town joined forces, they wouldn't necessarily be able to defend it. Ding. After checking by Tianyang Town, the owner of coordinate 14521, Bastard Sky, has no relationship with the God of Death. This was the first piece of news released by the Heavenly Sun Town City Lord. And for a moment, it was like a boulder falling to the ground, causing a huge splash within the Heavenly Sun Town. This was the Heavenly Sun Town City Lord's counterattack, directly slashing Bastard Heaven. Crap. This heck. I guess for 10,000 years? Surprisingly, this place is still obtained by Batian? This mysterious force? Is it really the Hegemony Guild? I have analyzed 10,000 years. Not the possibility of the Hegemony Guild. To the end? Surprisingly, it's the Hegemony Guild? I see. The Hegemony Guild still fucking exists this second time. This time? It's the second guild that did it. Insidious. Hegemony is really insidious. Countless players were heatedly discussing and berating the Hegemony Guild. Dare to do it. Grass mud horse. That's birdless goons. Grass. Faced with such accusations, what else could Hegemony say? Immediately and graciously admitted it. After all, this matter couldn't be hidden even if he wanted to. Ah. Yes. Destroying the existence of the Annihilation Guild? It is indeed my bastard Heavenly Guild. But not the second guild, but the first guild. This sentence directly blindsided the entire Heaven's Destiny players. Hegemony, a blessing in disguise. This matter, on the surface, exposed the hidden terrifying strength of the Hegemony Guild. But who knew? It wasn't a good thing? For example, right now, Hegemony generously admitted that it was Hegemony that was hidden in the shadows for a while. It directly made this group of people dumbfounded. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The current Bastard Sky Guild is already this strong? It's known as the #1 guild in Tianyang Town. How could it still have a moment? Right. If there really is a Hegemony Heaven Guild, then, How strong must he be? Grass. I don't believe it. The facts are in front of us. We can't afford not to believe them. Crap. In that case, wouldn't the Hegemony Guild be a well-deserved giant? Players were shocked. And even a large group of players, instead of turning black to Hegemony, turned pink and wanted to join it. This move by the Tianyang Town City Lord was equivalent to a wave of advertisements for Hegemony in disguise. Ding. The God of Death's treasure exists at coordinates 14,521. But because of respect for Warrior Bashan's idea, we have not taken it. This was Heavenly Sun City Lord's second slash. With this slash, Batian was expecting it. But as long as the barrier of the private territory remained intact, then, Batian namely did not need to worry about this matter. Attack. Attack. Since ancient times, money moved people's hearts. And upon hearing the Tianyang City Lord's personal acknowledgement, the group attacked even more fiercely. Ding. The breath of the God of Death has been detected at coordinates 14,521. Please take the initiative to turn in items tainted with the aura of death within 3 days. Otherwise, 3 days later, the army will press in. 3 days of light, based on what the Heavenly Sun City Lord had secretly moved, was enough to awaken the first three-quarter demonic fetus within this small space. In that case, the Hegemony Guild really had a point. 3 days later, even at the Heaven's Destiny verdict, the Heavenly Sun City Lord was not afraid. This time, it was the Hegemony Guild that was unjustified. Phew. There wasn't much time left for the Hegemony Guild. If they wanted to break the situation now, they could only take out the treasure within the small space within 3 days, and throw this mess to Tianyang City Lord, leaving him empty-handed. Elder brother me? Do you know how to enter within this small space? The most crucial thing now was to enter it and transfer the treasure. But this time, Qin Fong did not know either. Seeing Qin Fong shaking his head, Batian could not help but let out a sigh. Grab all the guilds and have them, within 3 days, give up brushing monsters, and search for a way to enter the small space with all their might. Batian was still clear about what was more important. The treasure within this small space? Although it was only 50%. And although he had to give 50% to Qin Fong, the rest? It was also enough to cover the Li family's income for 5 years. This was a very frightening amount of income that Batian had to obtain. To be honest, the one with the richest expression upon hearing these 3 system beeps in a row was none other than Annihilation. Firstly, there was shock. It was a dawning realization, mixed with infinite anger, and a hint of stealing joy. A strong sense of powerlessness, and gloating, when he learned that it was the overwhelming Sky Guild that had destroyed his own guild. Annihilation figured it out in the first place. It was definitely Player Jin who had told on him. These two? Good enough to wear a pair of crotchless trousers. If it wasn't Player Me? He Annihilation upside down to eat shit. Annihilation applied for arbitration, wanting Heaven's Destiny to sentence Qin Fong for breach of contract and make him pay. But Heavenly Fate's reply was, Player Me is not at fault, according to the terms of the contract. Article 28. Article 36. Isn't this a joke? The previous life of the previous life, that is, was defeated on this so-called contract? In this life, when Qin Fong signed the contract, could he not read it? Qin Fong even hated to break apart every single article and point of the contract, crumble it up, and eat it into his stomach. But learning about this one, what could he do about it? The current him? Would he still be able to snatch this private territory back? It was definitely impossible. As for gloating, it was you, Batian, a guy with big eyebrows? How dare you betray the Heaven's mandate? You kid? There is also today Annihilation has already prepared to beat up the dog. When 3 days pass, when the army of Tianyang Town moves out, it will definitely let Batian Guild know what is called why flowers are so red. Chapter 366, The Suffocating God of Archery. To say that the one who was most excited to learn of this news was none other than the Phoenix. During this period of time, although it was only a few short hours, the Phoenix's mood was like being on a roller coaster, up and down, with no bottom in his heart. If the God of Death's treasure was still in this private territory, then Phoenix could still think of a way to snatch the treasure and complete this legendary mission. But if it was taken away by the Tianyang Town City Lord, that would be hard to bear. The Phoenix can basically die and give up this mission decisively. Tianyang Town City Lord. Such a thick thigh. He really couldn't break it. Fortunately, the final result was good. The treasure was not taken away by the Tianyang City Lord. What surprised Phoenix the most was the owner of this private territory. Surprisingly, it was also Batian. This was more than what the Phoenix had expected. Phoenix had always been self-possessed, believing that in the entire Tianyang town, he was number one, and no one else could outshine him. 300,000 players? That was his backbone. Ahem. Although there were only remnants left now. Who would have thought? Hegemony is the deepest hidden guy in Tianyang town. To be able to overthrow the Annihilation Guild in a short period of time? What kind of hegemony? What kind of deterrent power should this be? The most crucial thing was that this force? Surprisingly, it had never appeared before. Even when the Phoenix Guild nearly pushed hegemony to rebuild, this force had never appeared. I really didn't know whether to say that Bastard Sky was confident, or whether to say that he was bold in his art. What did the exposure of the Phoenix's hidden power bring him? It only brought him a gray escape. No. 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 The fastest speed of light in the face. But what about Batian's power? But directly brought him the benefits of the entire God of Death's treasure. A comparison? The highs and lows were immediately judged. Phoenix's red eyes are acting up again. Ding. This treasure? The players of my Tianyang town should share it equally. So please ask President Batian to be righteous and contribute this treasure. Or else, don't blame us for hitting the Spirit Mountain and not giving you any face. President Batian has always been deeply righteous. Please do the same today and contribute this treasure of the God of Death. Please also ask President Batian to consider for the entire Batian Guild. The Phoenix once again published a small piece of composition, with words that were all for the sake of the Hegemony Guild through and through. Every sentence praising the Hegemony Guild, but every sentence filled with mockery. Hearing this, even the players who wanted this God of Death treasure couldn't help but feel the hypocrisy of the Phoenix, and even had the urge to vomit. This guy? It was truly shameless. This proved that this group of players still possessed a certain sense of shame. But, more than that, they did not possess a sense of shame. Right, President Bastard. You wouldn't be so unintelligent. The God of Death's treasure should have been owned by all of us. What? The God of Death's treasure should belong to my Phoenix brother. After all, he's the only orthodox God of Death now. But my Phoenix brother is deeply righteous and is willing to share it. And that's how we got our bowl of broth. Right, President Bastard? You eat meat? Is it hard not to give us a bowl of soup? That's not right. Please also ask President Batian to be deeply righteous and take the initiative to hand over this batch of Death God's treasures. This group of people, throwing away even the most basic sense of shame, spoke blindly with their eyes open. As the years of time passed, these words were becoming harder and harder to hear. The members of the Hegemony Guild couldn't stand to listen to them, and they all but wanted to battle and mash these sons of bitches. However, Hegemony stopped them, thinking it was inappropriate, and whirled around to respond silently. Phoenix, I feel that your mother style is still intact. Please also send it to my room tonight, so that I can love it properly. Yin and Yang? Who wouldn't awe? Slurring words? Who wouldn't awe? Don't look at him. Batian is the son of a big family. But then, swearing up a storm. Not the slightest bit wimpy. Right, Phoenix. If you want to get, you have to pay first. Right? Uh-huh. Do you need me to give you an address? Phoenix, I see that you still have a sister. Why don't you give me a game too? This kind of similar words sprung up for a while, mocking the Phoenix in droves. Phoenix, why not? Send me the address. This one sentence appeared and was so lethal that the entire Tianyang town's cursing war was shaken. Sighing that Phoenix was truly a ruthless person, Batian also froze. He was truly unable to imagine there was even a spiteful character nowadays. Phoenix, truly a ruthless character. Qing Fong was also startled by such a Phoenix. This old boy seems to be even more unbridled awe. Batian no longer responded. This kind of person? Pure mental problems. Batian was confident that if someone insulted his parents in this way, Batian would definitely go to war with him directly. without rest. The abuse from the outside world continued. But the Hegemony Guild was traveling through the library and the streets, hoping to find a hidden old man and ask for a way to crack the small space in the middle of the private territory. Qin Fong was also inquiring for information. But more, on the other hand, he was recalling the memories of his previous life. A three-quarter demonic fetus? This thing seemed to have erupted in the past life in the past few days as well. And the three-quarter demonic fetus that covered the sky crazily slaughtered the NPCs in Tianyang Town. The massive amount of players, and even the endless chi of death, nearly coalesced into the god of death shadow. Once the god of death shadow coalesced, Tianyang Town would instantly be destroyed. After all, a Tianyang Town that was only at the peak of the legendary rank? How could it possibly be defended? The reason why the Heavenly Sun Town was never destroyed, it was because the god hidden within the Tianyang Town had stepped in. This deity, Qin Fong clearly remembered, was the god of bows and arrows, because the impression he gave was truly too impressive. As soon as he appeared on the scene, he erupted with unrivaled might, as if he wanted to destroy everything. His body was roughly clothed in linen. His face was full of folds. His hands were thickly calloused, and he carried an exaggerated bow on his back. But he did not see any arrows. The one person and one arrow directly extinguished the shadow of the god of death that was about to coalesce, destroying the 5,000 three-pronged demonic shadows in the process. As for the divine spirit fountain, he delayed the outbreak of the arrow until half a year later. That is, the second year of the opening of Heaven's Destiny. When the second chapter was opened, the divine spirit fountain only completely exploded. It could be said that this deity had saved the Heavenly Sun Town. Qin Fong thought so at the time, and even rejoiced for him. However, in this life, as he recalled in detail, this god of archery seemed to be very distressed. And if Qin Fong thought about it from another angle, he seemed to see the helplessness of this god of archery. As an archer who had become a god, his attack power was certainly nothing to write home about. If he added a sneak attack, he might be able to instantly kill the arrogant young god that had just been revived from the god's spiritual fountain. A single move to build success. But all the plans were disrupted by the three-pointed demonic fetus. If he hadn't made a move, the Heavenly Sun Town would have directly perished, but he had made a move, which directly caused the young god to wimp out and get scared, hiding within the divine spirit springs, not daring to appear until the second batch of gods were revived. And only then did he follow suit. The god of bows and arrows. A typical case of picking up the sesame and losing the watermelon. Qin Fong had once checked the information of this deity in his previous life, and such an existence had eventually appeared on other battlefields and died a dark death. After all, as a deity, it was impossible for him to guard the Tianyang Town all the time. At this moment, a bold idea surfaced in Qin Fong's mind. If he searched for this hidden deity, would it be possible to break the situation? As long as this deity senior was allowed, erase the hidden danger of the internal three-quarter demonic fetus. Then, everything would not be a matter. The existence of this senior? Even the heavenly Yang City Lord, divine artisan Lu Long may not know about it. Only this scenario. There are also problems. A divine spirit making a move? The price is not high. What if he claims the remaining 50% of the treasure? What then? This god of death's treasure is like the meat and potatoes. Anyone would want to take a bite. Ditto? One couldn't go and invite divine craftsman Lu Long either. Divine craftsman Lu Long was certainly able to erase it. But the remaining 50% of the treasure? How much does he want? What if he wants the remaining 50% again? To give or not to give? This is also a problem. Now, there seemed to be one last option left. Qin Fong's teacher, Licia. Licia was relatively easy to get rid of. Nothing more than 2 or 3 bottles of fine wine. But this? It was Qin Fong's favor that was used. When distributing it. How to distribute it. Life in the world. Everyone had their own little thoughts. It was impossible for Qin Fong to be so kind as to unconditionally help the Hegemony Guild. After pondering for a while, Qin Fong simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, time was still early. It wasn't impossible to save the day in the end. Qin Fong left and returned within his own forge shop to begin forging a new round of purple gold level equipment. Sign up? Sign up? There are limited spots. With this move, Heaven's Destiny was shaken, and there was a flurry of sign-ups. Contacting players me. Purple gold level equipment? Who doesn't mind having more I have purple gold grade weapons. But I'm still lacking purple gold grade armor. Qin Fang directly took the order and started forging. As for the matter of the 3/4 demonic fetus under the god of death, what did it matter? Even if the sky did fall in the end, there was still a tall man to hold it up. Qin Fang began the forging, releasing Little Black so that he could devour the materials and purify them. The first piece of equipment failed to be forged, and a smile appeared at the corner of Qin Fang's mouth. Ding! Congratulations on your forging failure. Receive a 100-fold return. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining an Essence Gold grade equipment. Fiery Flame Demon Armor * 100. Lad? Your forging level isn't good either. At this level? How is it possible to forge purple gold grade equipment? It was a voice with a hint of doubt in its astonishment. As if it could not figure out how Qin Fang dared to take orders for forging purple gold grade equipment. As if he had been instantly cast with a fixation spell. Qin Fang stood frozen in place, his muscles stiff and uncontrollable. Who was this? Surprisingly, he was able to silently appear behind him, leaving himself unaware, leaving the alarm in the forging room without any reaction. Could it be that it was the god of death? Or is it? It was some other strange deity. A voice that made Qin Fang feel very unfamiliar. Young man, there's no need to be so nervous. I have no ill intentions. The voice resounded once again, very amiable, and really did not possess any killing intent. Qin Fang turned around with great difficulty. That is, he saw an old man with a face full of folds, as well as a large bow that was carried behind his back. For a moment, Qin Fang instantly knew his identity. This was the god of bows and arrows who had held back in his previous life. Chapter 367 7-Color Cloud Haze Bow. Seeing Qin Fang's surprised expression, the old man's eyes flickered with a flash of a strange color. This brat? Could it be that he did not recognize himself? Youngster? You know me? The old man dusted off his body and asked Qin Fang. Don't know, but was able to guess. Qin Fang was not humble. Agu. Kid, don't talk big. If you are able to guess my identity, I will give you a skill book. The old man did not believe. After all, at Qin Fang's age, experience? How could he have seen himself? God of Bow and Arrow of Mount Chixia, Force Prime. Battle record, heavy damage to ancient deities with his own strength. You, God of Imo, are the backbone of our human race. If it wasn't for you, the entire history of the human race would have been dimmed by a few points. Listening to Qin Fang talking about his own battle records as if he were counting them, the old man's expression went from surprise to enjoyment. After all, this kid was still very good at talking. He, you kid? Not bad. The old man listened comfortably and directly threw Qin Fang a skill book, which was also considered as a meet-and-greet gift. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a legendary ranked skill book, War God's Power. War God's Power. Within 30 minutes of opening, the amplitude of attack and defense attributes will be doubled. Qin Fang's eyes lit up. This skill? Very strong, and can be called a divine skill for archers. The top archers in the previous life, some of them did not have it. Attribute doubling that lasted for 30 minutes? It was terrifying. Immediately, Qin Fang's eyes darkened for a minute. This skill? It belonged exclusively to archers. Handing it over to Qin Fang? On the contrary, it was of little use. It was nothing more than for Qin Fang to sell it and earn a little pocket money. You kid. Continue reading down. Qin Fang was reminded by the old man and continued to look down. Gift player, my exclusive skill, War God's Power. I have made a series of modifications to the power of the God of War, and it fits your attributes. The old man was very proud of himself. How can it be so shabby when it's also a gift for the first meeting? This? Incredulity flowed from Qin Fang's eyes. A gift of exclusive skills? This guy? Currently, Heaven's Destiny estimated that no one understood the preciousness of this skill better than Qin Fang. This, at the very least, it had to be a god-level existence to be able to craft it, and the process of making it is a bit tedious. This gift, no, this meet-and-greet gift, is very precious. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the player's exclusive skill, War God's Power. Grade, Black Iron. Effect, attribute amplification of 15% within 30 minutes. Because the level of this skill was too low, the amplitude was also low. However, as Qin Fang used it and his proficiency continued to increase. The damage of the amplitude was also able to continuously increase. Seeing Qin Fang using this skill, a smile spread across the old man's face. And like an elder, he instructed Qin Fang. You kid. I once heard divine artisan Lu Long, elf god, say that it was a good seedling. How come you are so bad now? Qin Fang's forging skill? Even in the view of the god of archery? It was also riddled with mistakes. Not at all like a proper blacksmith. This feeling of being exceptionally casual, of never possessing the heart of forging at all. Of forging? Not pious at all. Upon hearing this, Qin Fang immediately understood that, by the looks of it, history had changed. Because of the killing of the darkness god, Qin Fang had become famous amongst the deities. Among the deities, Qin Fang was also mentioned from time to time. That was why today's events, and this one skill of his had come about. Although it would take at least a year and a half for this skill, war god's strength, to be raised to the legendary level. But then, the amplitude of this for Qin Fang was also very exaggerated. After all, Qin Fang was already strong, amplifying his attributes by 15% again? Other players didn't have to live. Senior Bao God. The last time my kid followed the prophet god to slaughter the god of darkness, his roots were traumatized. So the forging is slightly unimpressive. So I've made you laugh. Qin Fang's words were reasonable and convincing. And even the Bao God could not help but pat Qin Fang's shoulder and say, good boy. This injury, it was one that Qin Fang had suffered for the countless lives of Heaven's mandate. He was only an essence gold level blacksmith. So by all accounts, this injury? Originally, there was no need for him to resist. But it took millions of years for such a chance to come out. For someone from the human race to be able to forge the darkness god's equipment, extract the darkness chi, and weaken the darkness god's strength. The prophet god? How could they give up this opportunity? Thus, it led to Qin Fang's tragedy. This matter? How could the Bao god not know about it? But he still wanted to ask. Wanted to hear Qin Fang's answer. Obviously, Qin Fang's answer satisfied him. Qin Fang, you still have to pretend when you should. Otherwise, where would the benefits come from? You brat? Is there any resentment? If I say I don't have any, it would definitely be a lie. But a blessing in disguise is a blessing in disguise. And the prophet god has made amends to the brat. Qin Fang smiled and turned his eyes in the direction of Little Black, only to see that Xiao He was stealing a sip of the fine wine. Sensing the eyes behind him, he immediately finished the fine wine in one gulp and sheepishly looked in Qin Fang's direction. Under Qin Fang's gaze, Xiao He immediately devoured a piece of material and began to purify it. And in a short while, he pulled out a piece of even more pure, higher grade material. The god of bows and arrows carefully surveyed this scene, and his entire being was immediately dumbfounded. This? What a fine pet. Even though the god of bows and arrows had lived for hundreds of years, and had seen a lot, he had never seen such a bizarre pet. This was no longer a talent that had been blessed by heaven and earth, but rather, it had been blessed by heaven and earth. This pet? It's enough to take you to achieve god level. In this way, the god of bows and arrows instantly relieved himself, and seemed to feel in the underworld, one drink, one peck, all determined by heaven. This pet was too helpful to Qin Fang. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as one was a forge master, there was no one who didn't want this pet. What Qin Fang had to say, it wasn't Little Black's devouring and purifying function. But since the god of bows and arrows misunderstood, then Qin Fang was also too lazy to argue. Formally, I am the god of bows and arrows, the Force Prime. The god of bows and arrows took the initiative to extend his right hand. Qin Fang felt a supreme honor, and hurriedly shook it tightly. Greetings. I am the player Maisie. I have a matter to ask for your help on this trip. The god of bow and arrow finished his pleasantries and stated his intention. My little granddaughter, who was just promoted to purple gold level yesterday, so she is still short of a purple gold level equipment in her hands. And I wonder if you can help me with the forging. You don't have to worry about the drawings. I prepared them long ago. So take a look first. Qin Fang did not bother to pick up this drawing, but instead inquired, Senior Bao God, according to your status, even if you were to ask a divine artisan to do the job, you wouldn't need to pay too much. Right. So why would you choose me? This was simply Qin Fang's curiosity. The main reason is that it's too late. I wish to get it tonight. After all, Tomorrow is my little granddaughter's birthday. Speaking of this, the Bao god's face was filled with embarrassment, as well as a hint of doting on his little granddaughter. Qin Fang took this copy of the design drawings from the god of bows and arrows and carefully began to look at it. Don't worry. I will definitely give you this equipment before tonight. This was a purple gold gray drawing. And to be honest, with Qin Fang's current level, he was unable to refine it. But then, the general situation of this drawing? He already understood it. And using it as a basis to deduce an essence gold gray drawing shouldn't be a problem. Well then, I'm counting on you. Jin. The Bao god did not say the remuneration. But Qin Fang was convinced that it could not be low. Qin Fang began to deduce the fine gold gray drawing. To be honest, this was a very exquisite drawing. And according to Qin Fang's speculation, this was at the very least from the hands of a legendary grade forger. Otherwise, it would not be so delicate and refined. Qin Fang combined his memories of his previous life and constantly began to reproduce it, adding into his own understanding. Don't forget, Qin Fang himself was also a legend-ranked blacksmith, although he couldn't forge at the moment. But his eyesight, techniques and whatnot, it's all still there. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining an essence gold gray drawing, the Bao of Yunxia. This was Qin Fang's newly named name. And this purple gold gray drawing was called the Bao of Nine Heavens Yunxia. After the drawings were reproduced, Qin Fang began the forging. Ding! Congratulations on your forging failure. Gained a 100-fold return. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the fine gold grade Bao of Yunxia * 100. Qin Fang began his forging journey. As the moon and stars dawned, Qin Fang wiped away the tears at the corner of his forehead and stopped the forging. Qin Fang himself had never thought that this return would be so unkind. It took more than 10 times for the purple gold grade equipment to appear, and it was still not up to Qin Fang's requirements. So Qin Fang forged a few more times before he reached his satisfaction level. Is the forging finished? Qin Fang just stopped the action in his hands. The god of bow and arrow, that is, appeared with a strong sense of urgency. After all, in a few hours, it will be the moment when the little granddaughter will have her birthday. If the little granddaughter knows that he has not prepared a gift for her, if the little granddaughter knew that he had not prepared a gift for her, then it would be hard to tell, and the already scarce beard would have to die another 7 or 8 times. Qin Fang was instantly startled and nodded slightly, taking out the 7-colored cloudy bow from his backpack and handing it over to the god of bows and arrows. The god of bows and arrows took a look and was immediately shocked. This complete bow, although it wasn't forged exactly according to his drawings, but looking at the attributes, looking at the shape, it was only stronger than his drawings. When forging this bow, I added my understanding of forging. So the final product is like this. Qin Fang responded so. Hearing this, the god of bows and arrows instantly understood why the elf god, divine artisan Lu Long, held me in such high esteem. This brat? It really was a forging genius. Shen, this time I owe you a favor. In the future, if you need my help in any way, just look for me. Royale, this is my communication token. The god of bows and arrows took out a token from within his backpack and handed it to Qin Fang. This thing? It was already a communication device from hundreds of years ago. A specially imitated communication device of the ancient god race. After the god of archery finished speaking, he did not exchange pleasantries with Qin Fang again and hurriedly left. Qin Fang, on the other hand, looked up at the firmament, pondering whether or not he should make use of this favor, and asked the god of bows and arrows to make a move. Actually, Qin Fang had a fourth method. Contact the time and space merchant and purchase props from his hands that could restrain the three-dimensional demonic fetus. Within a secret room, the god of bows and arrows, divine artisan Lu Long, and Li Qi converged together to watch this purple gold grade equipment 7-colored cloud haze bow forged by Qin Fang. This bow had a 7-colored color throughout, just like the rainbow clouds in haze, which was very aesthetically pleasing. The cloud pattern was steadily engraved on it, and instead of affecting the overall power of the bow, it was also able to gather thunder to execute a sure kill strike. This kid? Hidden deep enough. Chapter 368. What can you do for your parents? Divine artisan Lu Long, divine artisan Li Xie, the god of bow and arrow, had long since hooked up. After all, they were both gods, so how could they hide it? The god of bows and arrows also really wanted to give a gift to his granddaughter. So Godsmith Lu Long, Godsmith Licia came up with such a way to test out the player's true level of forging. These two? I always feel that the player, I have left a hand on them. I feel that this kid's forging level is not only obvious on the revealed so point. As expected. Once you try it out. Such exquisite equipment. At the very least. It was the peak of the purple gold level. The level that could be forged. This kid? Hidden very deeply. This level is comparable to when I was at the purple gold level. Divine Artisan Lu Long and Divine Artisan Licia, carrying Qin Fong on their backs, did not mince words of praise. Two old brothers. I'll leave first. The Divine Spirit springs outside of Tianyang town. Please help me keep an eye on them, lest they burst out all of a sudden. This was the request of the god of archery. Divine Artisan Li Qi gave him a look, telling him to rest assured that absolutely nothing would happen. This was the way the gods of Mount Qixia faced the Divine Springs, secretly sending out 9 gods to silently sneak into the major towns. If the gods within these Divine Springs just suddenly erupted, these gods? LL definitely catch them by surprise. Only after receiving Li Qi's response did the god of Bao and Arrow feel relieved and boldly leave. Li Qi, this guy, was the one who was hiding the most. If he hadn't easily taken out a divine weapon and crushed the shadow of the god of death last time, the god of archery would have been kept in the dark. This guy? He had long since risen to the divine level and forged a divine weapon. And seeing as he threw out his divine weapon so easily, he thought that it must not be too precious to him. After all, this guy, Li Qi, knew all about divine weapons. The god of archery departed. Player Mi's forging. It's progressing by leaps and bounds. Divine Artisan Lu Long sighed from the bottom of his heart. Player Zhen was able to advance to an essence gold level blacksmith? It was still thanks to Godsmith Lu Long's empirical insights. Now, this guy was actually able to refine purple gold grade equipment. This progress? It was fast. He has completely recovered from his injuries and is flying high. It seems? Still able to continue to become a god. But it shouldn't be. This was something that Divine Artisan Li Qi could not figure out. And ultimately, it could only be attributed to Qin Fong's talent being too strong. And let's see if he can become a god. Qin Fong was completely unaware of this scene. At this moment, Qin Fong had exited the game and was breathing fresh air on top of the high wall. Hidden Earth had not exited the game. He was still busy within the city guards, brushing levels, experience, and honor points. Although Hidden Earth's position in terms of honor points was already untouchable, he still did not dare to slack off. Qin Fong, the first batch of candidates are ready, and will be able to enter the Divine Fate game at all times. This was the voice of Black Widow Qin Ling. In this matter, Qin Fong had started the layout long ago. These days, Qin Ling had been selecting suitable players from multiple aspects, such as reactions, such as forging skills, such as, all in all, Qin Linger had selected the best 10,000 people from within Yang City. After experiencing so many things, Qin Fong also sort of understood that fighting alone was always inferior to fighting in a team. If Qin Fong also possessed such a huge strength as the Bastard Heavenly Guild, this time, for the matter of the God of Death's treasure, he didn't need to discuss it with Bastard Heaven at all, and could have eaten it alone. But now, he still had to split it with Hegemony. People's thoughts were constantly switching over time. For example, Qin Fong. At first, he felt that it was quite good to go it alone. But now, as the spread he had spread grew bigger and bigger, he could only expand his strength. Register. Make a register. Give these 10,000 people the 3rd grade of welfare benefits. Let them enter the game as soon as possible to brush up their levels within the game and familiarize themselves with Heaven's mandate. As for equipment, I'll provide them with it. By the way, the names of these players. Try not to have the same prefixes. Qin Fong was preparing to play black and white. Surely he couldn't let people know his bottom line in the first place. Right? I'll get on with it. This matter was by far the top priority of Yang City. Second thing, issue 300,000 helmets in the form of a loan. As long as it doesn't affect normal life. Training. All can enter the Heaven's Destiny to play. Note that the combat sequence is not allowed to join the Heavenly Fate. This stipulation was a proposal that Qin Fong had thought over. This thing called a game? Although there was a certain degree that could make people lose their minds by playing things, it was also not the best way to reduce strife. This group of players all went to shoot guns within the game of Heaven's Destiny, who would still shoot guns in reality. The combat sequence. This was the strongest force in Yang City. If this was a plaything, Qin Fang would be able to go up to Coal Mountain and prepare to hang himself. Yes, the program for this matter. The demonic dragon has long been drawn up, and will be able to implement it at any time. The chores within Yang City did not require Qin Fang to worry a bit. Right. Where is Wild Wolf? How come he's nowhere to be seen? Qin Fang felt a trace of coldness. On weekdays, above the city walls, there must be the figure of Wild Wolf. He liked to look out from afar the most. To the east of here, 500 miles, there exists this small city, named Riot City. Very chaotic. All sizes of forces are numerous. About 50,000 people. A day ago, Wild Wolf led his cronies. 10,000 men and women managed to bring this place down. Earlier Wild Wolf sent someone to send back the letter. Said that he had to stay behind to guard this small city, lest it would be rebellious. As Black Widow said this, she constantly observed Qin Fang's expression. Wild Wolf's move. It was equivalent to mutiny, even though it was stationed. But what was going on in the open? Who didn't know it? I wonder how Qin Fang. How would this matter be handled? Oh, this matter? I asked Wild Wolf to do it. After all, our territory is too small, isn't it? Qin Fang didn't care and directly acknowledged Wild Wolf's position. A person like Wild Wolf definitely wouldn't condescend to others, and instead of making a stalemate, it would be better to take the initiative to break up. In the future, if Wild Wolf asks for help, to a certain extent, permission is granted to help. Qin Fang seemed to anticipate Wild Wolf's future. Black Widow Degree did not understand this order. She thought that it was because Qin Fang did not understand his expression, and just wanted to continue to open her mouth, informing Qin Fang of the original cause of the matter, the stakes and whatnot. However, Qin Fang opened his mouth. By the way, since the Wild Wolf has left, as soon as possible, promote a trustworthy candidate to lead the troops, lest there be any chaos. The moment these words came out, Black Widow shut up. She realized that he seemed to have somewhat underestimated this guy. This guy's heart was as clear as a mirror. He understood everything, but just didn't say anything, taking advantage of the moonlight. Black Widow kept reporting, and Qin Fang kept dealing with it. Thud. The gigantic sky city, shining with countless bright lights like a small sun, reappeared in the sky above Yang City, pouring out rubbish. For a time, the entire firmament was lit up, allowing Yang City to be bathed within the sunlight, and the living beings within Yang City seemed to be illuminated by divine light. Countless rubbish poured down as if the sky had collapsed, and the crazy water of the heavenly river flowed down. And the players within Yang City immediately picked up their own small sticks and went to pickpocket this pile of rubbish. Although life is better now, but still can't forget the roots. And the rubbish in this sky city? There's quite a lot of good stuff. Recently, within Yang City, there was a saying that the history of City Lord Qin Fang's fortune was because he picked up a charged pistol within a pile of rubbish, and then took in the Black Widow and rose from there. This kind of statement made a whole lot of people worship City Lord Qin Fang even more. Qin Fang also wanted to go pickpocket, but due to his current status, he could only give up. Knock, knock, knock. Every time the moment the rubbish was dumped, Qin Fang was always able to enjoy a fireworks show. In the sky, countless airships and speedboats tried to rush into the rubbish dumping pipeline, but the end result was that they were shot down by the terrifying high-tech weapons and became corpses. To put it mildly, the technology above the ground was at least 500 years older than the technology in the sky city. Dang. Knock. Dang. Tonight's fireworks display was exceptionally long and spectacular. In the end, all of these airships eventually perished, becoming the most brilliant fireworks in the sky. None of them entered the sky city. After the fireworks show was over, the residents of Yang City started to get busy. Although it was already 3 o'clock midnight, no one still went to sleep. For the residents of the broken city, to be able to live is already the greatest favor to sleep. After death, they would sleep for a long time. Qin Fang did not go to sleep either, but got up and entered the Heavenly Chance Pavilion. As the most honored customer of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion so far, Qin Fang was directly arranged within a single room. Fragrant tea, pastries, smoked incense, beautiful women and whatnot. All of them were arranged. Help me protect my parents. Qin Fong opened the door without any procrastination. You can choose what level of protection. The lowest level. Tianji Pavilion, 10 people secretly guarding. To ensure that your hall without any damage. The charge is 100 million copper coins a year. If your hall accidentally died, Tianji Pavilion will not bear any responsibility. It seemed inconsistent. But it was logical. After all, natural and man-made disasters and whatnot. Who could predict them in advance? Not even a god would be able to. Level 2. 30 people from the Heavenly Chance Pavilion secretly guarding. Charging 1 billion copper coins a year. If your hall dies unexpectedly, the Heavenly Chance Pavilion will not take any responsibility. Level 9. 1,000 people from the Tianji Pavilion guarding in secret. 1,000 people disguised as neighbors guarding in the open. Charging 50 billion copper coins a year. If your hall dies accidentally, the Tianji Pavilion will compensate for 80% of the cost. Qin Fong took a deep breath and decided to choose the 5th grade of protection. The 9th grade? Let's wait for Qin Fong's business empire to step into true formality in the future and arrange it. Mr. Qin Fong, please make sure if you choose the 5th level of protection, 300 guards in the dark and 5 guards in the open of the Tianji Pavilion. 3 billion copper coins a year. If you are sure, please pay the copper coins here. Big business. This could really be big business. Qin Fong could not want to let the tragedy reoccur. I still need your guardians to secretly cooperate with me in acting. Yes, that's a completely additional service. In that case, let's sign the contract. Qin Fong viewed this contract over and over for 3 disappearances before signing the contract with alacrity. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Qin Fong really wanted to do something for his parents. But if he picked them up here, they would perhaps be even more uncomfortable. Perhaps would die even faster. Chapter 369. Legally, Qin Fong didn't know if he had made the right choice. But it could only be so at this stage. Yang City? Qin Fong seemed to be in complete control. But daily? There would still be people rebelling. And daily, there would still be bloodshed. Unless he locked his parents in a cage like a canary after picking them up. Otherwise, they would definitely die. The best way? There was nothing better than sending his parents directly to the Sky City. But Qin Fong himself was not even qualified to be on the stage. His parents? How could they be qualified? Qin Fong let out a helpless sigh and turned around to leave. The Lord of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion watched Qin Fong leave. And then began his deployment. Qin Fong's parents' address? There was no need for Qin Fong to tell him. The Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion had already investigated it, and mobilized the hidden special experts in the surrounding area to enter this place. It was a small peach blossom garden. Enough for people to live in peace and happiness. The slender and curved caves, quite like a man who can't be stopped by any man, have sophisticated traps. Not only to prevent jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards from breaking into the place, but also to prevent humans from entering the place. 3 or 5 people are guarding the place. These are all part of the Peach Blossom Garden. This place? At the very least, 300 people were gathered, which seemed like a lot. But in reality, it was just a matter of 2 pikes. In the previous life, because of Qin Fong, the old two had no choice but to go out to the mountains and earn copper coins for Qin Fong. But in this life, the old couple worked at sunrise and rested at sunset, living a very comfortable life. In the fields within the Peach Blossom Garden, the 2 old farmers were taking a break. I wonder how little Fong is doing. This was an old female voice, leaning against a tree, looking at the sky, frozen in thought, asking these words. It was not difficult to see the longing in her eyes. Little Fong has his own ideas. Surely nothing will happen. The old male voice was knocking on the ground's tobacco pouch, smoking a dry cigarette, although there was also worry in his eyes. But he still relieved the woman. The target has been found. Start the mission. In the dark, such a mechanical voice rang out, and 300 special warriors hid in the shadows and began to guard the duo. According to the compensation given by Tianji Pavilion, as long as they guarded these 2 for a year of light, they could each receive 50 million Chinese coins. This deal? It's worth it. This mission? It's much easier than the usual execution. Before coming, they were also thinking that it wouldn't be some very difficult mission, the kind that could potentially put their lives on the line. But now that they saw that the danger of this mission was almost won, this group of people immediately smiled with joy. Don't look at Qin Fong earning 50 million copper coins sprinkled about. It was very simple. It was nothing more than selling a few pieces of equipment. But other players could never earn this number in their entire lives. Qin Fong? As almost at the top of Heavenly Fate equipment. And almost every piece of Qin Fong's equipment was sold to players in Sky City because they didn't care about the copper coins. In their eyes, it was useless waste. Returning within the room, Qin Fong opened the defense barrier and slept quietly. After a long period of exhaustion, it was still easier to recover from a natural deep sleep. Early in the morning of the second day, Black Widow brought Qin Fong a delicious meal, and even a plate of green leafy vegetables. This thing, very precious and almost impossible to appear in this season. The greenhouse shed has also been activated. And in the future, this kind of vegetable will be a constant source, Black Widow explained. Qin Fong tasted a mouthful, and the flavor was heavy. But he still ate it all with a smile on his face. The taste that this kind of vegetable gave was not something that could be replaced by a nutrient solution. And it was true that Qin Fong hadn't eaten it for a long time. It's delicious. Thank you. Qin Fong stared at Black Widow and said seriously, "It's good that you like it. Enter the heavenly mandate. This huge Yang city still needs to rely on you to feed it." Black Widow Qin Ling said playfully, and Qin Fong sighed helplessly. When he walked out of the door of this room, Black Widow was still the cold-faced Yama, not giving a good face to anyone. Qin Fong entered the game warehouse. Ding. Welcome back to Heaven's Destiny. Ding. Enjoy your game. Ding. Your friend Batian is calling to communicate whether to answer. Agreed. Older brother? How's it going? Have you found a way to break the game? Batian brought a touch of anxiety between his words. Is it hard to really give this treasure away? Elder brother Batian. I've been consulting the information for a day. But there's no gain. Qin Fong responded in such a way that although it was a lie, his face did not blush, and his heart did not skip a beat. By the way, did you gain anything, old brother? Qin Fong also asked a rhetorical question, the end of which was inappropriate. AI. There isn't any news yet. But I think there will be hope. Batian let out a ghostly sigh, his mood slightly sullen. This billion-dollar treasure was close at hand, yet so far away. Older brother. In the last 2 days, be more attentive. This treasure? Once it's unwrapped, there's half of it for you too. Batian could only use profit to lure him. I will. Old brother. Inside the meeting hall of Tianyang Town, the Heavenly Sun Town Lord was sitting at the highest level, looking indifferently at the commander of the Third Army of the city guards below. This private territory thing? Any news? Reporting back to the city lord. This group of unruly people still haven't contributed the God of Death's treasure. The commander of the Third Army, which was the absolute beloved of the Tianyang city lord, was completely carved out of the same mold as his character, very much despising these foreign warriors, and considering himself to be very noble. The most crucial thing was obedience. The orders given to him never had any doubts. Only 4 words, resolutely complete. Wait for 2 days. But during this time, give me some soldiers. Go and maneuver twice before this private territory, and incidentally show them the might of the city guards. Subordinate honors the order. The commander of the Third Army left and began to deploy his troops. Brothers, put in more effort. The barrier of this private territory is about to be broken. Yeah. Come on. Work hard. Brothers. Grass. This bullshit. I've been listening to it all day. Yeah. It's impossible to break open. Old me is also really retarded. To be stupid enough to attack here for a day. Countless players had given up and quit. This was playing? It was simply a waste of time. The players before the private territory, under anger, left, but not long after. They returned as a whole, because they saw at least 10,000 city guards stationed to this place. Ding. In order to prevent the hidden dangers within the treasure of death from appearing and endangering the Tianyang town, the Third Army is specially stationed here. The sound of this system beep caused countless players to stay here, ready to watch the show. Start drilling up. The city guards began their drills in a loud manner. Ding. Please ask President Batian to take the initiative to hand over the hidden dangers, lest the Tianyang towns be devastated by life and death. In the face of Tianyang town's aggressiveness, President Bastard Sky did not move at all. Qin Fong was still forging equipment. As he was forging, Qin Fong felt another pair of eyes that were staring at him in a watery manner. Wow! Yikes! Qin Fong was startled again. This? Who is it again? At this moment, standing in front of Qin Fong was clearly a baby-faced little girl, looking 7 or 8 years old at the most, still with a little baby fat, white and red, with a double ponytail above her head, very playful, and a white dress that made her look very pure. At this moment, she was blinking a pair of beautiful, translucent big eyes, curiously looking towards Qin Fong, seemingly thinking about something. Ah! Who are you? Qin Fong was startled by this forging. Naturally, it was a direct failure. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a 100-fold return. This? It still gave Qin Fong a slight comfort. I'm Li Dali. The little girl spoke her name with an air of entitlement. Li Dali? What kind of shitty name is this? Huh? No. No. This seems to be... Qin Fong instantly reacted. Wasn't this the granddaughter that Li Qingtian, god of bow and arrow, had said last night? Qin Fong's previous life? Was completely unaware of the existence of Force Prime. But combining it, it wasn't difficult to deduce her identity. Qin Fong couldn't help but look around for the figure of Li Qingtian. Which? It should be Li Qingtian who sent her in. But Qin Fong searched around and still did not find Li Qingtian's figure. What is it that you are looking for me for? Where is your family's adult? Qin Fong could only communicate with this little girl. Grandpa said that your forging is very good. Even my birthday present was forged by you for me. So I've come here to thank you. Royale, here you go. The little girl said very seriously. Above her cheeks brought a touch of heartache as she took out a piece of lollipop from among her backpack, as if it was some kind of precious item in general. Her eyes kept staring at this one lollipop, unwilling to move away. But in the end, she handed it to Qin Fong with firm eyes. Big brother, here you go. Qin Fong brought a hint of a smile. The feeling that this little girl gave him was very pure, like the spring water of the heavenly mountain. Staying by her side made Qin Fong feel very quiet and comfortable. Thank you. Qin Fong accepted this one lollipop, and then gently said to the little girl, Dolly, it's not right for you to burst into someone's home like this. If you come back in the future, you need to knock on the door. I will, big brother. In the next second, Li Dolly instantly looked towards the fine wine not far away. Big brother, your wine. Can I drink it? It can. Qin Fong casually responded, but suddenly remembered. A small child? How could they drink wine? When Qin Fong twisted his head again, Li Dolly had already picked it up and was gulping it down. Xiao He anxiously tugged at Li Dolly's trouser leg, seemingly blaming her for stealing and drinking her fine wine. Li Dolly did not care about Xiao He in the slightest, and was still drinking. Qin Fong just wanted to dissuade Li Dolly. But the moment he touched Li Dolly, a golden light flashed, and Qin Fong was suddenly set flying, with minus 99,999 damage popping out above his head. If Qin Fong's life value was not high, he would definitely be bounced to death. Ding! You have been counterattacked by artifact, power of anti-armor. Ugh! On this little girl's body, she was actually wearing a divine weapon. Qin Fong could only use words to dissuade her. But Li Dolly did not listen at all, and still did what she wanted. With no other choice, Qin Fong could only take out his token to contact Li Qingtian. Senior Li Qingtian? Something big has happened. Come quickly. What's the matter? It's busy right now. Senior Li Qingtian, your granddaughter is drinking. I can't dissuade her. Oh, small matter. Young man, who doesn't drink? Li Qingtian did not take it seriously in the slightest. Qin Fong's face was filled with black lines. This? Why do I feel that something isn't right? This? A 7-year-old? You think he's a young man? Note, drinking alcohol by minors is prohibited. By the way, Shen, these days, remember to take care of Dolly for me. Qin Fong. Chapter 370 Attacking and Killing a Divine Spirit. Qin Fong, am I being promoted to become a baby daddy? This? I don't have any experience with this either. Not to mention dealing with little girls. Qin Fong had rarely even dealt with women. Qin Fong gave Xiao He a look and told him to drink all the remaining wine. Xiao He's eyes instantly glowed. This? It could really be considered unprecedented. Master used to not allow alcohol. Now? Such a good opportunity? Definitely want to seize take advantage of this opportunity. Xiao Hei beautiful drink a meal. The entire black cat without any image to speak of. Lying on the ground. Full of alcohol. Out of thin air. Dancing his black claws. Seems to be catching some hidden creatures. A moment. And then suddenly stood up and confusedly playing inexplicable boxing. Seeing this scene, Qin Fang was in tears. It would be better to let Vigor drink it. At least nowadays, Vigorous has not shown any abnormalities. You see how well behaved he is. Come and serve Auntie. Otherwise, beware of your auntie me beating you. Hurry up. These were the words of Vigorous. Slurred, with a drunkenness urging Qin Fang, and at the same time with a touch of childish rampancy. Qin Fang, forget I said that. This man and cat? It was better not to be drinking in the future. Where's the wine? Where's Auntie's wine? Go get it for Auntie. Vigor was drunk and started swaying from side to side with misty eyes. But his mouth was still demanding for fine wine. The fine wine will arrive later. You sleep first. With great difficulty, Qin Fang flew backwards 7 or 8 times before he was able to pacify this little ant and let her fall into a deep sleep. Phew! Qin Fang breathed a sigh of relief, wiping away the dirt on his cheeks. Powerful? It's so hard to get it. I wonder how long Bao God Sr. will be delayed. Qin Fang tried to contact the god of Bao and Arrow, but the signal was busy and could not be answered. Qin Fang tidied up some of the items scattered all over the place for the forge, and then started forging once again. Ding! Player Annihilation has sent a communication. Is it answered? Answer. Player me. Is it you who tipped off the Bastard Guild? Annihilation had a confident look on his face, as if he was certain that it was Qin Fang, but with a hint of uncertainty. So it was said, as a rhetorical question. Well, it's me. Qin Fang admitted it with a big smile. What's wrong with that? Wasn't it just a pitfall of annihilation? What's there to be afraid to admit? Besides, after admitting it, could annihilation cause any harm to itself? No. Annihilation was obviously stunned, and then looked at Qin Fang and spoke. You shameless man. According to the agreement, you have to compensate me. Although the system had ruled that Qin Fang did not need to bear any responsibility, Annihilation still wanted to blackmail Qin Fang, in case he was able to gouge out a little something from his hands. 10 million was not too much, and $1 million was not too little. President Annihilation, your contract is full of loopholes. Do you need me to point them out to you one by one? Do you believe me? I can in turn make you pay me compensation? President Annihilation laughed out loud, thinking that Qin Fang was telling the funniest joke in the world. How could this be possible? Even if he was a fool, he wouldn't be so foolish as to sell himself out. Ding. Due to the fact that you have violated the agreement with player me, the provisions of Article 132 of the contract. Therefore, you need to compensate player me for 1 million copper coins. Please pay it as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will have an adverse effect on your credit, including but not limited to the recovery of guild quarters, economic sanctions, restriction of high consumption, etc. Annihilation, who was laughing wildly, was suddenly dumbfounded. What the hell is this? What's going on here? It's obvious that he's the one who dominated the contract. Why did he still have to compensate Qin Fang? There must be something wrong here. Qin Fang smiled faintly. From the moment Annihilation took out this contract, he had already discovered it. This contract was his template. Unfortunately, the legal affairs of the Annihilation Guild should have tried to save trouble and copy Qin Fang's contract. So it was successfully taken by Qin Fang. Annihilation's smile gradually stiffened. An infinite rage was being nurtured. Me? You can. Annihilation nearly crumbled his teeth, and immediately traded 1 million copper coins to Qin Fang. If this was in real life? 1 million copper coins. Annihilation twisted his head and forgot about him. Surely he wouldn't give it back. But not in Heavenly Fate. Unless he didn't want to continue playing the game. Heaven's mandate would forcibly confiscate your property, and then give you a restriction on high spending. The cost would be too great to be worth it. Qin Fang smiled faintly. This was sort of a small hiccup, and he didn't put it on his mind at all. Dang. Ding. The crisp sound of forging resounded once again. Beishan sighed. It was busy as hell. The nearly 500,000 players of the Hegemony Heaven Guild around the Tianyang town were all sent out by him to scout for a way to crack it. Was this the limit of Hegemony? No. The entire Heaven's Destiny. A full 5 million players of the Hegemony Guild. Collectively so. Were sent out by Hegemony. And once they had news, they contacted in reality to share their news. Every minute and every second, Hegemony was processing the massive amount of information, trying to find a useful solution. Some of the players within the guild objected to this maneuver of Hegemony's, and some even openly objected to the opposition. Such a situation? Hegemony didn't talk nonsense and directly kicked out the guild. This kind of existence? What's the point of having him? Adding to his own problems? Grass. We are here looking for information and visiting customers. But player me? Surprisingly, he's still thinking about making money. That's it. Simply unbelievable. We, our treasure, still have to score a fifth of him. Grass. I don't want to give awe. That is, on what grounds? Player, I have not played a single bit of roll-aw. Qin Fong was forging equipment, and the players of the Bastard Guild were working their butts off. They definitely had complaints. There was no excuse for that. For another half a day, this emotion grew higher and higher. Only it wasn't waiting for them to erupt. The guild that claimed to be formed by Baishan's uncles, the Thief Suppressor Guild, came to raise hell. Batian? We will absolutely not allow it. You will hand over nearly half of such precious wealth to an outsider like player me. These old men? Learn about it from the mouths of the insiders. And were instantly enraged. 50%. This was a full 50%. This wealth. They didn't know how much of it there was. But it was worth Bastard Heaven mobilizing all of Bastard Heaven Guild's strength to find a way to break the situation. So I'm sure it wouldn't be too little. This lord is not a lord who easily suffers losses. Yes. Absolutely not allowed. This money should be handed over into the guild and used as funds to train the next generation. Batian, you have to be in charge for the entire clan. Right. This money, you can't keep it. We uncles and uncles will give it to you instead. Batian, as a human being, you can't be so selfish. These people, these words? It made Qin Fong feel incomparably disgusted. Not to mention Ba Tian, who possessed a blood relationship with them. I really don't know how they said it with a thick skin. And it was so righteous. Standing above the highest point of morality. This money, Batian had still obtained it. But this group of people had already planned the use of it. Even informing Qin Fong that even if he failed to open this treasure, he would have to take out a portion of the money and support them. The Prime Shield, who was listening from the side, couldn't wait to stab them to death. This group of people? It was also too shameless. Batian, don't bother with him. Another compelled fool. Batian was really worried about the future of the Li family. If this group of fools were to take charge of the family, one could imagine how far the family would decline. This group of fools? Stupid without knowing it. Seeing this scene, the surrounding players were even more interested in seeing what was going on, spreading the matter to the public. In the middle of a dense forest 1,000 miles outside of Tianyang town, President Phoenix was on top of the empty grass, seemingly typing some kind of communication. Quietly spitting out a sentence, plan, action tomorrow night. It was unknown who Phoenix was talking to. But looking at his expression, it was very serious and earnest. Older brother, are you sure this news is reliable? This was the voice of the divine artisan Lu Long, who had followed the god of bows and arrows out of the Tianyang town and lurked beside the divine spirit springs, quietly waiting for the divine spirit springs to erupt, waiting for this Yang god to appear, and drying it up in one fell swoop. You trust me. My sources are particularly reliable. There will definitely not be any mistakes. The god of bows and arrows said so, just short of patting his chest in assurance. Dry up. Divine artisan Lu Long decided to trust the words of the god of arrows and quietly stayed at this place, waiting for the Yang god to emerge, not daring to slack off for a moment. As long as he could obliterate the Yang god, he and the god of bows and arrows, it would definitely be a great achievement. Divine artisan Lu Long even made the decision to go against his ancestor, as long as the timing was right. Even if he blew up his divine weapon, it was also under no circumstances. As for divine craftsman Li Xie, he was defending the town of Tianyang. Divine craftsman Li Xie. Even the god of bow and arrow couldn't say that he was completely able to defeat him. He was definitely a strong person. The second day, the patience of the Heavenly Sun City Lord was worn down to just a sliver. Batian? How dare you be so ungrateful? Well then, routinely inspect the facilities of the Batian Guild's quarters. checking for any infestation of the death chi. This was the typical lot toad jumping on the back of his foot. Not biting. He was disgusting. The Heavenly Sun City Lord was gradually breaking the rules of the Heavenly Sun Town. Welcome to the inspection. This was Hegemony's attitude. All aspects of the Hegemony Guild were under the responsibility of a specialized person. And it definitely complied with the various regulations issued by Tianyang Town. And it definitely complied with the standards of the inspection. Inspected. What are you afraid of? At one time, a group of city guards, probably more than 300, rushed into the Hegemony Guild. Where is your firefighting equipment? Where is your epidemic prevention and control materials? Where are your emergency drill materials? The city guards, picking very tricky angles to ask the person in charge of the Hegemony Guild. The head of the Hegemony Guild was an absolute master, but Hegemony had spent 10 million copper coins a year to hire him. This is a schematic of the firefighting equipment. And this is the supplies for epidemic prevention and control. Dare I ask this official? Do you need to see anything else? This person in charge was very confident in himself and took the initiative to provoke. The city guards gave him a dark look and began to seriously look through it. But no matter how much they looked into it, in the end, they did not find any problems, and could only look viciously at this person in charge as he left. Welcome all the army masters to continue to come and inspect next time. The person in charge bowed slightly. His attitude as humble as it could be. His expression as smug as it could be. Humph. It will be. The city guards gritted their teeth and left. Chapter 371 Great Effort. There are problems with the shops under the jurisdiction of the bastard Heavenly Guild. Please also cooperate with the investigation. Tianyang City Lord's heart had already made up his mind. As long as they had something to do with Bartion, they would all be thoroughly investigated. Barshan's private territories, Barshan's shops, Barshan's guild quarters, and even the leveling areas occupied by Barshan's guild. All had city guards to investigate. I would also like to ask all of you to tell us honestly. Is it possible for the Hegemony Heavenly Guild to engage in bullying behavior? There is no need for you all to worry. If it does exist, Tianyang Town will definitely punish it severely. That's right. Everyone who is leveling. Are you willing to let the Hegemony Guild take over this precious place for leveling? Yes. As long as we unite, we will definitely be able to win. Fight. Fight. The voices of the city guards rang out, seemingly standing on the moral high ground. But who couldn't hear that there was a lot of personal work mixed in? Haha. I'm really laughing. Old me was killed by the Annihilation Guild 7 or 8 times. And the city guards don't show up? Now you're pretending to be a good guy for me? A player's eyes showed mockery. His eyes had long since seen through this group of people. Yeah. You dogs. You're all so hypocritical. You're not human beings. The players' hearts were like mirrors. Don't you just want someone else's death treasure? Uh-huh. Grass. You're not in the battlefield. But you're everywhere. Agu. What are a bunch of puppies shouting about? If you've got the guts, you can fight the Bastard Guild openly. As a player in Tianyang Town, the players had expressed their opinions on this matter, and a considerable portion of them sided with the Hegemony Guild. After all, the crowd had seen the virtues of this group of city guards. There were still some problems with Hegemony's shops and whatnot, and a few of them had been seized. In response, Hegemony was not the least bit moved by this. The God of Death's treasure could not be cracked, and this was by far the most important thing. The third day. Ding. Player Batian requests for communication. Do you agree? Agreed. Qin Fong answered Baishan's communication, and as soon as he connected, he heard a good news. Elder brother me. We have found a way to open this small space. How about it? Do you want to follow along and enter? To see the mighty, terrifying power of the epic monster, the 3/4 demonic fetus. Older brother, please don't worry. Even if you don't choose to enter this time, I won't go back on my word on the 50% share of the treasure that should be given to you. Don't believe in some of the rumors that have been circulating in Tianyang Town lately. It's drumming up the feelings between the two of us. Ba Tian's words carried a hint of apology. Most of the rumors that had been circulating in Tianyang Town recently were attacks on Qin Fong, and most of the owners of these posts were from the Bastard Heaven Guild. This was also considered Baishan's imperiousness. For example, why is player me able to share 50% of the treasure even though I don't take part in any of the actions? Why do players eat and drink every day? We work hard and finally share the fruits of our labor. Why? All in all, there were voices that belittled Qin Fang and told him to take the initiative to withdraw from the distribution of this god of death's treasure. Regarding these, Qin Fang naturally did not care. God knows what he had paid for this god of death's treasure. Right now, Dolly was still pestering him for wine. Old brother Batian, how many copper coins did it cost to purchase this program? I'll pay half. This was Qin Fang's attitude. Fair and just. Elder brother me. What are you counting? Do you want me to convert the price of the equipment you gave me a discount on these months into copper coins and return it to you? When these words came out, it immediately left Qin Fang speechless and unable to continue picking up the slack. Let's put it this way. Old brother Batian, how many people will enter at most? Qin Fang was prepared to contact the hidden earth, the tree of life, and even Xueqing, so as not to let people say that he was taking advantage of them. Elder brother me, I won't lie to you. If you want to send one person within this small space, at the very least, you need to spend 200 million copper coins. And you can only exist within it for an hour of light. I sent a player with the most backpacks in for the first time to see if I could get my money back. The final result is quite considerable. Half an hour that can fill the backpack successfully back to the capital. So we have half an hour of light time to decapitate the 3 points of the devil's fetus. It's not even enough time to pick up the treasure and directly target the 3/4 demonic fetus. Hegemony said this with a slight lack of confidence in his heart. Mum, I'll participate. Qin Fang decisively signed up. Ahem. Old brother. This entry fee. You need to pay for it yourself. As it should be. Qin Fang rushed to this private territory of bastard heaven at an extremely fast speed. The players in front of the private territory were abuzz. Players we want to enter. Is it hard to believe that they have searched for a way to crack it? Highly likely. Stop player Jin. Don't let him enter. Right. Don't let him enter. Grass. This is my treasure. I can't rob it for you. Stop him. For a while, players with a keen sense of smell stopped Qin Fang, not allowing him to approach. Player me. Hurry up and get lost. I advise you not to have any prying eyes on my treasure. Today, you won't be able to enter. The players of Tianyang Town were scared. Really scared. Players in this guy had struck out. And it seemed like he hadn't really missed a beat yet. Starting from the Villa of Grievances to the current treasure of the God of Death. Qin Fang looked at such a big battle and was shocked in his heart. Although Qin Fang had an anticipation that he might be intercepted, he could not have imagined that it would be so many people intercepting him. Oh, in all. At the very least, there were more than 500,000 players. Qin Fang couldn't even see the edge at a glance. The sound made by this group of players was deafening. As if a roiling tsunami was sweeping through the sky. It was really quite bluffing. Hee hee. How come there's a little girl by the side of player Jin? Yeah. Who is this? By the looks of it, it seems like a player? No. Not sure. It could also be an NPC. Beasts. Not even such a small girl. We must kill player me today. President Annihilation hid among them. A smile emerging from the corner of his mouth. Annihilation, this time. I don't believe you'll still be able to escape. Annihilation was always ready to give Qin Fang a fatal blow and properly humiliate him. Elder brother me. Do you need any help? Hegemony inquired. Before giving his proposal. Old brother me. Why don't you join my Hegemony guild first? And when you die, you can be resurrected in the middle of this private territory. Truth be told, this solution from Batian was very suitable. Simple. And convenient. Elder brother Bartion. If there is a need, I will ask. Qin Fang rejected Bartion for the time being and turned his eyes. Looked towards Vigorous at his side. After spending more than a day together, Qin Fang had sort of figured out the true strength of Vigorous. Name, Force Vigorous. Profile, the youngest granddaughter of the god of bow and arrow. Force Prime. And most beloved. Level, 86. Yes, Li Dolly was a legendary level existence despite her young age. I really don't know how she upgraded. Equipment, Divine Artifact Thorn Counter Armor. With this divine artifact in place, Li Dolly was invincible even under the god level. Even if he was a god level, he wouldn't be able to kill him in a short period of time. Dolly, send me over with 3 bottles of fine wine. Qin Fang was like an evil strange uncle at this moment. Tempting with fine wine. Li Dolly adorably broke his little finger, seemingly calculating how much 3 bottles of fine wine were. 3 bottles of fine wine as good as last time. And I'll help you. Bad brother. Since Grandpa had allowed himself to follow Qin Fong, Li Dolly naturally wouldn't refuse. Only that the address had changed from brother to bad brother. After all, she wasn't allowed to drink. Okay. Qin Fong closed the deal decisively. This time, the reason why Qin Fong had brought Force Dolly with him also had considerations regarding the aspect of the deadly treasure. Although Vigor was young, he was very strong. A 3-point demonic fetus appeared? Perhaps Vigorous would also be able to help in some way. Since Vigorous decided to help, then Qin Fong immediately felt relieved. Wearing a smile as warm as the spring breeze, he confidently took a step forward. For a moment, countless players immediately chided Qin Fong. If he continued to move forward, attacks instantly descended. Second step. The third step. Qin Fong was still walking methodically. The smile at the corner of his mouth, at the moment, looked like a mockery. A mockery of the countless players. This, everyone could tolerate it. And so countless attacks, colorful, descended onto Qin Fong's body. Share. Although Li Dolly had a bit more of a playful heart on weekdays, at this moment, it was still very reliable. The Thorn Counter Armor's effect? It was instantly shared. In an instant, Qin Fong was also transformed into a hedgehog that shimmered with a golden yellow light. Ding. 3 minutes left in the sharing time. Qin Fong glanced at the distance. It was enough. In a moment, countless players who attacked Qin Fong and forcefully were counterattacked by the Thorn anti-armor and flew out backwards in an instant, becoming a very beautiful sight. The original very crowded area became very spacious in an instant. This? Is it raining dumplings? No. No, this is flying a kite. And it's a kite with a broken string. What an apt description. I can't believe I'm speechless. Wow. What is this? A divine weapon? For a while, a line appeared on countless players' attribute panels. Ding. You have been counterattacked by the divine artifact Thorn Counter Armor. Players were speechless when they saw this system tone. Crap? On this little girl's body? Surprisingly, there's a divine weapon? Divine weapon. How is that possible? Can anyone at this stage master a divine weapon? Kill. Explode the divine weapon for me. Yeah. Hurry up and kill. This is a divine weapon. I'll go first. This divine weapon must be grabbed. For a while, the players who had returned to their senses had red eyes, wanting to decapitate Li Dolly and seize the divine weapon in her hands. But the second round of raining dumplings and flying kites began. Countless players still flew out backwards without any suspense. Force vigorously? Couldn't even feel any bouncing force. Still breaking his fingers, fantasizing about fine wine and licking his lips every now and then. This effect? Simply heavenly. This is the real artifact. Only this divine weapon? It was a fine artifact amongst divine artifacts. Third round. Fourth round. The fifth round. The sixth round. The light in the eyes of these players transformed from scorching heat, from unrivaled greed, to the numbness and stagnation of the present day. They really didn't want to be flying anymore. What a powerful artifact. This was the consensus of everyone. Qin Fong, unharmed, stepped in front of this private territory of Batian and pushed the door to enter. Chapter 372 Tianyang City Lord's Secret. Hee hee. You guys, look at the equipment list. There are no changes. And there is no sign of divine weapons. The players who were good at observing keenly saw this, and couldn't help but be surprised. But soon, it dawned on them. This? The person who stayed beside the player me? Not a player, but an NPC. A player spoke the truth in one breath, causing countless players to savor it. Right. This is surprisingly not a player, but an NPC. NPC. Such a strong NPC. It must be an old hag from somewhere. This was human nature. To be the first to put a bias on something you don't understand. Yes. Who would have thought? Player me is so good at this. Tian Shan Tong Mugong. So many players had their faces cut off by Li Dolly. Naturally they had to make up for it from somewhere else. And this tirade was one of them. The mental triumph method from Q was also called incompetent rage. Crap. Is this the power of a divine weapon? Surprisingly terrifying like this. Some shrewd-minded people uploaded such a video to the interactive section at the first time, allowing countless players to watch it, gaining clicks and incidentally paying to watch a wave to accumulate coins. Not to mention, the number of clicks rushed to the top of the list. After all, this is the first divine weapon that truly appeared in Heaven's destiny, releasing a small half of the divine weapon's power unabashedly in front of the player's eyes. Terrible. Terrible. This is still a defensive artifact, surprisingly able to withstand the attack of 500,000 players. If this was an offensive artifact, wouldn't it have to kill 500,000 players alive? I think it's possible. A divine artifact? It's really not something we can speculate on. Have you found it? There's a divine weapon glow on player me too. Where did it come from? Wow. Brother, have you grown eyes? It was given to him by this old demoness. Incomprehensible. What a powerful divine weapon. The players of Heaven's Destiny were all discussing this artifact at this moment. Discussing the matter of vigor. Annihilation looked at Batian, who was walking idly and had already entered this private territory of Batian's. The anger in his heart could not be suppressed, and his teeth were itching with hatred. By what right? By what good things are able to let the player me to run into this heck? What dog luck Annihilation was cursing. Indignant. Jealous and envious. Ahem. This was also what most of the players were thinking. Qin Fang had really been too blessed since he was born. Almost everything he has to get involved in. Almost everything he is able to get involved in successfully. Gradually to today, he has already grown into a behemoth. Lucky little bastard. Lucky little thing. This guy. Does he step on dog shit every day? These were the heartfelt praises that the players gave to Qin Fang. The Tianyang Town City Lord also saw this scene through his subordinate's notification, and could not help but frown. He always felt that his scheming would fall through, and a strong uneasiness rose in his heart. This little doll? Where did it come from? Crap? Surprisingly, it's legendary grade? Crap. There is even divine weapon equipment. Crap. Even a peak divine weapon. The Heavenly Sun City Lord had also eaten and played, but the scene in front of him was really out of his cognition. Why was a mere legend-ranked little guy to be able to obtain the enchantment of a divine weapon? Looking at him, he was only 7 or 8 years old. The Heavenly Yang City Lord felt that his own spirit had been shaken to some extent. In the end, he suddenly figured it out. This, once again, was the son of a large family. And it was even likely that he was a direct descendant, or perhaps he was a family member of a deity. Only with this explanation could it make sense, because of their high status. They were afraid that something would happen to them, and that was why they bestowed divine artifacts to protect their lives. As soon as he thought of this, the Heavenly Yang City Lord's expression couldn't help but twist up, eventually screwing up into a ball of infinite rage as it continued to change on his face. Right. It's all because of the existence of these people? That's what's causing the time for him to apply for a divine artifact to be delayed indefinitely. The divine artifacts were all given to this group of people? No wonder I can never apply for a divine artifact. If Tianyang Town had a divine artifact sitting on it, he would look 10,000 times stronger than he does now. And even developing into a large fortress megalopolis would not be impossible. Grass. What kind of evil world is this? Where the truly meritorious can't be seen? These people who rely on their ancestors Yuan? Surprisingly, they were able to obtain a divine artifact. No. This divine artifact should belong to me. The Heavenly Yang City Lord began to become hysterical, getting more and more paranoid and twisted. Some of his bad thoughts, infected by the death aura, were being amplified without limit. The rage in his heart was also being expanded without limit. At this moment, he was in a celestial battle. The death, evil aura above his body constantly leaking out. As a whole, as if he had transformed into a demonic god. His eyes were scarlet, carrying a strong killing aura, and his aura was raging, just like the evil incarnation of heaven and earth. Submit to death. I am willing to grant you the God of Death artifact. And in the future, this Heavenly Yang Town will still be under your jurisdiction. At this moment, the God of Death silhouette suddenly appeared in front of the Heavenly Sunshine Town Lord and threw out an olive branch towards him. Scram. 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 The Heavenly Yang City Lord still possessed moral beliefs, and he did not agree to the God of Death's request. You have to know? There's only one chance like this. Next time, I will directly step on your Tianyang Town. The God of Death was still tempting, and he was able to tell that the Tianyang Town's faith wavered, and hesitation appeared in his eyes. This moment was the best time to turn the tables. The God of Death released endless power, intimidating the Heavenly Sun Town Lord, and even a portion of the power of death, merged into the body of the heavenly Sun Town Lord, allowing his strength to increase in a very short period of time. Death. Even if I die, there is no way I will submit to you. The heavenly Sun Town City Lord struggled to rise above the ground, his eyes once again resolute. He was not eroded in the end. He carried on with difficulty. Above the ground, a large puddle of sweat was left behind, like a small pool of water. It reflected the exhausted and pale face of Tianyang City Lord. Snapping, as if he had exhausted all his energy, Tianyang City Lord fell limp on the ground, panting heavily, greedily enjoying every second of the aftermath of the robbery. This struggle? It was no weaker than fighting a real deity shadow. The slightest carelessness would result in death. A trace of regret spread anonymously in the heavenly Yang City Lord's heart. But immediately, it was hidden and buried deep in the depths of his mind. That incident back then? It was something he was not willing to mention. For a long time, Tianyang City Lord's eyes once again regained clarity. But this divine artifact, he really wanted it. Thus, the heavenly Sun City Lord's mind made up an idea: rob. Take advantage of the chaos to grab it. Perhaps, with the enchantment of this divine artifact, he would be able to be fearless of the god of death, instead of being like a chicken like he was now, unable to resist. If the god of death had insisted on killing him earlier, he would have died for sure. Only now he still had value to use. The heavenly Yang City Lord looked at the vigorous force above the image not far away, and greed once again appeared in his eyes. Land of Death. A smile appeared at the corner of the god of death's mouth. Tianyang City Lord? Able to break free once, twice. But what about 3 times and 4 times? One day, he would be completely reduced to a general under the god of death's command. Still really think his god of death's things were that easy to take? As for the Phoenix, who is busy running around Tianyang town at the moment, the god of death also values this kid? Has the ability, has the wrist, but just a little bit of bad luck. Always be suppressed. And then the god of death's eyes fell on the player me. This kid seems to be very mysterious, and has a good relationship with divine craftsman Lu Long. The god of death began to ponder on how to deal with player Zhen, the god of bow and arrow, who was hiding beside the god's spirit fountain. Under boredom, very skillfully took out his communication device and began to brush the information of heaven's destiny, especially some beach beauties, catwalks, and most of all, the old man's favorite, looking at the heartfelt smile on his face. It makes people feel the beauty of spring. Deathless Lu Long also stole a glance. Cannot help but indulge. Outflow of saliva. Eyes are all anxious. Hurriedly write down these accounts. URL. And then sigh, or the old-timer will play ahem, or more care for the elderly. Or to be able to ask for a few more URLs. The god of archery brushes and brushes. Suddenly can't laugh. Want to strangle the player me. This guy? Surprisingly his granddaughter as a shield. The god of bows and arrows was all too close to being unable to suppress his own aura and being detected by the Yang god. The godly artisan Lu Long silently turned his head away. And in his heart, he mourned for the player me. This kid. Finished. The status of this bow and arrow old man's granddaughter? In his heart, it even surpassed these beach beauties. Qin Fong was finished. Ding. The god of bows and arrows has sent you a message. Please check. Qin Fong instinctively detected a chill down his back. And when he opened this message, it was even more so as his entire scalp went numb and his face was filled with bitterness. Youngster, the task given to you by the old man. You have completed it very well. Dog head. Attaching a picture. It was clearly a picture of little Dolly wading into danger. Vigorous When your grandpa returns, remember to plead for your brother. 3 bottles of fine wine. Qin Fong began to lure Dolly. Qin Fong, what is modesty? Can I eat it? Or is it able to dispense with a beating? Looking at this incoherent look of the god of bows and arrows, North, who was angry, Qin Fong felt that this beating must be very painful. Old brother, this is too strong for you. Yeah. Old brother. Divine weapon. Is it hard to believe that you're able to forge a divine weapon? Don't ever forget about old brother me. If you have a divine weapon, be the first to give it to me. Right. Old brother. This is too powerful for you. Older brother. When you get rich in the future, don't forget about me. In the face of these flattering words, if it was before, Qin Fong would have been very happy. But now he only felt like a fish in his throat. Like an awn on his back. He really couldn't be happy. President Batian? It's better to enter this God of Death's treasure before it's too late. Right now, Qin Fong only wanted to hide. Older brother? Hidden Earth. Where is the Tree of Life? Batian inquired in such a manner. And Qin Fong immediately froze. Qin Fong, good you thick-eyed little fatty ah. When I asked you how many people would enter this God of Death's treasure at most, you gave me ambiguity and didn't say the number of people. And now? Now you're playing this trick on me again? Do you really think I'm someone? Can't take out these hundreds of millions of coins? Chapter 373 Genius Powerful. Please forgive me, old brother Batian, for not informing the Hidden Earth, the Tree of Life, because the time was too rushed. Qin Fong explained in such a way, and inwardly, he kept on bellyaching. To be honest, the city guards were busy these past few days. Although the members of the Hegemony Guild had not seen the Hidden Earth or the Tree of Life, when they saw that Qin Fong had brought such backup, their grievances from these days were slightly cleared. Qin Fong? He hadn't been playing around all these days, but he had been looking for such a powerful helper. A legend? The Hegemony Guild had also been looking for help, but none of them had agreed to it. Not even after the Hegemony Guild had offered them a great deal of money. No. There was a legendary level traveler thief who offered a price for the entire treasure, and he could consider making a bid. This, Batian decisively refused. Even if you asked a god to do it, it's only half of the treasure. A legendary level existence? He also dared to ask for a lion's share of the price. Older brother, this foreign aid you brought? Is it capable of making a move? Batian gently pulled Qin Fong aside. His eyes kept throwing themselves on Dolly's body, inquiring. I don't know, but I can inquire. Saying that, Qin Fong inquired if Vigorous could do him a small favor. Have a drink? Vigor blinked his innocent eyes. Very cute. As long as you help us complete this task, there will be enough fine wine. Before Qin Fong could answer, Batian namely answered this one question of Vigor's with great bravado. When Vigor heard this sentence, he immediately lit up and said that he could enter. Let's put it this way. Old brother, I'll pay for the cost of your entry. All these times, old brother has wronged you as well. All of the players thought that Qin Fong was up to no good. But who knew that he, with ease, had solved the problem that bastard Heavenly Guild had encountered. Good. Qin Fong directly agreed without the slightest delay. Hegemony Sky, I want to give myself a slap in the mouth. Isn't this a cheap shot? Why did I have to ask such a question? You're out of line. Normal people's thinking? Shouldn't it be to push a little, and then finally agree? What are you doing? You're making me look like a nerd. Brother, wait for 5 minutes. You can enter. I'll go and arrange the people who will enter first. Batian started the preparation. This time, he directly looked for 5 tycoon players within the guild. The backpacks were at least above 10,000. To enter it, the backpacks had to be filled. Ding. Whether to use the legendary great prop, boundary breaking stone. Use. Qin Fong checked the price of the boundary breaking stone with great speed. 10 billion copper coins. This time, the Hegemony Guild had hemorrhaged money for this treasure. Ah. Ding. The boundary breaking stone is still able to be used for the last 2 times. Please use it with caution. Qin Fong, Bastard Sky, Dolly and 9 other players and NPCs entered. For this secret realm, accommodating 9 people, it is already the limit and cannot be increased further. Qin Fong originally thought that Dolly was an NPC and could not enter this place. But in the end, he still stepped into this small space. Apart from Qin Fong and Batian, when other players saw such a treasure, they were immediately shocked to the point of losing their voice. Wanting to speak, but not being able to say a single word. This? Simply don't be too terrifying. You might have seen an ocean. But have you ever seen an ocean made of copper coins? Made of gold and silver treasures piled up? This is simply not too terrifying. Dolly also froze. Such a scene caused a great impact in her young mind. This? She had seen countless seas of flowers. And she had also seen endless seas of people. And looked out over boundless oceans. But this kind of pure ocean piled up by gold. She had really never seen it before. Qin Fong saw that this group of people were frozen. And did not remind them. And immediately began to save himself. Fools! Aren't you hurrying to collect now? What else are you waiting for? Qin Fong felt that every second he wasted was incomparably sinful. Hooting and hollering. The sound of gold and silver treasures sliding down rang out before the group reacted and began to quickly collect the treasures. Dolly was no exception. These gold treasures were all fine wine in her eyes. She once saw her grandfather take this yellow stone to exchange for wine. A small piece was exchanged for a gourd of wine from the boss. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. The system prompt sounded. The surrounding scene began to change. A share of the black breath, as if it was escaping. Non-stop from the depths of the underground seeped out. Into the vault of the sky. Ding. Because humble human beings frequently enter and exit this small space. The automatic defense system is activated. And the removal function has begun. Ding. The three-quarter demonic fetus is awakening. Ding. The three-quarter demonic fetus has awakened. In an instant, countless scarlet scenes appeared, warning the crowd that this place was extremely dangerous. Batian and the others raised their heads to look, only to see a 3-minute demon fetus hanging upside down in the dome of the sky. Its eyes scarlet with endless death looking towards Qin Fong and the others. At some point, it had already broken free from the black egg as if it were a bat. Its claws hard and hanging upside down on the stone wall. This was a very strange monster. Huge in size. At the very least as big as a small calf. Possessing a rat-like body. And behind it were mechanical-like wings of an appalling length, which were currently contracted together. The calf-sized average head. But not one head, but 3. On the far left is the cruel scorpion head. Fierce and vicious. The hard shell protects its head, so that all the damage cannot touch it. The head in the middle is a centipede, enlarged by at least 100 times the centipede head, also so oozing, to make people afraid. The leftmost is the head of the spider, full of fluff, so that people look at it and feel sick. The heads of these monsters, if they are very small, they may not feel horrible, but they are enlarged 100 times and fused together, which makes people very uncomfortable in their hearts. The tail was like a phoenix tail, dragging a long tail. Bear. Just 3. These 3 tails also corresponded to different heads. The first one was like a scorpion tail, black and shiny, and the very front was a hook, full of black toxins. The middle one? It was a centipede's tail, constantly bifurcating, eventually becoming a tail with a lot of bifurcations. Each bifurcation, like a steel needle, as if it was able to split mountains and rocks. The third was a furry tail, covered with the fuzz from a spider's body, as if it possessed a spider sense, swaying from side to side. The monster's appearance was as if it was stitched together, allowing one to look at it and be impressed. S. So the sky will come down to the S. E. B. 3 different chirps rang out. The dogs finished barking, and the 3 points of the demonic fetus began to attack Qin Fong and the others. Batian and the others felt the epic level of oppression and immediately backed away, their eyes filled with helplessness. Destiny unexpectedly encountered this epic level monster on the first try. Batian glanced at Qin Fong, only to see that Qin Fong was still collecting treasures without stopping for a moment. This guy? I don't know if he was really greedy for money, or if he really didn't care about this epic level 3/4 demonic fetus. Batian and the others couldn't help but shift their eyes to Vigorous, requesting Vigorous to make a move to kill this epic level 3/4 demonic fetus. 100 bottles of fine wine. After this point in time, Batian figured out the way to get along with Vigorous. As long as there is wine, anything can be negotiated. So, Batian directly gave a high price. Okay, big brother. Vigor immediately took out the bow and arrow from the pink backpack, and a strand of legendary level pressure was revealed. There's no such thing as a low-grade item? Batian and the others had hot eyes, but there was nothing they could do. Vigorously bending his bow and arrow, his essence coalesced together and headed straight towards the 3/4 demonic fetus. As the granddaughter of the god of archery, how could she not know how to use arrows? After all, Dolly is not Lucine's grandson, who was born not being able to write, and not being able to drink. Dang. In the vault of the sky, Vigor's arrow hit the middle of the 3 points of the devil's fetus's head, and it immediately exploded. For a time, countless black gas diffused out, covering the body of the 3 points of the devil fetus. The next instant, 3 figures rushed out from the black fog. A 3-part demonic fetus directly split off, splitting into 3, each with 1 head and 1 tail attacking Qin Fong and the others. This Doesn't die? Vigorous clearly shot off. Even Vigorous could not help but wonder. This is a dog mongrel. Must be killed by all three heads at the same time to be able to play a certain role. Otherwise, forget it. Batian and the others were participating in the war in a forced form. But what about Qin Fang? Still scavenging for gold and silver treasures. Vigorously blocked the 2 3-pronged demonic fetuses for him. Qin Fang nearly took off what he had called in his previous life. This kind of 3-point demonic fetus was called a dog miscellaneous monster in his previous life. Meaning that all kinds of dog things were fused together. If you want to kill it, it is true that as Qin Fang said, you have to destroy all 3 of its heads at the same time. Otherwise it would be impossible for it to die. And this is one of the most shocking points of the 3-part demonic fetus, as well as one of the most difficult to kill. Now, again, in Qin Fang's opinion, this group of people is nothing more than another useless effort. The 3-part demonic fetus is simply impossible to kill, unless Vigor is able to decapitate 3 heads at the same time. Think about it. This is also impossible. Now, Qin Fang's thoughts are simple. Hurry up and search for treasures while there is still time. Otherwise he will die later. As for Vigorous, Qin Fang wasn't worried at all. Even if he threw her within this miniature, even if countless 3-dimensional demonic fetuses awakened, it would be impossible to kill Vigorous. Qin Fang had just been thinking like this, when suddenly Vigorously bent her bow and strung an arrow. A full 3 arrows. Whoosh! The arrows slashed through, accurately hitting the 3 heads of the 3-part demonic fetus. The 3-part demonic fetus died. Everything happened in a flash of lightning, causing Qin Fang to drop his jaw and start to get paranoid. Powerful. How was that possible? Qin Fang didn't believe it. She didn't believe in the strength of Vigorous. But the real situation was in front of him, making him believe it. Qin Fang still remembered the conversation he had with Vigorous yesterday. Vigorous? Do you know how to fight? Vigorous. What is your occupation? Vigorous. How is your combat power? At that time, Dolly's reply was, I don't know anything. Combat power is not strong. Occupation none. Qin Fang, I believed in your evil. Even believed in your bullshit. On second thought, Qin Fang, and as if he understood something, such as it Vigorously never lied. Then she is a well-deserved seedling of a true divine archer. As long as a little cultivation. To become the second god of the bow, an arrow will not be a problem. Chapter 374, The Last Treasure Map. Dolly's natural talent was simply terrifying. It was as if she was a born archer, capable of executing a very powerful bow strike as long as the bow was in her hand. This was perhaps the natural skill that flowed from the bloodline. Qin Fang had originally wanted to let Vigorous share this legendary grade weapon, so that he could finish off the 3-quarter demonic fetus. But, right now, there was absolutely no need for him to make a move. And Vigor had solved everything. 100 bottles of fine wine. Hurry up and give it to me, or else I'll blow up your quarters. Vigorously squeezing his small pink fist, he warned Batian, as if he was afraid that Batian would renege on his debt. Batian heatedly smiled and immediately took out 120 bottles of fine wine from his backpack and handed them over to Dolly. The extra is my thanks to little friend Dolly. Seeing the fine wine, Vigor was like seeing the greatest treasure of heaven and earth. His eyes instantly glowed and he began to gulp it down. Originally, Batian wanted Vigor to obliterate the other 3-part demonic fetus in the egg by hand. But looking at Vigor, who was crooked and red-faced at the moment, Batian could only let out a sigh and gave up on this idea. The 3-quarter demonic fetus died. Died in an extremely suffocating form in the hands of Vigorous. From start to finish, Vigor had only shot 7 or 8 arrows. Ding. The 3-point demon fetus has died. Ding. Congratulations. You have inflicted damage on the epic level monster 3-score demon fetus. Therefore you have gained experience value of 145,244. An epic level monster? Even if Bastard and the others only dealt 1 in 10,000. Or even 1 in 100,000 damage. The experience value gained was still a lot. Qin Fang's movements were unceasing, still scraping for treasures. And Batian and the others hurriedly joined in as well. However, the treasures here were too much. Even if 100 people came to collect them, it would take nearly 15 days before they could be emptied. So one could imagine the abundance of the treasures here. Tianyang's city lord was in a high position. The corner of his mouth emerged a smile. He was able to detect the death chi he had left behind in the god of death's treasure of the intellectual barrier to break open. Presumably, Bashan's private territory was scorched at the moment. Right? Ha ha. The heavenly Yang City Lord was just about to order his troops to suppress this bastard heaven's private territory, preventing the appearance of a three-dimensional demonic fetus. However, in the next second, the heavenly Yang City Lord stopped in his tracks again all of a sudden. The figure of Dolly surfaced in his mind. This little girl's strength. Strictly speaking, it was only stronger than him. Could it be? At that thought, the Tianyang City Lord immediately asked the general of the 3rd City Guard whether Bashan's private territory appeared to be different. Report: no abnormalities have appeared. Hearing this, the heavenly Yang City Lord instantly crushed the wooden chair in his hand in anger. His plan was dashed. Check. Where did this little girl come from? The Tianyang City Lord spat out these words grimly, and once again began to close his eyes to recuperate, waiting for one day. At this time tomorrow, all of the 3 points of the demonic fetus would awaken, and this small space would automatically open. At that time? With just a little girl. How can he stop it? Not even if he's a legend. Hey, why has Power's aura suddenly disappeared? The god of archery suddenly realized that something was wrong, and in his anxiety, he was ready to contact the player. But he was also prompted that he was no longer in the service area, and could not be contacted. Where did these two go? Where did these two go? The god of archery was anxious, and wanted to leave. At this moment, what ancient gods? What big picture? In the eyes of the god of archery, none of them were as important as Vigor. Divine Artisan Lu Long sensed this, and hurriedly informed that a small space existed within Bashan's private territory, and that Vigor should have entered it. So there was no need to worry. Although there exists a 3/4 demonic fetus under the banner of the god of death within, I think that with Vigor's strength, he will be able to easily exterminate it. Divine Artisan Lu Long, this me kid? It's quite good at lending its strength. Sure? Sure. I just appeared from this place. Godsmith Lu Long paused for a moment. Continue to speak. This one of the small space within was left by me coordinates. As long as I want words, can instantly arrive. These words were even more reassuring to the god of bows and arrows. If there are any problems, we will be able to arrive here at the first time. So there is no need to worry. The god of archery was slightly relieved and continued to start squatting the Yang god. Are you kidding? Could divine craftsman Lu Long really disregard this small space? Could he not care about the death of the heavenly Yang town? This time, it was the Hegemony Guild's rivalry with the Tianyang City Lord. But it couldn't involve the Tianyang town. The Tianyang City Lord could be replaced. The Hegemony Heavenly Guild could be replaced. But the Tianyang town must not be broken. The fight between the two sides. Divine craftsman Lu Long didn't care. But as long as the 3 points of the demonic fetus came out, he had to care. But think now? It seemed that he didn't need to make a move. Vigor, who was in control of the divine artifact, was completely capable of destroying this calamity. Within the small space, Vigorous and the others, Qin Fong and the others, were all scavenging for gold and silver treasures. As for the three-dimensional demonic fetus at the top, as long as he did not actively explode, that is, he no longer bothered. Although Dolly was drunk and somewhat comical, the movements of his hands were not slow. Qin Fong and the other 9 were very fast. But 40 minutes had also filled up their entire backpacks, and they could only watch as Qin Fong remained like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring gold and silver treasures. Elder brother me, your golden dragon's ring? It really is gigantic. Batian was very envious. Qin Fong's golden dragon's ring was truly a blessing again this place. No, it's not the golden dragon's ring. My backpack isn't full yet. The moment Qin Fong said this, Bartion shut his mouth. Barshan's backpack had already been expanded at the cost of 1 billion copper coins, but 40 minutes was enough for him to fill it up. This? Just how big is the backpack of a player me? This kid? Nuts? Why would he spend so much to expand his backpack? The other players were also shocked by Qin Fong's words, and stared at him with wide eyes, as if they were looking at a monster. You? Have so much money that you can't spend it all? On the other side, Dolly was also loading up on gold and silver treasures, incidentally constantly pouring fine wine into her mouth. As the granddaughter of the god of archery, how could she not have similar storage equipment? Qin Fong had the golden dragon ring in his hand, and Dolly had a similar Taotai bracelet in her hand. Although it was not as huge as Qin Fong's golden dragon's ring, It was not small either. Vigor, load up a little more. So that way, you'll be able to go buy wine to drink. Even? Grandpa will have to look for me to give him gold coins to go buy wine to drink. As soon as he thought of this, Vigor was energized. An hour of light quickly arrived. Phew. It's still not filled up. Time is a bit too tight. Qin Fong sighed, and was thrown out in the eyes of hatred from Batian and the others. In Baishan's private territory. These 9 people unloaded the items within their backpacks at an extremely fast speed, and then surreptitiously upgraded their own backpacks, and stood dumbfounded for 20 minutes, entering the treasure mountain without enjoying themselves. A feeling that was simply harder to bear than losing money. We still have 2 more chances. Strive to move as much as we can. This time, Batian and the other 7 tycoons could be considered to have made a blood sacrifice, once again spending 1 billion copper coins to upgrade the backpack grids. For each backpack grid, the further back it went, the greater the cost needed to be spent. The god of bows and arrows once again detected the aura of vigorous strength, and only then did he let out a sigh of relief. And the heart that had been hanging in the air was quietly put down. Qin Fong and the others entered once again. This time, Qin Fong suddenly saw a tattered piece of debris not far away, which seemed to be an animal skin. Qin Fong directly moved over and took this piece of beast skin in his hands. As soon as he entered his hand, Qin Fong immediately felt a familiar sensation. This was a mutilated treasure map? Qin Fong decisively took out the other 4 pieces of the treasure map and put this piece of animal skin treasure map into it. In an instant, a tight scene was formed. A touch of death chi was incorporated into it, and this treasure map was completely pieced together, with no more traces of brokenness to be seen. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the treasure map of the God of Death. Qin Fong couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. This thing? It really was not a waste of effort to get it. This treasure map in the middle recorded the most exact location, which was clearly the central area of the Undead Mountain Range. Without this map, if Qin Fong wanted to find this mob, it would undoubtedly be like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, at this moment, Qin Fong was 80% sure that he would be able to take this God of Death's treasure. Bastard Heaven and the others surrounded Qin Fong did not hide anything, directly inviting Bastard Heaven to explore this God of Death's treasure for the next time. Holy shit. Just how much treasure has the God of Death hidden in the vicinity of Tianyang Town? Yeah. This old kid. So rich. Unbelievable. This money rightfully belongs to us. Even though this group of people were relatively small tycoons in Sky City, now, they were truly stunned. According to the records, this place should be a palace of the God of Death back in the day. The accumulation of countless years and years have come together to form the treasure of this place. Can it not be rich? Qin Fong spat out such a sentence, and once again transformed into a Taotai to collect the loot. According to the agreement at the very beginning, the harvest of these 2 times, all of them belonged to the individual. Because the existence of the 3-dimensional demonic fetus made Bastard Heaven understand that it could not be killed in a short period of time as long as he could get his money back in these 2 times. Even if it was a big profit. Whoever thought? The final result is that he can easily kill a 3/4 demonic fetus. Since it was an agreement, it was not good to change it. Thus, Qin Fong madly amassed wealth. The backpack? It was still 1 achievement short of being full. But the Golden Dragon's ring? It was still empty. Qin Fong wasn't worried in the slightest. As the 3 hours came to an end, 1/10 of the treasure in this place had disappeared and 9/10 of it was still left. This treasure? How could it be given up? Therefore, for the 3rd excavation, Hegemony opened the conditions, requesting that he vigorously decapitate all of the 3/10 of the demonic fetuses that were still in the egg. 3,000 bottles of gold-grade wine. This was the price that Hegemony opened. And it was also the price to get Vigor to stop drinking and focus on his work. It's fine. Dolly glanced at Qin Fong, who told her to make her own decision, and then glanced at Batian, making this decision with difficulty. A gold-level fine wine. Huh? It's very tasty at first glance. Batian, should I try to coax this guy into my Batian guild? Oh, this little girl? It feels brainless and easy to trick. Oh. Qin Fong immediately gave Bastard Sky a look, letting him experience it for himself. This little guy's backstage? But it's very hard. Qin Fong, by the way, should we do another trick? Let Batian suffer this pain. Qin Fong's eyes twinkled. and a bad smile spread out from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 375 Divine Spirit Springs Explosion. Qin Fang glanced at Dolly, then at Batian, and then at the chaotic message sent to him by the god of bows and arrows. Qin Fang immediately shivered. It was better not to make a fool of himself. Or else, one wouldn't even know how to die. This was a deity. As a person who had seen the methods of deities in his previous life, Qin Fang decisively gave up on this idea. I'm relying on you, Dolly. After Batian finished speaking, he immediately recuperated and once again entered the space that contained the treasure of death. Dolly, who had been awakened by the wine soup, began to bend his work and shoot arrows, continuously bombarding the black egg at the top. Click. The first black egg shattered. Ticking. The 3 parts of the demonic fetus inside were still black death liquid, continuously dripping onto the ground. In a short while, the liquid turned into countless black chi and began to spread. The death aura within the entire treasure gradually thickened. It was only because the death chi was too little that Batian and the others did not notice any abnormalities. But Qin Fang felt a faint sense of something wrong. Second one. Third one. Ninth. Suddenly Qin Fang understood why he felt something was wrong. This death chi was not dispersing, but was being devoured by the other death triumvirate demon fetuses, accelerating the process of them hatching out. Qin Fang had just wanted to stop it when suddenly, the entire area of the treasure began to stir. The black eggs of the 3/4 demonic fetuses, which still had more than 2,000 left in the vault of the sky, suddenly began to struggle occasionally, and the life within them wanted to break free. And for a while, countless doggy and strange noises were emitted, which horrified people and made their moods darken. Qin Fang wanted to stop Vigorous, but this time, instead of slowing down the movement of his hands, Vigorous even shot out 5 arrows. He wanted to speed up, to get the wine earlier. Qin Fang, nothing more. The Qin Fang of his previous life was just a blacksmith. How could he possibly know that the 3 demonic fetuses were still able to devour each other and awaken quickly, when the 5 eggs of death turned into black gas spread? At the same time, countless 3-dimensional demonic fetuses began to roar and shook one's eardrums to the point of earache, as if countless monsters in the heavens and the earth had awakened. The 3/4 demonic fetuses, all of them had awakened. More than 2,000 epic-level monsters, from the top of the upside-down dome, quietly looked at Qin Fang and the others, as if they were staring at a group of dead people, without any emotion. Elder Brother Batian, it seems like we've played it off. Qin Fang swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Batian with a dry mouth. So many epic-level monsters? Each one was equivalent to a boss. And the fate that awaited Qin Fang and the others seemed to be nothing but death. Older brother, it's me who was too adventurous. How could Batian not know that he had played it off? In this situation, how to fight? Older brother Batian, prepare to put up a fight. Qin Fang glanced at Dolly. This little girl definitely couldn't die. Otherwise, the entire Tianyang town would be buried with her. Well, let's fight. See. More than 2,000 3-dimensional demonic fetuses roared at the same time. And before Batian could do anything, he was plunged into an infinitely long dizziness. Tear. Snap. Batian and 7 others died. There was no defense at all. Stalling. Qin Fang. The reason why Vigorous didn't die was because Vigorous shared the power of the divine artifact anti-armor to Qin Fang at the moment of crisis. Countless monsters flew out backwards and were dazed by the impact. However, after tidying up a bit, they still came with an onslaught. Not dying, Qin Fang shielded Dolly behind him, and the legendary grade forging hammer appeared in his hand, sharing the battle with it. With the support of the divine weapon, the duo barely managed to hold on, and were even able to kill the enemy. As time passed, Qin Fang and the others did manage to kill some of the 3/4 demonic fetuses, but the remaining 3/4 demonic fetuses' death chi, instead of dispersing, were devoured by the other 3/4 demonic fetuses, becoming their sustenance. The injuries sustained by these 3-pointed demon fetuses were all healing rapidly. Qin Fang let out a sigh. If this continued, the 2 of them would be consumed alive even if they were consumed. After all, Dolly? Merely a child. Her physical strength was limited even though there was a divine artifact's enhancement. It could only guarantee that she wouldn't die. The damage that Qin Fang dealt to these epic monsters was minimal. Mostly Vigor dealt damage and decimated 3 of the demonic fetuses. The 5th one died. The 8th one died. Vigor's movements were getting slower and slower. She could even see her arms swelling up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her small hands were red. Her arms couldn't help but tremble. But she was still fighting. Qing Fong sighed in his heart when he saw this scene. Outside, Batian and the others were resurrected in the middle of their private territories. The faces of all 7 were very embarrassed. Who had thought? To be killed in seconds just like this? It was simply unbelievable. The boundary-breaking stone in Batian's hand had shattered, and he was unable to enter it again. Tens of billions of copper coins. This became flying ash. Even Batian couldn't help but feel a heartache. The harvest of these several times to enter it. It's just about even. With a slight profit of 3 billion copper coins. Damn. Simply let Batian vomit blood. Planning for half a day? Can't it be that it is still going to be thrown to Tianyang City Lord? 3 billion? In the past, Batian might have been satisfied. But now, he was not willing to do so. President? What now? Gun Demon's voice rang out. The situation at this moment. All critical. Was it to notify the Heavenly Yang City Lord and let him clean up this mess? Or was it to allow the 3-pointed demonic fetus to appear in the world? Batian was silent as he looked at the small space on the ground and finally spat out 2 words. Wait. Wait. This was what Batian was thinking at this moment. This wealth. He didn't want to give it away. He chose to believe in Player Me. Maybe Player Me would still be able to create a miracle and be able to remove the epic monsters from the interior. With such thoughts, Bastard Sky issued an order within the guild. All Bastard Sky Guild players gather and prepare for battle. Hegemony was going to do a double take. Having countless guild players gather at this place and prepare to hunt the 3-quarter demonic fetus. 1 person? No. 10 people might not be able to inflict damage on an epic level monster. What about 100,000? 300,000? Bastard Sky thought so as the players within the private territory gathered more and more. He wanted to contact the outside world, the Tianyang Town Lord, and the divine craftsman Lu Long. But he was unable to do so because he was in a special scenario. Tianyang Town. The Heavenly Yang Town Lord had originally lost hope and waited for tomorrow. But suddenly, he sensed the awakening of countless 3-dimensional demonic fetuses. This? Foolish outsiders? They have finally taken this step. To even try to kill the 3-quarter demonic fetuses. It's simply ridiculous. The heavens have helped me. The Heavenly Sun City Lord instantly regained his supreme dominance and began to deploy his troops, drawing 50% of the Heavenly Sun Town's force to this private territory of Bastard Heaven. This matter. It's time to make an end to it. This time? Tianyang Town Lord stood on the moral high ground. In a moment, the whimpering city guards stepped out of Tianyang Town. Licia instantly cleared his body of alcohol, sat up from the rubbish pile, and cursed the Tianyang City Lord for being blinded by lard. This kind of moment? He even dared to pull out 50% of the city guards? Was he really not afraid that Tianyang Town would fall? Oh yes. This fool might still think that divine craftsman Lu Long was within Tianyang Town, and that the base camp was free from worry. Licia supervised the entire Tianyang Town at the first time. The entire Tianyang Town is really a stormy place. The divine artisan Lu Long beside the divine spirit Spring, I noticed the strange movements within this small space at the first time. More than 2,000 3-dimensional demonic fetuses had awakened. This? How is it going to be? Divine craftsman Lu Long was also weighing in his mind whether to give up on this mission and return instead to kill the 3-quarter demonic fetus? And this matter. Should we tell the god of bows and arrows about it? At that very moment, while godly artisan Lu Long was in the midst of being entangled, the divine spirit Spring I began to stir. Poof! Countless amounts of magma spewed out from the most central spring. The bright red-colored liquid slowly flowing out as if it was a viscous liquid, emitting a shocking amount of heat. Buzzing. The temperature of the surroundings was raised in an instant. Plop plop. The pressure at the bottom of the magma continued to increase, eventually forming a terrifying rain of magma. Countless amounts of magma sprayed into the air before turning into rain and descending down. The surrounding city guards saw this scene and quickly dodged. But there was still a large portion that was hit by the magma rain, their armor instantly turning red, and their internal skin being scalded. Not only the magma rain, but also the poisonous aura, just like the spirits of the dead, constantly spreading towards the surroundings, making it difficult for these city guards to breathe. And they could only keep retreating towards the outside. This was just a vision. Deeper down, epic-level monsters and legendary-level monsters coalesced and led this magma army towards the city guards. For a time, the scene was very chaotic. Don't panic. Listen to my orders. The general of the 9th Army ascended to the heights and began his command, allowing the city guards to retreat in an orderly manner before killing back again. After all, this magma rain couldn't keep raining. A short loss of ground was for a better counterattack. Under the command of the 9th Army's generals, the city guards gradually stabilized. Hidden Earth was also amongst the retreating batch of city guards. His body armor had long been covered by the magma rain, and his blood level was dropping. But then, he was still blocking the magma rain for the other city guards. As far as Burial Earth was concerned, this magma rain was only bringing him a certain amount of pain. Even if he died, he would still be able to resurrect again. However, the robes around him were different. If they died, they were really dead. Burial soil does not want them to die. So, Buried Earth kept running, kept using his body to resist the magma rain in the sky. This operation of the Burial Earth was seen by the other city guard commanders, sighing good brothers, and even some sentimental ones, shedding tears on the spot fiercely. Under the command of the general of the 9th Army, the scene gradually stabilized. Divine craftsman Lu Long, the god of bow and arrow, held his breath at once, not daring to move a muscle, his eyes staring deathly into the depths of the magma. This was the sign of the awakening of the Yang god. God of bows and arrows, he. This old friend? Indeed, I have never deceived me. Today, it is only right that I, Power Prime, should raise the name of heaven's destiny. LOL. It was as if Li Qingtian had already seen the moment when he would become famous in heaven's mandate. Deadless Lu Long, you guys should fend for yourselves first. This place really cannot go. At this moment, if the godsmith Lu Long moves, there is only one result. Was found by the Yangshan, and then deeply hidden in the ground. Do not dare to reappear. The master craftsman Li Xie? He can't show up either. He needs to stay in the town of Tianyang. At this moment, Qin Fang's helpers were all restricted. In the middle of the dense jungle, there was also a situation that had erupted. Chapter 376, Desperate Situation. The opportunity to overthrow the Tianyang town has come. This was the voice of the Phoenix. Very calm between words, but hiding excitement. Eyes like electricity looked towards the Tianyang town. Thunder inspired and the aura of death spread. Everything is under control this time. 50% of the city guards in Tianyang town had left, and the divine springs had erupted, triggering the city guards to go and suppress them. At this moment, Tianyang town was at its emptiest. The Phoenix dialed the mysterious communication jade, and reported the current situation with great reverence. This time, full authority is given to you, if you are able to break the Heavenly Sun town. This was the voice of the god of death. The Phoenix began to move. On the other end, the Heavenly Sun City Lord, who was preparing to attack Bastard Heaven's private territory, had just arrived at this place, when he sensed the outbreak of the Divine Spirit Spring. At this moment, the Heavenly Sun City Lord was also weighing the situation in his heart. What the hell? What a coincidence. How could they all erupt at this moment? Isn't this a joke? At this moment, the Heavenly Sun City Lord had a feeling of being in a difficult position, according to the priority of the matter. At this moment, the Heavenly Sun City Lord had to return and first sit down in Heavenly Sun Town to avoid the outbreak of the Divine Spirit Springs, causing problems in Heavenly Sun Town. However, selfishness made the human Heavenly Sun City Lord think that he should take this treasure first. Tianyang City Lord, this treasure? Definitely not allowed to be lost. And I'm not specifically plotting for the treasure, but I'm here to annihilate the 3 demonic fetuses this time. This should be extenuating. After all, if the 3-pointed demon fetus and the divine spirit springs erupt at the same time, it would be even more impossible for the Heavenly Sun Town to defend itself. This was also the self-assurance of the Heavenly Sun City Lord. The millions of city guards in bright armor were as majestic as the pillars of heaven and earth, guarding the 4 directions of Bashan's private territory and suppressing the 8 wastelands. In addition to the weapons in the hands of each of the city guards, there was also a ball of bright crystal thin threads, exceptionally tough, crossing with the thin threads in the hands of the other city guards, and ultimately coalescing together to form a huge net, covering the sky above Bashan's private territory. At the moment, The power of the thin threads was not apparent. But when the dead three-quarter demon fetuses appeared, they would be made to look good. This was to ensure that none of the three-quarter demonic fetuses would be able to escape. The general of the 3rd City Guard saw the arrival of the Heavenly Yang City Lord and immediately reported the situation. The Heavenly Yang City Lord listened and ordered him to speak. Members of the Hegemony Guild? Open the barrier within 3 minutes. Hand over the small space containing the 3 points of demonic fetus. And pay a fine of tens of billions of dollars. And we can forget about it. Hegemony Guild. Hegemony. If not, when my Heavenly Sun soldiers break your turtle shell, it will be considered that you and the others have colluded with the God of Death. And no one will be able to escape. And all of them should be imprisoned. Such a voice rang out. Let the outside world, countless players, have a spirit of shock that at any time can kill into it. However, Batian treated this voice as if he couldn't hear it, and his eyes fell on this small space, believing that Qin Fang would still be able to create a miracle. Chairman? What should we do? Yes, Chairman. What should we do? Damn it. Why don't we just fight? Batian. Say something. President. Don't be like this. Batian didn't say a word. But some of the members of Batian Guild couldn't bear such an atmosphere. After all, the words of threat uttered by the Heavenly Sun City Lord were simply making people shiver. If they were imprisoned, Heaven's destiny would have nothing to do with them. Their future, too, was considered finished. This is some of the new players. Has not been completely with the hegemony of the fusion. The heart is only their own acres and thirds of land. And then look at the hegemony of the old players. At the moment none of them are standing beside the hegemony of the body. Unswervingly chose to believe in the hegemony of the sky. If because of this matter, the players who are imprisoned, the daily subsidy in accordance with the highest 300 copper coins, the reality of the settlement of the bill, if violated, Ibatian death is not enough. This was Baishan's response. His voice was low, but it possessed supreme magic power. And this group of clamoring players were instantly silenced. Even if these people possessed scouts from other guilds among them, they were also silent at the first moment, and couldn't even help but want to put on a good show. Wait a moment. Not running away and letting the Tianyang Town City Guards catch themselves. 300 copper coins a day, ah? Where to find such a good thing, ah? Batian's words? If you say it, you can't do it. So everyone was willing to believe it. Batian was waiting. The members of the Annihilation Guild were also waiting. And the countless players of Heaven's Destiny, who wanted to be greedy for a small advantage, were waiting. Only what they were waiting for was for the Heavenly Sun City Lord to break open this private territory, so that they could enter and compete for the treasure. It was no exaggeration to say that at this moment, at this place, a full million players had converged. In conjunction with the millions of city guards, it was simply a small black spot that couldn't be seen at a glance. And it seemed that this small cliff was about to collapse to the general. Batian also has today. Yeah. Lousy today. I definitely want to ruthlessly capture a few players from Hegemony's sky and send him to the dungeon. Do you guys know the depths of Hegemony Heaven Guild? This time, it should be a hard battle. A hard battle? I don't believe it anymore. It's hard to believe that bastard Heaven Guild's players? Are they able to fight against the countless fine gold grade and purple gold grade city guards at this moment? Impossible. This was the true thought of this group of players. Treasure? If they had the chance, they would definitely want to grab it. But looking at the situation, they shouldn't be able to. 1 million high-level city guards? Is this a joke to the players? Don't look at the number of players gathered here is also 1 million. But it is not an enemy at all. 1 million city guards could kill this group of people in less than a minute. Annihilation looked around. He did not see the shadow of the phoenix. There was a slight uneasiness in his heart. The general of the 3rd City Guard hissed for a minute, and still did not see any reaction from Bastard. Attack. This was the order of the Heavenly Sun City Lord. The situation of the Divine Spirit Springs was already very dangerous. The Heavenly Sun City Lord didn't want to continue dragging it out, or else it could really lead to the fall of the Heavenly Sun Town. Weave the heavenly nets. All armies prepare for battle. The situation within this private territory was unknown to the Heavenly Sun City Lord. He could only weave the heavenly net first. At that very moment, Qin Fang's, Dolly's figure escaped from within the small space. Even Qin Fang's heart was still palpitating and filled with fear regarding the situation within this small space. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Qin Fang. Vigorous would not be able to escape. Qin Fang, who had escaped, saw that bastard guild had gathered so many player figures here. He was instantly dumbfounded. And in the next second, he hurriedly called out, "Bastard old brother. Hurry up and evacuate. Hurry up and evacuate. Holy shit. Who is this? Player me? Is this player me? What is player Jin saying? I don't know. I can't hear you. It just feels like he's very anxious." Click. Qin Fang glanced at the small space on the ground, only to see that the top of it was cracked with countless gaps and seemed to have arrived at its limit. And vaguely, Qin Fang could even hear the screams of the three-quarter demonic fetus inside. 5 minutes ago, within the three-quarter demonic fetus, Vigor, who was frantically shooting arrows, had already lost his strength. His arms could barely lift up. Even with the potion, Vigor's eyelids were fighting. At all times there was a possibility that he might fall asleep. His body's functions had reached their limit. I might not be able to carry on. Vigorous lips were dry and cracked, and his throat smoked as he spat out these words. If you are lucky enough to go out, remember to tell my grandfather that I shouldn't have been greedy for alcohol. Vigor fell into deep self-reproach. If he wasn't greedy for alcohol, he would be eating everything at this moment. How could he be in such a desperate situation? If I die, the protection of the artifact will also disappear. Here, this artifact must not fall into the hands of the god of death. There are also these legendary grade equipment that must not be obtained by the god of death. At moments like this, Vigorous and Knowledgeable was heartbreaking. The atmosphere of parting was instantly raised to the extreme. It was very sad. You can't die. If it was said that Qin Fang was a bit hesitant at the beginning. At this moment, Qin Fang no longer hesitated. This time, to be honest, he himself had to be responsible for this. It was himself who had brought Vigorous into a desperate situation. If it wasn't for his selfishness, Dolly would definitely not have entered this place. Qin Fang originally thought that Vigor would be able to crack the crisis of this place. But at this point in time, it had become impossible. Summon, Time and Space Merchant. The death artifact in Qin Fang's backpack was Qin Fang's bottom line. One would think that the Time and Space Merchant should still be able to look at it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. There was no change in the surrounding situation. And Qin Fang could not help but worry. The attack of the three-quarter demonic fetus had already descended to where Vigorous swan-like white neck was, wanting to ruthlessly tear it down. Vigorous. Qin Fang defiantly tried to rescue Dolly. In the next second, time stopped at this moment, and the figure of the Time and Space Merchant extruded out of the spatial sandwich. Huge name in the color of gold. The tattered backpack behind him looked unkempt at first glance. But on closer inspection, this was the man of his dreams. You kid? This place can be really hard to find. The Time and Space Merchant appeared. Everything around was frozen in time. As if time, space was eclipsed at this moment. Seeing that Dolly's life was not in danger, Qin Fang breathed a sigh of relief and easily saved her from the clutches of the three-quarter demonic fetus. Using me to freeze time to save someone requires a payment of 2 million copper coins. This was the pricing of the time trader. Qin Fang did not dare to be ambiguous and bid directly. Not bad. You kid. Very good. A smile emerged from the corners of the Time and Space Merchant's mouth. Not only because of Qin Fang's timely payment of copper coins, but also because of the surroundings. This was simply, it was the place that was prepared for him. The piles of treasures made his eyes light up directly. Taking another look at Qin Fang, the golden light on this kid's body, not only did it not decrease, but on the contrary, it became a few points more intense. Say, this time, what are you going to trade with me? Although the Time and Space Merchant was greedy, but in the end, he did not go to move any of the gold and silver treasures around. This point of professional ethics, he still possessed. Senior, this time, summoning you here, there are two things. The first thing, can you help the kid? Quickly collect the gold and silver treasures in this place. Preferably within 10 seconds. The second thing, I want you to take us out of this place. As Qin Fang finished in one breath, the Time and Space Merchant fell into weighing the situation, seemingly thinking about the price. 30% of all the gold and silver treasures in this place. I will help you. Yes. Qin Fang was overjoyed. This price? Honestly, it was already very low. And in Qin Fang's mind, He was even ready to pay the price of a divine artifact yet. Chapter 377 Wholesale Divine Beast Eggs. The Time Merchant reached out and touched Qin Fang's golden dragon's ring. This divine artifact. There are many more hidden functions that you can unlock one by one in the future. For example, whale swallowing. A touch of power from the Time Trader's body was injected into it, only to see the golden dragon rapidly awaken and expand, reaching a level that covered the sky in the blink of an eye. Majestic and incomparable, with each scale the size of a millstone. The dragon's head was like a big sun, hanging high in the sky, radiating terrifying heavenly might. Between the opening and blinking of its eyes, countless rays of light flashed, as if it contained the starry sky. Just see this golden dragon opened its bloody mouth. Endless wind generated. The treasure underneath is like the sea water pouring in general. Was completely swallowed by the golden dragon. In just 10 seconds, 70% of the treasure was swallowed up. The remaining 30%? This was the price of the space-time merchant's attack. The time and space merchant gathered up the last 30% and once again looked at Qin Fang. You brat? Anything else to trade? The time and space merchant believed that Qin Fang had summoned him, not just wanting to save him. Right? 10 divine artifacts in exchange for 11 divine beast eggs. Buy 10 and get 1 free. What do you think of this deal? Since the surrounding space and whatnot were all stilled, Qin Fang naturally had the leisure to bargain with the time merchant. Hearing Qin Fang's opening price, the space-time merchant nearly spat out blood. You kid? This price is also too outrageous. You give me 11 divine artifacts? I'll give you 10 divine beast eggs? Do you agree? With a single sentence, Qin Fang's bargaining was directly blocked. Could Qin Fang agree? Definitely not. 10 divine beast eggs. But one of them must be the egg of a divine beast, the green dragon. Hearing Qin Fang's request, the time and space merchant looked deeply at Qin Fang. This kid seems to know quite a lot of things. But the thought of 10 divine artifacts? The time and space merchant still agreed. After all, such a big deal. Even if he had been measuring heaven's destiny for so many years, he had not encountered many of them. Yes. The time and space merchant counted out 10 divine beast eggs from his backpack and clicked on trade. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the divine beast eggs, green dragon. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the divine beast egg, white tiger. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the divine beast egg, Xuanwu. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the divine beast egg, vermilion bird. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the divine beast egg, golden dragon. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the divine beast egg, silver dragon. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the divine beast egg, ink kirin. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the divine beast egg, seven-colored kirin. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the divine beast egg, the colorful dragon. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the divine beast egg, ice vermilion bird. When Qin Fang heard such a system tone, his face immediately darkened. You're trading skins for me? What's the deal here? Isn't it all about these divine beast eggs? Qin Fang looked at the time and space merchant grudgingly, wanting to speak. But when he saw the eyes of the space-time merchant and thought of his own divine weapon, he suddenly closed his mouth again. In that case, let's hurt each other. Thus, such a system tone emerged in the time and space merchant's mind. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the dark artifact, long sword. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the dark artifact, long sword. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the dark divine artifact, long sword. There were 10 dark divine grade long swords, which immediately made the time trader dumbfounded. What the hell? All of them are dark divine artifacts. And all of them are long swords? Where did he get so many of the same type of artifacts? The time and space merchant ended the transaction, and once again looked at the light released around Qin Fang's body, which was still as eye-catching as the great sun. Time and space merchant, holy shit. This kid's body? There's actually this much wealth? At this moment, even the time and space merchant could not help but be shocked. The time and space merchant had used the skin swap to coax Qin Fang. Qin Fang was naturally able to use the condom method to trade with the time and space merchant as well. 2 people? Neither was a good bird. Hee. Thank you for the generosity of senior time and space merchant. Kid, you really have a lot of divine artifacts. I'll wait for your next trade. Seeing that Qin Fong had no more desire to trade, the time and space merchant immediately chose to leave. Qin Fong, such a good time and space merchant. You can't dry up the water and fish. You have to flow slowly. This time? The time and space merchant was also a great help. In the future, it's better to trade one artifact at a time. Sparing Qin Fong, who had been a man for 2 lifetimes. Looking at the 10 divine beast eggs lying quietly in his backpack, he couldn't help but let his veins spurt out. Unable to control his emotions, unable to control his expression, and laughed out loud with a harumph. This thing of divine beasts? The later it gets, the more one can appreciate the terror of a divine beast, which, once it grows up, is a true deity. Right now, players might not be able to feel the fragrance of the divine beasts, but the later it got, the more they would be able to experience it all. This divine weapon thing. Qin Fong believed that he would definitely be able to forge a steady stream of them in the future. But the divine beast eggs, or something else, he couldn't get them. Qin Fong felt that he had won. The time and space merchant also felt that he had won. 10 pieces of dark attribute equipment that would allow him to make a fortune again. Last time, the few pieces of darkness god equipment that he had sold were exceptionally well received, and there were still many races that wanted to reserve them, only that they couldn't replenish them due to a shortage of stock. This time, replenish them all at once. Click. Click. Time. Space shattered. Qin Fong carried Vigorous on his back, and quietly waited for the means of the time and space merchant. Vigorous had fallen unconscious, and this time, it really was a huge test for her. With a click, the small space shattered into a gap, and Qin Fong saw the light of the outside world. Instantly, Qin Fong understood the approach of the time and space merchant. It was clearly to shatter this small space with supreme means, allowing Qin Fong to step out from within. But then, this would also give rise to a problem. And that was? The 3-dimensional demonic fetus in the interior would also step out of the trap. Qin Fong hurriedly stepped out from between the small spaces with Dolly on his back. That is, he saw a sea of people who were members of the Bastard Heavenly Guild. Wasn't this a disturbance? Waiting for these 2,000 or so 3-dimensional demonic fetuses to decapitate and devour these 500,000 players of the Hegemony Guild? How far would it have to evolve? No. The Hegemony Guild? Where did that many players come from? Qin Fong, holy shit. How did the Hegemony Guildmaster hide so deeply? Qin Fong felt dumbfounded. Quickly. Evacuate quickly. None of the players from the Hegemony Guild moved. Bastard Heaven still reacted quickly. He heard them. After all, he was right beside Qin Fong. But by the time Bastard Sky gave the order and the players started to move, it was all too late. Dang. Caw. A horrifyingly strong sound that seemed like a mountain range shattering rang out. Like the dome of the sky falling. Deafening. And in an instant, countless players were deafened. Daunting. And chilling all over their bodies. Run. Batian looked at Qin Fong's terrified expression, and instantly knew what he should do. Buzz. The first 3/4 demonic fetus extruded out from the gap in space. Hissing as an appalling might erupted. The members of the Hegemony Guild coalesced their attacks, wanting to fight. But countless light scenes fell, not decapitating the 3/4 demonic fetus, but allowing him to take advantage of this surge of power, and extruded out from the interior with great difficulty. And more 3/4 demonic fetuses, which followed, appeared as well. The 3/4 demonic fetus, instinctively afraid of Qin Fong, not to attack Qin Fong vigorously, but other players cannot have such good luck. In the 3/4 demonic fetus of one of the attack, none spared, all dead. The aura of death within this private territory was instantly strengthened, and then swallowed by the 3-pointed demonic fetus, growing itself, and beginning to evolve. In principle, the 3-part demon fetus was able to evolve into the legendary grade. At that time, the more than 2,000 legend rank 3/4 demonic fetus would truly become a disaster that no one would be able to sanction. Older brother. This time, it was old brother who was wrong. Before Batian died, he spat out these words, regretting in his heart. This time, in the contest between him and the heavenly Yang City Lord, it was he who had lost. And it was a loss. This power of a 3/4 demonic fetus was truly not something that could be controlled by human hands. Originally, the Hegemony Heavenly President was confident. He thought that the Hegemony Heavenly Guild was fully capable of dealing with this crisis. But the real situation? The players of the Hegemony Guild. Whether they were players at the peak or said players with lesser strength, all of them couldn't hold out for 3 minutes. It was a lopsided massacre that simply had no spectacle to speak of. This time, for Hegemony, it was a severe blow. After 500,000 players from the Hegemony Guild died, Qin Fang and Dolly were surrounded by a group of people. However, it seemed that because the duo's bodies were tainted with the aura of the Time Traders, none of the 3/4 demonic fetuses dared to attack. Thus, when the Heavenly Yang City Lord broke through the defenses of this private territory, he saw such a bizarre scene. Qin Fang and Dolly were surrounded in the middle, as if they were the deities of the three-dimensional demonic fetuses. The 3/4 demonic fetuses around them were devoutly praying for something. Player me. You actually colluded with the 3-point demonic fetus and contacted the god of death. Do you still remember your identity? You belong to the city guards of my Heavenly Sun Town. Ah. This was the roar of the Heavenly Sun Town Lord. It seemed very real. But what exactly he was thinking? Only he knew. No matter what, this had to be snapped on to player me. To the vigorous beside him. Or else, how was he going to seize the artifacts in name only? Qin Fang was dumbfounded. You two fools. Which eye did you see that I colluded with the 3 points of the devil's fetus? Ah. The old man is under siege all right. Second fool city lord. Hurry up and save me from going out. Beside me is the daughter of the gods. If she is damaged, you definitely won't be able to eat. Tianyang Town will even have to give her a burial. These words caused the Heavenly Sun City Lord's heart to palpitate, as he had to believe it. Things had already come to this? Even if she really was the daughter of a deity, she still had to die. And he, the Heavenly Sun City Lord, really needed this divine artifact. Player me. You colluded with outsiders, and together you caused this disaster for Tianyang Town. And you still don't confess? As for the sinful girl beside you, whoever knows her identity, all of them will be taken down and beheaded. At this moment, if Qin Fang still couldn't guess the Tianyang Town Lord's purpose, he could go to hell. This old brat? Definitely looking at vigorous divine weapon. What to do? At that moment, the 3-pointed demonic fetus immediately sensed the aura of freedom, no longer going to encircle Qin Fang. Vigorous, but instead rushed up to the sky, trying to destroy the silk threads in the middle of this dome of the sky. Trying to escape. However, the threads in the dome of the sky all exuded an extremely strong flame aura, burning these 3-dimensional demonic fetuses unable to move, and all of them fell to the ground. This scene caused a smile to appear at the corner of the Heavenly Yang City Lord's mouth. The brain-dead 3/4 demonic fetus. This was a net of fine threads specially refined by a deity, specifically used to defend against the 3/4 demonic fetuses. Chapter 378 Tianyang Town's Hidden Secret. This fine thread was the Heavenly Yang Town Lord's backbone, and he was convinced that none of these 3/4 demonic fetuses would be able to escape. Attack. Batian spat out these words, his eyes grim. The Tianyang City Guards condensed an attack that covered the sky. Arrows glittering with red light impacted like ignited fireballs. Ice balls coalesced from cold ice, smashing hard towards the central area. The 3 points of the demonic fetus were covered in their entirety. And Qin Fang? Dolly, too, was covered by this full map attack. Batian had not said that attacking Qin Fang, vigorous, this was him, didn't want to take the blame. Even if it was proven after the fact that vigor, player I was really wrong. He would be able to get away with it. Dark bows and arrows, hot spell balls, dense bullets, like hungry wolves, tore into these 3-point demonic fetuses, inflicting extremely high damage on them. These existences were not Qin Fang, the members of the Hegemony Guild. At the very least, they were all Essence Gold level, Purple Gold level city guards. The damage inflicted by each strike was extremely high. Even legendary level existences? The damage dealt was even more devastating. And under one hit, half of the blood directly disappeared. This time, it was the turn of the 3-point demon fetus to stab and scratch. Sensing death, the 3/4 demon fetuses wanted to quickly escape from this place. But the thin line above their heads was like a canopy filled with electricity. The slightest touch, that is, thunder fell, causing their skin to split open. Their bodies scorched black, and the fishy stench of death permeated out. Roar. Under the pain, these 3-dimensional demonic fetuses began to hiss, clearly able to detect their fear. The heavenly Yang City Lord's eyes were not on these three-quarter demonic fetuses, but on Qin Fang. Vigorous. These countless attacks? Even Qin Fang, Vigorous, would not be spared from being covered with a scuffling sound. And smoke continued to coalesce. The heavenly Yang City Lord watched with even more concentration, fearing that there would be the slightest accident. As the smoke dispersed, blood oozed from the corner of Qin Fang's mouth. But he did not die. Nor did Dolly. Only to see Qin Fang's chest. A scorched black anti-armor shield coalesced. Like a hedgehog. It flickered with a dim light. This was Vigorous' divine weapon, which was currently being harnessed by Qin Fang. At Qin Fang's level, it was originally impossible to harness the divine artifact anti-armor. But with the help of Vigorous as its master, everything became possible. However, the price was that Qin Fang's basic attributes would drop by 100 points every minute. This was a great weakening for Qin Fang. After all, Qin Fang's basic attributes were already very low. Marred. When I get out, you'll have to die for me. Tianyang dog bastard. Qin Fang cursed so as he sensed the attributes of his body dropping by 100 points. A pair of distorted eyes filled with hatred towards the Tianyang City Lord. When the heavenly Yang City Lord saw this divine artifact, his heartbeat accelerated and made the city guards speed up their movements. Hurry up. The thin threads can't take it anymore. We absolutely can't let the three-pointed demonic fetus escape. The city guards put in even more effort, even taking out special bullets. Goddess of Life bullet. This thing? It was able to inflict maximum damage on the death attribute three-quarter demonic fetus. Dang. The sound of a bombardment rang out, and countless rays of light converged. A large piece of three-quarter demonic fetuses died, and along with their death aura, they were assimilated by the power of life, devoured, and eventually disappeared. This was the great killing weapon, lest it would end up achieving a legendary level three-quarter demonic fetus under constant evolution. This was a series of ways to target the three-quarter demonic fetus. Once, V all had training, and even rehearsed it many times in reality, in his mind. As the heavenly Yang City Lord watched, his mood grew more and more irritated. This kid? It's really quite resistant. Qin Fang, I have to get you killed. At this moment, Divine Spirit Spring Eye. The Divine Spirit soldiers that could be described as a tidal wave gushing out. Their bodies burning with scorching flames. Hard magma armor covering them. Strolling within the scorching magma, as if they could not perceive any heat. Letting people take a look at them. I.e., they felt a gust of powerlessness. This defense? Simply don't be too high. At the forefront, it was a monster like a scorpion, with a huge body size and hard armor, accompanied by magma, constantly starting to spread towards the periphery. In this situation, who could block it? The area of magma grew larger and more riotous, and the Yangshan underground began a constant onslaught. Dang. The entire ground began to shake as if it was a magnitude 10 earthquake, and the city guards were all unsteady on their feet, nearly staggering down. In this situation, not to mention fighting back, even standing had become difficult. Thud. The vibrations were more violent than once. The ground began to crack, just like the surface of a dried-up lake. An endless fire aura surfaced from the ground, carrying a suffocating smell. Ka. Huge cracks became chasms and rifts, as if they had been forcibly ripped open. This? Simply a disaster. And the greatest disaster of all. City guards are careless. That is, by the large crack to swallow, wearing gas masks a little later, they were killed by the blackened smoke. The city guards, who made a mistake, were engulfed by the terrifying fire, and became bright red prawns. This series of changes caused the city guards of Tianyang Town to suffer heavy losses. The general of the 9th Army, as a last resort, once again told the city guards to retreat. It was simply impossible to fight. The god of bows and arrows, divine craftsman Lu Long, was still waiting. At this moment, the lives of these city guards became a number. These two gods, in their hearts, were also very grieved. But now, a little impatience leads to a big plan. In this situation, definitely cannot panic. Definitely cannot strike early. Marred. The godly artisan Lu Long looked at the dead generals, and kept hurling curses in his heart. The god of archery also clenched his fists, his expression filled with rage. Roar. From the depths of the earth came the roar of the Yam god, with joy and longing for the future, like the sound of the heavens and the earth, deafening and running through the entire heaven's destiny. shocking people, and delighting the god. At this moment, countless players and countless NPCs in Heaven's Destiny all heard this flash of sound. This represented that the young god was about to break free. The ancient gods, all of them rejoiced. This represented that the second ancient god was about to get out of the trap. Our brother, about to get out of his trap. Young god, remember to come and rescue me. Humble human ants. You guys can't kill me completely. When this god emerges, all human races will have to die. Save me. These were the voices of the ancient deities, tinged with excitement, as if they had seen the hope of getting out of the trap. After the god of cold and ice had overrun the human towns, he decisively disappeared into thin air, lest he be surrounded by the human deities. The ancient deities were clear that when the god of ice and cold regained his strength, the first thing he would do would be to rescue the other gods. The first thing to do was to rescue the other deities. They were in no hurry. Anyway, it had already been sealed for so many years? A few more years? It doesn't matter. The sages and deities amongst the human race, on the other hand, were worried and overflowing with anger. What is this? Is another deity about to break free? In Mount Chisha, the seer god summoned all the deities and began to quickly discuss the matter of support. Tianyang Town? Who is willing to go and help? The prophet god sat high on the main seat and calmly inquired, seemingly not anxious in the slightest about the young god getting out of the trap. Prophet god, it's not that we're not willing, but even if we go over at this moment, the heavenly Yang town will be unprotected. Right. The heavenly Sun town. It's already gone. These deities were the ones who sang against the prophet god, deliberately not going, and with cynical voices. Who wants to go? That's a Yang god. These words were mumbled in a small voice. But it was also known that the strength of a Yang god was relatively strong. Since no god is willing to go, then I will designate gods to go. Hercules, will you be able to go? Reporting to the prophet god, I sprained my foot yesterday when many people were exercising, so I cannot go. This apparently is a lie. The prophet god named again. Chiron god, are you able to travel? Prophet god, I was with Hercules yesterday in a multi-person sport. The matter was not repeated. The prophet god did not ask, and directly designated, if you don't go, you are directly imprisoned. God of Urim, you go. The god of Urim, having no choice but to go. God of Urim, grass. This Yang god? Is it something I can fight against? Forget it. It will take a little more time on the way. Just promise to do it. With this in mind, the god of Wu Ling received the order and began to head there. Grass. The age of being enslaved by the gods? Is it coming again? The human race, the 10,000 races, who knew about this part of history, all had dark, very ugly faces, and there were even some wanted to hang themselves and learn about their lives, lest they be re-enslaved by the deities. Divine Spirit? How is it that 100 dead insects never die? Definitely destroying the deity. Grass. Old me might as well take the initiative to die. But most of the human beings, for the era of being enslaved by the gods, did not know about it, thinking that even if the gods awakened, it did not matter. Even if the sky collapsed, there was a taller man to hold it up. After all, the human race reproduced too quickly and died too quickly. Divine Spirit? What is this? Is it strong? Yeah, but it's just a mere deity. Our human race? It's not like we don't have deities. Fight. Human race. Never submit. That's right. What are you afraid of? The Yang god's breakthrough would take a while. At this moment, there was also a change in the heavenly Sun town. Outside of Tianyang town, the phoenix was as if it was a grandpa, strutting inside Tianyang town. The lackey of the god of death? How dare you come here? Today, it deserves to make me rich. I heard that the phoenix's reward has reached 100,000 copper coins. I'll go capture him. At the entrance of Tianyang town, countless players spoke in such a manner, wanting to capture the phoenix one after another. But what? Phoenix merely smiled faintly at this group of people, not caring. You guys, don't you understand? The phoenix began to laugh recklessly. Appear, the army of the undead. Along with these words from the phoenix, the entire Tianyang town seemed to be activated, as endless black mist appeared from the ground of Tianyang town and quickly began to spread. and Tianyang Town seemed to become a true ghost town. Phoenix, what are you doing? Hurry up and stop it. Grass, take down the Phoenix. The players instinctively sensed a hint of something wrong. After all, the destruction of the town last time was still fresh in their minds. Sure enough, I knew it. The lackeys of the god of death definitely don't have any good intentions. In the next second, countless players wanted to decapitate the Phoenix. However, at least 7 or 8 undead skeletons drilled out from all around the Phoenix's body. Chapter 379 Ocean of Skeletons. Everyone had secrets that belonged to him. And Phoenix firmly believed that as long as you looked carefully, as long as you gave enough price, you would be able to buy someone else's secrets. The secret about the army of undead skeletons underneath Tianyang Town. That is, Phoenix spent 3,000 copper coins to buy it. This price? It really wasn't that high. Coincidentally, Phoenix had purchased this secret from a player when he was in the novice village. Even more coincidentally, this quest? It was only after Qin Fang, Batian and the others had left the novice village that the Phoenix obtained it. It was really a blessing for the two of them. In his previous life, Phoenix did not obtain this quest. But in this life, he did. Ding! You have obtained a bronze level quest. Investigate the hidden secrets of Tianyang Town. Note, this quest can be forwarded. At that time, this player didn't even know where Tianyang Town was. And as soon as he heard about the 3,000 bronze coins, he immediately sold this quest. As for Phoenix, it was also a mistake. The situation at that time was really panic for him. Phoenix desperately needed a large number of quests to see if he could find clues to the guild residence token. Thus, he was given this quest. This quest wasn't as simple as it was presented. On the occasion of the novice village, all that was needed was to seek out the Heavenly Sun Town. And this quest would be considered complete. However, as soon as the Phoenix entered Tianyang Town, this quest quickly morphed into an epic level. Now, even the Phoenix couldn't help but be surprised for a few moments, and then began to continuously complete it. This epic level quest was divided into 9 stages. From the investigation, to the battle, to the present day, the Phoenix had completed 8 stages of the quest. 8th stage of mission, join the God of Death's camp. This quest, Phoenix completed directly, and couldn't help but thank Player Jin. If it wasn't for Player Jin, it would have taken a lot of effort for him to complete this quest. Ding! The 9th stage of the quest, destroy Tianyang Town. Quest reward, new king in the ruins. This quest was the same as the quest laid out by the God of Death. After all, whether it was the quests from the Transmutation Death Profession series or the Undead Skeleton series, the ultimate goal was to destroy Tianyang Town. This was all a backhand left behind by the God of Death. Only, it was obtained by Phoenix alone. In a way, Phoenix was also blessed. He was born, and should have belonged to the God of Death's lackey. In his previous life, the Phoenix had not stepped onto this path. He had been a staunch player of the human race to the very beginning. It was only because of Qin Fang's constant bullying in this life that caused his path to become narrower and narrower. By completing the 8th stage of the quest, the Phoenix would be able to summon the countless skeletons buried under the Tianyang Town. Tianyang Town, as the residence of the God of Death back then. How could it not leave behind some backstabbing? To be honest, Tianyang Town was a very wrong choice as a place to seal the Yang God. This place, the existence of the relics left behind by the God of Death, and the sealing of the Yang God is equivalent to building the Tianyang Town on the mouths of 2 volcanoes. And these 2 volcanoes could erupt at any time. It's like playing with fire. If you're not careful, you might get burnt. Now, both volcanoes have erupted. I wonder what's going on in Tianyang Town. How can they stop it? Phoenix, the #1 wanted criminal in Tianyang Town. Kill. Arrest him. City guards, follow my orders. The city guards within Tianyang Town began to act, wanting to eradicate the player Phoenix at the first opportunity and throw him into the dungeon. Woo! This sound that came from the depths of the throat, the depths of the bone marrow, was horrifying. This was the sound emitted by the 8 skeleton generals around the Phoenix, able to hear the depression of being sealed for millions of years, the elation of being suddenly unsealed, and the destruction of tyrannical nature. The Tianyang Town city guards were like gods trying to capture the Phoenix. The players within Tianyang Town also moved, also wanting to capture Qin Fang. However, in the next instant, the skeletons moved. These skeletons Not to mention that they had been sealed for millions of years. And the bones on their bodies had long since dried up, and did not have any luster. But the might? Not the slightest bit weak. Don't look at the machete in their hands, has long been decayed and rusty. But cut a knife. Tetanus. Even more terrifying. The skeletons were only 8 in age. But they rushed out with the aura of 10 million. Poof poof poof. Players, I am a knife, a little friend. Simply cannot hold on. That is. Into white light disappeared. And the death of the player's mind floated out of the system tone. Ding. You have been killed by the 10 million years of rotten weapons. Within 8 hours. In a state of weakness. The moment this heavy beat came out, it instantly made the players in Tianyang Town stare wide-eyed. Note, weakness state attributes are reduced by 80%. Grass. A resurrected player closed his mouth just as he uttered these words. Old me endured the weakness status. And other players, too, had to endure it for a bit. He wasn't prepared to proclaim it. The players who had been resurrected within Tianyang Town all thought the same way. Naturally, there were still honest people in Tianyang Town. Ding. Everyone be careful. There is a problem with this weapon. It is able to make one enter an 8-hour state of weakness. When the players heard this sound, they immediately avoided and stopped confronting these skeletons. If this motherfucker gets slashed and enters a weakened state, then it's more trouble than it's worth. As for the city guards, when they were slashed, a thick black aura immediately emerged from the wound. This was the aura of death. No one could escape. 8 skeletons. Against a squad of 10 city guards. He killed them all, leaving only a field of corpses, as well as equipment. These 8 skeletons immediately stepped forward and took off these city guards' equipment and wore it on their own bodies. Rather unorthodox. But the defense was enhanced by a lot. In the next instant, the aura of death spread to these 10 city guards. The flesh and blood began to melt, revealing the white bones, and within the hollow eye sockets, a faint red light emerged, reanimating them. The skeleton army was filled with new recruits. Under the guardianship of the 18 skeletons, the Phoenix continued to walk towards the front. No one intercepted it. Every time Phoenix took a step, a skeleton climbed out from the depths of the earth and joined him in the queue. Dang. Tianyang Town's automatic defense system was activated, and countless light blue-colored rays erupted from within Tianyang Town's buildings, suppressing the black chi underground. The skeleton had just poked out a head when it was cut off by the light blue-colored rays, becoming a headless skeleton that fell limp on the ground. Suppression? Far from being able to catch up with the speed at which the skeletons appeared. If the Heavenly Young City Lord was present at this moment, he would be able to notice, at the first moment, that the power of this light blue light seemed to have been weakened tenfold. If it was at its peak, these skeletons should all be killed. Buzz. Endless skeletons began to surface both inside and outside of Tianyang Town. This light blue-colored light was also suppressed, gradually being eroded by the aura of death. As Li Chi looked at such a situation, he couldn't help but look at the Phoenix in a higher light. This kid? It is really lucky. If he is not here, Tianyang Town really cannot defend. Why? Helicia want to stay here. Want to suppress this place? This Tianyang Town could not be destroyed. Quickly inform the city lord. Just say that the skeleton pandemonium has started. The deputy city lord immediately organized a revolt and informed the city lord of this news so that he could decide. There were still 1 million city guards remaining in the Sky Sun Town's onboard city guards, and this group of city guards began to revolt and decimate under the command of the deputy city lord. City guards everywhere, listen to my order. From now on, close the city gates. No living beings are allowed to enter or leave. With a click, the thick earth yellow-colored light flickered as the city gates began to close. The gateways of Tianyang Town had been closed only a handful of times since its establishment. But now, it had to be closed. Ding. Please return to Tianyang Town as soon as possible, or else the portal will close and it will be impossible to return. This system tone resounded in the minds of countless players, allowing countless players to make a choice. Entering the Tianyang Town would mean entering and retreating with the Tianyang Town. If not, it would also mean losing supplies. And the only way to get supplies would be to trade with someone. Ding. You have returned. Please pay attention to safety. Ding. Time is running out. Please make a decision. Grass. I won't go in. Hack you. If I get killed once here, I have to keep dying. Short-sighted. This skeleton rebellion. Surely it can be suppressed. Go in and brush your experience. Quick. Wife. Go in. I'll accompany you. The players around Tianyang town were very confused. Their minds were all in a heavenly battle. Ding. The gates of Tianyang town are closed. Ding. You are no longer able to return. Ding. Please be patient. Tianyang town will naturally open the town after all the skeletons have been decimated. The gates of Tianyang town were closed. Within the gates, 100,000 skeletons were revived. And outside the gates, 1,000,000 skeletons were revived. The 1,000,000 skeletons outside the city gates hissed and attacked the walls of Tianyang town, causing low damage. After all, this city wall was built, paid for the blood of countless forefathers, and was incredibly hard. The various powerful weapons on top of the city walls then awakened under the control of the city guards, exuding a compelling might, crazily began to spit out flames and fire bullets. The skeletons were instantly beaten into a sieve, becoming bone fragments that floated away with the wind. These 100,000 skeletons within the town kept killing towards the surrounding beings with breath, and began to snatch their resources, armor, and incidentally, transformed into skeletons. The 5th Army guards the East Gate. There is no room for error. The 6th City Guard Army guards the West Gate. There is no room for error. The 4th City Guard Army guards the South Gate. The Deputy City Lord began to distribute the city guards, 1,000,000 city guards, within the Tianyang town, moving quickly, but because things were sudden, many places, the city guards couldn't arrive yet, but the killing had already begun. Don't forget, within Tianyang town, it was claimed that all the people were soldiers. Skeletons have even appeared within Tianyang town? A mere trifle. Wifey, bring me my shovel. I'm going to quell the chaos. Hey, old Wang too. Are you still okay? Do you want to go fight together? And by the way, let these skeleton cubs see how strong we are. Old me is the best in the world. Old me is good at literature and martial arts. Ha ha ha. The old man was able to fight a battle before he died. No loss. Kill. He. All listen to the old man. The old man has experience. This man's words were very overbearing. But turning around to take a look at the densely packed metals on his chest, the crowd of old men saluted and followed orders. This old man is a true Chinese warrior. Chapter 383 God Tier Missions. Extraordinary news. Extraordinary news. Explosive news. Explosive news. The secrets that Tianyang town had to tell. My life and death entanglement with Tianyang town. Tianyang town. About to be broken. Above the interactive forums of Heaven's Destiny, such headlines constantly surfaced. One more shocking than the other. One more horrifying than the other. Instantly attracting the eyes of countless people. Allowing countless players to watch. Even if some of the articles required copper coins, they had to be viewed. After reading them, every player of Heaven's Destiny grew their mouths wide. Their faces full of incredulity. What? A terrifying disaster has even erupted within the Heavenly Sun town. This time, the Divine Spirit's tribulation has even erupted in the Heavenly Sun town? Damn it. The Yang God. What a terrifying deity. This group of players only looked at the scene of the Yang God appearing in the world, and felt a terrifying pressure sweep over them. This Heavenly Yang town? It must be destroyed. It's not just the appearance of the Yang God. There's also an endless army of skeletons. Crap. The Heavenly Sun town this time? It's kind of stirred up a hornet's nest. Haha. Playing with fire and playing yourself to death. A 3-point demonic fetus? Yang God eruption? Plus the skeleton army. Haha. 3 minutes of silence for Tianyang town. Countless players sympathized with the disaster in Tianyang town. But more emotions were, this play, it's not bad. But it's still capable of being a bit more intense. Also, should I watch it with a melon seed? Or watch with a drink? What do the players think? The players were definitely laughing at it. As for the NPCs who had escaped from Tianyang town, they were all smiles at the moment, sighing at their own discernment and good luck. Luckily, they escaped. Otherwise they would have to stay in Tianyang town. Wouldn't they have to stay in Tianyang town to be buried with them? Old Lu. Just tell me. Did I save your life? Yes, Brother Lu. You are really a good person. Haha. This is it? Old Lu won't come out yet. Wait for death. This old Lu felt that his wisdom had reached its peak and kept showing off. Situations like this kept happening, one after another, showing off their own brain flexibility. The members of the Hegemony Heaven Guild within the Tianyang town were gathered together at this moment. A vast 500,000 people. A very strong force. Hegemony originally wanted to leave this place before it was too late and head to Hegemony's private territory to rescue Player Me. But the moment he wanted to go out, the system beep sounded. So Hegemony decided to stay here, looking at Player Jean's behavior. This treasure? Shouldn't be thinking about it. In that case, then it would be better to stay here and start brushing experience values. The resurrection stone of Hegemony Guild also shattered in an instant. So it was only then that Hegemony and the others were resurrected within the Tianyang town. Bastard Sky, old brother. You're on your own. Successfully sending this message to Qin Fang. Bastard Sky once again replied, crying face. Crying face. Qin Fang, heir. The Heavenly Sun City Lord learned of this news in the first instance. The corners of his brows couldn't help but wrinkle up. His mood was very unbeautiful. What? The plague of skeletons? Surprisingly, it has risen once again? During the reign of the Heavenly Yang City Lord, the plague of skeletons had once erupted, and the Heavenly Yang City Lord had spent a great deal of money to pacify this calamity. But now? Who had set it off again? The Divine Spirit Springs erupted. The plague of skulls was triggered, and the three-pointed demonic fetus was released. And in all of this, the Heavenly Sun City Lord felt that there was an inexplicably large hand that was manipulating everything and pushing for the destruction of the Heavenly Sun Town. Who could it be? Countless thoughts surfaced in the Tianyang Town Lord's mind. But they were all ultimately ruled out by him one by one. The safety of Tianyang Town. Tianyang Town was not worried in the slightest. After all, the Divine Craftsman Lu Long was there. Even if the Divine Craftsman Lu Long only blew himself up with a demigod artifact, he would be able to quell the crisis in this place. However, Tianyang City Lord does not know. The Divine Craftsman Lu Long. Not at all in this place. Attack. Give me the Player Me as well as this one woman of unknown origin. Tianyang Town was also anxious in his heart. Could he not be? The sooner he took down Player Me, the sooner his heart would be able to settle down. This was a divine weapon. Motherfucker Tianyang Town Master. This divine artifact is already bound to Lao Zi's bloodline. Even if Lao Zi dies, you won't be able to obtain it. Don't you just want this divine artifact? No way. Qin Fang was going to die anyway. So he dismantled the Heavenly Yang City Lord's trickery for him, so that the world would know his true colors. Qin Fang laughed maniacally and mocked the Heavenly Yang City Lord. The Heavenly Yang City Lord was unimpressed by this. It was just a boring trick. These city guards, they were all listening to him. A mere Player Me? Can he turn over the sky? Even if the Player Me says what he really thinks. But so what? Who wants to believe him? The 3 points of the devil's fetus in the firmament continued to decrease, and the surrounding aura of death continued to decrease. As time passed, the 3/4 demonic fetuses could always be killed off. Heavenly Sun Town. Undying. The generals of the 3rd City Guards so puffed up. And for a while, the city guards were as strong as rainbows. Qin Fang was besieged in this place. And all of a sudden, he saw Baishan's message and burst into tears. Older brother Batian? Still quite good at it. Qin Fang, how can we break the situation? Is it hard to ask the Time Trader to return? Brother Me. What happened? At this time, the unconscious Dolly, who had been unconscious for a long time, suddenly woke up, looking around the situation with a weak body. Brother Me. I have Grandpa's life-saving talisman. If I use it, Grandpa will definitely come to save me first. Ding. Li Dolly requests a trade. Ding. You have obtained an epic level prop, Mind Link. Qin Fang looked at this prop and fell into deep thought. Once this prop was used, Qin Fang was convinced that Force Prime would definitely come to rescue the two of them. But what? The plan to target the Yang God would be a bust. If it was a selfish person, he would definitely choose to save himself. But Qin Fang knew the follow-up. And he also understood the strategic significance of decapitating the Yang God to the Heavens Mandate human race. Ding. The Prophet God releases Divine Level Mission 1 to you. Save Vigorous. Mission Reward. Force Prime's Goodwill plus 10,000. Ding. The Prophet God releases to you Divine Grade Mission 2. Assist the God of Archery. Godsmith Lu Long. To kill the Yang God. Quest Reward. Elf 1 Portal. Ding. The Seer God releases Divine Grade Mission 3 to you. Assist the Divine Artisan Li Evil in defending the Tianyang town. Quest reward, Divine Grade Mount, 7-colored Heavenly Horse. Qin Fang. Qin Fang was first incredibly surprised. Prophet God? How could they suddenly contact him? And also release so many quests? And then streaks of black lines appeared on his brain. To be honest, he somewhat did not understand the Prophet God. This quest? Was it something a normal person could complete? Ding. Prophet God requesting communication. Ding. Communication has been connected. Me? Have you received my godly quest? The Prophet God looked at Qin Fang with a smile on his face, as if he were a kindly old grandfather. Very amiable. Senior Prophet God. Received it. But this mission? Are you sure it's something I can complete? To be honest, Qin Fang doubted himself. 3 God-level quests at once? This was a bit overwhelming even if a true deity wanted to complete them. Qin Fang. I have divined a fortune. And if you want to solve the calamity of Tianyang town this time, it all lies in your body. The Prophet God's tone was very certain, as if he had seen the future. Qin Fang did not believe a single word of this. But when he thought about it carefully, it seemed very likely. In that case, I'll take it. Qin Fang's bravado surged, and the 3 God-level quests, without exception, were all taken. Ding. You have successfully accepted Divine Grade Quest I. Ding. You have successfully taken Divine Grade Quest 2. Ding. This mission. Qin Fang answered. Qin Fang. Tianyang town. I'm counting on you. The Prophet God left such a sentence and ended the communication. In Mount Qixia, the Prophet God raised his head and looked up at the sky. Prophet God. It's also hard. This group of people? They're all being masculine with him. The deities that obeyed the Prophet God were all sent out by the Prophet God. The rest of the gods are like old men. Apart from the power struggles and deceit. What else? Lost long ago. As for blood and courage? It's even been consumed by them in the midst of infighting. Player me? Is really the key to breaking the situation in Tianyang town. This was something that the Prophet God had not lied about. Qin Fang looked at these 3 God-ranked quests and made up his mind. At this moment, there was another way for him to get out of the trap if he wanted to. Make the Tianyang town lord lose his reputation. Wasn't the heavenly Yang city lord a self-proclaimed righteousness? Then, let his sins be made public. Qin Fang's mind deeply remembered the Tianyang city lord from his previous life. He would rather die than be enslaved by the god of death. But what was noteworthy? The Qi of death did exist within the body of the heavenly Yang city lord. Qin Fang took out the death crystals, burned up the flames, and started forging death equipment. Tianyang city lord, this kid? What's it going to be? The city guards also frowned, not understanding what Qin Fang was thinking. Even the vigorous force behind them was uncertain. Properly? Why are you forging equipment? What Qin Fang was going to do, namely, was to invoke the Qi of death. The extreme Qi of death. When the Qi of death in this place was thick to a certain extent, Qin Fang firmly believed that the heavenly Yang city lord would definitely leak out the traces. And at that time, the siege of the heavenly Yang city lord would not break without attack. These city guards, their loyalty was to Tianyang town, not the lackey of the god of death, the death city lord. Stop him. Although the Tianyang town lord did not know what Qin Fang was doing, he still wanted to stop him at the first opportunity. Countless attacks fell, and it looked like they were about to destroy Qin Fang's forging platform. At this moment, Vigorous suddenly threw out an item called Absolute Space. This item was able to put Qin Fang and Vigorous in a scene that was between reality and illusion. And the countless attacks of the city guards fell on their bodies, as if they were hitting nothingness. Qin Fang was able to forge at ease. Tianyang City Lord. Don't think that you are hiding deep enough that no one will be able to discover your secret. Qin Fang called out, also causing psychological pressure on the Tianyang City Lord. As expected, the Tianyang City Lord panicked. Tianyang City Lord, is it hard to believe that this brat really knows something? Dang. Ding. As Qin Fang forged, the aura of death around him continued to coalesce and rise. Player me, you still dare to say that you are not under the banner of the god of death. This moment, it directly confirmed Qin Fang's identity. Player me? Surprisingly, you are able to forge equipment with the attribute of death.